Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The Dark Knight and the Archer's Challenge. Anton's taxi never stopped. Keeping his speed steady, he monitored his rearview mirror closely before driving past his intended target. Minutes later, he found an empty parking lot, easing the car into a quiet corner. By now, New York's neon glow had awakened, the city shifting from the last light of dusk to the buzzing electricity of nightlife. Anton didn't hesitate. With a swift motion, he engaged his batsuit's transformation protocol, the advanced nanotech crawling over his skin like living shadows, molding into the Dark Knight himself. Then, he vanished into the darkness. The hunt begins. Moving from shadow to shadow, Anton scaled the rooftops with inhuman agility, heading toward the building where Natasha Romanoff was stationed. His visor activated heat signatures, pinpointing the locations of Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Coulson inside the house. Effortlessly, he slipped onto a window ledge, his body pressed against the cold frame. Listening. The agent's discussion. I can't determine whether Anton is just Batman's spokesperson or if he actually is Batman, Natasha mused, her voice contemplative. But I do know this, he's keeping his distance from us. Anton smirked slightly. Good observation. His attitude reflects Batman's thoughts, at least partially, she continued. Another voice chimed in, Hawkeye. Every time Batman appears, it's for a reason. The Life Foundation, Kingpin, the Lizard, Green Goblin. Even the Foot Clan has been wiped out. In just 6 months, he's dismantled half the city's criminal power structure. Anton listened intently. It was both amusing and satisfying to hear them trying to piece together his actions. Then, Coulson's calm voice entered the mix. Sounds like a good thing. Our goals align with Batman's, he pointed out. We both aim to protect peace. But that doesn't mean he wants to do it with us, Hawkeye countered, his tone sharp. We all know he's stubborn as hell. If you want Batman on the team, there are only 2 options: acknowledge him as the leader, or find someone stronger than him to overpower him. Silence hung in the air for a moment. Coulson sighed. And that's the problem, he admitted. Natasha, keep monitoring Anton. Whether or not he's actually Batman, he's our link to him. We may not convince Batman to join us, but we should at least maintain communication. He turned toward Hawkeye. Barton, your hostility toward Batman seems a little excessive. A beat of silence. Then, Natasha smirked. Maybe it's because Batman beat him up, she teased. Anton grinned. She's not wrong. Hawkeye crossed his arms but kept his expression neutral. I don't let that affect my judgment, he said, his tone measured. I just don't like him. That part, at least, was true. A new mission, Stark Shadow. Coulson shifted the conversation. What's the latest on Obadiah Stane? Hawkeye's expression darkened slightly. With Stark's resources, if he wanted to dig into Obadiah, he'd have better results than us in half the time, Hawkeye admitted. But after Tony's return, we confirmed something: Obadiah made a secret trip to Afghanistan. He brought something back, something related to Stark. Hawkeye shook his head. But we don't have hard evidence yet. We can't move on him. Take it slow, Coulson advised. We have time to deal with him properly. Then, Hawkeye's voice lowered slightly. The artificial sun experiment. Coulson's expression turned serious. I'm certain Obadiah isn't just expanding into the energy sector. He has his own agenda. Coulson nodded. Keep on it. Anton, still perched against the window, listened carefully. They were focused on the wrong person. Anton was Batman. And Obadiah? He was the villain they were looking for. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s actions were correct, but their conclusions were flawed. Typical. Their arrogance made them believe they had the upper hand, even when they didn't know the full picture. Anton sighed internally. So be it. A surprise confrontation. The conversation inside wrapped up, and Coulson and Hawkeye stood to leave. Anton repositioned himself. The 2 men exited the house, with Natasha standing near the door to see them off. Then, crunch. As soon as the door creaked open, Hawkeye's pupils shrank. A shadow loomed in the doorway. Standing perfectly still, arms crossed, with the city's neon lights flickering behind him. Batman. A smirk played on Anton's lips as he waved lazily. We meet again, Hawkeye. Hawkeye tensed instantly. His fists clenched. Coulson and Natasha also stiffened, momentarily caught off guard. They had just been talking about him, and now he was standing right in front of them. Hawkeye's mind raced. How long had he been there? How much had he overheard? His frustration boiled over. Shit, he muttered under his breath. Then, without thinking, he lunged. Coulson tried to stop him. Barton, wait. But Natasha held Coulson back. Let them fight, she said, calmly assessing the situation. Didn't Hawkeye just say Batman would only follow someone stronger than him? She pointed out. Coulson raised an eyebrow. You think he's that guy? Natasha shrugged. Who knows? Even if Clint got beaten again, it wouldn't really be a loss for them. And besides, Batman wouldn't kill him. A shadowed archer enters the fray. Hawkeye charged, his fist cocked back, ready to strike. But then, whoosh! A razor-sharp arrow sliced through the air, grazing past Anton's ear. The sudden attack forced Hawkeye to abort his charge, flipping backward in a perfect somersault. Thunk! The arrow buried itself deep into the ground, its tail quivering violently. Hawkeye's eyes widened. What the? His gaze snapped behind Batman. A figure emerged from the shadows. Draped in a dark green suit, carrying a quiver, and holding a sleek, curved bow. His movements were calculated, his presence unwavering. His eyes, cool and detached, reflected no hesitation. Then, he spoke. If you're looking for a fight. His voice was calm. Almost too calm. Your opponent is me. Coulson and Natasha exchanged glances, each mirroring the same silent question. Who the hell was this? A green-clad archer? A second Hawkeye? As the tension simmered, Anton simply stood between them, his smirk deepening. I was wondering when you'd show up. The man in green nodded, eyes still locked onto Hawkeye. I don't like people pointing arrows at my friends. Anton chuckled. Then, in a low voice, he muttered. Let's see if S.H.I.E.L.D. is ready for the real game to begin. The archers' duel and a secret revealed. Hawkeye landed in a crouch, his hand bracing the ground as he looked up. Batman loomed before him, unmoving. But Hawkeye's attention shifted immediately. Because behind Batman, stepping out of the darkness, was another man. A figure in a green suit, gripping a sleek modern bow. A presence that felt eerily familiar. A sensation that mirrored his own. The newcomer met his gaze and spoke in a calm, steady voice. Your opponent is me. Who is he? Who the hell is this guy? Hawkeye demanded, his tone sharp and scrutinizing. Behind him, Natasha and Coulson exchanged surprised glances. Wait, this guy looks familiar, Natasha muttered, narrowing her eyes. Something about him clicked. Then, she remembered. Green Arrow, she said, almost to herself. Hearing the name, Coulson frowned in confusion. Unlike Natasha, he wasn't into comics. Who? Natasha exhaled. Oliver Queen, she clarified. Billionaire. Stranded on an island. Becomes a survivalist, hones his archery, and eventually returns home to fight crime as a vigilante. She paused, then smirked. Think of him as a lower-budget Batman. Coulson raised an eyebrow. Sounds familiar. He had watched Batman Begins to understand the Dark Knight better, so the similarities weren't lost on him. He looked between Batman and Green Arrow. So, now even he is real? Coulson muttered, visibly unsettled. Batman was already an anomaly. But this? Now there was another figure from fiction standing in front of them. And Anton? Anton was at the center of it all. Coulson's thoughts raced. If Batman and Green Arrow were real, how deep did this go? He had assumed they had uncovered at least half of Anton's secrets. Now? Maybe they had barely scratched the surface. Coulson exhaled slowly. Maybe we've only seen the tip of the iceberg. The Archer's Duel. Hawkeye didn't care about Coulson's murmuring. His focus was locked on Green Arrow. The tension between them was palpable. Batman and Hawkeye were too different. Their methods, their philosophies, they would never see eye to eye. But Green Arrow? Green Arrow felt like an equal. A rival. A competitor. The strongest among equals always rises to the top. Hawkeye narrowed his eyes. The air between them was charged, crackling with unspoken challenge. They both knew what was coming. A battle. A proving ground. Hawkeye reached behind him, fingers closing around his bow. With a swift motion, he assumed his combat stance. Batman, uninterested in the brewing conflict, stepped past him. I think we need to have a proper talk, Anton said, his voice directed at Coulson. His gaze flicked toward Natasha for a fraction of a second before turning back to the agent. Shall we? Coulson hesitated for only a moment before gesturing toward the door. Please come in. Natasha, glancing between Hawkeye and Green Arrow, showed little concern and followed. The battlefield was theirs now. Let the battle begin. Hawkeye's frustration had simmered for months. Batman's indifference had always irritated him. And now, seeing Arrow standing in his place, it felt like an insult. I can't beat Batman, but you? Arrow was a sidekick. A stand-in. Batman's backup plan. And if Hawkeye couldn't win against him, then what was the point? I'd be better off babysitting at home. Determined, he moved first. In one fluid motion, he drew an arrow, knocking it instantly. Across from him. Arrow mirrored his movement, drawing his own arrow in perfect sync. A fraction of a second passed. Then, whoosh. They both released their arrows simultaneously. The sharp hiss of the projectiles slicing through the air filled the battlefield. Neither flinched. Neither dodged. Instead, they walked toward each other. Their heads tilted just enough to let the arrows pass by, mere inches from their faces. The moment they closed the distance. Boom. The bows hit the ground at the same time. Fists clenched. The duel was no longer about archery. It was hand-to-hand combat now. Inside the house, a dangerous revelation. Seated in the dimly lit living room, Anton leaned back in his chair. I'll make this clear, he said, his tone firm. I'm not interested in your security bureau. Coulson's polite expression didn't waver. To be precise, we're called S.H.I.E.L.D., he corrected. Our director is assembling a superhero team, and we'd like you to be the captain. Anton didn't react. Coulson's expression remained steady. Whatever your stance is, I hope you'll consider it. Anton tilted his head slightly. Then, after a pause. I'm already part of a team, he said simply. Coulson's calm demeanor cracked. What? Yeah, Anton continued, his voice casual. Not long ago, actually. Natasha's brows furrowed slightly. Coulson leaned forward. Would it be convenient to disclose the team's purpose? He asked carefully. Anton's next words made the air in the room drop several degrees. We share the same purpose, he said. To handle global-scale threats, threats that come from beyond this world. Coulson's pupils shrank. His body stiffened. For the first time, genuine shock crossed his face. Anton's words. They were almost identical to something he had heard years ago. Words spoken only by Nick Fury himself. A crisis from the 1990s. One of the most classified events in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s history. Only a handful of people knew about it. Coulson was one of them. His voice dropped to a whisper. How do you know about that? Anton didn't answer immediately. Instead, he leaned forward slightly, his gaze sharp. I know a lot of things, Coulson, he said quietly. And you're only starting to realize just how deep this goes. Coulson swallowed hard. For the first time, he realized that Batman wasn't just a masked vigilante. He was something far more dangerous. And Anton Jameson? He wasn't just a rich heir caught up in something bigger. He was at the center of something far beyond S.H.I.E.L.D.'s grasp. And that terrified him.
At this moment, Coulson's suspicions about Batman's true identity deepened. Anton? No, Anton Jameson was most likely just a smokescreen crafted by Batman. A half-truth, cleverly designed to blur the line between fact and fiction. Even if Anton were to remove the Batman armor and stand in front of Coulson now, he couldn't help but wonder, what if someone else underwent plastic surgery to impersonate Anton and deceive me? Otherwise, why would Batman show up and bring Green Arrow along? Was this a show of strength? After all, when S.H.I.E.L.D. first began suspecting Anton of being Batman, they had combed through his records countless times. Before Anton took over the Daily Bugle and directed Batman Begins, his life story had been utterly different from the profile crafted by S.H.I.E.L.D. experts to define Batman. The two were worlds apart. To S.H.I.E.L.D.'s experts, Anton and Batman couldn't possibly be the same person. The only reason Anton remained a person of interest was due to the undeniable connections between him and Batman. Without those links, S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't have given him a second thought. But now, Batman was casually revealing highly classified S.H.I.E.L.D. secrets. And the source of this information? A complete mystery. Anton didn't seem like someone who could access such sensitive knowledge. When S.H.I.E.L.D. investigated him, they meticulously unearthed every aspect of his personal and professional life, digging 3 feet into the ground, as the saying went. Coulson couldn't fathom how Anton could have acquired such information. The Daily Bugle? If the Bugle wielded that kind of influence, it would have long surpassed Stark Industries and Oscorp, and Jonah Jameson wouldn't just be a wealthy businessman, he'd be the world's leading media tycoon. So, was Anton truly Batman? Or merely a spokesperson for him? Carlson's expression hardened, his mind swirling with possibilities. For the first time in a long while, he couldn't come to a clear conclusion. Beside him, Natasha Romanoff the Black Widow watched Carlson closely. Seeing the usually unflappable agent so visibly unsettled only heightened her own shock. Carlson wasn't just any agent. He was the most skilled operative in SHIELD, second only to director Nick Fury himself. Over years of working together, Carlson had absorbed Fury's strategies, often surpassing his mentor in certain areas. In fact, Carlson's natural charisma had earned him an excellent reputation among many veteran SHIELD operatives, something even Fury struggled to achieve. And yet, here he was, visibly shaken. His loss of composure spoke volumes about the gravity of the situation. Aliens. Threats from the universe, Natasha murmured internally, feeling a chill run through her. Could it all be true? Could the Earth really be on the brink of an alien invasion? Her thoughts drifted to the recently released Cyborg movie from DC. Its story prominently featured alien threats, including the mother boxes of Apocalypse and one name in particular, Darkseid. Is this the threat they're talking about? Natasha wondered, struggling to make sense of it. Despite her racing thoughts, she remained silent, choosing to observe as the two men before her continued their exchange. I understand, Carlson finally said, regaining his composure. He knew better than to question Batman's sources. Instead, his tone grew firm. I respect your decision. In Carlson's view, Batman had placed himself in an unusual and precarious position, one that inevitably attracted crises. Nick Fury faced a similar reality. Hearing Carlson's observation, Anton was momentarily surprised. I admire you more and more, Carlson, he said with a nod. Whenever you feel like you've had enough, come find me. My door is always open. Anton took the opportunity to subtly attempt to poach Carlson. And you, Black Widow, he added after a pause, turning his gaze toward Natasha. Natasha stiffened, her eyes snapping up to meet Batman's masked visage. In that instant, she was certain he knew her identity. If her secret was laid bare to Batman, could it also be known to Anton? As memories of her recent interactions with Anton surfaced, she felt an unsettling sense of unease. Carlson, however, seemed unfazed by Batman's revelation. Given that Batman was aware of the alien invasion in the 1990s, it was no surprise he would also know about the Black Widow. Before leaving, Anton glanced at Carlson, adding one final remark. Oh, and one more thing, tell Nick Fury that I don't dislike SHIELD, but I think it's time to clean house before inviting guests over. With that, he opened the door, stepped out into the night, and vanished into the darkness. Carlson and Natasha exchanged a glance before walking to the door. The yard before them was littered with arrows. Green Arrow stood with his back to them, following Batman into the night, disappearing from view moments later. Hawkeye lay on the ground, panting, his face bruised and swollen, an unmistakable look of confusion in his eyes. Clearly, things had not gone well for him against Arrow. Barton, Natasha said, suppressing her complicated emotions. She walked over to help him up, a faint smile playing on her lips. You look like you've been beaten again. He didn't walk away unscathed either, Hawkeye replied, his tone defensive. Despite his bravado, the truth was hard to ignore. Their sparring match had not ended in a clear victory, but Arrow had undoubtedly held the upper hand. Even when Batman had emerged from the house, Hawkeye hadn't managed to turn the tide. Though it had been a friendly sparring session, Hawkeye knew that in a real life and death battle, he wouldn't stand a chance against Arrow. Damn it, he muttered, his frustration boiling over. It was one thing to fall short against Batman, but to lose to Batman's apparent protege? That was a bitter pill to swallow. When I get back, I'm ramping up my training, Hawkeye vowed silently. Next time I face them, they'll think twice about underestimating me. Meanwhile, Carlson stood on the porch, his expression unreadable. He was still processing Batman's parting words. Clean house before inviting guests. Carlson's face darkened as the implications sank in. An insider? Could SHIELD really have a mole? There was no doubt in Carlson's mind this was the hidden meaning behind Batman's cryptic comment. The conclusion was both staggering and terrifying. Only a handful of individuals within SHIELD knew about the alien invasion in the 1990s, all of them occupying high-ranking positions. If one of them were compromised, it would spell disaster. Batman's words carried too much weight to dismiss as a bluff. Too frightening, Carlson thought, his mind racing. The potential consequences of such a revelation were unthinkable. He resolved to return to SHIELD headquarters in Washington immediately. A long conversation with director Nick Fury was inevitable. Anton quickly left the scene and made his way to an empty rooftop. Moments later, the Arrow clone arrived. An arrow embedded itself into the edge of the roof, and the clone ascended swiftly to join him. Under the moonlight, Anton studied the figure before him. Dressed in a green suit and holding a bow, the clone bore signs of his earlier battle with Hawkeye. Despite a few minor injuries, he remained calm and composed. What surprised Anton most was that this was another version of himself. However, the Arrow clone differed in appearance. While he retained Anton's memories, his body was that of Oliver Queen. The clone gave Anton a brief nod before his body vanished, blending seamlessly into the night. On the now bright rooftop, Anton was left alone. Convenient, Anton muttered to himself. Then, with a flash, he disappeared and went home to sleep. Meanwhile, after concluding his conversation with Batman, Coulson instructed Black Widow and Hawkeye to continue their operations in New York. Without delay, he boarded a SHIELD aircraft and headed straight to headquarters to meet with Nick Fury. It was already the dead of night. Nick Fury, having received Coulson's urgent message, had decided to stay at headquarters instead of going home. The seriousness of the matter made it clear that face-to-face communication was necessary to avoid misunderstandings. In the director's office, Fury waited, an ominous feeling settling in his chest. Coulson had significant autonomy in field operations, rarely needing approval unless the situation was extraordinary. The fact that he returned in such haste and refused to discuss matters over communication tools indicated something of grave importance. Coulson, Fury greeted him, his tone steady but sharp. The Spy King studied his subordinate, noting the grim expression on Coulson's face. What happened to bring you back at this hour? Is it about Batman? Yes, Coulson replied, his voice serious. But it's not just about Batman. Fury's brows furrowed. I spoke with him, Coulson continued. Convincing him to join the team is nearly impossible. He's already formed his own superhero team. Before Fury could react, Coulson pressed on. But that's not the most important part. According to Batman, there's a mole inside SHIELD. Fury's face remained composed, but a flicker of shock crossed his eyes. Coulson elaborated, Batman's team was formed with the same purpose as yours, to counter external threats. He knows about the alien invasion over a decade ago, and his source appears to be within SHIELD. Fury immediately understood the urgency of Coulson's return. Though he kept his expression neutral, the implications were deeply unsettling. If there truly was a mole, the list of suspects would be alarmingly short. Any one of them being compromised would spell disaster for SHIELD. What else did he say? Fury asked after a moment of thought, his voice calm but cold. Nothing more, Coulson admitted. He seems wary and unwilling to involve himself with us directly. In that case, Fury mused, his reluctance to engage with SHIELD might be tied to the mole. He fell silent, considering the implications. While Fury trusted his own instincts, he wouldn't dismiss Coulson's judgment or the credibility of Batman's intelligence. Batman's knowledge of the alien incidents from the 1990s was undeniable. Regardless, Fury resolved to proceed cautiously. He would quietly conduct a thorough investigation to confirm whether the allegations held any truth. Coulson, meanwhile, handed Fury a folder. One more thing, he said. I believe it's time to re-evaluate our assessment of Batman. Fury took the file and began reviewing its contents, his mind already working to piece together the next steps. This is the information about Batman that I compiled on the way here, Coulson said. Nick Fury opened the file and skimmed through it. Justice League. Fury muttered under his breath. Is this the name of the superhero team he's forming? As he continued reading, his expression grew more serious. Spider-Man, Venom, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Daredevil, are all these members of the Justice League? Suddenly, his hand froze mid-turn, and a look of astonishment crossed his face. He had reached the most critical section of Coulson's intelligence. Green Arrow, DC Comics. Fury's brow furrowed, his expression turning incredulous. You're suggesting that the fictional characters from DC Comics might actually exist? Fury asked, his tone laced with disbelief. That's already a fact, sir, Coulson replied calmly. Hawkeye is the best witness to confirm it. He paused, then added, Batman himself was originally a fictional creation by Anton Jameson, yet here he is. As far as we know, DC Comics holds full copyright to Batman, meaning that technically, Batman belongs to DC. Fury tapped the file, his mind working rapidly. Anton's new movie Cyborg is currently in theaters, Coulson continued. At this point, it's hard to say whether we'll see a real cyborg appear in the same way. Coulson leaned forward slightly. Aside from Batman, Green Arrow, and Cyborg, DC has dozens of other fictional characters, including Wonder Woman, Flash, Aquaman, Superman. Do you believe these people might actually join the Justice League? Fury's one good eye narrowed slightly as he considered the question. I can't say for sure, sir, Coulson admitted. But based on the current situation, it's a possibility we can't rule out. Fury leaned back in his chair and shrugged. If there really are so many superheroes in the world, maybe it wouldn't be the worst thing. Coulson nodded but hesitated before bringing up the next topic. There's one last issue, Batman's identity. Fury gestured for him to continue. Coulson said, at present, it's still unclear if Batman is actually Anton Jameson. The evidence we've gathered so far isn't conclusive. It feels like he's deliberately misleading us. It doesn't matter anymore, Fury replied firmly. If finding Anton means finding Batman, then it's irrelevant whether or not they're the same person. He looked at Coulson intently. If you think DC Comics is more significant than it appears, then I want you to focus your attention there. As for the internal issues within SHIELD, I'll handle those personally. Understood, Coulson said with a nod. With that, he left Fury's office. His job wasn't over, there was still work to do in New York. New York was now the epicenter of a growing storm. On one side was Anton, tied to Batman and the Justice League. On the other was Tony Stark, dealing with the fallout of Obadiah Stana's machinations. Both figures brought their own unique challenges, each more frustrating than the other. Anton was particularly troublesome. Batman had already appeared unannounced, dropped cryptic comments, and forced Coulson to rush back to headquarters in a panic. Who knew what Batman might say the next time they crossed paths? If he kept revealing secrets, it wasn't hard to imagine SHIELD being torn apart from the inside. Natasha took the global box office statistics for Cyborg and prepared to report them to Anton. Walking to the door, she thought back to the events of last night, her expression complicated. Clearly, her identity had been exposed perhaps from the very moment she set foot in the company, even when she submitted her resume. It was obvious now that her secrets were never truly hidden from Anton. This realization made her feel like a fool. Every interaction she had with Anton, every carefully planned maneuver, seemed like a performance for his amusement. Especially after these past few days of working closely with him, she realized she might never truly understand what kind of person Anton was. Still, Coulson had ordered her to stay in DC and gather as much intel as possible. Since Anton didn't seem to care about her true identity, Natasha decided there was no harm in maintaining the charade so long as he didn't dismiss her. A silent agreement between them would suffice. Knock knock knock. Natasha knocked on the door and entered the office. Good morning, Natasha. Anton greeted her with a bright smile. It's almost noon, boss, Natasha replied with a shrug and a calm expression. She handed him a stack of documents. Here are the box office statistics for Cyborg. The results are great. Our company's had another big success. This was inevitable, Anton said smugly, not bothering to hide his self-satisfaction. He then asked, has Jim reported on the progress of Superman and Batman, The Dark Knight? They're almost done filming, Natasha said. Jim mentioned Quentin needs to start on the post-production effects as soon as possible. Good. Anton nodded. I'll have Quentin lead the team and join them early. At the moment, Cyborg was the priority. The system panel's fan value tracker showed the Cyborg fan value had already reached 14 million, just 6 million away from the target needed. While The Dark Knight wasn't as critical, it remained an important project for DC's development. The second Batman film would undoubtedly attract a large number of fans and generate significant revenue. That profit would help sustain future investments in the company, including expanding DC's portfolio of heroes, novels, comics, and other media. But the real challenge was Superman. The current fan value for Superman was disappointing, just a few million, far from the 100 million target. Anton had tempered his expectations, so he wasn't particularly anxious. Given the current situation, Superman wasn't a pressing concern. There was no immediate crisis that required the hero to save the day. As long as Thanos didn't arrive on Earth ahead of schedule, Superman's presence could wait. Even in the broader multiverse, threats like Dormammu, ruler of the Dark Dimension, were the domain of the Sorcerer Supreme and Doctor Strange. And honestly, even if Superman were to step in, his usual abilities would be nearly useless against Dormammu without some form of magic resistance. That was the key. All in all, Anton currently had Batman, Arrow, and Cyborg ready for immediate deployment. His combat power was already formidable. Coupled with his avatar skills, which allowed him to engage in multiple battles simultaneously, Anton's forces were growing stronger. Add to that the members of the Justice League he was assembling, Spider-Man, Venom, Daredevil, the Ninja Turtles, and even the ambitious Phil Urich, who had taken on the mantle of Hobgoblin. With such a team, Anton was confident they could hold their own against the Chitauri in combat. At the very least, the Justice League he was about to establish was no weaker than the first-generation Avengers. You can leave now, Anton said, waving a hand at Natasha. He gave her a casual glance before standing and leaving the DC company offices. He headed upstairs to the Daily Bugle. Natasha hesitated as she watched him go. She considered revealing her true identity but decided against it for now. She didn't want to risk provoking Anton's ire. Soon after, Anton found Eddie on the move. How's Phil doing these days? Anton asked. It had been nearly 10 days since their last meeting. Phil had eagerly taken on his task, pretending to be a villain under the guise of Hobgoblin. He's doing well, Eddie replied with a grin. Phil tracked down Dr. Stockman and, using his Hobgoblin persona, managed to earn Stockman's initial trust. How did he pull that off? Anton raised an eyebrow. Eddie laughed. Phil told Stockman that he was under the Green Goblin and wanted to avenge him. He claimed he needed Stockman's teleportation technology to rescue the Green Goblin, who's currently being held by Batman. Stockman didn't suspect anything. Anton asked, curious. Phil's suit and flying skateboard were modified, Eddie explained. Stockman's no fool, he's a competent scientist. If he's ever seen footage of the Green Goblin causing chaos, he'd recognize the similarities in Phil's equipment and assume they share the same origins. Eddie continued, besides, if Stockman truly works for Shredder, he wouldn't doubt Phil. After all, Batman was the one who sent Shredder to prison in the first place. Stockman and Phil both share a common enemy. For all we know, they probably sit around every day bad-mouthing Batman together. It sounds like Phil's doing a great job, Anton said thoughtfully, rubbing his chin. Tell him to act as soon as possible. That teleportation technology will be incredibly valuable to us. Eddie nodded, clearly intrigued. This kind of advanced tech, it's hard to believe it even exists until you see it in action. Phil might already be blown away by it, Anton replied with a smirk. Then, changing the subject, he added, the public experiment for the artificial sun is about to begin. Stark Industries and Octech are working on it together. You should have received an invitation. I did, Eddie confirmed. Why? Is there something I should be aware of? Obadiah might have plans of his own tied to the artificial sun. Don't let your guard down. That event might turn out to be eventful for us, Anton said, giving a pointed reminder. Eddie blinked, momentarily startled. He had long since stopped questioning Anton's sources of information. In all the time he'd known him, Anton had never been wrong in his predictions. Are you saying something's going to happen during the artificial sun experiment? Eddie asked, his curiosity piqued. He rubbed his hands together, his journalist instincts kicking in. This had the makings of a big story. It's hard to say, Anton replied, shaking his head. I hope there won't be, but... His voice trailed off, leaving the implication hanging in the air. On the other side, Phil watched in astonishment as a stone, under the operation of Stockman, disappeared and reappeared in another location. His face beneath the mask reflected utter shock. It actually worked. Swallowing hard, Phil couldn't hide his excitement as he turned to Stockman. Success! Phil exclaimed. Quickly, Dr. Stockman, it's time to act. No. Stockman shook his head, raising a hand to stop the eager hobgoblin in front of him. The teleportation technology isn't fully stable. The success rate is still limited. For all we know, it could accidentally send something to a random corner of space far beyond Earth. What you just witnessed was a rare success. Phil frowned, but his mind raced. Remembering Eddie's advice, he quickly composed himself, a sly smile spreading beneath his mask. Dr. Stockman, he said, his tone meaningful, have you ever considered that your teleportation device might not be entirely complete? Stockman froze, turning sharply to stare at the masked figure before him. His expression faltered, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. He remained silent for a long moment, as if Phil's words had touched upon a secret he had worked hard to bury. Stockman was indeed an excellent scientist, with outstanding achievements across many fields. But let's focus on teleportation technology. In layman's terms, it is fixed-point transmission. This kind of groundbreaking research, which could easily change the world, is not something that Stockman could achieve on his own. Yet, in his hands, this theoretical marvel has progressed to the practical stage. The only remaining hurdle is one of stability. Many people find this incredible, but Stockman made it happen. This success catapulted him to global fame, earning him a place among the greatest scientists of all time. It also elevated the TCRI Research Institute, where Stockman works, to a coveted status as a cutting-edge technological hub, inspiring countless aspiring scientists. What no one knows, however, is that Stockman merely stumbled upon this breakthrough. As Anton once put it, Stockman, ever the opportunist, happened to pick up a piece of alien technology, one of 3 parts of a disassembled teleportation device that had fallen to Earth. With just this fragment of the device, Stockman managed to reverse engineer the process from an incomplete blueprint, leading to his current advancements. While deducing the process from a fragmentary prototype was no small feat, proving Stockman's brilliance, it falls far short of the acclaim he now enjoys in the scientific world. This is Stockman's greatest secret. Now, Phil, using the alias Hobgoblin, was subtly hinting at something. What do you mean? Stockman suppressed his nerves, glaring coldly at Philosophy Goblin. Don't you trust me? No, Doctor, I trust your abilities. Phil shook his head. Then, noting Stockman's irritated expression, he chuckled. I just think that the core of this teleportation technology you're working on seems incomplete. Don't you agree? A long silence followed. Stockman glanced at the alien technology in front of him, his prized discovery, and realized Phil was right. His confidence faltered. You're right. It isn't perfect, Stockman admitted, slumping slightly. We can fix that, Phil said smoothly, his tone taking on a strange, magnetic quality. And then, we'll release every criminal in this world. Not just the Green Goblin. Not just Shredder. Everyone. Stockman froze, his mind reeling at the suggestion. Phil continued, his voice tempting, his masked face betraying a crooked smile beneath. When that happens, every criminal in the world will owe us. They'll be grateful. He paused, savoring the moment, then added in a playful inner monologue. Wow, that sounded like something straight out of a second-rate villain's script. Maybe I do have a talent for this after all. You're insane. Stockman spat, recoiling. He failed to notice Phil's silent laughter as he glared at him coldly. Before any of that, we must first rescue Master Shredder. Of course, Phil agreed with a shrug. And after that, we'll rescue the Green Goblin. Then we can get our revenge on Batman, right? Stockman scowled but said nothing. Up to you, Phil said nonchalantly, masking his amusement. Meanwhile, at DC Corporation, it was nearly the end of the workday when Anton received an unexpected visitor, Harry Osborn. Harry, long time no see, Anton greeted, raising an eyebrow. He hadn't expected the heir to Oscorp to show up at DC Corporation, especially when the company's internal power struggles were at their peak. Anton. Harry looked exhausted. Gone was the youthful energy he once radiated. Instead, he resembled an overworked child laborer who hadn't had a proper rest in ages. It was clear that the Osborn Corporation's power struggle had reached a boiling point. Harry was determined to protect his father's legacy, but the shareholders were circling like vultures, eager to seize control of the company that rightfully belonged to the Osborn name. Looking at Anton with a seriousness that couldn't be ignored, Harry said, I'm here to ask for your help. How can I help you? Anton asked, genuinely surprised. The Osborn power struggle? That wasn't something he had any sway over. It's about my father. Harry hesitated, gritting his teeth before continuing. I found something in Osborne Manor. You already know, don't you? My father's disappearance isn't what the public believes. It wasn't some abduction or imprisonment by the Green Goblin, right? Anton sighed. He wasn't surprised Harry had uncovered the truth. Meeting Harry's gaze, he nodded. Since you've figured it out, there's no need for me to keep hiding it. After a moment of thought, Anton explained, just as you suspect, your father is the Green Goblin. After the lizard incident, Norman broke Connors out of the NYPD's custody and developed a body-enhancing serum. But as you've likely guessed, the serum's side effects left him unhinged. Body-enhancing serum. Harry closed his eyes, a pained expression crossing his face. When he opened them again, there was bitterness in his voice as he asked, it's because of the genetic disease, isn't it? Anton nodded silently. At the end of the Green Goblin incident, Norman had made Anton and Spider-Man promise not to reveal the truth to Harry. Anton had honored that request until now, but since Harry had uncovered the secret on his own, there was no longer any reason to withhold the truth. Anton believed Harry could handle it. After all, this wasn't an unredeemable tragedy. So, my father isn't dead. Harry's eyes lit up with hope as he asked, can I see him? Sorry, Anton replied, shaking his head. His mental state is worse than you can imagine. But don't worry, he's in a safe place. We're working on a way to counteract the serum's side effects. With some luck, you may be able to see a healthy and stable Norman Osborn in the near future. Thank you, Harry said after a pause. He didn't say anything more and quietly left. But the knowledge that his father was alive seemed to have lifted a weight off his shoulders. There was a newfound determination in his posture as he walked away. He was more resolved than ever to protect the Osborn legacy. If my father returns and finds Osborn has been stolen from us, Harry thought grimly, I couldn't forgive myself. And he'd never forgive me either. Anton watched Harry leave, his thoughts drifting to his best friend, Spider-Man. During the Green Goblin incident, Spider-Man had the power to stop Norman but hadn't been able to use even 20% of it effectively. That memory still troubled Anton. I need to train him, Anton decided. The hectic days had almost made him forget about it, but no longer. Glancing at the sky, Anton got up, headed downstairs, and drove his car toward Midtown High School in Queens. The students had just been dismissed for the day. Among them, Spider-Man, now something of a school celebrity, stood side by side with his girlfriend, Gwen, preparing to walk her home. However, as they reached the school gate, Peter's eyes landed on a familiar sports car parked not far away. His expression changed slightly. Gwen, something's come up. I can't walk you home today, Peter said hurriedly, offering her an apologetic smile before rushing off. Taking a quick detour to avoid prying eyes, Peter made his way to the car and slid into the passenger seat as if he'd done it 100 times before. Anton, what's going on? Peter asked, his tone serious. Yet there was a flicker of excitement in his voice, as though he were anticipating something big. What can I do for you? Actually, Peter, there is something you have to do, Anton replied with an equally serious expression. Really? Peter's eyes sparkled. Praise from Anton, someone he deeply admired, sent a jolt of excitement through him, filling him with a quiet sense of pride. Yes, really, Anton confirmed, his demeanor lightening as a smile crept onto his face. I'm taking you somewhere. You'll meet a few new friends and, while we're at it, he gave Peter a knowing look. I'll teach you a few things. Spider-Man had been excited about what Anton had planned, but his enthusiasm wavered as Anton drove into a secluded alley and stopped at a remote parking lot. Getting out of the car, Anton walked to a nearby sewer manhole cover and opened it. What does this mean? Peter asked, confused. Anton looked back with a smirk. Let's go. All your new friends are inside. Without further explanation, Anton descended into the sewer. Peter hesitated for a moment before following. As he entered, he was surprised to find that the space was nothing like what he'd expected. There was no foul smell or decay. The sewer was surprisingly clean and well-maintained. After walking for 2 or 3 minutes, they reached a hidden chamber that left Peter speechless. This is... Peter's face froze in astonishment as he took in the sight before him. The area had been transformed into a secret base. The walls were lined with monitors, and advanced technological equipment filled the space. Peter recognized some of the devices immediately. They were the same kind of equipment he'd used during his weekend part-time job at Oscorp. But what shocked him the most was the figure working diligently at one of the workstations, a one-armed scientist he knew well. Professor Connors, Peter exclaimed in surprise. The scientist turned to see Peter and smiled, his expression tinged with both warmth and guilt. Peter, long time no see, Connors greeted. Professor Connors, why are you here? Peter glanced at Anton, then back at Connors. Stepping closer, he caught sight of the data displayed on the monitors and suddenly understood. Wait, you're still studying the lizard genes. Peter's voice carried a mix of concern and alarm. Don't worry, Peter, Connors reassured him with a smile, patting Peter's head gently with his remaining hand. I won't let that madness consume me again, not over this arm. Connors' smile softened as he added, you should thank Batman for giving me this chance to start over. Peter's mind raced with questions, and he turned to Anton. Then, where's Uncle Norman? He asked hesitantly. Anton's expression grew serious. His condition is very bad. It's not convenient for you to see him right now, he said flatly. Before Peter could press further, a loud bang, bang, echoed from another section of the sewer, followed by the sounds of something hitting the walls and a guttural roar. Peter instantly understood. Norman Osborn was still in his green goblin state, struggling with the uncontrollable rage and paranoia caused by the side effects of the body-enhancing serum. I've got a lead, Connors interjected, noticing Peter's unease. With the help of the mutagen from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, I believe we can develop an antidote to restore Norman's mind. It will eliminate the negative emotions plaguing him and, at the same time, grant enhanced self-healing abilities. Wait, does that mean your arm could grow back too? This time without any side effects? Peter asked, his tone full of hope. Connors nodded solemnly. Yes, that's the goal. And it's all thanks to Batman's support. Peter glanced at Anton, gratitude shining in his eyes. To Peter, Connors was more than just a scientist. He was a respected elder who had helped him immensely in the past. Seeing Connors given a second chance filled Peter with hope not just for Connors, but for Norman as well. Peter was sincerely happy to see that Connors had corrected his past mistakes. Anton waved at him and said, Peter, I brought you here to meet some new friends. New friends. Spider-Man had already begun to suspect who these new friends might be. After all, they'd been making a name for themselves recently. They're over at the training ground, Connors said, nodding toward a different area of the base. Let's go, Anton said, leading Peter to the dojo, which served as the Turtles' training ground. Inside, Master Splinter, the wise and strict mentor of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, was putting his students through rigorous training. On one hand, it was to sharpen their discipline, on the other, it seemed like punishment. Who broke my potted plant this morning while I was at the police station? Splinter growled, pacing between the turtles. The turtles, who were all balancing upside down on exercise balls, struggled to maintain their positions as Splinter's long, thin tail kept flicking them, throwing them off balance. It wasn't me, Master. Michelangelo yelped. It was Donnie. He stepped on your plant. Don't blame me, Mikey. It was you. Donatello snapped, gritting his teeth. Either way, it wasn't us. Raphael interjected, panting. So let me and Leo go already. Master, it's my fault, Leonardo said, taking responsibility. As their leader, I should have managed them better. As the eldest and their captain, Leonardo carried the burden of his brother's actions. His punishment was harsher. He was upside down on his exercise ball while kicking a heavy boulder with his feet. He was visibly exhausted and on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, the turtles turned their attention to the newcomers. All eyes fell on Anton and Peter. Anton, what brings you here? Splinter asked, glancing over Anton before locking eyes on Spider-Man. And who is he? This is Peter Parker, Anton introduced, gesturing toward Peter. Master Splinter, I'd like you to give him some special training. Among everyone I know, you're the best teacher when it comes to training apprentices. Splinter accepted the compliment with a calm nod. He approached Peter, circling him while sniffing the air. Then he gave Peter's arm muscles a firm squeeze and raised an eyebrow. Your strength doesn't match your appearance, young one, Splinter observed. Ah, hello, Peter said, looking at the large, talking rat in amazement. He was already familiar with the turtles in front of him. They had become a New York sensation, and the city was abuzz with news of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. In fact, their fans had grown so enthusiastic that some even proposed hanging a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles flag at City Hall. Not even Batman's most devoted fans had come up with an idea so absurd. Little guy, what kind of strength could he have? Michelangelo scoffed, rolling his eyes before turning to Splinter. Master, let us down already, we're dying up here. All right, Splinter relented. He pointed at Michelangelo. Mikey, you'll test this young one's strength. Test. Michelangelo said, flipping off the balance ball and landing gracefully in front of Peter. He grinned, flashing a mischievous turtle smile. All right, little guy, don't blame me for being rough. Bring it on. Peter replied, his confidence unwavering. Peter stepped into the ring at the center of the dojo and gestured for Michelangelo to join him. The yellow eye-masked turtle met his gaze with an easy smile and said confidently, I won't go easy on you. Neither will I, don't cry later, Peter replied, smirking. Michelangelo climbed into the ring, leaving his nunchaku behind and adopting a defensive stance. All right, kid. I'll let you take the first shot, he said, knocking his turtle shell with pride. His confidence earned groans from his brothers and an eye roll from Splinter. Anton raised an eyebrow, glancing between Michelangelo and the mischievous Spider-Man. He didn't say a word, clearly content to let the scene play out. Splinter, having briefly tested Peter's strength earlier, already knew the young man's power was extraordinary. Still, he didn't warn Michelangelo. Perhaps this would serve as a lesson in humility for the overconfident turtle. The other three turtles exchanged uneasy glances. They noticed the calm expressions on both Anton and Splinter and couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to go very wrong. All right then, I'm not holding back, Peter said with a grin. Deliberately taking his time, Peter stepped forward toward Michelangelo. With a playful air, he clenched his fist, winding up his punch. Boom! The air cracked as Peter's fist flew forward. Michelangelo's confident grin vanished, replaced by wide-eyed shock. Although his turtle shell didn't crack, the sheer force of the punch sent him flying across the dojo. He slammed into the sewer wall with a resounding thud near the confluence. Damn! Michelangelo groaned, dazed, and slumped against the wall. Michelangelo was smashed into the wall, creating obvious cracks enough to see that Spider-Man showed no mercy. His three brothers wore shocked expressions, similar to the one on the turtle with the yellow eye mask. They looked up and down at Spider-Man's seemingly underdeveloped body, unable to believe that such terrifying power could come from it. The three of them knew the power of Michelangelo, but Spider-Man had hit Mikey with one punch and could likely do the same to them. Too frightening. Is he really human? How could there be such a terrifying human? I think he's a robot in human skin. The other three turtles exchanged glances. Even the wise rat, Splinter, who had anticipated this moment, was still a little surprised. Despite his preparation, the Spider-Man's performance still amazed him. Bring it on, Spider-Man smiled and waved to Michelangelo. This time, I don't need you to let me go. That's what you're waiting for. Michelangelo stood up and charged towards Spider-Man. The punch Spider-Man had landed earlier hadn't been very damaging to him, but it had been highly insulting. He had to regain face in front of this kid. The yellow-masked turtle got serious. Spider-Man was indeed a terrifying opponent, especially with his power but lack of skill. The two sides were equally matched in strength, but in front of Michelangelo, who was rich in skills and half a martial arts master, Spider-Man could only be beaten passively. Spider-Man's agility allowed him to dodge and counterattack from time to time. However, Michelangelo's turtle shell provided super defense, making the spider's attacks feel more like pinpricks. Soon, Spider-Man found himself at a disadvantage. After a long pause, he couldn't help but shoot a web from his wrist, entangling Michelangelo in front of him. At that moment, his true identity was completely exposed. The four turtles, including Splinter, now understood that Peter Parker was Spider-Man and why he had been brought here by Anton. It seems I don't need to introduce him again, Anton shrugged, smiling. Strictly speaking, this isn't the first time you've met. At the end of the Green Goblin incident, Spider-Man and the turtles had crossed paths. It turns out he's Spider-Man. The turtles suddenly realized. Splinter's eyes brightened, and he became even more pleased with Spider-Man, recognizing that Anton had brought them a great disciple. Whoosh, whoosh. As Spider-Man fought with his webs, he finally gained enough power to counterattack and began to gain the upper hand. However, in the eyes of Anton and Splinter, he still had a long way to go. He's a good seed, Anton observed, watching closely. Train him well. A talent like this can't be wasted. I will, Splinter replied with a slight smile. From that smile, Anton could see Peter's future clearly, and he secretly sighed. It seemed Spider-Man would have little time for dating in the future. Soon, the battle ended. Michelangelo was sealed into a giant pupa by the panting Spider-Man. Woo 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 woo. Michelangelo let out a muffled cry from the cicada pupa formed by Spider-Man's web. Mikey, you can stop now. The other three turtles laughed, clearly gloating, their faces filled with amusement. Spider-Man slumped to the ground in exhaustion. The competition had drained much of his energy. Looking at the remaining three turtles around the ring, he finally understood why Anton had brought him here. After gaining superpowers, the complacency that had gradually built up in his heart began to fade, and he started to reflect on his own shortcomings. Peter, you'll find time to train here every week from now on, Anton said from the ring. Your teacher is Master Splinter. He trained the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in front of you. He's the best teacher in the world. Don't disappoint me or him. The expectation of your master is great. Understood, I won't let you down. Peter lifted his spirits. Thinking about his future battles, he imagined being as skilled as the Turtles or even Batman. At that point, he would no longer be just the Spider-Man people saw jumping through the city. He couldn't help but feel excited. Da-da-da-da. Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind Anton and Splinter. The person approaching was Connors. Norman knows you're here, and he wants to see you. Connors looked at Anton and explained, I just gave him an injection to stabilize his mind. Okay, Anton nodded and walked toward a dungeon-like space specially built by the Turtles to hold the Green Goblin. This was the temporary prison where Norman Osborn was kept. Although the Green Goblin's body had been enhanced and the hastily constructed prison couldn't hold him, Connors had developed a medicine that could temporarily incapacitate Norman, turning him back into an ordinary person. With just one injection, the Green Goblin could revert to his human form and would need to rest for a few days. Of course, this medicine didn't address the negative emotions in Norman's mind, it could only have a suppressive effect. This split in personality could only be mended once Connors developed a new body-enhancing formula. It was clear that the Green Goblin's medicine had worn off, and it was time for another injection. It was also at this point that Norman's negative emotions would subside briefly, and he could once again be called Norman Osborn. Anton, Norman said as he saw Anton enter. His expression was complex. He paused for a moment, then asked, How is Osborn Company now? The situation is very bad. Harry is working hard for you, Anton replied bluntly. He should know, right? Norman asked abruptly, his tone dry. If he had gone to Osborn Manor, he would have been able to guess the truth. He's a smart boy. You really are a real father. He happened to find me today, Anton nodded. Don't worry, he seems to be in good spirits. The news that you're not dead seems to have reignited his fighting spirit. Help him. Norman looked at Anton and pleaded earnestly, Anton, I beg you. I can't get involved with Osborn. Anton shook his head. Norman, don't pretend you don't know it's not just politicians, but also military seems standing behind your company's turmoil. At least you can't let Harry be threatened. Norman gritted his teeth and said, I know those people. Once they set their sights on something, they'll stop at nothing to get it. Osborn is a big prize. Harry is just a child. It's not going to be easy for him to keep Osborn. After speaking, he paused, looked at Anton again, and said solemnly, "Help me, and help him. Anton, I don't need you to intervene in Osborn's affairs, I just want you to ensure his safety. As for the rest, you can let it go." Tony Stark was able to take charge of Stark Industries at the age of 21. Although Harry is several years younger than Tony was at that age, I believe Harry is just as capable. "If it's really for your son's good, I suggest you let him give up the fight for Osborn," Anton said. "Even if Harry is willing to give up, they won't necessarily let him go." Norman smiled bitterly. "And without you, I'd let him give up everything and live as an ordinary person." "What do you mean? Is this using myself as a nanny?" Anton squinted, and just as he was about to refuse, Norman continued, "No matter what the outcome, Osborn will be your strongest ally. Think about it, Anton. I beg you." It was clear that by Osborn, Norman wasn't referring to the Osborn Company, but the Osborn family. "I have an armed force privately. You could think of it as a private mercenary group. Since Harry knows the truth from Osborn Manor, it shows he's met with my people." Norman's expression held concern, but there was also a touch of relief. He said, "I can understand Harry's thoughts. You know, it's not that I don't want Harry to give up, but he's the one insisting." Anton gave Norman a deep look. He could see the fatherly love and the pride in his son reflected in Norman's eyes, and his heart softened toward Norman. "I can assure you that Harry's safety won't be an issue." Anton pondered for a moment before answering, then turned and left. "Thank you." Norman's eyes lit up as he watched Anton's retreating back. His tone was slightly excited. "Thank you, Anton." Anton waved his hand behind him as he left the area. In fact, Anton had a good impression of Harry. He was a friend of Spider-Man. As for Harry's safety, if he could help, Anton would be willing to step in even without Norman's request. Besides, Anton now had a clone capable of acting autonomously. With the growing accumulation, Arrow's fan value was just enough to support his short-term activities outside. That being said, it was the perfect time to let the name of Arrow gain more recognition in New York. After all, Batman needed to maintain his low profile and couldn't intervene in everything, but Arrow was different. To the people in this world, Arrow was just a hot, low-profile version of Batman. Asking him to protect Harry and handle some matters with the Osborn Company wouldn't be a loss. Otherwise, when the New York War comes and the Justice League is made public, how many people will even know who Arrow is? "General Ross, don't worry. If Osborn Company falls into my hands, I assure you that Osborn will fully support your efforts to develop gamma rays and help put your soldiers on the strongest evolutionary path." In the Hammer Industrial Building, with Justin Hammer at the helm, he sat in his spacious office, gazing out at the stars outside the window, speaking to the person on the other end of the phone in a persuasive tone. He smiled and added, "At the same time, Hammer Industries can provide you with better equipment to help you capture that green monster." "Justin, stop your advocacy," came the calm, indifferent voice of Thaddeus Ross on the other side of the phone. "If you can get Osborn Company from Osborn, no one will object. The military will remain silent. After all, no one wants a young man, barely a teenager, in charge of such a huge company." "I can rest assured about that," Hammer replied, his smile growing more confident. "But remember what you said," Ross finished, before hanging up. Hammer looked at the stars and the neon lights of the distant city, his smile fading as he took out his phone and sent a signal. Anton emerged from the sewer, contemplating Norman's request. Since the end of the Green Goblin incident just a short time after Norman's disappearance, the infighting within Osborn had reached a critical point. In other words, it was a state of utter incompatibility, poised to explode at any moment. Even if Anton hadn't paid much attention, the latest news made it clear that Harry Osborn's situation was dire. Harry was being pursued by many shareholders, yet he still managed to hold on to the initiative. Osborn was such a massive company, but Harry couldn't keep it to himself. So many people hated him so much that it was personal. But as Norman had said, even if Harry quit Osborn and became a wealthy man, he might not find peace. As long as Osborn remained, it would never truly belong to anyone else. Osborn had been firmly stamped with Norman's mark. There was only one way forward. Harry could never truly inherit Osborn. Is there actually military involvement in this? Anton was slightly surprised when he heard Norman's concerns and touched his chin. Regarding the shamelessness of the old American military, although he had expected it, he hadn't anticipated they would sink this low. To be involved in something like this, especially when they were in the wrong, well, to some extent, it was reasonable. Hammer Industries. Anton recalled the news he had just seen. Justin Hammer, the head of Hammer Industries, had joined forces with some members of Osborn's board of directors, launching a powerful offensive against Harry, the majority shareholder who had inherited Norman's position. They united and filed an injunction on the grounds that Harry was too young and inexperienced to manage the company. They demanded that Harry Osborn be stripped of all the responsibilities he was in charge of at Osborn, retaining only his position as a shareholder. This caused quite a stir among onlookers. In the end, Harry, with the support of his allies, narrowly vetoed the unreasonable ban. Once the news broke, it was clear that Osborn's internal divisions had torn the company apart. Outsiders, led by Justin Hammer, were now aiming to take Osborn Company from the Osborns. In fact, based on Harry's weak position, Osborn's support was not as strong as it appeared. Clearly, Harry had only just managed to secure a foothold in the company. His situation was precarious, like standing on the edge of a cliff, with the possibility of falling into the abyss at any moment. For Hammer and the others, since legal routes weren't working, they turned to the underground world to resolve the matter. This was a common approach. Norman had done the same. He had mastered the situation, which allowed him to establish and build Osborn Company into what it was today. At the peak of Norman's leadership, even the military had to rely on Osborn for overseas operations. Even Stark Industries, the other corporate giant, was in a similar position. Howard Stark, the founder of Stark Industries, had emerged from the war, hardened by blood and darkness. He was even one of the founding members of S.H.I.E.L.D. Otherwise, Tony Stark's announcement that Stark Industries would withdraw from the arms industry wouldn't have caused such a huge sensation. Anyone with a discerning eye understands why. Why do you think Stark Industries holds such a special position in the United States? In the original plot, during the Iron Man hearings, Tony Stark shut down those politicians. Did he leave proudly? Did they really think he was reasonable? After a brief trial by fire, Harry seemed to have matured, his immaturity washed away. At this point, through a few key reminders, he realized that Hammer Industries and the military had formed an alliance. He then integrated the private armed forces left behind by Norman and made full preparations, awaiting the enemy's arrival. Both sides knew that this would be the first and final battle. If Harry could hold on, Osborn would stay in his hands. If not, he would likely be ruined for the rest of his life. Harry guessed that they wouldn't kill him, but they'd probably leave him lying in a hospital bed for the rest of his life, or paralyzed in a wheelchair, unable to speak. For him, it would be worse than death. Suddenly, a man with a serious expression and a muscular build appeared beside Harry. "Boss, they're coming," he said in a deep voice. "Are you ready?" Harry asked. "Always ready," the man replied. He was Cromwell Donald, the leader of the private armed forces under Norman's command. Cromwell had been adopted by Norman as a child and had been raised with unwavering loyalty to the Osborn family. One have to say that Norman was a visionary man before his transformation into the grumpy Green Goblin. As early as more than a decade ago, he formed this private armed force and sent them to places like France, South Africa, and the Middle East, where they experienced the trials of war and became even braver. Despite this, Harry still didn't feel fully confident. He knew that what he would face tonight was the most terrifying enemy he had ever encountered. Quickly, the moonlight grew scarce. A group of heavily armed, grim-looking thugs arrived at Osborn Manor on the outskirts of New York. "They're coming." Cromwell's face shifted slightly as he received the signal from the hidden sentry. At the same time, a man in a green suit, like a ghost, descended onto Osborn Manor. He stood at the highest point of the manor, looking around, and spotted a small figure next to the manor, where he saw a trembling figure. "Russell?" With his sharp senses, he faintly heard the sound of clothes brushing against leaves in the distance. "It seems that I am here at the right time." Green Arrow moved and smiled. The person here was Anton's clone. At this moment, his body had returned home, using the Arrow persona to separate himself and head to Osborn Manor. After promising Norman to take care of Harry, Anton analyzed Harry's current situation in detail and found that it was even worse than he thought. Harry was facing a crisis. So, Anton contacted the High Table. Through the High Table's intelligence sources, Anton obtained more information. Among the key details was that Hammer Industries and the military had reached an agreement to encircle Osborn's private armed forces, forcing Harry to retreat. Harry was likely to have an accident in this siege. So, Anton made his move. "Is this from Hammer?" The Arrow clone spotted a figure outside Osborn Manor, quickly approaching the estate. The armed forces inside the manor were on standby. He knew that this was likely the decisive moment for Harry. Attack. The Hammer Industries forces exchanged glances as they noticed Osborn Company staff in the manor had discovered their presence. They drew their weapons without hesitation and prepared to suppress the opposition with firepower. Cromwell commanded his men to counterattack. Boom! The high walls of Osborn Manor were immediately perforated with gunfire. Potholes formed one after another, nearly piercing the wall, and rubble flew everywhere. What was even more frightening was that Hammer Industries' armed forces were equipped with incendiary bombs, which quickly turned the interior of the manor into a sea of flames. This caught Osborn's armed forces off guard, resulting in heavy losses. Inside the manor, in the basement security room, Harry watched the footage on the monitor, his worries growing exponentially. His remaining confidence was almost gone. In this critical moment, it was hard for him to imagine how he could win this direct siege and suppression. Harry's face was tense and nervous. Suddenly, the scenario on the monitor flipped. Whoosh! An arrow cut through the darkness, skimming across the monitor like lightning. It pierced through and struck the throat of a thug who had already entered the manor. One of Hammer Industries' mob. The mobster, weapon in hand, had his eyes bulging as the arrow pierced his trachea and cervical spine, making a vague sound as he was brought down by the force of the arrow. What? The leader of Hammer's armed forces caught this scene, frowned, and looked toward the darkness where the arrow had come from. However, to his surprise, more arrows began to rain down from the darkness, densely packed. Boom! Some arrows exploded upon impact, scattering debris. The light from the fire illuminated the area, affecting the surrounding men. In an instant, the bodies of several were scorched, their vitality drained. Who? The armed leader of Hammer growled angrily. "Find cover." Seeing his subordinates fall one after another to the arrows shot in the dark, the leader of Hammer's armed forces ordered his men to stop advancing. Taking cover behind rockery, he peered through the gaps, scanning the surroundings, trying to find the enemy hiding in the darkness and harvesting lives. Meanwhile, the Osborne Company armed forces and Cromwell showed expressions of surprise. Even Harry, sitting in front of the monitor, was stunned. They had no idea who this Green Archer, who had been secretly helping them, was. Such a powerful ally, they had never heard of anyone like him before. Cromwell recalled his previous combat experience abroad. He remembered hearing rumors about an archer who was said to kill anyone. The figure in the rumors was believed to be a member of a mysterious organization, a killer who always succeeded in his missions. It was said that if men stood in his way, he would kill them, and if gods blocked him, he would kill them too. Almost everyone who had witnessed his shots was dead. He was like the legendary Winter Soldier. This was a legendary killer, known only to a few people. He had appeared sporadically over the decades, like a ghost, taking down a highly powerful person every time. Cromwell wouldn't have known about this person if not for his wide range of sources. The man called Hawkeye. He watched as one arrow after another flew, seemingly endless, and couldn't help but lower his head, pondering, is it really him? On the other side, the leader of Hammer's armed forces was frustrated. Hide first and find a chance to fight back, he gritted his teeth. I don't believe this, he can't have endless arrows. The moment his words ended, the arrows stopped. The sharp, seemingly endless piercing sounds faded, and the leader of Hammer's armed forces grinned. Kill. Seizing the opportunity, he waved his hand violently, commanding his men to charge forward. Boom, boom, boom. Bullets flew randomly, and the sound of shells hitting the ground echoed. Cromwell refocused, continuing to fight the enemy and count the number of bullets. Whoosh! Unexpectedly, from the darkness, the last arrow flew. As mentioned before, the arrows of the arrow clone were not endless. They could only be replenished infinitely within a 100-meter radius of the body, and Anton was now at home, watching this slaughter show. However, the arrow clone had timed it perfectly, saving the last arrow for the exposed leader of Hammer's armed forces. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of arrows cutting through the air echoed once more, like a message from the god of death before reaping a life. The group was horrified, as the terrifying power of the arrow caused them to feel extreme fear. Soon, the arrow, like thunder, struck the throat of the leader of Hammer's armed forces. The arrow completely pierced the leader's throat, from tip to tail, and continued on to penetrate the rockery behind him. The tail of the arrow quivered like the tail of a rattlesnake. He. The leader of Hammer's armed forces covered his throat, barely able to speak a full sentence. He fell onto the rockery in horror, then slipped down. Who? He managed to ask, leaving behind a final, barely audible question. Who are you? The leader's question echoed in everyone's mind. Not only did the Hammer forces want to know the identity of the hidden assailant, but the Osborne forces were equally curious about the mysterious god of killing who had helped them. Perhaps the most curious of all was Harry, hiding in the underground safe house of the manor. Harry hadn't expected anyone to come to his aid in such a dire crisis. Could it be his father, Norman Osborn's doing? That possibility wasn't ruled out. Soon, the sound of footsteps gradually grew louder. In the midst of the deadly standoff, the figure finally emerged from the darkness and appeared before everyone. With the arrows in his quiver spent, it was clear the battle was nearly over, but that didn't stop him from showing up. Not to mention the many people he had already shot, but even the remaining party after the leader of the Hammer forces was killed couldn't last much longer without the arrow clone's intervention. Hawkeye! Cromwell exclaimed. The name and image he had heard from others, aside from the color, seemed to match the man standing before him. Hawkeye! But the man in the green suit merely sneered and turned to look at him. Cromwell's heart chilled as he felt the man's gaze behind the mask covering his eyes. There was a look of hidden disdain, as if the man was mocking him. My name is Green Arrow. Green Arrow? Who is this Green Arrow? Neither Cromwell's men nor the Hammer forces had ever heard of that name. Meanwhile, in the underground safe house, when Harry heard the name, it felt somewhat familiar. His eyes widened as he recalled the grand plan Anton had outlined for him when he invested in DC movies. Suddenly, everything clicked. Batman? There was no doubt about it, the arrow was sent by Batman. Harry had a good memory, especially for tonight, such an important occasion. The stressful environment stimulated his brain to its full potential. For a moment, he recalled the name and related details of the Green Arrow, which Anton had mentioned when he outlined his plan. We've already released Batman and Green Arrow novels and related comics. In addition, we're planning to develop a Batman game, as well as a TV series based on Arrow. The game is also in preparation. Of course, right now, the most important thing is the movie. Through the movie, we can quickly leverage the popularity of a comic characters and achieve the desired effect. Therefore, Cyborg and Superman are the next key points for the DC brand. Harry could even recall Anton emphasizing the term comic character. It seemed as though Anton had foreseen this moment. In other words, Anton was confident that the Green Arrow would break free from the confines of comic characters and enter the real world, just like Batman had. Harry's eyes widened as he thought of Batman and the Green Goblin, who was held captive somewhere by Batman, his father, Norman Osborn. Father. He was so excited that he couldn't help but stand up and stare at the monitor in front of him. He knew that tonight's battle was over. Those wolves circling Osborne Company would be completely repelled tonight, all thanks to the assistance from Batman and his father. Great. Batman? Arrow? Father. Harry was filled with excitement, clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and waited to scream. Though he hadn't won yet, he firmly believed victory was close at hand. Green Arrow. Cromwell looked dumbfounded. He hadn't read novels or comics, and he didn't even care much for entertainment. What he liked most was drinking. In all his years, he'd never heard of a man named Green Arrow wearing a green suit. It seemed this man didn't like having his name mispronounced. Cromwell swallowed, fearing he might offend this mysterious helper. Sorry. He hesitated and whispered, forget it. The Arrow clone waved his hand. Just remember, Hawkeye is my defeated opponent. I don't like being compared to someone I've already beaten. Defeated opponent. Cromwell's eyes widened, shock flooding his mind. While he was unfamiliar with Green Arrow, he was not entirely ignorant of Hawkeye. Though he didn't know much, he knew that Hawkeye was a formidable man, one who, with just a bow and arrow, had destroyed an entire armed force from a high vantage point. Even with the terrain advantage, it was easy to imagine how terrifying Hawkeye was. But now, Green Arrow was claiming that Hawkeye was his defeated opponent? Damn it. Cromwell swallowed again, now fully aware that the man in the green suit was far more powerful than he had anticipated. The remaining armed forces from Hammer Industries, who overheard the conversation, shared the same bewildered expression. Of course, they were not in the mood to engage in any conversation with Cromwell or Arrow. The positions of the two sides were completely contradictory, leaving no possibility for harmonious discussion. Besides, before the other side even showed their face, they had already shot their leader dead, leaving nothing more to say. He has no arrows, shoot. Someone yelled, gritting their teeth as they pulled the trigger. Boom! The first shot rang out. The muzzle erupted, and bullet shot through the air, aimed at Cromwell and the Arrow standing next to him. At the same time, the Arrow clone had already observed and predicted the attack. He moved quickly, reached a thug who had fallen to the ground, and drew the arrow from his body. He bent the bow and shot the arrow. Whoosh! The arrow left the string, and the blood-stained shaft once again entered a human body, piercing the heart of its target. When the group saw this, the momentum they had built up quickly fizzled out. They hastily retreated in unison, fearing that one wrong move would mean a swift death at the hands of the man in the green suit. Slowly, they distanced themselves from the manor. Seeing this, the Osborn armed team prepared to chase them down. Don't chase. Cromwell gritted his teeth and barked, let them go. There are enough casualties today. When Mr. Osborn returns, our losses today will be repaid tenfold. It was clear that the Mr. Osborn he was referring to was not Harry, but Norman Osborn. Cromwell knew Norman's secrets well. He knew the identity of the Green Goblin. On the night Batman invaded, Cromwell had been responsible for the security of the manor. But before he could meet Batman, Batman had already taken the lizard. Moreover, the Green Goblin had not returned that night either. He, too, had been captured by Batman. Cromwell also knew that Norman's transformation had been a result of the human body-enhancing potions developed by the lizard. So when the news that the Green Goblin had been taken by Batman arrived, he wasn't surprised. Soon after, he met with Harry and told him the truth without reservation. Harry was shocked on the spot. Immediately afterward, Harry rushed to the Daily Bugle and received confirmation from Anton. Finally, Cromwell had learned from Harry the accurate details about Norman. He knew the Green Goblin would return sooner or later. Thinking of this, he glanced at the man in front of him. Green Arrow? A thought flashed through Cromwell's mind as he turned to his companions and ordered, however, you all go to the manor to patrol and prevent any further surprises. Understood. His companions nodded and moved outside the manor to finalize the details of this battle. Meanwhile, others tended to the bodies of their fallen comrades, taking care of the wounded and cleaning up the battlefield. Not many of them showed grief. For the mercenaries in their private armed forces, every day must be treated as the last. Cromwell sighed as he watched this. He then turned to the Arrow clone. Sir, no matter where you're from, someone wants to thank you in person. I'm coming. Harry's voice sounded beside them. After the battle, he couldn't wait to appear before the two, his eyes fixed on the body of the Arrow clone. Are you Batman's companion? Although it was a question, his tone was certain. Cromwell was surprised, but quickly accepted the fact. If Green Arrow wasn't Batman's companion or subordinate, it would be impossible for him to defeat the Hawkeye he knew. After all, it could never be an ordinary character who could defeat Hawkeye. The Arrow clone gave an affirmative answer. My father. Harry hesitated, then couldn't help but ask, is he almost healed? Still early? The Arrow clone shook his head. You take care of your own business first. We won't get involved in Osborn's internal fighting, but Batman assured Norman that he will be responsible for your safety. There was a pause. If there is still danger in the future, you know where to find us. After saying this, the Arrow clone didn't stay. With a swift step, his body moved like a ghost, quickly disappearing into the darkness before anyone could react. I understand. Harry whispered to himself as he watched the Arrow clone leave. He took a deep breath and then turned to look at Cromwell. Donald, the biggest crisis is over. Get ready, cut off the thumbs of the enemy's bodies and bag them. Tomorrow, I will hold a board meeting in the name of the major shareholder. His face grew cold. Tomorrow, it will be our turn to fight back. The armed forces of Hammer Industries hastily retreated to the outskirts of Hammer's factory, their designated base camp. Even though they had reached safety, they remained on high alert. Their faces still showed shock, and fear lingered in their eyes. Even when Justin Hammer arrived and questioned them, they couldn't shake the terror of what had occurred not long ago. Green Arrow. Hammer frowned. Hearing the name mentioned among the troops, their expressions turned grim and irritated. Who is this nuisance? He turned to his assistant and solemnly instructed, "Go find out who this green arrow is." It wasn't long before the assistant returned, wearing a peculiar expression. "Based on their descriptions, I found someone, but I'm not sure it's accurate. Green Arrow, from DC. He's the protagonist of a recently promoted comic series. Both the character and the series share the same name, Arrow." Hearing the explanation, Hammer and even the militants standing nearby were stunned into silence. A protagonist? A comic book hero? The militants were dumbfounded. Does this mean we were defeated by a protagonist? A fictional character? Wait. DC. Hammer's expression darkened as a thought struck him. Isn't that Anton Jameson's company? The one with all the ties to Batman? Yes, the assistant confirmed with a nod. That's DC. In that case. Hammer's face turned grim. The one who embarrassed us this time isn't just some comic book character. The real problem is Batman. His eyes filled with fury. While Green Arrow had been the one to repel his forces, Hammer was certain Arrow had acted under Batman's orders. After all, the vigilante had shown up at Osborn Manor for a reason. Hammer remembered a minor piece of intelligence he'd collected earlier. Harry Osborn had invested in 3 DC movies. It must have been then. That's when Harry made contact with Batman. Humph. Hammer sneered, his anger building. Another meddler. This Batman will pay sooner or later. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. His gaze fell on his cowering subordinates, and he slammed his hand on a nearby surface. A bunch of useless trash. Without another word, he stormed off, leaving the militants behind. Dejected, they stood in the factory, knowing they'd suffered a humiliating defeat. Kick the iron plate? They had assumed Osborn would be an easy target, only to be blindsided by one of Batman's subordinates. Batman? Green Arrow. They exchanged bitter looks, their faces full of regret. Meanwhile, on the other side, General Ross also received word of Hammer's failure through his intelligence network. Green Arrow, Ross murmured, scanning the report in his hand. His expression grew strange. A vigilante? Another cosplayer pretending to be a hero, just like Batman. A look of disdain crossed Ross's face. Of all the names to pick, he chose Arrow. And worse, he's green. Ross had always hated that color. "General, should we investigate this Arrow further?" asked one of his subordinates. "No need," Ross replied curtly. "Others will handle that. Our focus remains on our primary mission. Let's not waste resources duplicating their efforts, it'll only cost us in the end." Ross waved his hand dismissively, discarding the report and focusing on the world map in front of him. On the map, a specific slum in Brazil was marked in red. "I've emphasized this before, our goal is not the Arrow. Hammer's failure is irrelevant. The most important thing is ensuring that our next mission doesn't end up like theirs." Ross's tone was firm and decisive. "Assemble the manpower, head to Brazil immediately, and make sure to capture the monster." "Understood." The subordinate nodded with confidence and declared, "We've assembled the elite troops under Colonel Emil Blinsky's command. General, we are certain to succeed in this operation." Emil Blinsky. Ross raised an eyebrow. He recognized the name of this veteran, a man with a formidable reputation in the military. This guy had executed countless espionage missions in his early years and had made significant contributions on the battlefield. If it weren't for his hot-headed personality, he'd probably have risen higher in rank. Ross's thoughts briefly shifted to Colonel Rhodes. Look at him. Thanks to his friendship with Tony Stark, Rhodes had become untouchable in the military hierarchy. Even some high-ranking generals hesitated to cross him. Despite being younger than Blinsky, Rhodes was already a commander-in-chief at an airbase with a bright future ahead of him. Ross snapped out of his thoughts. "Get Blinsky ready. If he manages to capture Bruce Banner this time, I'll ensure he gets the promotion he deserves. Don't worry, General. He'll go all out." The subordinate grinned, his tone flattering. "Hearing that from you, he'll make sure Bruce Banner doesn't escape." The next day, Eddie looked at Anton with a peculiar expression, as though he wanted to say something but wasn't sure how to. "What's going on?" Anton asked, curious. Eddie's expression was a rare sight. After a moment of hesitation, Eddie finally spoke. "Anton, you know I have a lot of intelligence sources. And I just heard some news this morning. Last night, Osborn Manor was attacked. The attackers didn't make it out alive. Rumor has it that someone named Green Arrow helped Osborn fend them off." Green Arrow. Anton couldn't help but smile. "What exactly are you trying to ask? Is it related to you?" Eddie asked directly. "Yes, I sent the arrow," Anton admitted without hesitation. "You know Harry is a friend of DC. Helping Osborn stay secure is beneficial to all of us." "Who is the arrow?" Eddie asked, his face full of surprise and suspicion. "Don't tell me you're pretending to be the arrow. You'll meet him soon enough," Anton replied with a mysterious smile, dodging the question and leaving it at that. Changing the subject, Anton asked, "By the way, how's Phil doing lately?" Eddie's grin widened. "Dr. Stockman is definitely a genius. He created a tracking device that locked onto the fragments of 2 other teleportation devices through a unique wavelength. One's already been located in the New York Museum, and now their target is Brazil." "That sounds promising," Anton remarked. "Phil must be having a field day." "Oh, he's having a great time," Eddie chuckled. "He's been running circles around Stockman, keeping him in line." Anton frowned slightly. "Have they considered using the device fragment to rescue Shredder first?" Stockman's worried the unstable teleportation tack might send Shredder somewhere dangerous or worse, into outer space. If that happens, Shredder would be as good as dead, Eddie explained. Given that, they're willing to wait. Shredder's stuck in prison for now, thinking patience will get them what they want safely. Actually, Shredder doesn't matter. What's important is the teleportation device, Anton said firmly. In short, make sure Phil keeps an eye on it. Once the teleportation device is complete, don't use it recklessly. Problems are bound to arise if we rush things. You mean the alien that dropped the teleportation device on Earth might return through it? Eddie immediately grasped Anton's concern. Exactly. Anton nodded. We need to take a long-term view on this matter. I'll make sure Phil handles it carefully, Eddie replied seriously. Knock, knock, knock. The door opened, and Natasha walked in, her red hair cascading as she sauntered inside with a confident sway. Anton, Stark Industries has sent an invitation, she announced. In 3 days, Stark Industries and Tech will host a joint experiment for the Artificial Sun Project. Obadiah Stan sent a special invitation, specifically requesting your presence. Oh, her gaze shifted to Eddie. They've also invited reporters from the Daily Bugle to cover the event. Is that so? Anton raised an eyebrow. Unbeknownst to most, the collaboration between Obadiah and Dr. Otto Octavius had reached its final stages. Anton wondered if this experiment would turn out the way he imagined, an accident at the site, casualties, and chaos. Not that he cared about the experiment itself. What Anton cared about was justice, and it had been a while since the system had granted him any justice points. The landlord's coffers are empty, he thought wryly. Not that I'm a landlord. The most frustrating part was that even after Arrow had taken down Hammer Industries' militants yesterday, the system hadn't awarded him a single point. Apparently, the system didn't believe he'd done any good. At this point, Anton was genuinely confused about how the system judged justice. Still, he was confident that once Obadiah and Otto inevitably darkened, dealing with them would bring in a significant amount of justice points. Thinking about this, Anton, who hadn't seen revenue in ages, was already looking forward to the Artificial Sun experiment. He could hardly wait. Across from him, Eddie wasn't surprised that the Daily Bugle had been invited. Given the Bugle's prominent status in New York, it would have been more unusual if Obadiah hadn't extended an invitation. After all, the Daily Bugle was practically Batman's official media partner. Many readers eagerly awaited the day they'd see a Batman interview in its pages. Anton, however, was still deliberating on that particular point. After delivering the message, Natasha left Anton's office. Her mind wandered to the report Carlson had sent the night before, immediately after the incident. Arrow had appeared again. This time, Arrow had come to Harry Osborn's aid, thwarting Hammer Industries and the military forces silently backing their operation. That morning, during a board meeting, Harry had thrown a sack of severed fingers onto the conference table. The move filled the room with the stench of blood, as the fingers spilled across the table. Hammer's face darkened like the bottom of a scorched pot. The other directors exchanged glances, but none of them flinched. They were seasoned veterans of the corporate world, unfazed even by the gruesome sight before them. However, they grasped one undeniable fact. The precarious Harry Osborn, once teetering on the edge of the cliff, had completely turned the tables. Meanwhile, the once aggressive Justin Hammer, who had been eyeing control of Osborn Industries, now sat silently, his face dark with anger and humiliation. It was clear that Hammer had miscalculated the events of the previous night. Today and in the future, Osborn Industries is still mine, Harry declared. He surveyed the room, his shark-like smile radiating confidence and menace. No one dared meet his gaze. After this battle, everyone present realized how much they had underestimated Harry. The young man they once dismissed as inexperienced now loomed large in their minds, an indomitable force to be reckoned with. You can rest assured, Harry continued in a calm but commanding tone. I will not interfere arbitrarily with the internal operations of Osborn Industries. However, he paused, letting his words sink in. You must remember that I remain the major shareholder of this company. While I may not speak often, no one can deny my right to have a say. His eyes locked on Hammer, who, seething with frustration, snorted disdainfully. Humph. Without another word, Hammer stood, waved dismissively, and stormed out of the boardroom. The meeting concluded. News of the outcome spread quickly. Headlines flooded the internet. Osborn's internal struggles resolved. Winner, Osborn? Osborn Industries returns to Osborn control? Not a single article mentioned the sack of severed fingers Harry had dumped onto the conference table. Publicly, the narrative framed the incident as a straightforward corporate power struggle, free from violence or coercion. Los Angeles, a seaside mansion. Tony Stark schemed through the invitation Obadiah Stan had sent him. Artificial Sunday. Tony murmured as Jarvis briefed him on the experiment. His interest piqued. Despite the growing rift between himself and Obadiah, Tony found the prospect intriguing. An artificial sun, a man-made source of clean energy. It was an extraordinary innovation. Though reluctant to admit it, Tony acknowledged the sheer ambition of the project. Even compared to his creation of the arc reactor in a cave, this technology was on another level of difficulty. Dr. Otto Octavius was a renowned nuclear physicist, and Tony respected his expertise. While Tony prided himself on his bold creativity and unconventional inventions, Otto's meticulous, grounded approach was equally formidable. This upcoming public experiment would showcase Otto's artificial sun, a project that had transitioned from theoretical impossibility to tangible achievement. After over a decade of research, Otto was finally ready to unveil the fruits of his labor. 3 days from now. Tony glanced at the date. His eyes shifted to the Mark V armor prototype on his workbench, a sleeker, more portable version he'd developed after revisiting his earlier designs. Jarvis, remind me when it's time, he instructed. Of course, sir, Jarvis replied promptly. Ever since Tony had returned from watching Cyborg, he'd made further optimizations to Jarvis. However, he'd left the AI's emotional learning module untouched. Perhaps, Tony mused privately, I've thought of Jarvis as a person for longer than I care to admit. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. New York, by the Hudson River. A massive experimental platform had been temporarily set up, outfitted with power supply equipment and an array of cutting-edge instruments. Click, click. Outside the venue, countless reporters crowded together, furiously snapping photos. Anton arrived at the scene. Before the reporters had a chance to swarm him, he spotted a familiar figure approaching with a case in hand. Tony, it's rare to see you out and about these days, Anton said, stepping forward with a smile to greet him. His gaze flickered to the case Tony was carrying, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. How long has it been? Tony's already developed a portable Mark V suit. The timeline for Iron Man 1 hadn't even fully played out yet. What Anton didn't know was that the emergence of Batman had significantly influenced Tony's progress in armor development. Seeing another genius hero with advanced tech had driven Tony to push his own limits. Moreover, his traumatic experience in Afghanistan had heightened Tony's sense of vulnerability. The Mark V, a portable suit of armor, was his answer to that lingering fear. Quick to deploy, it was designed for use in everyday situations. Though the Mark V had the weakest combat capabilities of Tony's existing suits, it gave him what he needed most in that moment, a sense of security. And for now, that was enough. I didn't expect you to be interested in this experiment. Tony was genuinely surprised to see Anton here. Anton didn't strike him as the kind of guy who cared about scientific experiments. As for the earlier party in Los Angeles, Obadiah's personal invitation to Anton had been completely forgotten by him. That type of event was something Tony had experienced countless times, to the point where he had practically evolved into a master of skipping out. I do something serious occasionally, Anton replied with a shrug. He gestured toward Eddie, who stood not far away. I'm the boss of the Daily Bugle. Today, I'm technically here to inspect work and, by the way, enjoy the spectacle. After all, this public experiment has drawn a lot of attention, especially considering Stark Industries' stock has recently hit its daily limit. Oh, and Tony, maybe you don't know I'm now a shareholder in Stark Industries. Tony raised an eyebrow, but Anton's claim was true. Under Anton's orders, Betty had placed a large bet on Stark Industries. During the uncertain period when the company's future hung in the balance, she had purchased a chunk of shares from a few minority shareholders at a steep premium. Though the shares weren't massive, they were enough to officially make Anton a part of Stark Industries. Stark Industries won't let you down, Tony said, giving Anton a long, measuring look. He handed the Mark V portable armor case to Happy and walked toward the experimental platform with Anton, empty-handed. At the platform, Otto Octavius, a leading expert in nuclear physics, was all smiles as he greeted people one by one. Many had placed high hopes on this experiment. If successful, it would revolutionize the global energy industry and change the world forever. Tony, welcome. Otto greeted warmly when he saw Tony Stark, completely ignoring Anton beside him. To Otto, Anton's presence was inconsequential. There was no overlap in their circles. Tony Stark, however, was a different story. As a renowned inventor, Tony had crossed paths with Otto on a few occasions, and Otto had always respected Tony's intellect. I look forward to seeing your success, Otto, Tony replied. His eyes wandered behind Otto, studying the massive nuclear fusion device, the so-called artificial Sunday. The setup consisted of 4 curved strip machines, carefully arranged into a semicircle to focus energy output on a single point. The device was a marvel of advanced engineering, clearly the result of substantial investment. Tony processed the information rapidly, impressed by what he saw. Congratulations, Otto, he said, sincerely offering his praise. Otto's smile widened. Receiving recognition from someone of Tony's caliber clearly meant a lot to him. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted them. Tony, Anton, nice to see you both. It was Obadiah Stana. The bald-headed executive strode forward confidently, arms open wide. He embraced Tony tightly, a warm smile on his face, a far cry from the man who had orchestrated Tony's kidnapping in Afghanistan. Especially you, Tony, Obadiah said quietly, his voice tinged with emotion as he patted Tony on the back. I'm really happy to see you out and about again. Tony responded just as quietly, keeping his suspicion in check. I'm trying to change, Obadiah. The words came out smooth, masking the sharp edge of mistrust in Tony's eyes. Anton. Obadiah turned to Anton with a broad smile. This stage hasn't let you down, has it? Of course not, I can't wait, Anton replied with a grin, causing Tony to roll his eyes in exasperation. Tony couldn't help but suspect Anton's enthusiasm was an act. Yet, annoyingly, he also couldn't entirely dismiss the possibility that Anton was telling the truth. Anton's ability to blur the line between sincerity and deception was second to none. What Tony didn't realize was that Anton's excitement was genuine. As Anton greeted both Tony and Otto, his eyes wandered to the experimental platform. Beside the nuclear fusion device stood 4 mechanical arms arranged like pillars, housed under an inverted glass dome. Anton immediately recognized them. These were Otto's assistants, the robotic arms that would eventually transform him into Dr. Octopus. Seeing this, Anton felt Otto's fate was almost sealed. Of course, Anton had no intention of stopping Otto from using the robotic arms. For one, persuading Otto would be impossible. The man's ego and belief in his own intellect would never allow him to heed advice, especially from someone like Anton. For another, Anton wasn't particularly motivated to intervene. He had no personal connection to Otto and no compelling reason to prevent his downfall. Besides, if Otto's experiment failed and the arms corrupted his mind, Anton could swoop in and save the day. That would be a golden opportunity to earn some justice points. While contemplating Otto's likely future and his own dramatic entrance, Anton's thoughts briefly shifted to how he might make his eventual appearance as heroic and stylish as possible. The sun reached its zenith. 12 o'clock noon. Clang! Somewhere in the city, the sound of bells echoed faintly, like a herald of significance. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Otto Octavius stepped confidently onto the platform. His posture was upright, his smile proud. "Ladies and gentlemen," Otto began, his voice brimming with authority, "the experiment will begin shortly. Today, you will witness the birth of a great invention, one that will change the world as we know it." The audience leaned forward in anticipation, captivated by his words. Otto's eyes scanned the crowd, briefly lingering on familiar faces among the esteemed guests. Meanwhile, reporters moved their cameras from those same guests to focus entirely on Otto, who stood as the center of attention. "Today, you will see with your own eyes a revolutionary energy source based on nuclear fusion," Otto declared, gesturing toward the apparatus behind him. "The artificial sun," he continued, his tone swelling with pride. "It is my life's most significant achievement. A source of safe, renewable, and clean energy that will provide affordable electricity for all." Otto's speech was a masterclass in confidence and passion. The energy in his voice, combined with his optimistic vision for the future, left the audience enthralled. Guests and reporters alike listened intently, some even showing visible expressions of hope and excitement. At the same time, one reporter stood out, Eddie Brock. Eddie's expression was oddly conflicted. He wanted to believe in the success of the artificial sun, yet Anton's earlier warning echoed in his mind. "Don't let your guard down," Anton had said. "We might find ourselves on stage before this is over." Eddie knew Anton well enough to take his words seriously. Anton wasn't prone to making idle comments, and if he'd said something like that, it was probably based on some kind of foreknowledge. Pulling himself away from Otto's impassioned speech, Eddie began to scan the experimental platform carefully. His eyes settled on the 4 mechanical arms encased under the transparent glass dome. They stood silently, yet their purpose was far from clear. Eddie frowned. Something about them didn't sit right. "Next, I will proudly introduce my assistant." With this segue, Otto moved smoothly into his next point. Removing his coat, he revealed a body that was not exactly fit, somewhat pudgy, in fact. Yet the confident smile on his face grew even more self-assured. Following the direction of Otto's gesture, the audience's attention turned to 4 mechanical appendages housed under a transparent glass dome. "Don't mistake these for spare parts," Otto declared with a proud grin. "These are my assistant's mechanical arms that I've spent countless hours designing and perfecting. They are specifically built to control this nuclear fusion device and are entirely unaffected by heat or magnetic fields." As he spoke, one of his assistants stepped forward to remove the glass cover, revealing the robotic arms in their full glory. Otto stood beside them, his back to the crowd, exuding an air of authority and innovation. Eddie's sense of foreboding grew stronger. His eyes locked onto the robotic arms, and a chill ran down his spine. At the guest table, all eyes followed Otto. The 4 mechanical arms stood rigid, cold, and imposing. Even without touching them, their formidable nature was palpable. Tony squinted, his mind running through the complex technical work required to build such devices. He couldn't help but admire Otto's genius, though caution lingered in the back of his mind. Anton, meanwhile, had stopped smiling. He maintained a composed expression but watched intently, ready for what he suspected might come next. On the platform, Otto prepared himself. A mechanical waistband secured his slightly bloated torso, and a centipede-like neural interface climbed up his back, its spindly needle-like branches piercing into his skin and spine. Otto winced briefly from the pain but quickly regained his composure. Click. At that moment, the 4 mechanical arms rose with Otto's thoughts, moving as though they were extensions of his body. They responded seamlessly, as if they were truly a part of him. Remarkable. Amazing invention? And this is only an extension of the artificial sun experiment. The crowd murmured in awe, their excitement palpable. Otto, basking in their admiration, began to explain. "These robotic arms are controlled directly by my brain, with commands transmitted through my spinal nerves. Fine wires are embedded into my cerebellum, allowing me to operate in conditions that no human could endure." As he spread his arms, the mechanical tentacles mimicked the movement, stretching and twisting as though alive. Additionally, Otto continued, "The arms possess a degree of autonomy, allowing them to assist me more efficiently during experiments." At this, Tony frowned slightly, his mind churning with possibilities and potential dangers. "Doctor," Tony said, standing from his seat, "if these robotic arms are as intelligent as you claim, how can you ensure that you are controlling them and not the other way around?" The question caused a brief ripple of murmurs among the crowd. Otto, unfazed, turned to reveal the base of his spine where the neural interface was embedded. "A very good question, Tony. I expected no less from you." He gestured to a small device at the interface point. This is the suppression chip I designed. It ensures that my brain functions remain in control at all times. The arms can only act under my commands, never against them. Satisfied with the answer, Tony nodded and returned to his seat. Tony understood Otto's logic, similar to the way he had programmed restrictions into JARVIS to prevent the artificial intelligence from betraying its purpose. Otto's suppression chip served the same function, ensuring that human control remained the highest priority. Still, Tony couldn't shake the lingering unease in his gut. I can't say who is good and who is bad, but anyway, the result is the top priority. As long as there are no mistakes, it can be called a great and hopeful invention. Then let's get to the key part. Seeing that everyone was drawn in by his prelude, Otto continued to smile and turned toward the highlight of the event, the nuclear fusion device. Anton quietly took a seat off to the side to watch Otto's preparations. He subtly turned his head, glanced at Eddie behind him, and gave a ready signal. Eddie, who had been keeping an eye on the crowd, immediately understood and paused for a moment. Now, the changes on stage were already starting. 4 curved energy output devices projected energy, and the tritium element provided by Stark Industries, necessary for the experiment, was suspended in the air. Boom! Everyone felt an almost invisible sound in their heads, and the situation began to shift. The element in front of them flared to life, and a sun-like red ball of light appeared, causing an uncontrollable exclamation. The energy of the sun is in my hands. Otto raised both his hands, and the mechanical tentacles behind him followed suit, as if they were holding the sun itself. Wrong, Otto. It's in our hands. From the guest seats, Obadiah, sitting at the front, laughed. He had already predicted that after today, Stark Industries stock would soar to its highest value in history. Stark would leapfrog the arms industry and become the leader of the energy industry in one fell swoop. Tony, sitting next to Obadiah, had a more serious expression. His demeanor was far less relaxed. Although Tony could see that the experiment was going smoothly, he also understood that if the experiment failed, the consequences could be catastrophic. Not to mention the artificial sun exploding due to instability. If that happened, New York could be destroyed. Eddie swallowed hard. Venom in his brain began to panic. Damn it, Eddie, what are you doing? We're too close to this thing. If the energy reaches its peak, we'll be blown to bits with no trace left. Venom was losing control. When Venom first arrived on Earth, he thought it was a safe place where he could rule. But now, after all this time and witnessing the mutants and the level of black technology here, Venom realized just how fragile that belief was. If this experiment truly expanded like the sun, it could easily destroy the entire city. Compared to that, even an invasion by all the symbiotes seemed like a lesser threat. The Riot symbiote had actually tried to occupy Earth, but that was just a theory. Anton remained calm, watching the developments in front of him, prepared to act at any moment. For now, the experiment seemed to be progressing smoothly, and Otto's smile hadn't wavered. But soon, Anton knew that smile wouldn't last. Sure enough, the magnetic field began to destabilize. Reporters struggled to keep their cameras steady as they sensed the increasing instability. The chairs in the guest seating area began to shake. Calm, quiet, it will stabilize soon. Otto shouted loudly, trying to reassure the crowd. Doctor, the energy is starting to leak. A research assistant, standing under the test bed, yelled in panic. Stay calm. Otto yelled in response, his voice trembling as he tried to maintain control. The scene became a bit chaotic. Tony's expression hardened, he knew what was happening. He immediately stood up and shouted at Otto, turn off that machine. No, I can stabilize it. Otto flatly refused. Shit. Even Obadiah could see the situation was going south. I have to stop him. To be safe, Tony gestured to Happy, who handed him the Mark V, which transformed back into a box. Tony was about to rush to the stage when, whoosh, he was suddenly pulled away, flying to the side in a daze. Turning around, he saw that it was Anton who had grabbed his wrist and was quickly pulling him away from the guest seats. Even Happy was stunned. He almost felt like Anton had just taken over his role as bodyguard. Shouldn't this be my job? Looking down at his bulging belly. It seems I'm just the driver now. Today's over. Am I going to be unemployed? Happy's mind raced, but in the next moment, he snapped back to reality and tried his best to keep up with Anton and Tony, who were in front of him. Wait for me. On the other side. Shit. Anton, what are you doing? Let go of me? Why are you holding my hand? Tony was furious. I'm saving your life. Anton responded confidently and bluntly. Tony was speechless. Then, no matter what he said, Anton kept pulling him into a frantic run, until they were far from the experimental platform. While running, Anton glanced at Tony's other hand, which was holding the box. Secretly, he thought, how can I let you take my spotlight? At the same time, the reporters who had been gathered in a group scattered, running far away in fear of being caught in the unstable artificial Sunday. They didn't continue running immediately because, even with their limited understanding of physics, they knew that if the experiment continued and they couldn't get out of New York quickly, they would be turned to ashes by the artificial Sunday. Damn it, someone stop him personally. Someone gritted their teeth. Where's Batman? Where's Batman? For the first time, these people longed for Batman's appearance outside of a big news event. Meanwhile, Eddie realized that Anton had prepared for this from the very beginning, and his surprise was evident. Anton had predicted the failure of the experiment right from the start. How did he know? As he thought about it, he held onto the camera tightly, worried that the intense magnetic force might rip it away. Eddie understood what Anton was preparing for. He wasn't going to let Venom come out and solve the crisis. But what did that mean? Ready to shoot, someone's coming out to play the role. Cut the power supply. Quickly, shut off the power to the test bench. We need to stop the experiment. Someone finally realized the danger and shouted desperately, urging those still near the experimental platform to act. Who dares? Otto's voice roared over the commotion, and the mechanical arms on his back lashed out, striking a man who was about to pull the power switch. Boom! The man was flung like a rag doll, landing on the ground with a sickening thud. Everyone froze as they saw him. His chest was crushed, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, and his body convulsing. He wasn't going to survive. The others glanced nervously at the switch nearby, swallowing hard. No one dared to move. Damn it, it's too late. Tony, pulled back by Anton, stood at a distance of nearly 200 meters from the experimental platform. Feeling the intense magnetic field emanating across the Hudson River, his expression darkened. Metal objects around them trembled and jerked, unnaturally minor issues compared to what loomed overhead. The bridge above groaned ominously, the sound of stressed steel audible even amidst the chaos. But the most terrifying part wasn't the collapsing infrastructure. If the artificial sun exploded, the entire city of New York would be annihilated. Everyone here would die. And the city itself? Reduced to ruins, uninhabitable for years to come. Anton. Tony growled, glaring furiously at the man beside him. This waste of time could be catastrophic. At most, they had a few minutes. If the power wasn't cut soon, Otto's artificial sun would expand to its critical point and detonate. The resulting explosion would obliterate New York. The energy of nuclear fusion was unimaginably powerful. After all, Otto's theory might have been correct in principle. He had created an artificial sun, but there was clearly a miscalculation somewhere. Perhaps a missed variable or an unforeseen factor had caused the project to destabilize. Whatever the reason, the sun was now critically unstable and on the brink of catastrophic failure. The consequences of that failure? Cataclysmic. Why are you looking at me? Anton said, holding up his hands, feigning innocence. Tony, I saved you. Don't think I didn't notice you were planning to march straight to the test bench and get yourself killed. Otto's lost it. Those mechanical arms of his aren't playing around. Tony's jaw clenched. Seeing Anton's expression, full of mock concern and an irritating "I'm just doing this for your own good" attitude, Tony resisted the urge to argue. Instead, he gritted his teeth, his grip tightening on the box in his hand as determination hardened his features. He wasn't someone who backed down easily. At that moment, a woman's voice rang out from the test bench. Otto, turn it off. The crowd, though unaware that there was barely a minute left, could sense the urgency. Anxiously, they glanced around, hoping for a miracle, a hero, anyone to intervene. Instead, they heard her desperate cry. Who's that? Someone muttered. Following the sound, they spotted a woman, likely in her 40s, struggling to approach the experimental platform. Her voice was hoarse as she pleaded. Turn it off, Otto. Tears streamed down her face as she continued to beg him, her anguish clear for all to see. Rose. Otto hesitated, the mechanical arms behind him waving aimlessly in the air. For a moment, he couldn't bring himself to strike the woman. She's Otto's wife. Someone in the crowd recognized her, and a murmur rippled through the onlookers. His wife. Realization dawned. Otto still had a shred of humanity. Or so they thought. But that fleeting moment of hope vanished in an instant. Whoosh! One of Otto's mechanical arms shot forward like a bolt of lightning, slicing through the air toward Rose. No. Otto's twisted expression reflected his horror. He hadn't commanded the strike. Click. The suppression chip at the base of his neck had failed. How is this happening? Otto muttered, panic consuming him. Unbeknownst to him, one of the arms had inadvertently brushed against the intense energy emanating from the unstable artificial sun. The surge of power overloaded the circuitry, burning out the suppression chip and rendering it inoperative. Now Otto had lost control of his creation. The mechanical arms were no longer obeying him, they were acting on their own. Rose. Otto roared, his face contorted in anguish. He strained with every ounce of willpower to retract the arm, but it was futile. Damn it. Nearby, Tony Stark, who had been preparing to don his armor after his heated exchange with Anton, turned just in time to witness the scene. His expression grew grim. Even he, with all his ingenuity and resources, was too far away to intervene in time. Boom! Suddenly, an arrow sliced through the air from a distance, its trajectory precise. Clang! The arrow struck the mechanical arm mere moments before it could reach Rose. Click! In an instant, the arrow released a net-like mechanism, wrapping tightly around the hand of the mechanical arm. The net expanded, ensnaring all four arms and immobilizing them. It was a fishing net arrow. Otto. Rose's chest heaved as her heart raced. She looked at her husband, her face etched with disbelief and sorrow. How could the man she loved, the man she trusted, raise his mechanical arms against her? At the same time, the crowd shifted their attention to the source of the arrow. From above the Manhattan Bridge, a figure stood silhouetted against the chaos. Dressed in green, he balanced effortlessly on the railing, looking down on the experimental platform below. Who's that? It's not Batman. Someone muttered. And it doesn't look like any of the other superheroes. A murmur of confusion spread through the crowd. Eddie Brock, holding his camera, aimed it at the mysterious figure, his jaw slack with shock. He recognized him instantly. Green Arrow. Eddie whispered, astonished. He turned his gaze toward Anton, who stood off to the side. Anton, catching Eddie's look, merely smiled a calm, knowing smile devoid of any tension. It was as if Anton had known this moment was coming all along. Eddie's initial panic began to dissipate. After all, Anton was present and more than capable of stepping in. With Batman at his disposal, Anton could end this crisis in a flash if he wanted to. The reason he hadn't acted yet was now clear. Anton had been waiting for something or someone. And now Eddie understood exactly who. Green Arrow. The name burst from Eddie's lips as excitement surged through him. Just a few days ago, he had been asking Anton about Arrow, and now, unexpectedly, here he was in the flesh. Eddie suddenly recalled Anton's cryptic words, "In a little while, you will know him." A shiver ran down Eddie's spine. It was becoming clear that all of this had been part of Anton's plan. This man is terrifying. Who's that? Tony Stark, standing nearby, eyed the figure on the Manhattan Bridge railing. Silently, he set the case he was carrying down, realizing it might not be his moment to step in. Even if he did, it wouldn't be worth trying to steal the spotlight from the man in green. It just wasn't necessary. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd as Arrow notched another arrow and aimed at Otto on the experimental platform. Whoosh! The arrow soared through the air with precision. Otto's face remained cold and impassive as he stared at Arrow on the bridge. The humanity in his eyes was quickly fading, replaced by the mechanical precision of the robotic arms that shredded the earlier fishing net with ease. Dr. Octopus had fully emerged. Not far away, on the experimental platform, Rose watched in disbelief. The man she had loved for years now seemed like a complete stranger. Boom! Otto's expression twisted in rage as the arrow split mid-flight. One half shot toward him, while the other embedded itself into the power switch. ZZZZT! The current sparked and crackled, and in an instant, the artificial sun shut down. Boom! Metal objects that had been suspended in the air by the sun's magnetic field came crashing down, slamming into the ground and leaving deep craters by the river. The trembling Manhattan Bridge steadied. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Eddie captured every moment with his camera, his excitement now through the roof. He wasn't alone. Other reporters scrambled to document the scene, their minds already racing with possible headlines for this mysterious, green-clad hero. Bastard. Otto clenched his fists as the four mechanical arms behind him lashed out like wild beasts. He stepped off the experimental platform, his fury palpable. Dr. Octopus's way of thinking had fully shifted. He had cast aside most human emotions, consumed by the pursuit of his goals. The artificial sun was his life's work, his greatest dream. And now, that dream had been shattered. All because of the man standing before him. "I'll tear you apart," Otto roared, his voice thick with rage. Meanwhile, Green Arrow, unfazed, spread his arms wide and leapt off the Manhattan Bridge. The crowd gasped again, horrified by his fearless bungee jump. In midair, he twisted his body, drawing another arrow. This time, it was a suction cup arrow, its tip attached to a thin, high-strength steel wire. With precision, he fired the arrow back at the bridge, the wire securing him and slowing his descent. Arrow landed gracefully on the ground below, completely unscathed. The action was simply stunning, as smooth as flowing water. Immediately after, Green Arrow stood expressionless, a certain distance from Otto, and, with a low voice, delivered a famous line. "Otto, you failed this city." Damn, he still has an opening line? It's exactly like in the comics. Eddie, having clearly caught Green Arrow's words, was struck by an uncanny sense of familiarity. He couldn't help but think of the comics and the stories he had read about Green Arrow. For a moment, his mind raced memories of DC Comics creation and Batman flooded his thoughts. No way. His face showed astonishment. The possibility that was becoming reality or perhaps had already become reality stirred deep emotional waves in his heart. You see, Eddie was also a fan of DC Comics and had followed their entire catalog of works. Batman, Superman, Arrow, Flash, Constantine, Wonder Woman, he'd read them all. Although some of the characters didn't appeal to him as much, it didn't mean he was unfamiliar with any of them. After all, he was a fan of the brand. But what he hadn't expected today was that, like a fantasy becoming reality, the Arrow from the comics was now standing before him, delivering the iconic line that every Arrow fan knows. And now he wondered, will Superman, Flash, or even Cyborg appear next? Speaking of which, Cyborg had been DC's most popular superhero recently, aside from Batman. Even Green Arrow, standing before him now, wasn't as popular as him, especially in the black community. In the quiet environment, aside from Eddie, others also overheard Green Arrow's words. Someone, gazing at the green-clad figure, took a sharp breath. Green Arrow. They recognized him too. The famous line just delivered was unforgettable. Among the DC fanbase, nearly everyone knows Green Arrow, the superhero who's similar to Batman. And of course, the famous quote that followed. Many people still argue that Arrow doesn't rely on strength, but on charisma. Just by delivering that line, he could rival Batman's fame. Now, seeing the man in the green suit in front of them, they began to connect the dots. They snapped back to reality, stunned. Thoughts of DC's IP works and virtual superheroes flooded their minds. Batman, one of the most popular US superheroes, was a brand all reporters knew. And considering Batman's copyright, they were well aware that the character existed before Anton even made his Batman films. After Anton cleared up the rumors, people started to believe that Batman was a superhero portrayed in a role-playing manner. Now, another Green Arrow had appeared, also seemingly role-playing the character. With so many DC heroes, were they all destined to appear in this world, one by one? The crowd buzzed with excitement. For a moment, they forgot about the tense situation they were in. Let's live up to this city. When Otto heard Green Arrow's words, uncontrollable rage surged through him, spreading to every corner of his being. Whoosh, whoosh, the mechanical arms behind Otto swung together, attacking the Green Arrow, who was not far away, like a storm. The Green Arrow withdrew, drawing one arrow after another from the quiver on his back. The arrows collided with the mechanical tentacles at an incredible speed. Clang, 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 boom. The explosive arrow didn't cause any damage to the mechanical tentacles, and the fishing net arrow couldn't restrain them either. Even when Green Arrow replaced his arrows with acid and rust arrows, the mechanical arms were unaffected. Arrow Clone was secretly alarmed. With all the memories of Anton, he looked closely at the outer shell of the robotic arm and sensed something was wrong. Could it be vibranium? Thoughts flashed through his mind. It wasn't unusual for Stark Industries to procure rare materials from outside sources. The battle continued. Otto couldn't catch the arrow, and the arrow couldn't land a blow on Otto. The intelligence of the robotic arms was indeed extraordinary. Each of the pumps on the 4 mechanical arms had a camera that could track the direction of the arrows at all times. No matter the angle, the arrow couldn't escape their sight. It looks like that guy is having a hard time catching Otto. Not far away, Anton and Tony watched the battle with interest. The reporters recorded the entire sequence, admiring the magnificent fight and hoping it would continue for a while. Unfortunately, Otto was growing impatient. He gritted his teeth and closed in on the arrow. As he reduced the distance, a cruel smile spread across his face. "I'm going to tear you apart soon." His voice echoed. Seeing the man in front of him, Otto remained unfazed, no trace of nervousness on his face. Instead, he smiled coldly, a look that mirrored Otto's. "Do you think," Green Arrow said slowly, "that your only opponent is me?" "What?" Otto's eyes widened. The mechanical arm behind him reached into the air as a meteor-like figure descended. He turned to look around. Boom! A silver shadow fell from the sky, gleaming under the sun. Boom, boom, boom! Shockwaves exploded around, surpassing the speed of sound. Airwaves surged, sending ripples through the air. At that moment, on the Manhattan Bridge, near the test platform by the Hudson River, everyone saw the figure descend like a god. Without exception, everyone was stunned. No one failed to recognize the figure that had appeared so suddenly. The lead character, no, the hero from the movie still playing in theaters. Even Tony, who was least concerned about such things, immediately recognized him. Because he had seen the movie. Victor Stone? Wait. He should be called Cyborg? As his thoughts raced, Tony suddenly turned to Anton, realizing something. He stared at the well-known film director next to him. "Anton, do you know him?" He gritted his teeth, feeling as though he was being toyed with. "Tony, don't go spitting lies." Hearing this, Anton immediately denied it. "I'm just a film director. What could I possibly know? I don't know anything." "Are you just a filmmaker? What's the matter with Batman? What's the matter with Cyborg? Is it possible that they all watched your movie and were inspired to role-play? You?" Tony heard his words, nearly speechless enough to vomit blood. "What you?" Anton rolled his eyes and replied unceremoniously, "Don't talk nonsense. Be careful, I sue you for slander." "Anton, you wait for me." Tony endured it, wishing he could don his portable armor and take Anton down. As they spoke, the scene changed again. You know, Cyborg's appearance was more eye-catching than Arrow's, causing a sensation. Even the people in the high-rise buildings outside the experimental platform had noticed the movement early, standing at their windows, looking into the distance. They saw with their own eyes a silver figure falling from the sky. The silver metal body had a streamlined beauty. People near the Hudson River watched the cold-looking figure in midair and were inexplicably excited. They looked at each other, so shocked they couldn't speak. Others farther away could only tell that someone was flying up, appearing to wear silver mechanical armor, but they didn't know who it was. Nevertheless, these people knew something significant had happened. Their curiosity piqued like a cat scratching. That is. And it just so happened that the figure was near a building on the Manhattan Bridge. At a high-rise close to the floor-to-ceiling windows, a black employee saw the silver figure and immediately thought of a superhero he'd seen not long ago, one who resonated with his own ethnic group. Cyborg. His face changed slightly as he grew excited. It's real, it's real, Cyborg is real. He immediately pulled out his phone, took a few blurry pictures, and uploaded them to a Black community forum on his workstation. Ding 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 ding. In just a few minutes, his computer was bombarded with notification sounds. Though the photos were not great, the stunning image still caught the attention of countless people. Carlson knew the situation had escalated and arrived at the scene with Natasha and Hawkeye in record time. As soon as they stepped out of the car, they saw a figure falling from the sky like a meteor and then halting in midair, flush with the Manhattan Bridge. Their expressions changed. Natasha and Hawkeye were pure shock. They stared blankly at the figure by the Manhattan Bridge, swallowing, thinking of Batman, then of Arrow, and finally of DC's many superhero characters. No way, Cyborg really appeared. Although Carlson was surprised, he wasn't shocked and quickly regained his composure. As early as when Arrow had appeared, he had foreseen this moment and had already reported it to Nick Fury. However, at that time, Nick Fury hadn't taken the information seriously. Now, it seemed, after this incident had passed, Nick Fury would have to deal with the aftermath. Hawkeye, keep an eye on Obadiah, and evacuate the people in the experimental platform area on your way. Coulson snapped back to attention and ordered the two outstanding agents around him. Natasha, go to Anton and see if you can get anything out of him. Understood. Natasha and Hawkeye exchanged a glance, nodded, and moved in separate directions. Around the same time, police officers blared sirens and arrived quickly on the scene. George arrived with the task force, followed by a special team member who emerged from a converted truck. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles made their debut. At first sight, they saw Anton standing nearby, subconsciously shrinking their neck. Beside Anton, Tony opened his eyes and was dumbfounded when he saw these unusual creatures. Having secluded himself in his seaside mansion for so long while focused on creating various kinds of armor, he hadn't kept up with the latest news. This was his first time seeing the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Am I losing my mind? He muttered to himself. It's a tortoise. What? Michelangelo, slightly offended by the comment, walked over to Tony. Happy quickly stepped in front of Tony, playing the role of a bodyguard. Turtle, I warn you. Before Happy could finish, Michelangelo brushed him aside with ease. Happy had no chance to resist and was shoved over. Immediately after, Michelangelo shoved Tony with his tortoise shell and looked down at him condescendingly with a smug expression. Have you never seen a turtle walking on two legs? Tony's mouth twitched. You're right, I've never seen a tortoise walking on two legs. Meanwhile, as the professional arrived on the scene, near the test bench, a messy battlefield from the earlier fighting lay in disarray. The tense atmosphere weighed heavily on everyone present. The air felt thick, as if filled with the smell of tension. Otto, now transformed into Dr. Octopus, raised his head to observe the cyborg hanging above him. The expression on his face shifted slightly. Although his mind was a bit off due to the influence of the intelligent robotic arms, it didn't mean his knowledge had diminished. On the contrary, with the enhanced thinking speed from the robotic arms, his mind was sharper than ever. The appearance of Cyborg didn't surprise him, but it did remind him of something. Such advanced black technology couldn't just be created casually. Which cutting-edge technology lab did it come from? Otto didn't know Cyborg, and after a moment of thought, he couldn't recall an answer. So, he let it go. He had been obsessed with his artificial solar experiment lately and hadn't paid much attention to new developments around him. The only superhero he knew was Batman, whose name everyone around him seemed to chant daily. However, judging by the reactions of the people around him, this new enemy seemed to be as well known as Batman, not some unknown figure. You seem to be famous. Otto spoke in a calm tone, adding lightly, aren't you going to introduce yourself? Two robotic arms were pointed toward the top of his head, while the other two faced Arrow, showing an attitude of 1 against 2. Victor Stone. Cyborg's voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears. His name made the crowd even more excited. However, I have another name. The jets on Cyborg's feet slowly extinguished, and he landed from midair, coming to a stop near Otto. He said, word by word, you can call me Cyborg. The voice fell. Whoosh. Otto didn't wait for him to finish and took the lead in attacking. Two robotic arms aimed at Arrow, while the other two stretched out like lightning, slamming towards Cyborg, who was not far away. It was a two-front battle. Otto didn't pay attention to the two enemies in front of him at all. Clang! The attack was blocked by Cyborg. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the two forces met. Next, the jets behind and beneath Cyborg feet exploded, sending a huge impact that pushed him forward suddenly, shortening the distance between him and Otto in an instant. At the same time, other two mechanical arms were dodged by Arrow. While dodging, the green Arrow avatar smoothly switched to an explosive arrow, aiming directly at the palm of the robotic arm, where the opening and closing mechanism of the arm was located. Boom! Although the robotic arm was extremely durable and resistant to explosions, the cameras at the opening and closing positions couldn't withstand the impact and fiery destruction. The camera on one end of the robotic arm was damaged. Click! A system-like beep sounded in Otto's brain, and the special angle view from the robotic arm immediately lost a quarter of its field of vision. His movements became slightly distorted. Arrow seized the opportunity, shooting several arrows in quick succession. Whoosh, whoosh! The explosive arrows made Otto stagger. Fortunately, he regained his balance, and his mechanical arms followed his instructions to avoid the explosions, preventing further damage to the cameras, which would have caused more loss of special perspective. However, at that moment, Cyborg was closing in fast. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Otto couldn't react in time and was seized by the neck by Cyborg's palm, lifted off the ground, and flown through the air. Don't! Not far away, Otto's wife, Rose, who had been nervously watching the battle, let out a horrified cry. Except for Rose, everyone else watching the battle held their breath, afraid to blink for fear of missing the excitement. Eddie, in particular, was thrilled. The two new superheroes were both from DC. Everyone would be thrilled. This was big news right out of the gate. Eddie was overwhelmed with admiration for the two heroes and adjusted the camera angle, preparing to capture Cyborg and Arrow in the most heroic light. You think you can control me like this? Otto growled, strapped in midair by Cyborg. His entire body felt weak, with no point to push off of under his feet. But he didn't panic. The intelligent robotic arms gave him a machine-like rationality, allowing him to think calmly in any situation. The 4 mechanical arms extended with his command, all clamping onto the cyborg's arm that held his neck. Otto's red face twisted, whether from anger, frustration, or the lack of air, he wasn't sure. Click. The mechanical arms squeezed tightly at the opening and closing joints. But after a few seconds, Otto realized with horror that he couldn't inflict any damage on the cyborg in front of him. Impossible? That thought flashed through his mind. The mechanical arms were made of expensive and rare vibranium, which was supposed to be the hardest metal on Earth, yet it couldn't even scratch the cyborg in front of him. This showed that the cyborg's shell was more powerful than Otto had imagined. Nothing is impossible, Cyborg answered calmly, with no emotions visible in one eye, while the other mechanical eye flashed red. Click. His robotic palm deformed, and a port for external connection appeared. The damaged suppression chip on the back of Otto's head was connected. The internal structure of the suppression chip had been burned, leaving it as nothing more than scrap metal, impossible to repair. However, the purpose of Cyborg was not to repair it, but to remove it. After making this move, the robotic arm sensed the threat and attacked more fiercely. Clang, clang, clang. The robotic arm slammed into Cyborg continuously, but he remained motionless, as stable as mountain. The two were suspended in the air. It seemed the battle wasn't intense, but everyone watching knew this was a tense stalemate. Cyborg was clearly performing some special operation. He didn't look at Arrow on the ground, nor did he interfere with the fight, letting the two battle it out. The crowd of onlookers from a distance stared at the two figures in the air, eagerly awaiting the outcome. The situation ended. Anton saw the scene in the distance, felt the message from Cyborg in his mind, and smiled. It looks like you guys are late. Anton greeted Michelangelo in front of him. What? Michelangelo paused, turned his head, and looked at Otto, who had been dragged into the air by Cyborg, somewhat surprised. Didn't this come just right? Tony heard Anton's words, turned his head, and looked into the air. Indeed, it's over. He was quick to notice that Cyborg's palm seemed to be connected to the back of Otto's head. Tony thought of the superpower setting of Cyborg in the movie. He immediately understood that this new superhero was trying to rescue Otto. Tony, what's going on? George looked nervous. He glanced at Tony, hoping the latter could provide an explanation. Otto's mentality is affected by the robotic arms he created. Cyborg is removing the suppression chip from the back of his head and is trying to connect to the chip system to control the 4 robotic arms, Tony explained. Once those 4 arms are removed, Otto will regain control of himself and return to the person he once was. So, we are indeed late. George breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there's no bigger movement. Seeing the mess around him, he felt slightly reassured. Because, this time, thanks to someone showing up early and controlling the situation. Cyborg. Green Arrow? Thinking of the information he had just received, George lowered his head and pondered that more and more superheroes were appearing in New York. What followed was a series of messy events. It was unclear whether this was a good or bad thing. Captain, there's a wounded. At this moment, a police officer rushed to report. What? George suddenly turned his head, full of irritation. How could there be a wounded? The police officer said helplessly, it's a super unlucky person. He's the only one injured in the audience. The injury is very serious and needs immediate attention. Then don't just stand there, save him. George's anger was palpable. Anton and Tony looked at each other, and suddenly, they knew who they were talking about. Undoubtedly, it must be the warrior who was tricked by someone into trying to turn off the switch and was knocked off by Otto. Everyone knows to turn off the switch. No one dares to do it. But this big brain rushed in. Wasn't this just suicide? Anton didn't expect anyone to be so stupid, and he didn't have time to summon the arrow clone to save the guy. However, at the moment this person was thrown into the air, the green arrow was summoned, just in time to rescue Otto's wife, Rose. Fortunately, as young people say, with Rose's age and physique, being smashed like that surely meant no future. But it looks like this unlucky person won't die, and it's almost a foolish blessing. Well, Stark Industries will lose a lot of money, though. Thinking about it that way, this guy doesn't seem like such bad luck after all. No worries for the rest of his life. To put it bluntly, saving some flowers means you won't have to worry in your next life. As Anton and Tony said, the event is over. In midair, Otto was lifted by Cyborg, and the 4 mechanical arms behind him suddenly detached from his back, falling from a great height and landing in the flowing Hudson River, creating huge splashes of water. The waves rolled, and the robotic arms disappeared without a trace. Cyborg. Victor. Awesome. Seeing this, everyone cheered, shouting the hero's nickname and real name. Especially among the reporters holding video cameras, capturing the entire process. Their mouths were agape. Of course, Eddie had his mouth open too. Eddie's jaw was practically on the floor, as none of the people present had a complete record like he did. New York's #1 star reporter, doing his part. Otto. Dr. Octopus's wife, Rose, couldn't stop crying as she watched Otto being subdued. She was escorted near a police car by a late-arriving policeman. After hearing Tony's explanation, she finally understood the situation. Her feelings were a mix of relief and sorrow. On one hand, she was relieved to know that Otto had lost control of his mind due to mechanical interference. On the other hand, she realized that after this incident, Otto's life was effectively ruined. He would face countless lawsuits, and the career he loved most had been utterly destroyed. The cyborg carried an unconscious Otto, who had collapsed under the strain of violently overriding the suppression chip in his cerebellum, and flew to the police gathering point. Cyborg. George stared at the figure in front of him. Just days ago, he had taken his family to watch the movie Cyborg. Now, seeing the real thing before him, he was momentarily stunned into silence. Thank you for your help this time. After a few seconds, George finally found his voice, managing to express his gratitude. He's yours now, the cyborg said, tossing Otto to George and the other officers. His gaze flicked toward the Manhattan Bridge, where Arrow stood not far away. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Green Arrow bent his bow and shot an arrow at the cyborg. The cyborg, floating motionless in the air about 2 or 3 meters off the ground, watched the arrow streak toward him. Just as everyone braced for a confrontation, the cyborg casually caught the arrow mid-flight. Without stopping, he rose into the sky, holding the arrow. Boom! The jets under his feet erupted with a powerful current of air, propelling his body into a small black dot against the sky at an incredible speed. Then, they noticed Arrow flying into the air after him. It's the arrow. Realization dawned on everyone. The arrow had an almost invisible steel wire attached to it, allowing Green Arrow to follow the cyborg into the sky. Get the salvage team over here. George watched the two vanish and then turned to the officers nearby. The robotic arm that fell into the Hudson River is crucial. Have them retrieve it immediately. Understood. The officer nodded but paused after taking a few steps. Turning back, he hesitated before speaking. What is it? George frowned. I was just thinking. The officer glanced at George, then at the group nearby, the 4 turtles, who looked disappointed. Turtles can swim, right? At this, George suddenly understood and turned toward the turtles. The 4 turtles exchanged glances, looking dejected. Their first big mission, and not only had they accomplished nothing, but now they were being tasked to retrieve a robotic arm from the river instead of showcasing their skills. How anticlimactic? The turtles groaned inwardly but didn't complain. They quickly prepared to replace the salvage team and dive into the Hudson River. The most eager among them was Donatello. As a tech enthusiast, he was thrilled by the prospect of examining Dr. Octopus's robotic arm. On the other side, the reporters watched as Cyborg and Arrow departed in a manner reminiscent of Batman, leaving an indelible impression. They reluctantly bid farewell to the scene, knowing they needed to rush back to compete with their peers. Completing and publishing their reports first was paramount. This was undoubtedly the breaking news that would rock New York and the world. However, not all reporters were as fortunate. Some had their cameras damaged by the intense magnetic field, while others had their equipment outright sucked away. Those unable to capture footage turned their attention to Anton, who had participated in the public experiment. Anton was no ordinary participant. He was the CEO of DC Company. This man's company had published works featuring Cyborg and Green Arrow long before their sudden appearance today. Without DC's groundwork, the public wouldn't have had any prior understanding of these two superheroes. Moreover, Anton himself was the director of the movie Cyborg. In this unfolding spectacle, Anton's significance was second only to Cyborg, Arrow, and Otto. But just as the reporters approached Anton to interview him, a group of policemen, acting on someone's orders, intercepted them. They could only watch helplessly as Anton laughed and chatted with a red-haired woman nearby. By the police car, Tony stood observing. He noted with interest that Cyborg and Arrow had shown no interaction with Anton throughout the entire incident. Not a single glance was exchanged. Yet, Tony was certain of one thing: these 3 definitely knew each other. The thought lingered in his mind, but he didn't dwell on it too long. After all, Anton was the director of movies like Batman and Cyborg, and his DC company was responsible for introducing Arrow. Now, 3 of his fictional characters had come to life. Anyone would suspect a connection. Still, what weighed more heavily on Tony's mind was the advanced technology displayed by Cyborg. The equipment Cyborg carried was astonishing, eerily reminiscent of the technology described in Anton's movies. Tony frowned. Could alien technology be real? Humanity had yet to discover definitive evidence of extraterrestrial life, but Tony was convinced that intelligent life must exist beyond Earth. And if these beings weren't friendly, the consequences could be catastrophic. If reality mirrored the events in Anton's movies, if some dark side were eyeing Earth, the planet could be in grave danger. As these unsettling thoughts crossed his mind, Tony glanced at Anton, who was still casually chatting with the red-haired woman. Tony felt a wave of unease. It seemed almost absurd that someone like Anton could be so closely tied to Batman, Cyborg, and Arrow, 3 figures who had transcended fiction to become real. Anton, we need to talk. Natasha's voice was calm, but her sharp gaze was fixed on the smiling man before her. In the past 2 weeks of working with him, she felt as though she were dealing with a cloud of mist, something she couldn't penetrate or understand. Of course, Anton replied without hesitation. He smiled and added, I've been waiting for you, Natasha. You really do know everything, Natasha said flatly, her expression unreadable. Since you know my connection to Batman, you should have expected that Batman would tell me about everything. And that means I know about you. Anton shrugged casually and added, but it's also entirely possible that I know things Batman doesn't. Natasha frowned slightly, sensing layers of meaning in Anton's words. Yet, no matter how she analyzed it, she couldn't determine exactly what Anton was implying. Soon, Coulson met Anton. Anton, I'll get straight to the point, Coulson said, his face serious. What's the deal with Cyborg? Is he yours, like Arrow? Batman should have told you that he's forming a superhero team, Anton replied, pausing before adding, I think you already know the name of that team, right? Justice League, Coulson said promptly. Yup. Anton nodded. Cyborg is a member of the Justice League and one of its founders. And what about DC Company? Coulson pressed. The current works published by DC Superman, Flash, Aquaman, Wonder Woman, and so on, are they all members of the Justice League too? Plus, DC is simultaneously preparing 3 movies, Cyborg, Batman, The Dark Knight, and a brand new movie, Superman. He paused for a moment before continuing, incredulous. Don't tell me the next superhero from DC is going to be this Superman. His disbelief stemmed from 2 things. First, the Cyborg movie described him as a semi-mechanical, bioengineered human created using alien technology. But Superman? He was a 100% alien? Coulson, who had extensively researched DC Company and its characters, found himself doubting the authenticity of these stories. Yet, a nagging thought lingered in his mind. What if it's true? Second, if all these characters were indeed members of the Justice League, as he'd learned, then the organization could already possess power levels beyond that of most nations. If such a strong organization existed, why were they only surfacing now? And, more importantly, how had S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence network never heard of them before? It was all an unsolved mystery. On that point, I can't answer your question, Anton said with a casual shrug. Coulson, time will reveal the answers. Time has a way of answering everything. Coulson frowned. He didn't quite understand Anton's cryptic words. Was he saying they'd find out eventually? Beyond the Justice League, Coulson had already identified other individuals of interest, Venom, Spider-Man, and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And perhaps, though he wasn't sure, Daredevil, who had been off the radar for a while. Adding Green Arrow and Cyborg to the mix only amplified Coulson's concerns. Fine, Coulson said, deciding not to press Anton further. SHIELD was certain that even if Anton wasn't Batman himself, he had close ties to him. Anton was likely a full-fledged member of the Justice League and maintained connections with its other members. I'll report this, Coulson said with a sigh. Anton, someone will be in touch with you. With that, Coulson knew he wouldn't get any more useful information from Anton, so he politely took his leave. Watching Coulson walk away, Anton touched his chin thoughtfully. Coming after me instead of going to Batman. Why? Is my identity compromised, or does SHIELD just think I'm an easier target? Suddenly, Tony's voice interrupted his thoughts. Anton, looks like you've caught their attention too, Tony said, his tone laced with amusement. Anton turned to see Tony approaching, his familiar smirk accompanied by a glint of mischief. Typical Coulson, Tony added, the man's high hairline making him as memorable as always. If you're in the mood to laugh at me, why not focus on your own troubles, Tony? Anton glanced at Tony, his expression calm and unbothered. With a light chuckle, he turned and walked away. The Dr. Octopus incident had come to an end, and lingering at the scene served no purpose. It was better to return to his office and take stock of the gains. Arrested Dr. Octopus Auto, system rewards 3 million justice points. Current justice point balance, 13 million. The last time Anton checked his balance, it was at 9 million. How had it suddenly jumped to 13 million? Curious, he reviewed the details and discovered that the system had rewarded him an additional 1 million points for resolving the Foot Clan incident, something he had overlooked. Though the amount seemed small, Anton wasn't one to complain. Even small rewards add up, he thought, accepting the bonus without hesitation. Meanwhile, behind him, a pair of eyes followed Anton's departing figure intently. My troubles. Tony frowned, his expression darkening as if struck by an unsettling thought. Anton must know something? Recalling Anton's connections to Batman, Tony found it unsurprising that Anton might have some insider knowledge. Humph. Tony scoffed, his mood souring further. Without another word, he called Happy to drive him away, feeling oddly defeated. The reporters, watching 2 of New York's most talked-about figures vanish so casually, could only sigh in frustration. At the edge of the experimental platform, Obadiah Stana stood amid the ruins, his gaze cold and calculating. Staring at the aftermath of Otto's failure, his anger simmered dangerously. Waste. Obadiah ground his teeth, his voice a low growl. It's all a waste. His fury wasn't over the financial loss, though that was significant, but rather because he had placed so much faith in Otto. He had seen Otto as a key player in his plans, and now, that trust had backfired spectacularly. It was like trying to carry water in a basket, nothing remained. The consequences of this debacle were clear to him. Stark Industries' stock price would plummet further tomorrow, perhaps catastrophically so. Stark Industries was his lifeblood. Everything Obadiah valued, his power, wealth, ambitions, and dreams, was tied to the company. There was no separating the two. For Obadiah, the solution was obvious: eliminate anyone standing in his way. He had resisted making such a drastic choice before, but the time for hesitation was over. In his mind, he believed he was better suited for leadership than Tony, not because of charm or innovation, but because of sheer pragmatism. Yet, despite his determination, there was one undeniable truth: Tony Stark was the only person capable of reviving Stark Industries. Obadiah hated admitting it, but he no longer denied it. His thoughts turned grim as his gaze grew darker. He envisioned the armor stored in Stark Industries' secret New York lab, the one he had named Ironmonger. The only way to salvage the company now was to secure massive military contracts and prove to the world that Stark Industries was still the dominant arms manufacturer it had always been. Tony's declaration to withdraw from the arms industry had shaken their reputation. Obadiah could see it now, the mighty lean camel that Stark Industries had become, but it was no longer invincible. And that, to Obadiah, was unacceptable. Tony. His fists clenched tightly as he whispered the name through gritted teeth. Turning toward his car, flanked by bodyguards, he stepped inside, his expression set with cold determination. Seated in the car, Obadiah stared out at the city scenery passing by, his gaze unfocused and distant. The driver, though silent, could sense the murderous tension filling the air inside the vehicle. Tony. Obadiah muttered to himself, his voice so low it barely registered. I thought this could have been an opportunity for us to work together. He closed his eyes and leaned back, feigning rest, though his mind was far from calm. Later that same day, at DC Corporation, after a long day at work, Anton was preparing to head home when someone walked into his office. It was Natasha. Anton was about to greet her when he noticed another figure following closely behind her. Even though Anton had never met this man in person, he recognized him immediately. Raising an eyebrow, Anton leaned back in his chair, a wry smile tugging at his lips. What a rare guest, he remarked, his tone light but laced with intrigue. Turning to face the man fully, he leaned back comfortably in his chair and said, the director of SHIELD, no less. To what do I owe this honor? When Anton called out his name, Fury wasn't surprised. Instead, he took it for granted. Since he had taken the initiative to meet Anton, it was clear he was prepared to face anything. Whether Anton was Batman or not, Fury treated him as a very important figure. On one hand, it was because Anton had close ties to many of the superheroes currently appearing in New York. On the other hand, it was due to the influence of DC, the company Anton had founded. From Batman to Arrow and Cyborg, even if Fury tried to ignore it, the value behind DC was undeniable. As Coulson had put it, who knows if Superman, Flash, Shazam, and others will start appearing next. And the emergence of these heroes raised an even bigger question. Does this mean the alien threat is growing? The reasons were complex. In short, after receiving this information, Fury quickly assessed the situation and placed Anton in a position of critical importance. Consequently, he made the trip to New York to meet him. Additionally, based on what SHIELD knew, Anton had a high probability of being a member of the Justice League, the superhero team rumored to have been formed by Batman. If true, it meant there was even more to discuss. It seems I don't need to introduce myself. You're already quite familiar with me, Nick Fury said calmly, his expression unreadable as he added, Anton, SHIELD has investigated everything about you. Ever since you took over the Daily Bugle, your changes have left countless people surprised. The prodigal son returns, Anton said with a smirk. Fury didn't react to the humor. It's not just a return. You've also aligned yourself with a mysterious organization. And you should know. Fury paused, his tone sharpening, this organization is not legal. Anton raised an eyebrow and retorted, so, you're legal. Do you think the World Security Council would support me if the shield wasn't legal? Fury shot back, his voice calm but firm. Anton smirked, unbothered by Fury's reply. As far as I know, the team you want to form is currently non-existent. It's still just your idea. He glanced at Natasha, standing quietly nearby, and added, even if you count Black Widow and Hawkeye, it's more of a SHIELD agent team than a superhero team, don't you think? Fury's face darkened. In truth, Anton's words struck a nerve. Fury's plan to create a superhero team was indeed in its infancy. For now, it existed only as a concept, with no confirmed members. Not even Coulson, one of his most trusted agents, knew whom Fury intended to invite or whether any invitations had been sent. This was Fury's secret, a fact that was supposed to remain hidden until the team became a reality. Yet Anton spoke with such confidence, as if he knew everything. Does this mean my every move is being monitored? Fury wondered, his expression tightening. Is there a spy within S.H.I.E.L.D. or multiple spies feeding Anton this information? For a moment, Fury's usual composure faltered. Even though his face betrayed little, the shift was noticeable. Anton, observing Fury's subtle reaction, smiled inwardly. Though he didn't know exactly what Fury was thinking, it was clear his bluff had worked. The smile on Anton's face deepened. There was a moment of silence. Nick Fury broke it. In any case, I hope the Justice League will consider working with SHIELD. You'll need us. I think you need us more, Anton replied with great interest. His tone shifted as he added, Nick, Batman has already reminded you. Haven't you felt the unrest within S.H.I.E.L.D? Fury frowned slightly. What exactly are you trying to say? He's trying to tell you what I've already said, clean your house and start over. The voice was low and sudden, coming from behind Fury and Natasha. The two turned sharply to see a figure in black armor and a flowing cape standing in the doorway of the office, facing them. Batman. Natasha's pupils contracted in shock. Batman stood less than 5 steps away, and she hadn't sensed him at all. Her mind raced as she processed the situation, then turned her gaze back to Anton. It became clear, Anton and Batman were not the same person. All the theories suggesting Anton was Batman were nothing but deliberate misdirection crafted by Anton and Batman themselves. Fury, equally stunned, took a deep breath. His mind churned with possibilities. They had prepared for this meeting carefully. The employees of the DC company had been politely escorted out, leaving only Fury, Natasha, and Anton in the building. Coulson and Hawkeye had been stationed at the entrance to ensure no one else could enter the floor. Yet, despite these precautions, Batman was standing in front of them without anyone noticing. Even more unsettling, there had been no reaction from Coulson or Hawkeye. This left Fury with two possibilities. Batman had already incapacitated Coulson and Hawkeye. Batman had entered the building without either of them noticing. The first possibility was troubling enough. But if it were the second, it meant Batman's skills were far beyond Fury's imagination. Neither Natasha, with her highly trained instincts, nor Fury himself had sensed a thing. Anton, who had been watching them intently, allowed his eyes to narrow slightly, a faint, knowing smile playing on his lips. The sudden appearance of Batman? It was, of course, Anton's doing. More specifically, Batman was his clone. Anton's ability allowed him to deploy a clone within a 100-meter radius. This master template ensured the clone had all the abilities of the original. There was, however, an interesting quirk in the process. When Anton activated templates for other heroes like Green Arrow or Cyborg, his physical appearance changed completely, transforming him into Oliver Queen or Victor Stone. But when entering the Batman state, his face remained his own. This difference set the Batman template apart from the others, and it brought with it two unique attributes that were intrinsic to the persona. One of Batman's abilities was called identity hiding. The second, with a much longer name, was indestructible, immune to all attacks, and impossible to recognize even by the chain. While the name of the second feature might sound exaggerated, it perfectly summarized the essence of Batman's basic attributes. However, Venom's alien nature posed an unavoidable quirk. After all, Venom's ability to recognize people boiled down to a single factor, whether someone looked delicious or not. Even Anton, standing before his Batman clone, couldn't help but notice how the clone's demeanor, actions, and even the subtle quirks around its masked mouth were distinct from his own. If Fury and Natasha failed to recognize the clone as anything but Batman, it was only natural. Clean the house, and entertain again. Fury repeated, his expression odd. He wasn't someone unfamiliar with literature, and he vaguely recalled encountering such phrase during his studies. The meaning of the phrase in context referred to eliminating foreign aggressive forces from within the house, and then establishing diplomatic relations with countries willing to abide by the principles of peace, democracy, and equality. Fury suddenly realized the sentence was a perfect metaphor for the current state of SHIELD. This isn't a hint, it's a direct statement. Despite the revelation, Fury quickly composed himself. He considered the broader implication. Batman and his allies were not hostile toward SHIELD. Instead, they seemed open to cooperation on one condition: clean the house. If that's your stance, I'm willing to accept it, Fury said, his expression softening. After a pause, he added, Batman, I'll speak with the World Security Council about this. But first, I want to know, where exactly are the infiltrators inside S.H.I.E.L.D? It was a question born of genuine frustration. SHIELD was a relatively independent organization with law enforcement authority across multiple nations. That such an organization could harbor infiltrators wasn't entirely shocking. What Fury couldn't accept, however, was the realization that even he, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, had been unknowingly manipulated by these hidden forces. He hadn't noticed at first. But once he began observing more carefully, the truth became undeniable. The surface might appear smooth and clean, but underneath, it's pitch black, completely hollowed out. Batman's tone was calm as he responded, the internal troubles of SHIELD have existed for a long time. It's your organization's responsibility to resolve them. Outsiders cannot intervene. His voice carried no malice, but his firm stance still gave Fury the respect he deserved. The internal corruption of SHIELD is an issue inherited from its past, Batman continued, his words slow and deliberate. Then, without speaking aloud, he silently formed the word with his lips, Hydra. Hydra? Nick Fury's eyes widened as the unspoken name hit him like a hammer. His face betrayed his shock, even as he struggled to contain his emotions. Beside him, Natasha froze in stunned silence. She, too, caught the significance of the mouthed word. Well then, Anton said, breaking the tension. We won't keep you any longer. He rose from his chair, his tone casual but firm. It was clearly time to see the guests out. Batman, standing by the office door, stepped aside, silently signaling their exit. Fury, though visibly frustrated, nodded to both Anton and Batman before turning to leave. Natasha followed closely behind, still processing everything that had transpired. At this moment, Coulson and Hawkeye noticed movement and glanced inside. The first thing they saw wasn't their chief or their female colleague but a tall figure exuding a commanding presence, cold and impossible to ignore. Batman? When? Coulson froze in shock, while Hawkeye's eyes widened, his scalp tingling with unease. Neither had any idea when Batman had entered the DC company. One thing was certain, Batman hadn't been here when they first arrived. He must have shown up after their team entered the building. And then they noticed Anton standing beside Batman. The sight confused them momentarily, but it also seemed to answer a long-standing question. Anton is not Batman? This realization resolved a number of puzzling incidents from before, bringing clarity to what had once seemed inexplicable. Let's go. Fury's face was grim as he gave the order to leave the DC company. Barton, you and Coulson ride together, Fury instructed. At the gate downstairs, Carlson and Hawkeye exchanged a glance before climbing into the same car. Fury and Natasha headed for a different vehicle. Nick. Inside the car, Natasha reverted to her Black Widow persona, her beautiful face serious and solemn. What Batman just said. Don't tell Barton or Carlson, Fury interrupted her curtly. You know what I mean, Natasha. Right now, we can't be sure anyone is trustworthy. Natasha didn't respond immediately. Instead, she gave Fury a long, searching look. She couldn't deny his point. Trust was a rare commodity these days. Still, she was painfully aware that if the Hydra revelation hadn't come from Batman, but from her alone, Fury wouldn't have believed her or trusted her either. That was Nick Fury for you. He trusted no one but himself. Anton watched as the SHIELD agents left the building. He exchanged a glance with the Batman clone, which promptly disappeared into thin air. Ugh. Anton sighed, but it wasn't out of concern for SHIELD or the situation. Instead, he lamented the loss of his glamorous assistant, Natasha, who had just walked out. Unfortunately, the Catwoman suit he'd specially prepared at home would have to wait for someone else to wear it. Still, there would be other chances in the future. Plenty of chances. Turning his thoughts elsewhere, Anton considered the larger picture. Building the Justice League couldn't be done recklessly or on his strength alone. Sometimes, he needed a shield and SHIELD was perfect for the job. Establishing contact with them was necessary, not just as a cover but also to guide them into solving their own issues first. Only then would meaningful cooperation be possible. And, of course, Anton's identity was flourishing. Thanks to his adoptive father, Jonah Jameson, who had cultivated significant political connections in New York over the years, Anton had influence. His ties ensured that no one would openly oppose him. As for secret opposition, Anton wasn't afraid of anyone. From his public persona, Anton presented himself as the spokesperson of the Justice League, an identity that allowed him to occupy a position of righteous rhetoric. In his current role, he was a man of many titles, wealthy heir, entrepreneur, screenwriter, talented Hollywood director, and now the official spokesperson for the Justice League. It was a series of accolades that painted the picture of a true winner in life. However, behind the scenes, his accomplishments didn't stop there. He wasn't just Anton, he was also Batman, Cyborg, Arrow, and potentially Superman, Flash, Aquaman, and Wonder Woman. Anton mused to himself, how long before I can take the Avengers head-on with just an avatar? He couldn't help but smile at the thought. Meanwhile, upstairs at the Daily Bugle, Eddie was hard at work. The events of the day, coupled with the footage captured on his camera, were more than enough to propel his already flourishing career to new heights. Yet, everyone, Anton and Eddie included, had overlooked one crucial individual, Phil Urich. Unknown to either of them, Phil had already infiltrated the enemy's ranks. Now, he was aboard a plane heading to Brazil, accompanied by the remnants of the Foot Clan and Dr. Stockman. Brazil. This is a country where enthusiasm and chaos coexist. Chaos created its enthusiasm. Here, even a beggar might carry a gun. Secondly, apart from the fact that Brazil is a developing country, its own characteristics beyond the gathering of gangs are perhaps most famously seen in the Brazilian slums. The rich areas are separated by only a wall, but it feels like living in two different worlds. At this time, Rio de Janeiro Airport. Phil and his party had just arrived in this country. Stepping on this land, they could immediately feel the exotic atmosphere. Stockman opened his small, bloodshot eyes, his gaze locking onto the hot, revealing women, and his saliva flowed freely. Phil calmed down and patted Stockman. Let's go. As the words left his mouth, he led the way into the airport. By his side, Stockman and the Foot Clan followed him. The Foot Clan was headed by the female ninja Carey. During the New York Police Department's pursuit of the Foot Clan, Carey managed to escape and hide in a safe house to avoid the limelight. The Foot Clan members later found Stockman and followed Phil. After hearing a plan from Phil and Stockman to assemble a complete teleportation device, Carey decided to follow the advice of the professionals. If it could be assembled, rescuing Shredder would be easy. Though they could barely use the incomplete teleportation device, its stability left much to be desired. If Shredder were teleported to an unknown location, there might be no future for him. Facing the mysterious Batman, Carey felt that stability was the best option, so she agreed to follow Phil's plan. She and Stockman came to Brazil, ready to put together the final part of the teleportation device. They walked out of the airport. Suddenly, they noticed green military jeeps parked along the side of the airport road. Phil glanced over, somewhat surprised. Standing next to the jeeps were soldiers standing tall, and judging by the national flag pattern on their uniforms, they appeared to be soldiers from their old and glorious military. What's going on? Phil wondered. As a reporter, his intuition made him sense something strange. However, he was busy at the moment and couldn't leave to investigate, so he reluctantly decided to move on but took a few more glances. The faces of Carey and the others grew slightly solemn. Seeing these soldiers, they all sensed that something was wrong. An unknown incident might have occurred in Brazil. However, it probably had nothing to do with them. As long as they weren't involved, they naturally decided to ignore it. The top priority was to assemble the teleportation device to rescue Shredder and bring the Foot Clan back to power. So they continued on their way. By the side of the jeep, a man who wasn't tall but was muscular withdrew his fierce, murderous gaze. Colonel Brinsky, it's time to go. A subordinate reported to him. Got it. Emil Brinsky nodded faintly and got into the Jeep's passenger seat. Boom! The car started. Colonel, what were you looking at just now? The driver, an old acquaintance of his, was more relaxed than other soldiers. He smiled and said, Brazil is a great place, with beautiful women everywhere. I saw some strange people. They looked a little unusual. Brinsky replied, however, they went in the other direction and shouldn't hinder us. Don't worry, Colonel, no one will get in our way. The driver added, this is your best chance to get promoted. I believe you'll catch that monster. Of course. Brinsky nodded. New York. Anton and Eddie received a text message saying that Phil had arrived in Brazil, and they knew their next plan was to head into the tropical rainforest to find the last part of the teleportation device left on Earth. That part, from the New York Museum, had already been taken by them. Now, only the final piece of the puzzle remained. Once they get it, they can execute the plan and form the initial members of the Justice League, allowing everyone to test their skills. He have to say, the alien Krang is an excellent training target. Additionally, Anton had already exchanged for Cyborg. With Cyborg's help, he could access the network, control Krang's technodrome, and plan to take down Krang. This would logically provide a strong base for the Justice League. Furthermore, when they met with Fury last night, Fury mentioned that he would communicate with the World Council about the Justice League. This way, although the Justice League was still an illegal organization, it would have a foothold. Of course, the most important part is the Justice League itself. Through the teleportation device, they would bring the alien Krang and the technodrome to Earth. This would allow the world, and the members of the World Council, to see the aliens, the power of the Justice League, and the necessity of the organization's existence. At that point, even if the World Council didn't want to recognize the Justice League, they'd have no choice but to accept it. Thoughts flashed through Anton's mind as he turned his attention to the computer on his desk. It was a press conference about the man-made sun experiment, held by Stark Industries. The experiment had failed. Otto's failure had created Dr. Octopus. Although it was only a brief moment, the nickname had already become widely recognized in the news. This nickname was coined by New York's top reporter, Eddie Brock. But, clearly, Eddie wouldn't promote it everywhere. The nickname was actually Anton's idea in the first place. Mr. Stanat, does Stark Industries' failure in the artificial sun experiment mean that your plans in the energy industry are over? Today, Stark Industries' stock dropped again, and its market value has evaporated by tens of billions of dollars. Mr. Stanat, do you have anything to say about that? Have you ever considered lifting the ban and allowing Tony Stark to return to the board of directors as chairman? In the live broadcast, a series of questions hit Obadiah, but he didn't flinch or panic at all. He had a strategy in place long before. Our plans for the energy industry have only just begun. I regret the failure of the artificial sun experiment, but there's another piece of news you don't know. Stark Industries already possesses the technology for small nuclear reactors. While it isn't yet practical for widespread use, when the time is right, we will bring it to market. Obadiah answered one question after another. The decline in market value is only temporary. Our annual financial statements and a large number of business orders are more than enough to prove our strength. In fact, this year our business volume and profitability are actually higher than last year. You'll all see this information soon. And Tony's current situation does not guarantee that he can take responsibility for the company. But he has always been the chairman of Stark Industries, and there's no doubt about that. We only stopped his work because of health concerns. He can come back to lead the company at any time, provided he is healthy. And we all want to see a healthy Tony Stark, don't we? Obadiah smiled and responded graciously. The staff of Daily Bugle were snapping photos frantically. Next to Eddie, his expression was calm, though he had a clearer understanding of Obadiah's shamelessness. This guy could tell lies with a straight face, and his sincerity made it seem as though he actually believed his own words. What a talent! DC Company, in the office. Anton sighed. Obadiah's shamelessness, and his old-fashioned responses, made him feel slightly better than Tony currently. Although this old bald head might be considered the weakest villain in the Iron Man series or even the entire Marvel movie universe, his presence could not be ignored. Obadiah's sense of existence was stronger than 80% of other villains. Because it was Obadiah's calculations that created an era in the Marvel world. Frankly speaking, if Obadiah had truly been like Tony's father, Howard Stark, who loved Tony, Tony would have inevitably lived an extremely beautiful life, one that might even have been a little too perfect and boring. In such a life, Tony might never have heard the phrase "I love you 3000" until he was old. The artificial sun experiment failed, and Obadiah has nowhere to go. Watching the live broadcast, Anton thought to himself that the moment Tony would announce "I am Iron Man" to the camera was not far off. Coincidentally, at the press conference, Obadiah was speaking passionately. Currently, Stark Industries is developing a special weapon that could replace the current model and become an indispensable high-end weapon for future wars. Obadiah spoke confidently, declaring, "Please wait and see. Stark Industries will not disappoint you. Can you elaborate on that?" A reporter asked. "Sorry, we'll announce the detailed information about this weapon at a later date after it's fully sorted out," Obadiah said. "However, everyone can rest assured that this is by no means a lie. Once our brand new weapons are ready, every country in the world will place orders with Stark Industries." His confident demeanor had a contagious effect on many people. The strength of Stark Industries was still widely believed in, but the recent bad news had made some wonder whether there were serious issues within the company. It was reminiscent of Osborn, which had only just finished its internal conflict a few days ago. However, with Tony Stark's recent appearances, people understood that the situation within Stark Industries was very different from Osborn. Obadiah's explanation had reassured many and helped restore confidence in Stark Industries. Of course, due to the downturn during this period, Stark Industries would not regain its previous market value in a short time. But Obadiah's speech served as a boost, at least for those who were optimistic about the company. Anton, you seem to have confidence in the weapons Obadiah mentioned. Betty knocked on the door and entered. After Natasha left the previous night, Betty had returned to her assistant position. Seeing Anton watching the news, she expressed surprise. We've become minority shareholders in Stark Industries. If you're really optimistic about them, this could be our opportunity. Do what you want. Anton said firmly. In a little while, you'll see a different Stark Industries. Okay. Betty nodded, then reported, the global box office for Cyborg has reached $800 million. After yesterday's news, there's been a substantial rebound in box office numbers across various locations. Anton, your second movie has once again reached an unmatched height. The appearance of Cyborg yesterday had, of course, affected Cyborg itself. It took 20 million fan value to redeem Cyborg, and the character was active for an hour. The total amount was 20.2 million, almost depleting the original fan value balance. However, with the news spreading, the fan value balance for Cyborg quickly surpassed 3 million in just one night. This was enough to keep him moving outside for several hours. Not to mention Arrow. This product was already more affordable. Given the current fan value of Arrow, even if it was outside for a day or two, the fan value would be more than enough. How are the progress reports for Superman and The Dark Knight? Anton, after hearing Betty's update on Cyborg, suddenly thought of the other two movies that were being developed simultaneously. Superman is still in the filming stage, but it's nearing completion. As for The Dark Knight, it's in post-production. Quentin and Jim have high expectations for this film. They're pursuing excellence and must not let any mistakes slip by. Betty replied. Good. Anton nodded. His career was on the right track, and he didn't need to constantly focus on company details. The main priority now was the emergence of the Justice League and its future development. Given the nature of the Fury, this person would definitely not give up on preparing for the Avengers. As everyone knows, Fury is a person who is extremely insecure. This is probably related to his past life experiences. When he was young, when he felt most secure, he encountered Carol, who had returned to Earth and participated in the Kree invasion. As a major character, he was forced to get acquainted with her. A large number of aliens completely subverted his worldview, making him suddenly question the world he lived in. After years and months, his mistrust deepened. Never trust outsiders? Even with his own people, he kept reservations. Not to mention, in his view, the Justice League possessed extraordinary powers and even alien technology. Batman, the leader of the Justice League, had been fighting crime since his debut, but who could guarantee that Batman wouldn't suddenly turn evil and try to conquer the Earth and become a king? As soon as Batman raised his arms, how many people in the Justice League would respond? Fury dared not think about it. Therefore, he only gave a little bit of trust to the superhero team he had formed. Even the backup to Fury's plans had never been the Avengers. It was Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, the cosmic superhero fighting crime across the universe. So when it came to the New York War, he wasn't too concerned about it. This was just a test for him to train his troops. Otherwise, Fury would have already activated the phone that could contact Carol. At the same time, in Los Angeles, Tony, who had returned to the mansion by the sea, watched Obadiah's decent answer in the live broadcast. He showed a slight interest in the weapon Obadiah had mentioned. As the chairman of Stark Industries, although all work had been suspended internally, his authority had not been cancelled, and he was still eligible to view all ongoing projects within Stark Industries. Jarvis, check out the most recent key projects within Stark Industries that have the highest level of confidentiality. He ordered his smart housekeeper. Quickly, only a few seconds passed. Sir, all of the relevant information is displayed for you. Jarvis replied. There were many key projects, but only one or two with the highest level of confidentiality. Tony did not find anything that met his criteria. His face darkened slightly. He stared thoughtfully at the press conference, which had come to an end. His gaze was fixed on Obadiah at the front of the stage, and he took a deep breath. I hope this is just my imagination. Obadiah. As early as when Stark Industries went against his will and never shut down the arms manufacturing department, even after issuing a ban on him, Tony became suspicious of Obadiah. At this point, he was more certain of his inner suspicions. However, after many years of friendship, he still harbored a trace of affection and hesitation, and he didn't dare to be 100% sure. Jarvis, call up the trajectory of Obadiah Stana's recent activities. Tony thought for a moment, then calmly issued the order. In fact, he had investigated Obadiah a long time ago, but from the daily exchanges and conversations stored on the computer and surveillance cameras in Obadiah's office, instead of finding any clues about his being involved in any kidnapping, all he found were Obadiah's anxious searches for his own videos. However, in Tony's eyes, this didn't clear Obadiah of suspicion. It seemed more like evidence that Obadiah had deliberately created. Due to internal obstacles, after the investigation, Tony gradually let go of his doubts and focused on building battle armor. From time to time, he went to war-torn areas to test the power of the new armor and also attacked the Ten Rings gang that was rampant abroad. As a result, in the areas where he often moved, he earned the nickname Iron Man. It was just that the name hadn't spread to the mainland. Upon hearing Obadiah's words at the press conference, Tony came up with a new idea. Since I can't find direct evidence to prove my conjecture, can I consider indirect evidence? You must know that Stark Industries couldn't find the key weapons project that Obadiah mentioned, which means that everything Obadiah said was either a lie, or the weapon that can change the course of today's war isn't at Stark Industries at all but is a secret project Obadiah is conducting privately. What could be worth this much to him? Tony's face darkened slightly as Jarvis brought up Obadiah's trajectory and locked in a location. It was next to Stark Industries headquarters, a warehouse used to store experimental weapons. This was the only place Obadiah visited every day. In other words, Obadiah passed by here every day. What's so important about this warehouse that Obadiah has to visit it daily? Show me the surveillance footage from the warehouse, Tony ordered. Tony frowned when he saw the surveillance footage called up by Jarvis. It was only the image of the area outside the warehouse. He asked, "Where's the footage from inside?" Jarvis replied, "Sir, no cameras were installed inside the warehouse." "Okay." Tony curled his lips in frustration, his face becoming more solemn. "It's really you." He took a deep breath. "Jarvis, bring up the Mark IV armor and plan a route to New York." "Understood." Jarvis responded. The first 3 generations of Mark's armor required external robotic arms for assembly, but starting from the 4th generation, it could be donned autonomously. The 5th generation portable armor allowed Tony to wear it at any time and go anywhere. Tony's genius should not be underestimated. Especially in this chaotic world Anton had entered, Tony's research on armor was progressing faster than ever. At his speed, he arrived in New York shortly after and landed on the roof of the Stark Industries building. After hesitating for a moment, Tony took off his armor and began to walk down the building. Unexpectedly, he ran into someone he didn't expect. "Tony." The blonde woman looked at the man with a mustache in surprise. "Pepper." Tony froze. "It's so late. Why are you still here? I am your assistant. Although you have been banned from working, you are the chairman of the board after all. I sign and work for you every day, understand?" Pepper rolled her eyes. "By the way, it's just after work hours. Why are you still here, and coming downstairs?" "I'm looking for Obadiah." Tony answered briefly, without going into detail, and waved his hand. "You do your thing. Don't worry about me." He then headed for Obadiah's office. "Tony." Obadiah saw Tony and smiled brightly. "You're such a rare visitor." He smiled and added, "Even before, I rarely saw you at the company. It's different now, Obadiah." Tony fixed his eyes on the man in front of him. "I came to you because of one thing. I hope you can answer me truthfully." "Oh." Obadiah looked surprised. "What's the matter?" "About me being kidnapped in Afghanistan." Tony spoke slowly. In front of him, Obadiah squinted his eyes, then quietly narrowed the distance with Tony. "This thing." Before Tony could finish speaking, Obadiah attacked. Tony fell to the ground, opening his eyes and staring at Obadiah. Shit. He was extremely astonished. He didn't expect that Obadiah would dare to blatantly turn on him in the company. A nerve palsy induction weapon can cause nerve paralysis in a short period of time. I regret that it hasn't been approved by the government. I have to admit, sometimes it's actually quite useful. Obadiah coldly looked at Tony, his ambition burning uncontrollably in his eyes. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. The cause of your death will be irreversible heart damage caused by shrapnel in your chest." Obadiah's tone was calm. "Who told you to have an artificial creation on your chest? You have to admit, sometimes mechanically manufactured items can malfunction, don't they?" With that, he ripped the arc reactor from Tony's chest, turned, and locked the office door behind him. Obviously, Obadiah was a bit overconfident. He ignored Tony's will to survive and the protagonist's plot armor. Tony struggled to open the door and crawled to the chairman's office on the same floor. Crunch. Pepper opened the door and accidentally knocked Tony. "Tony." Pepper exclaimed, seeing that his condition was obviously not right. "What's the matter with you?" "Pepper, listen." Tony almost suffocated as he spoke. "I remember. I gave you a arc reactor. I hope it's here now. If it's not here, I'll be dead." Tony didn't say the last part because he saw his desk through the open door of the chairman's office, now Pepper's desk, with his heart placed on it. Off work time. The building where Anton was located stood in the center of Manhattan. He was driving his Mercedes-Benz on his way home when he suddenly found himself stuck near the Stark Industrial Building. Blocked, 2 steel figures fell from the sky in front of him. Boom! A loud noise exploded in his ears. The Red Iron Man rescued innocent citizens from a car, then continued fighting the Silver Iron Man. Anton was dumbfounded. He realized that, as the protagonist, Tony could handle any mess or chaos that came his way. The last time, the Osborne Company's Lizardman incident was delivered right to his doorstep. But this time, he can run into Iron Man versus Ironmonger even after leaving work honestly? This is really sci-fi. Then he took a closer look, and Tony's condition was not looking good. The situation was even more exaggerated than in the original plot. At this point, Tony seemed to have lost all his energy, even his helmet was torn off. Anton focused on Ironmonger's hand, which seemed to be Tony's torn-off helmet, now reduced to a pile of scrap metal. It's too miserable. Anton began to wonder if Tony Stark could pull off tomorrow's famous scene or if he would actually be killed tonight. The scene was getting out of control. The battle between the two had exceeded Anton's expectations. Meanwhile, the citizens affected by this incident all cursed unlucky, their brains blank, unable to escape in time. You know, New York had already suffered from a series of major events caused by supervillains. It wasn't just bad luck anymore, it was pure fate. Yesterday it was Dr. Octopus, and today it was Ironmonger. Of course, they didn't yet know how to comment on the two Iron Men in front of them. But obviously, neither of them seemed a hero. Especially the Silver Iron Man, with his larger body, like an overlord, dragging the Red Iron Man across the ground. One by one, missiles ejected from Ironmonger's shoulders and flew in all directions. The main target of Ironmonger was Tony's Iron Man suit. Boom! The huge fireball and shockwave spread, overturning nearby cars including a bus, which rolled away. Fortunately, the people inside the vehicles had fled early, or the number of casualties would have been staggering. Did it die? The sirens blared. People farther away saw the road blocked and fled in panic. Anton, who was not far from the scene, didn't rush to act. Instead, he watched the scene with interest, not worried that Tony would be taken down so easily. Not yet he hadn't made his move. To be honest, his interest in killing Ironmonger was far less than watching Tony Stark suffer. Boom! Tony. Ironmonger stepped on Iron Man's chest, looked down at Tony's exposed face, and gritted his teeth. I've been supporting you for 40 years, Tony. Think about it, what exactly did you give me in return? He snarled, I built this company from scratch, and I will never allow anything to block my way. Even if it's you. Go to hell. There was extreme madness in his deep voice. Tony gritted his teeth and resisted. He had lost his helmet, his missile system failed in battle, and his energy was almost depleted. He only had one last chance to release a shockwave. Without hesitation, he launched the shockwave with both hands, knocking Ironmonger back. Tony relied on his dexterous movements and strength to get behind Ironmonger's neck, preparing to tear apart his internal structure. But he miscalculated. The Ironmonger caught him and unceremoniously slammed his fist, smashing it like a boulder. Tony closed his eyes in despair as his life flashed before his eyes. He didn't regret his choice. Boom! A huge crash resounded. A strong wind blew in front of Tony, making his face hurt. Feeling something was off, he suddenly opened his eyes and saw another silver figure similar to his own suit but with more prominent lines standing in front of him. This person caught Munger's fist. Since it wasn't the first time they had met, Tony was no stranger to this figure. Cyborg. Tony exclaimed, why are you here? This is New York. Cyborg turned his head, facing Tony with half of his face blackened, his mechanical eyes glowing red. Despite the fierce appearance, Tony felt a strange sense of familiarity. Tony hadn't expected the cyborg to appear again so soon. Strictly speaking, this was the second time the cyborg had saved him, yesterday's Dr. Octopus and the artificial solar event. If it weren't for Cyborg, Tony's fate would have probably been worse than it was today. Since you're fighting in New York, shouldn't you count on a superhero showing up soon? Cyborg's tone was calm, but there was an unmatched confidence in his words. He continued, we're not the New York Police Department or SHIELD, who are good at cleaning up the aftermath. We're good at solving enemies. You guys. Tony caught the key point in Cyborg's statement. Did-da? The sound of footsteps came from behind. Tony turned his head, opened his eyes wide, and saw someone well known to him, though for some reason, he didn't particularly like him. First time meeting, Tony Stark. The man in black armor and a flying cloak nodded at him with a grim expression. Tony couldn't help but feel that this guy's mouth was slightly turned up, as if he were smiling. Batman. Tony's tone was complicated, but a sense of relief washed over him. The arrival of Batman and Cyborg meant that the situation tonight was under control. Tony tilted his head subconsciously. He, who cared about his pride, didn't want to be seen in such a vulnerable position. Tony. Suddenly, as Batman and Cyborg emerged, Pepper, who had been standing in the distance, staring nervously at the scene, ran over. She hugged Tony tightly. Leave it to Batman and Cyborg. You need treatment now. Tony took a deep breath upon hearing her words. He felt underestimated. If it weren't for the arc reactor being replaced with an older version, leaving him with insufficient energy so much so that he couldn't even use his shockwave more than once, and with the missile system destroyed he wouldn't have been reduced to this point. Tony, you almost died. Pepper took Tony to the side of the road, fear evident in her eyes. Pepper, there won't be such a mistake in future. Tony comforted her, looking at the confrontation between Cyborg and Ironmonger. He clenched his fists. This was a battle of humiliation, one that had severely wounded his pride. After this, he vowed to completely overhaul his armor and create something even more powerful and amazing. Rather than being called Cyborg, he might as well be referred to as Batman's sidekick. Obadiah looked at the man in front of him, his face changing slightly. As the half-controller of an arms company, Obadiah may not know much about technology, but that doesn't mean he couldn't recognize the superiority of the cyborg. Compared to the Ironmonger he controlled, Obadiah knew that the mechanical body of Cyborg was no ordinary technology. Let's see whose design is better. However, Obadiah laughed loudly, without a hint of fear or hesitation in his heart. At this point, the matter was beyond redemption for him. He had no way out. Furthermore, just pressing Tony to the ground and rubbing his face in it had given him a tremendous boost of confidence. Wearing the Ironmonger armor, Obadiah felt as though he had reached a level of invincibility in the world. As for Anton, he could only say that Obadiah had become quite swollen with pride. So, next, it was time for Obadiah to learn what it truly meant to be someone beyond the human. The evolution of the situation surprised Anton a bit, but since Tony wasn't yet taking action, as the protagonist, Anton naturally wanted Cyborg to teach Tony a lesson. Tony needed to know how Cyborg was forged and how true Iron Man fought. Of course, by Iron Man, Anton was referring to Cyborg. This guy, being a semi-mechanical biochemical man, definitely belonged in the Iron Man lineup. After a brief exchange, neither side said anything more, and the battle began. The miniature missile on Obadiah's shoulder locked onto the cyborg and launched abruptly, trailing a long tail of flame as it sped towards Cyborg. Cyborg dodged, evading the missile by jetting out air currents beneath his feet, propelling himself into the air. As he moved, streams of data flashed in his mind, calculating Obadiah's next move and preparing countermeasures. At the same time, his palm shifted to reveal a barrel, which condensed a powerful energy cannonball and fired instantly at Obadiah. Boom! Obadiah moved one step laterally, but the energy shell hit him squarely, leaving a large depression in the left chest of the Ironmonger. Fortunately, he had ordered his researchers to improve the Ironmonger's defenses, or the situation would have been much worse. Don't think you can fly. Despite the heavy hit, Obadiah remained calm. He decided to close the distance and use the Ironmonger's immense size to create an advantage, aiming to crush his opponent. Both sides were equipped with various weapons, and long-range exchanges would only prolong the battle, which would not benefit the older opponent. It was better to get in close and take decisive action. Obadiah's strategy seemed simple. What he didn't expect was that his actions played right into Cyborg's hands. A huge flame spurted from the Ironmonger's feet, propelling his massive body into the air as he soared towards Cyborg. However, when Obadiah got close, ready to land a powerful blow, he saw a sneer cross Cyborg's face. Not good, the thought flashed through his mind. With calculations running in his brain and his combat experience enhanced by Anton's teachings, Cyborg easily dodged the Ironmonger's attack. Cyborg's hands transformed into energy cannons, and with air currents beneath his feet, he quickly moved behind the Ironmonger, aiming at its head. Boom! The energy cannon struck, hitting the Ironmonger's back with the force of a lightning strike. The giant machine was sent hurtling through the air, crashing to the ground from a height of several dozen meters. Click, click. The highway buckled as spiderweb-like cracks spread out from the impact, creating a scene as if a massive earthquake had just occurred. Cyborg wasted no time. In a split second, he shot back into the sky, soaring hundreds of meters before diving toward the deep pit where Obadiah lay. Boom! Cyborg's full-force shock slammed into the chest of the Ironmonger, which had only just started to rise. Click, click, click. The sounds of the Ironmonger's body cracking echoed through the air. Everyone present realized that the Ironmonger had no chance of fighting back against Cyborg. Cyborg. Tony's eyes widened with shock. He hadn't expected that Obadiah, in his iron armor, would be knocked down so easily. In comparison, Tony felt rather useless. Of course, strictly speaking, that wasn't entirely fair. Tony wasn't at his peak. After replacing his arc reactor with an older version, his energy was only half of what it had been, barely enough for 2 shock waves. This significantly impacted his mobility. Secondly, Obadiah cleverly disabled the weapon system on Tony's armor during the initial close-range battle, where Tony, lacking combat experience, was at a disadvantage. This put Tony in a nearly hopeless position with little room for a comeback. Although Tony had taken some hits, he still felt confident. He didn't believe his armor was weaker than Cyborg's, he simply thought there was still much room for improvement. He wasn't discouraged. Tony, looks like you're going to need some encouragement. At that moment, an unfamiliar yet not unfamiliar voice sounded in his ear. Iron Man. Tony turned to see Batman standing beside him, smiling. If you really want to be a superhero, what you're doing right now is far from enough. I'll do what I need to do, Batman. Tony glanced at the man beside him and responded in a low voice. As they spoke, the battle continued. The Ironmonger's steel body had taken heavy damage but still retained its ability to move. Obadiah struggled to get the Ironmonger back on its feet, hoping to use the remaining power to mount a counterattack. Boom! Cyborg showed no mercy. He pressed one hand onto the Ironmonger's head and forced it into the asphalt, using the air jets behind and beneath him to drag the Ironmonger across the road, plowing out deep cracks. Chi. Sparks flew as steel scraped against the ground. It wasn't until the Ironmonger crashed into the Stark Industrial Building on the side of the road that Cyborg stopped, inserting his hands into the neck-body connection of the Ironmonger. With all his strength, he tore the Ironmonger's chest open. Click, click, click. Cyborg, in a brutal display, ripped off part of the Ironmonger's outer shell in seconds. Electricity crackled as the Ironmonger's internal wiring was severed, but Obadiah still didn't give up. Furious, he moved the missile on his shoulder and aimed it at Cyborg. Be careful. Pepper, who had been watching from a distance, couldn't help but shout. Tony's face darkened, but he noticed that Batman, standing next to him, made no move. It seemed he had complete confidence in Cyborg and hadn't even considered intervening. Is this called allies? just as the thought flashed through Tony's mind. Click. The cannon on Obadiah's shoulder prepared to fire. With Tony and Pepper watching in shock, Cyborg didn't hesitate. He raised his iron fist and rushed directly into the missile barrel of the ironmonger. Boom! The missile exploded instantly in the barrel, and the massive flame engulfed them. Shrapnel and steel fragments flew in all directions. As the missile exploded, Cyborg's attack had already torn a huge gap in the ironmonger's armor. The shockwave and fire spread inside, and they could hear Obadiah's screams from within the blaze. Moments later, a figure emerged from the fire, completely unharmed. It was Cyborg. Ended. Cyborg nodded at Batman, increasing the airflow beneath his feet. His body shot into the air, soaring into the night sky and disappearing. Is it over? Tony was a little dazed. That was too easy. At least he was saved by Cyborg, but he didn't even have time to thank him because he was mulling deeply. He's rich? Even putting aside the money, just think about the technology. Tony, deeply intrigued by Cyborg's tech, helplessly turned his head and looked at Batman beside him. But the man hadn't left yet. Tony, we'll meet again. After Cyborg left, Batman spoke to him without any intention of further communication. He then disappeared into the shadows as quickly as Cyborg had, vanishing before Tony and Pepper's eyes. He just left like that? What was he doing here? Cyborg wasn't enough? Was he just watching for fun? Tony was immediately frustrated and looked down at his disheveled self, speechless for a moment. A while later, the sound of police sirens grew louder as they approached. It was the New York Police Task Force, led by George Stacy, with the usual 4 turtles following him. However, when they arrived excitedly at the scene, they found only Tony Stark in tattered armor, staring at the wreck of the ironmonger in front of him, with a scorched corpse inside. Tony, George, who had just gotten off duty and received the alert, had rushed over but soon realized something shocking. It was too late again. What a steal? What? The turtles saw the destruction left behind, overturned or burning vehicles, cracked roads, and a huge pit. Michelangelo broke down in particular, crying with frustration. Why are we always late? Why is it so hard to complete a mission? George looked at Tony, about to ask something, when another black car approached, breaking through the police blockade and stopping in front of him and Tony. Who's that? George frowned. Who would dare act so arrogantly? Before he could finish the thought, a man with a black eye patch stepped out of the driver's seat, followed by a man with a high hairline in the passenger seat. At the same time, a man and a woman exited from the back seat. Director Stacy, we'll take over from here. Nick Fury flashed his credentials at George, his tone calm but firm. Please have the New York Police Department block this area. S.H.I.D.L.D. George frowned deeper and let out a cold snort before addressing his colleagues and the turtles. Don't approach. Keep blocking the area. On the other side, Coulson approached Tony and Pepper. Mr. Stark, Miss Pepper, I believe we can have a good conversation now, right? After Anton went home, he retrieved several photos of Tony from the Cyborg database. He selected the most interesting one, uploaded it to his mailbox, and sent it to Eddie, who had just returned home. The photo depicted Tony's Iron Man suit in disarray, his helmet missing, his damp hair plastered messily across his forehead, revealing an embarrassed expression visible to the naked eye. The ironmonger had him pinned to the ground, raising its iron fist high as if Tony's head would burst like a watermelon in the next moment. Tony's eyes were closed, as though he were resigned to his fate. Tisk tisk, this photo will definitely be one for Tony to remember, Anton chuckled. Tonight, Anton had considered inviting Tony to join the Justice League, but as the incident unfolded, he chose not to bring it up. There were many reasons. One of the main ones was Tony's rebellious nature. Even during the early days of the Avengers, Tony, Thor, and Captain America were constantly at odds, each refusing to back down. In particular, Tony and Captain America seemed to irritate each other from start to finish. At the root of their conflict was a struggle for dominance. Both had strong-willed personalities and were unwilling to yield, preferring to act independently. It wasn't until Coulson was stabbed to death by Loki that the two began to set aside their differences and cooperate. Of course, this was only because they had a common enemy. Even after their relationship eased, subtle disputes over dominance persisted after the Battle of New York. The conflict eventually escalated into a full-blown civil war during Captain America Civil War when the Winter Soldier's reappearance reignited their underlying tensions. That, however, is a story for later. For now, Anton's thoughts had grown clearer as he prepared for the Justice League. Inviting Tony to join at this stage would only lead to conflict with Batman, whose role was already well defined. After all, Tony wasn't the type to follow orders or heed advice. Instead of recruiting someone as headstrong and unpredictable as Tony, it made more sense to let him develop independently. The Avengers were still recruiting, weren't they? Let Tony go where he truly belonged. The Justice League's first-generation lineup was almost finalized anyway, and they weren't lacking members. Ding dong! The computer beeped, snapping Anton back to reality. He noticed Eddie had already opened the email and replied with 3 symbols, clearly overwhelmed by the photo. What Anton didn't know was that the star reporter on the other side of the computer was mentally cursing in frustration. Eddie was beside computer. I finally get off work on time, and I miss this. His regret was palpable. Although he didn't recognize Ironmonger, there was no mistaking the other figure in the photo, Tony Stark. $1 billion scoop, missed? Eddie's intestines twisted with regret as he vowed never to leave work on time again. From now on, he'd be the kind of diligent worker who never missed a big story. Ignoring April's calls from the bed, Eddie planted himself in front of the computer, frantically typing up his article. By tomorrow morning, when the office workers checked their feeds, the story complete with this exclusive photo would be front and center on the Daily Bugle's website. Grabbing the hottest headlines was, after all, the Daily Bugle's specialty. The next day, the streets of New York were bustling as usual. Office workers, unemployed individuals, and even homeless people huddled on the sidewalks, some glued to their phones, others watching TVs displayed in shop windows, all wearing expressions of shock and disbelief. The previous night's battle between two ironclad combatants in Manhattan had spread like wildfire across the city. The buzz around it quickly eclipsed yesterday's headlines about Dr. Otto Octavius, also known as Dr. Octopus. But this was Tony Stark. Compared to him, Otto was practically a nobody. What caught people's attention even more was the identity of the Silver Iron Man's massive mech. It appeared to belong to Stark Industries. Onlookers who had been near Stark Industries the previous night described seeing the two armored figures burst out of the building and take the fight to the streets. It wasn't long before speculation ran rampant. Was this a case of infighting within Stark Industries? Blacklisted critics of Tony, criticizers, as they were called, used the incident as ammunition to mock him, claiming that his supposed genius was overrated. Even in combat, he's not on the same level as the cyborg, they sneered. Among the circulating images, one in particular went viral among curious onlookers. It showed Tony Stark, battered and trampled underfoot by the Ironmonger. Notably, the photo came courtesy of the Daily Bugle. Stark Industries building. Office of the chairman. Tony sat in his office, reading the news. When his eyes landed on the infamous photo, his teeth clenched in anger. He wasn't sure how the photo had been leaked, but he didn't need to think too hard to figure it out. Cyborg and Batman undoubtedly had something to do with it. Especially that Anton. This had Anton's planning all over it. And as for Batman, he was probably just here for the amusement. Tony, Pepper said as she entered the office, holding a folder in her hands. I've contacted all the major media outlets in New York. The press conference is scheduled to begin in 2 hours. She hesitated, handing him a document. This is the speech provided by SHIELD. They've prepared a statement. Although that photo of you is circulating online, most people at the scene didn't get a good look at your face. The photo can be dismissed as fake. With today's computer technology, it's easy to doctor something like that. In addition, the shareholders are requesting discretion. They're worried this news could have a negative impact on Stark Industries' stock price. I got it, Tony replied tersely, taking the document. He glanced at the prepared statement, his expression unreadable. His eyes, however, gleamed with something Pepper couldn't quite identify. 2 hours later, Tony stood at the podium, facing a sea of curious eyes. He glanced down at the speech in his hands, paused for a moment, and then dramatically let the pages flutter to the ground. Pepper, watching from the sidelines, sighed and rubbed her forehead. She had seen this coming. Carlson, standing nearby, frowned, sensing that the situation was spiraling out of control. In the audience, Eddie raised his camera, eyes wide. He knew Tony Stark rarely played by the rules, and whatever happened next would undoubtedly be big news. The people of America were about to get a feast of gossip and drama. I know what you all want to ask, Tony began calmly. Then, with a sly grin, he spread his arms wide and said, I am Iron Man. DC Corporation. Anton turned on the TV, watching the live press conference and witnessing the now famous scene. In truth, Tony declaring himself Iron Man this time was far less dazzling than in the original timeline. After all, Batman had already made his mark, and both he and Cyborg had stepped into the public eye before Tony. Moreover, the image of the Ironmonger pressing Tony into the ground and overpowering him was still fresh in everyone's minds. Without Cyborg's timely intervention, it was unclear whether Tony could have turned the tables against the Ironmonger. Even so, Tony's pre-existing popularity made it inevitable that he would steal the spotlight from Dr. Octopus, who had been dominating headlines just the day before. In fact, Tony's bold declaration also propelled Cyborg back into the trending topics. The keywords Iron Man and Cyborg continued to dominate online discussions, their popularity showing no signs of waning anytime soon. Unbeknownst to Anton, however, Tony's proclamation had earned him an immediate meeting with Nick Fury of SHIELD. The moment he stepped off the stage, he was invited for tea, as they called it. Not that Anton would have cared even if he knew. At that moment, Anton had just received a call from Phil, who was reporting in from Brazil. The urgency in Phil's voice was enough to make even Anton pause. Boss. On the other end of the line, Phil sounded panicked, his voice trembling as he spoke. He had locked himself in a room, but his fear was palpable. Something happened? A green monster showed up here. It took the last component of the teleportation device. Phil swallowed hard, his anxiety spilling over. And now, we're being targeted by the military. What? Anton was taken aback. This incident was indeed beyond his expectations. Green monster? Army? Why is the Foot Clan with these two again? Although Phil didn't explicitly mention the identities of the two parties, his reference to Brazil and the time frame naturally made Anton think of something, the Hulk and the army led by General Ross, who was hunting him. Boss, we didn't expect it either. Phil looked helpless as he explained the situation to Anton. They had searched the tropical rainforest for an entire day, finally pinpointing the precise location of the last part of the teleportation device. Just as they dug it out, a loud noise echoed in the distance. A helicopter was suddenly crushed flat like a toy and thrown aside. Its propellers were bent, and no one could tell how far it had been flung. In the rainforest, trees were uprooted or snapped like twigs. Mud splattered everywhere, covering their faces. Everyone was dumbfounded. Boom! The next moment, the helicopter exploded. As the shockwave rippled through, a massive green figure covered in muscle leapt into the air, then landed with earth-shaking force. The figure appeared in front of Phil and his group. It was a giant green monster with a bare upper body, wearing only a pair of shorts. The moment it landed, the ground trembled as though an earthquake had struck. When the green monster noticed Phil and the others holding weapons, it didn't hesitate. It attacked, killing a member of the Foot Clan instantly. Coincidentally, the military team arrived at that exact moment. Their remaining helicopters, armed with powerful cannons, aimed at both the green monster in the rainforest and Phil's group. In the chaos, the green monster inadvertently stepped on the location of the teleportation device fragment. The fragment activated immediately. Whoosh! The green monster disappeared along with the fragment. Everyone froze in shock. Phil and the others exchanged glances, only to find themselves quickly surrounded by the military. After a fierce fight, they barely managed to escape, but not without significant losses. Almost 10 people had accompanied Phil on this trip. Now, if you counted himself, only 3 remained. The other 2 survivors were Dr. Stockman and the female ninja Carve. Of course, the military didn't get off unscathed either. Thanks to the Foot Clan's frenzied counterattack, more than 30 soldiers were lost. There wasn't even supposed to be any conflict between the 2 sides. But now, if there wasn't animosity before, there certainly was now. To be honest, though, Phil wasn't as concerned about the military or the Foot Clan as he was about his own situation. He had come to Brazil and gotten into a fight with the military. Didn't that pretty much confirm his status as a supervillain? When he returned, wouldn't the military just track him down and throw him straight into prison? Phil had taken note of the soldiers this time. The army sent to surround the green monster wasn't Brazilian. With the American flag prominently displayed on their uniforms, they were undoubtedly the same cross-border soldiers Phil's group had encountered at the airport when they first arrived. Speaking of the whole situation, not only was Phil in a complicated mood, but even Anton, who had just heard the details, was left speechless. However, we should be able to locate the remaining fragments and the monster's position using the tracker, Phil said, thinking aloud. But then he added, it's just that during the recent flight, the tracker was damaged. Now there's no way to pinpoint the location. In that case, come back first, Anton said after a moment of thought. But just as he spoke, a loud bang came from Phil's side of the call. Phil instinctively turned his head toward the sound and froze in shock. The door to his room had been kicked open, and a submachine gun was aimed directly at him. Don't move, hands up. The military had surrounded the hotel. A group of armed soldiers burst into the room, their weapons trained on Phil with terrifying precision. Caught off guard, Phil had no chance to don his green goblin suit. Resigned, he raised his hands, letting the phone fall to the carpet. He was led out of the room, where he saw Stockman already handcuffed. Even Carve, the most combat-capable among them, had been subdued and was now a prisoner of the military. Well, it seems I don't have to worry about getting arrested after returning home. Despite the gravity of the situation, Phil couldn't help but laugh bitterly at the irony. The real question is whether I'll get to go back at all. Phil. Anton's expression darkened as he heard the commotion on the other end of the call. Without hesitation, he summoned his cyborg clone. Within seconds, he used his phone to locate the hotel in Brazil where Phil was being held. Then, he remotely wiped all data from Phil's phone. Using the hotel's surveillance system, Anton viewed the scene from the cyborg clone's perspective. He saw Phil and the others being led out of the room under heavy guard. Boom! Without a moment's delay, Anton transferred his consciousness into the cyborg body. Breaking through the window of his villa, the cyborg soared into the sky, heading straight for Brazil. As the cyborg flew out of the villa area, every surveillance camera along its path froze, capturing nothing but empty air. Only after the cyborg had completely left the vicinity did the cameras resume normal operation. Brazil, near Rio de Janeiro. At a certain airborne base, this temporary facility had been secured through General Ross's connections. The plan was simple, stay here for the night and return home the next morning. During this time, Ross quickly identified Stockman's background. As for Phil and Carve, their identities remained unknown. Stockman was a well-known scientist, but the other 2 were far less prominent, practically anonymous. Inside the base, Stockman sat in an interrogation room. A single beam of light illuminated his face as the questioning began. Sitting opposite him, General Ross, his expression cold and unreadable, had a glint of calculation in his eyes. After an indeterminate amount of time, he suddenly laughed, a sound that sent a chill down Stockman's spine. Baxter Stockman, a scientist who has been studying teleportation technology for many years. Ross began slowly, his voice carrying an edge. So, the reason the person I'm after disappeared so suddenly is because of your teleportation technology. No, you can't say that, Stockman stammered, swallowing nervously. The teleportation technology isn't perfect. I can send someone away, but I can't bring them back. Do you understand? If you're looking for that person, I can't help you. You can't even guarantee that he's still on Earth. Ross frowned deeply. This. Stockman hesitated, then reluctantly nodded. Ross leaned back in his chair, his demeanor shifting as he continued. I found something interesting among your equipment. My tech expert tells me it's a positioning instrument. He paused for a moment, a thin smile spreading across his face. Dr. Stockman, care to explain what it's for? Stockman froze, his eyes widening. The old fox in front of him seemed to have seen through every deception. After a long silence, Stockman groaned in defeat, eventually dragged out of the room. Though he was still alive, he had been tortured enough to leave him physically and mentally shattered. For Ross, a ruthless general focused solely on achieving his goals, such methods were simply a matter of course. In the interrogation room, Ross remained seated, his mind racing. Teleportation device, positioning instrument, Banner. He muttered to himself. If you're going to run away like this, Banner, you're certainly giving me quite the surprise. A cold smile spread across his face as his thoughts crystallized. Since Banner had escaped using the teleportation device fragments, the location of the fragments and Banner's current position would naturally align. Repairing the positioning instrument and tracking him down would not be an issue. Better yet, Ross realized he could even use Banner to complete the teleportation device. Kill two birds with one stone. Unbeknownst to Ross, at that very moment, a figure was soaring through the clouds at incredible speed, heading straight for Brazil. The speed of the cyborg was astonishing, comparable to that of Iron Man, and perhaps even faster than Iron Man before the development of his more advanced armors. Both could easily achieve supersonic flight. At a speed of Mach 2, Anton made the journey from New York to Brazil in less than 3 hours. Brazil, near Rio de Janeiro, tropical rainforest. As Anton approached, he continued to utilize the cyborg's abilities, monitoring General Ross and the temporary military base he commanded. Although he couldn't access the interrogation room directly, he did catch sight of Stockman being dragged out, which fell squarely within his field of vision. It was clear Ross had learned something about Phil's intentions. As for Stockman, Anton knew the scientist wasn't exactly a loyal or trustworthy individual. Unlike the ninja, Stockman's obedience to the Foot Clan wasn't born of admiration for Shredder but rather rooted in his personal obsessions and ulterior motives. Boom, boom, boom. Anton pressed onward, accelerating. The shockwaves created by his supersonic flight rippled through the air, releasing deafening roars that echoed through the jungle. The flight base loomed closer. With each passing moment, the distance shrank, but so too did the likelihood of remaining undetected. However, Anton had no intention of hiding his arrival. Though he could shield himself from the base's radar systems, the sonic booms and shockwaves generated by his high-speed approach were impossible for any soldier to ignore. After all, if you plan to take people from the military, why hide your strength? Boom! The gusting wind howled as airwaves approached from the distance. Inside the base, the Night Watch soldiers opened their eyes wide, sensing something was wrong. The alarm blared immediately. Within minutes, a group of well-armed soldiers stood outside, weapons at the ready, waiting for orders. Soon, Ross himself arrived, his expression dark as he gazed at the silver figure descending from the sky. Anton's cyborg slowed to normal speed, its metallic frame gleaming under the lights. Ross's eyes lingered on the exposed joints, his brow furrowing. Who are you? Ross demanded in a deep voice. And what do you want? The general, having been focused on operations in Brazil, was completely unfamiliar with the superhero cyborg who had gained a reputation in the US. As for cyborgs from movies, novels, or comics, such things were far from Ross's aesthetic preferences. It doesn't matter who I am, Anton's cyborg replied calmly, hovering above the base. The red electronic eyes locked onto Ross, and the blue lights on its forehead glowed even brighter. You've arrested the people I'm here for. Oh, Ross said, suddenly understanding. Stockman, and those other two unlucky fools. He sneered. I don't care who you are. They are my prisoners now, and they will remain my prisoners. If you think you can take them from me, you'd better think twice. The guns in my soldiers' hands won't agree. Anton wasn't surprised. He'd anticipated this response, though he couldn't help feeling slightly regretful, not for himself, but for Ross and his men. Ross, Anton said, his voice steady, are you sure you want to fight me? The words hung in the air. He transformed his hands into supersonic cannons, energy gathering at their cores. With a boom, the supersonic blast struck the ground near the soldiers, creating a massive crater. Stone fragments exploded outward in all directions. The shot was a deliberate warning from Anton, showcasing his power without harming anyone. Shoot. Ross's face remained expressionless, completely ignoring the warning as he gave the command. Boom! Not far away, a shell was launched toward Anton, still in his cyborg form. Anton moved slightly, quickly noticing that the shell was tracking his every movement. A tracking missile. The thought flashed through his mind as he casually tossed an energy beam, intercepting the projectile midair. Boom! The explosion lit up the sky, flames erupting as airwaves rippled through the area. Ross's expression grew more serious. It was clear this enemy was not going to be easily subdued. The firepower's too weak. Ross barked, his voice cold. Increase the firepower? Don't let him get anywhere near the flight base. General, the opponent is too strong, one of his subordinates said nervously, attempting a cautious suggestion. With our current equipment and weapons, it's very likely we won't stand a chance against him. The unspoken implication was clear, surrender the 3 prisoners they just captured. Impossible. Ross growled through clenched teeth. His voice was sharp, and his eyes blazed with anger. He glared at the man, warning, if you dare to suggest that again, you're out of my army. Understood. The soldier immediately straightened, sweat pouring down his face. He dared not provoke Ross further. The truth was, Ross could not afford to give up Stockman and the others. Failure in this mission would require him to answer to his superiors. While failure alone wouldn't tarnish his standing, delivering the teleportation technology Stockman represented would elevate his position. This technology, in terms of its global strategic potential, far outweighed the whale he had been chasing for years. Bruce Banner. Ross clenched his fists as the realization solidified. The robot-like figure attacking them was after the same prize. This technology cannot fall into anyone else's hands. Ross's eyes burned with determination as he glared at Anton, who gracefully evaded shell after shell, effortlessly dodging through the chaos. Transfer the three of them to another location, Ross commanded, his voice sharp and resolute. I'll hold off this robot myself. Yes, sir. The soldier saluted and hurried off to follow the order. He quickly moved to the detention room where Stockman and the others were being held, preparing to relocate them. Oh, while deftly avoiding the bombardment, Anton monitored the base through the cyborg's advanced sensors. He saw Stockman and the others being escorted out of their holding room and immediately deduced Ross's plan. What a greedy old fox, he muttered with a sigh. Realizing it was time to end the confrontation, Anton stopped dodging. Hovering midair, he allowed the shells to explode around him harmlessly. Then, crossing his hands over his chest, his entire body began to radiate a powerful energy wave. The next moment, he spread his arms wide, unleashing a massive sonic barrier. The circular wave expanded outward, creating ripples visible to the naked eye as it engulfed the entire flight base. Click, click. Under the stunned gazes of the soldiers, including General Ross, the dense barrage of cannonballs abruptly halted in midair, as if time itself had stopped. Rumble, rumble. Moments later, the shells detonated one after another, creating a cascade of fiery explosions that lit up the sky like fireworks. The dazzling bursts of light unleashed powerful shockwaves, causing soldiers to stagger and struggle to maintain their footing. The ground trembled violently, and the fighter planes stationed at the base were overturned by the sheer force of the blast, plunging the entire area into chaos. Ross's expression was one of utter shock. The display of power had far surpassed anything he had imagined. While he had anticipated that the robot-like figure before him would possess extraordinary abilities, nothing had prepared him for this. Not even his encounters with the Hulk. Bruce Banner's monstrous alter ego had readied him for such devastation. Of course, Ross's preparations and defenses were far from adequate to handle this kind of opponent. Despite the overwhelming power on display, Ross remained defiant, preparing to rally his troops for another stand. Seeing Ross's stubbornness and unwillingness to concede, Anton's patience reached its limit. His voice, low and menacing, echoed throughout the base. Ross, that question earlier was your last chance. The voice of the cyborg echoed across the flight base, cutting through the chaos like a blade. Amid the billowing air and countless cannonballs whizzing by, the air reeked of gunpowder and war. Yet, even the cacophony of battle could not drown out the chilling, unyielding authority in his words. The soldiers stood frozen, nerves frayed to their limit. Through the brief but intense skirmish, they had come to understand one thing clearly: the man before them was beyond anything they could handle. With a single, effortless move, he had neutralized their barrage of shells. This being, wielding such extraordinary power, had transcended the limits of humanity. To the soldiers, his abilities seemed otherworldly, unattainable. Perhaps only Captain America, legendary hero of the last century and product of the Super Soldier program, could stand a chance against him. The soldiers exchanged uneasy glances. They knew the truth. The last chance. General Ross, standing behind the front lines, muttered the phrase under his breath. A faint sneer tugged at his lips. No one could threaten him. Brinsky. Ross turned to Colonel Emil Brinsky, who stood at the ready. During the mission to capture Bruce Banner, Brinsky had demonstrated his exceptional combat prowess. Although the mission itself had failed, Brinsky's skill in both command and combat had not gone unnoticed by Ross, who held him in high regard. Without Brinsky, the mission's losses would have been far greater. Even after Banner was teleported away, it was Brinsky's efforts that had secured Stockman and the others, finally subduing the trained and elusive adversaries they faced. Brinsky had also traced the escapees' whereabouts, leading to their eventual capture. Should the teleportation technology prove successful, Brinsky's contributions would undoubtedly play a key role. Of course, the majority of the credit would belong to Ross himself. You're not intimidated by that robot, are you? Ross asked, his tone calm yet laced with challenge. Of course not. Brinsky grinned, hefting a gun loaded with armor-piercing rounds. With a nod of confidence, he replied, I can't wait. Good. Ross stepped back, his eyes narrowing as he gazed up at the cyborg hovering in the sky. It's your turn now. His voice was firm as he issued his order. Don't let me down. Hold that robot at all costs. Even as Ross spoke, he noticed a soldier at the edge of the flight bay signaling to him. It was the team he had dispatched to relocate Stockman and the others. Everything was proceeding as planned. Ross's earlier defiance, his refusal to hand over the prisoners, did not mean he was blind to the situation. It was obvious that the cyborg's combat capabilities far exceeded what the military could handle. With their current weapons and equipment, they stood little chance of taking him down. If Ross wanted to secure Stockman and the others, his priority had to be evacuating them from the base and fast. In short, the teleportation technology could not be allowed to fall into someone else's hands. To ensure a successful transfer of the prisoners, someone had to hold the enemy back, and Emil Brunski took on the task without hesitation. How could Ross, with his age and physical limitations, fight the enemy himself? Brunski didn't mind. As a battle-hardened soldier with a hint of war madness, he was exhilarated by the situation unfolding before him. The chaos, the challenge, it was everything he thrived on. He shifted his gaze back to the cyborg hovering in the sky. The arrogance faded from his face as he raised his weapon, taking aim. A few seconds passed. Boom! An armor-piercing projectile shot out with immense force. Anton, in his cyborg form, sensed the projectile approaching from his side and shifted quickly, narrowly avoiding it. Whoosh! The projectile whizzed past his ear. Anton refocused, his sensors locking onto the jeep where the 3 prisoners were being escorted. His gaze shifted to Ross, Brunski, and the soldiers standing between him and his target. Trying to leave. Anton sneered. You didn't ask for my permission. Without hesitation, he charged into the soldiers, effortlessly knocking them down with a single punch each, disabling them one by one. An armored vehicle rolled up, its long barrel aimed directly at him. Anton moved swiftly, gripping the barrel and twisting it. The shell detonated inside, sending the vehicle into the air. It exploded in a fiery blaze before crashing back to the ground in pieces. Brunski, observing Anton's raw power and incredible mobility, realized the soldiers didn't stand a chance. If left unchecked, the cyborg would wipe them out entirely. Determined, Brunski took the offensive. He climbed into another armored vehicle, aimed its artillery, and began firing. Bang, bang, bang. His combat experience and tactical instincts allowed him to predict Anton's movements. The artillery shells hurtled toward the silver figure, each one appearing perfectly calculated. Anton, however, had no interest in dragging out the fight. With precise timing, he extended his mechanical hand, catching one of the shells mid-flight. Boom! The large-caliber shell detonated in his grip, leaving him completely unharmed. What about sonic weapons? Brunski barked over the combat channel. Deploy sonic weapons at maximum output? Attack helicopters, surround that damn robot. Understood. The soldiers, though frightened, followed orders. But the vast disparity in power between Anton and the military was insurmountable. The sonic weapons released an ear-splitting shockwave, creating an oppressive, vibrating force field that surrounded Anton. Anton, unfazed, calmly muted his mechanical body's audio receptors. His sensory world became silent, leaving only the sight of fire and exploding projectiles before him. The sonic weapon's maximum lethality had no effect on him. The shockwaves themselves posed even less of a threat. From a distance, an attack helicopter rose into the air, its weapons aimed at Anton. Before it could fire, Anton raised his hand and launched an energy cannon. The glowing projectile struck the helicopter, sending it spiraling down in flames. Anton smashed the roof of the armored car with a single punch, ripped off the large-caliber artillery, and lifted Brunski, the main driver, out of the vehicle. With Brunski dangling in one hand, he began to walk slowly toward Ross, who stood not far away. In the process, Anton casually flung a bomb toward the edge of the flight base with his free hand. Boom! The shell exploded just in front of a jeep attempting to flee. The jeep shook violently, as though caught in an earthquake. The passengers, secured by their seat belts, were thrown about and struggled to maintain their posture. The driver slammed on the brakes, staring wide-eyed at the massive crater now blocking their path. Swallowing hard, his forehead drenched in sweat, he turned his gaze back toward the smoking battlefield. Through the haze, the robot's figure stood out, the glowing red light of its eyes cutting through the chaos. The driver understood the warning clearly. If they dared to move again, the next bomb would not land in the open space ahead. It would strike the jeep directly. Anton rose into the air, his posture exuding dominance and inevitability, as though the battle was already won. He hovered closer to Ross and unceremoniously dropped Brunski at the general's feet. Ross's expression twisted in a mix of anger and humiliation as he glared at Anton, who loomed above him. The cyborg's calm, leisurely voice broke the tense silence. Is this all you're capable of, General Ross? Anton's gaze burned into Ross's, unrelenting. If this is the extent of your strength, I suggest you give up hunting Banner altogether. If he loses control, there are few people in this world who can stop him. And you, General, are definitely not one of them. Banner. Ross's face changed slightly when he heard the name. The other party actually knew who he was trying to apprehend. Bruce Banner? Codename, Hulk? This was highly classified information, known only to a select few within high-level military circles. For someone to possess this level of knowledge meant they were no ordinary individual. Ross's voice turned cold. Who are you? You'll find out soon enough. Anton stared at Ross, contemplating what to do with him. Killing Ross would be easy, it would only take a single bullet. For someone with a nearly inexhaustible energy source in his cyborg body, the cost of firing a shot wasn't even worth mentioning. But killing Ross wasn't realistic. If Ross died, it would undoubtedly have serious repercussions not just for Anton's reputation but also for the Justice League, which was on the brink of formal establishment. Even with his technological abilities, which could erase evidence and cover the truth, the complications were far-reaching. The key issue? Too many witnesses. Scanning the area, Anton saw 40 or 50 soldiers remaining. Their faces were blackened with gunpowder and smoke, their expressions filled with fear as they trembled, watching him. Others lay unconscious from the explosions or crushed beneath twisted armored vehicles. If he killed Ross, it wouldn't stop there. To cover up the truth, he'd have to eliminate every single soldier still alive. Anton frowned. Killing villains was one thing, he wouldn't think twice. But soldiers? They weren't inherently at fault. They were merely following orders, instruments of their superior's will. Killing them felt no different than killing civilians, and Anton found himself unable to reconcile with that. Still, sparing Ross posed another problem. As a high-ranking lieutenant general in the US military, Ross would undoubtedly cause trouble for the Justice League in the future. The organization wouldn't be impossible to establish, but Ross's interference would be a constant thorn in its side. This conundrum left Anton deep in thought. From Ross's perspective, the silence was unnerving. He watched the cyborg's blank expression, unsure what Anton was planning. His life now hung by a thread, dictated entirely by the whims of this extraordinary being. Damn it! Brunski, who had been lying on the ground after being casually thrown aside by Anton, rose to his feet. Rage and desperation burned in his eyes as he clenched his fists. His hand moved subtly to his waist, retrieving a secret weapon he had kept for emergencies, a large-caliber pistol with 6 high-powered rounds. With a sharp motion, Brunski straightened, his movements filled with a determination born of defiance. He raised the weapon, aiming it directly at Anton's head, whose attention seemed momentarily elsewhere. Go to hell! Brunski growled through gritted teeth, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Bang! 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 The gun roared as it spat fire, 6 bullets racing toward Anton's face. The cyborg form of Anton, with only the right half of his face exposed, revealed his most vulnerable point, his remaining natural eye. As the bullets hurtled toward him, Anton sneered. There was no need to hesitate now, the enemy had made the decision for him. In the blink of an eye, he raised his hand and activated the sonic barrier. The 6 speeding bullets struck the barrier, each one deflected with a sharp metallic ding. Ding! 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 The bullets fell harmlessly to the ground, bouncing as they lost momentum. Brunski's confidence faltered. He watched as the cyborg's electronic left eye glowed a menacing red, while the natural right eye radiated a chilling, murderous intent. Not good. Cold sweat trickled down Brunski's back. Even Ross, who had been frozen in place, realized something was amiss. Brunski's reckless actions had clearly provoked the cyborg. You need to think this through. I'm a lieutenant general in the US Air Force, Ross stammered, his voice unsteady, trying to defuse the situation. But before he could finish, Anton raised his hands. They began to transform, swelling grotesquely in size, glowing with an intense blue energy that gathered rapidly in his palms. Damn it! Ross cursed as he turned and ran. It was too late. Anton unleashed the energy cannon. Boom! The blast hit Brunski first, consuming him entirely in a blinding explosion. Ross, who had managed to take only a few steps, was caught in the shockwave. The ground trembled as the blast ripped through the area, sending debris flying in all directions. When the dust settled, a massive crater was left in front of Anton. Inside, the charred remains of a body were scattered, a figure barely recognizable as Emil Brunski. The man who would have become Abomination was no more. On the edge of the crater lay a bloody, barely recognizable figure, General Ross. His skin was scorched, his uniform reduced to tatters by the heat of the energy blast. Though alive, his survival seemed unlikely, his injuries were catastrophic. Anton let out a cold snort, his expression hard. Impulsive? Maybe. But what was done could not be undone. Regret had no place now. Turning away from the chaos, Anton used his technological abilities to erase all surveillance footage from the airbase systems, leaving no trace of what had occurred. With that, he leapt into the air and landed at the edge of the base, in front of a jeep occupied by Phil, Stockman, and the ninja Carre. What the? Phil stammered, staring at Anton in shock. The 3 passengers, already trembling with fear, were now utterly paralyzed by the presence of the man who had just wiped out the entire airbase. Get out! Anton barked, his voice cold and commanding. The driver of the jeep, terror-stricken, scrambled out of the vehicle, his legs trembling so violently he almost collapsed. Without looking back, he stumbled away, leaving the jeep behind. Phil swallowed hard as he stared at the man in front of him. Suddenly, inspiration struck, and he mentally connected the dots. Cyborg. Taking a deep breath, he asked, "Are you a cyborg?" As an employee of the Daily Bugle, Phil was quite familiar with the DC company located downstairs from their offices. After all, everyone in the building worked under the same parent corporation. Thanks to Eddie's influence, Phil's flattery skills had improved significantly, and he had often been dragged along to watch the superhero movies DC had produced. In fact, he'd become somewhat of a fan. Phil was particularly fond of the second movie in DC's cinematic lineup, especially since it was directed by his own boss, Anton. Now, standing face to face with the man before him, Phil was shocked to realize that he looked exactly like the superhero cyborg from Anton's films. Of course, being in Brazil had left Phil out of touch with recent events in New York, so it wasn't surprising that he hadn't recognized the steel-clad hero who had recently gained widespread fame. But once he took a closer look, the striking resemblance was undeniable. Anton's silver mechanical body was too iconic to mistake for anyone else. Cyborg? What's that? Stockman and Carre exchanged puzzled glances, clearly unfamiliar with the name. Cyborg. Phil explained eagerly. He's a superhero who's a comrade in arms with Batman. Probably. Batman. At the mention of the name, Stockman and Carre's expressions changed drastically. Why would Batman send someone here? Their anxiety visibly spiked, surpassing even the fear they'd felt when General Ross had stormed the base with his army. The mere mention of Batman was enough to terrify them. It was a threat far more personal and immediate than anything Ross could muster. Phil hesitated, glancing at the cyborg in front of him. Anton gave him a slight nod. Phil's face lit up in understanding. Ahem. Clearing his throat, he addressed Stockman and Carey with newfound confidence. Well, I suppose I can't keep it a secret anymore. Gentlemen, Cyborg is here, for me, for you. Stockman and Carey stared at him in disbelief, their mouths hanging open. That's right. Phil spoke apologetically, but there was an unmistakable hint of smugness in his tone. Sorry to break it to you, but I'm an undercover agent. The revelation left Stockman and Carey utterly stunned. Their jaws dropped even further, practically hitting the floor. You're, what? Stockman's entire body began to tremble, his mouth moving as if to say something, but no words came out. Carey, equally speechless, glanced around nervously, as if searching for an escape route. The two of them were completely at a loss, unable to process the unexpected twist that had just turned their world upside down. Where is your equipment? Anton glanced at Phil, ignoring the mix of screaming and shock, and ordered, go and grab your gear and positioning equipment. It's time to leave here. Understood. Phil nodded and rushed into the flight base building. A few minutes later, he returned, neatly dressed in a modified and repainted Green Goblin suit, carrying a suitcase. Anton couldn't help but admit it. Phil, going by the pseudonym Hobgoblin, looked more like a supervillain than a superhero in this outfit. He looked like he was ready for Halloween, capable of scaring children into tears while shopping. Anton couldn't quite grasp Phil's sense of aesthetics. Speechless for a moment, Anton noticed Phil's suitcase, likely containing a slightly damaged positioning instrument. You take this woman. Let's leave here first. Understood. As soon as Phil finished speaking, he saw the cyborg grab Stockman and fly into the sky. But for some reason, cyborg stayed in the air, turning its head to look at the flight base. Phil stepped onto his flying skateboard, with Carey hanging from his feet, and ascended to the same height as the cyborg. What's happening? There's still something to be done. Anton replied calmly. If this incident gets out, you, as a reporter, should know better than I do how serious the consequences could be. Are you sure? Phil asked, his eyes wide as he looked at the base in front of him. Cyborg around them raised his hands, and sonic shells converged, aiming at various warplanes, armored vehicles, and, most importantly, the ammunition depot nearby. A moment later, he detonated the entire base. Rumble, rumble, a massive mushroom cloud soared into the sky. Fire and black gunpowder instantly engulfed the entire flight base, while the ground cracked deep ravines, shaking uncontrollably. It was as if a natural disaster had struck. Needless to say, the soldiers who had survived inside the base were all swept away by the terrifying explosion, the shockwaves, and firelight reducing them to ashes. Ross and Blinsky, who had been on the street, also met a tragic end. Additionally, Anton had deleted the black box inside the flight base, and the explosion wiped away all external traces. As a result, no one would ever know who was responsible for the deaths of Ross and the others. Most likely, Bruce Banner would take the fall. Phil was dumbfounded. He turned to the cyborg beside him and started to tremble. For a moment, he couldn't figure out who the real villain was. This leaving no stones unturned approach felt too villainous. Why did it feel so satisfying? As Phil pondered, he gazed at the base, now a heap of ruins. Without another word, he followed Anton, who was now a cyborg, away from the devastated tropical rainforest. Phil, your name is Phil, right? Soon, about 10 kilometers away from the city, Cyborg stopped and said to Phil, you should have a way to return to New York. No problem, I can contact the people at the high table. Phil nodded quickly. Batman and the High Table have a certain cooperative relationship, and he can easily contact them through his connection with the Daily Bugle. The High Table isn't an organization tied to any specific region. As the empire where the sun never sets in the assassin world, it has influence all over the globe. Getting back to New York through the High Table is certainly not a problem. Well, Cyborg nodded, threw Stockman to Phil, and said, these two people are your responsibility. The positioning instrument must be repaired as soon as possible. The teleportation technology is very important. Is he gone? Phil was dumbfounded. When he saw the man in front of him say this, he soared into the sky and disappeared like lightning. A huge sonic boom echoed in his ears, and shockwaves surpassing the speed of sound spread everywhere. It suddenly dawned on him that the speed the other person had shown just now was simply meant to let him go. Damn. Phil swallowed. He really didn't understand where his boss had met this cyborg, or how he had made a movie about one. The image of the cyborg in the movie was completely different from the person he had just seen. But when he realized that the cyborg was on his side, he suddenly felt safer. To be fair, the other party had killed the army. Wasn't it really to protect him? After the cyborg soared into the sky and entered the clouds, his body became invisible and completely disappeared over Brazil. At the same time, in New York, Anton, at home, opened his eyes and reduced the murderous look in his gaze. Banner. He thought for a moment, recalling the last fragment of the teleportation device that was transmitted to Bruce Banner, who was somewhere, unknown. The three parts of the teleportation device all have transmission capabilities. But the key is that these three parts aren't stable when used separately for teleportation. Errors would likely to occur. Only when the three parts are combined into one can the device become a stable teleportation system that allows its thoughts to be transmitted to every corner of the teleported person's mind, even the universe, without exception. It's a rather overpowered technology. Much like Victor Stone, Cyborg in the original design, a mother box from Apocalypse was installed by the cyborg, giving him the ability to use the boom tube to teleport. However, since the technology isn't fully mastered, transmission errors are possible. However, after Anton transformed into the cyborg, he didn't gain the teleportation ability granted by the Apocalypse mother box, as in the original version. This is probably due to the movie version. Anyway, Anton doesn't remember Cyborg demonstrating teleportation in a Justice League movie. But to get back to the point, if Banner is transported away by the fragments of the teleportation device, it would result in a very small chance of success. So, according to Banner's mind, where would he be teleported to? There is only one answer. That was his former lover, Betty. Of course, this Betty couldn't be the Betty Brandt that Anton knew, but Betty Rose, the daughter of General Ross. After all, in the beginning, Banner had been a very promising young man in Ross's eyes. Analyzing the original plot, the person Banner misses most now isn't anyone else, it must be his muse. As for Mr. Blue, those are matters for later. Betty Rose. Anton pondered for a moment, thinking he could try to approach this from that angle first, to find Banner's trail. He took out his phone and called Winston at the Continental Hotel. After a while, he received an email in his inbox. He clicked it open, and it contained all the information on Betty Rose. There was even data on Betty's current boyfriend, a psychiatrist. Anton checked repeatedly. Hulk. He don't know why, but most of these superheroes in the Marvel version are either NTR'd or on their way to being similar. Venom, Hulk, Spider-Man. Everyone's holding a such banner over their heads. As for Captain America, he don't even know if it counts as being NTR'd. Did he NTR'd himself? Are there two Captain Americas in one timeline? This kind of logic is strange, but it doesn't really make sense. In short, to get stronger, you first suffer NTR. So unique. Betty Ross had not contacted General Ross for almost 2 years because of the fallout between Banner and the General. This also meant that Banner had been in hiding and hunted by General Ross for the same period. Culver University, Virginia. Betty Ross, a PhD in cell biology, worked as a professor at this university and was a renowned scientist. One day, after finishing her class, she made plans with her boyfriend, a top psychiatrist, to go to a pizzeria. This was the same place where she and Bruce Banner used to spend time together. Even though Banner had been absent from her life for 2 years, traces of their old habits still lingered. Her boyfriend, however, didn't seem to know about Betty Ross's past relationship with Banner. The two drove to the pizzeria, unaware that a low-profile black car was quietly following them. At the pizzeria. Stan, why did you close up so early? Betty Ross knocked on the glass door and spotted Stan, the elderly owner, cleaning inside. She looked surprised. Sorry, the pizza's sold out today. There's nothing left. Stan opened the door slightly, wearing a regretful expression as he spoke to the two at the entrance. Is that so? Betty glanced at her boyfriend, who smiled and said, I know a place that serves great steaks. How about switching it up tonight? All right, see you tomorrow, Stan. Don't forget to save me a slice of your homemade pizza. The two waved goodbye. Of course, Stan replied, relieved as he watched them leave. As the couple walked away, Stan tossed his cleaning tools aside and prepared to lock the door. Just as he was about to close it tightly, a strange man appeared in front of the shop, smiling at him. We're closed. Stan said helplessly. Sorry, boss, I'm not here for pizza, the man said. I'm here to find someone. Bruce Banner. He should be here, right? Hearing this, Stan's face froze. His expression changed immediately. The man standing before him was Anton. After obtaining Betty Ross's information, Anton had set off immediately, arriving at Culver University in Virginia. Following the events of the original story, he logically traced Betty Ross to this pizzeria. Stan, the owner, was known as a trusted friend of Banner. If Banner wasn't with Betty Ross, he had to be staying at Stan's pizzeria. Anton's guess had been right. Gulp. Cold sweat dripped from Stan's forehead as his wide eyes locked on Anton. He couldn't find the words to respond. Let him come out, Anton said with a slight smile. I mean him no harm. On the contrary, I'm probably the only person in this world who can help Bruce Banner. Stan hesitated for a moment. Stan, open the door. A familiar voice came from behind. Stan turned and saw Banner stepping out from the kitchen into the restaurant. His eyes shifted between Stan and the man outside. Crunch. Anton stepped into the restaurant, his gaze fixed on Bruce Banner. The man standing before him looked utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Anton broke the silence with a calm greeting. My name is Anton Jameson. What do you need? Banner asked lightly, his voice edged with weariness. For 2 years, he had been on the run, avoiding capture by General Ross and his forces. Ross wanted to weaponize him, to extract his blood and conduct cellular research to create another Hulk. This was Banner's worst nightmare, a possibility he was determined to prevent. Over time, as Banner evaded the army, he came to a realization, the fear he once held had become stagnant. Anyone who knew of his existence understood one unshakable truth: the person who should be feared wasn't him. Banner, Anton began, his tone turning serious, I think you must be tired of running endlessly. So what? Banner said, his gaze hardening as he stared at Anton. I can help, Anton replied firmly. I can get the military to revoke your wanted status. There aren't many people who can help you now, and I happen to be one of them. Why should I trust you? Banner asked, his skepticism evident. You don't have to trust me, Anton said evenly, but you can trust your friend. Anton turned his gaze to Stan, who looked bewildered. What? Stan asked, clearly caught off guard. And why should I trust you? Anton's lips curved into a slight smile. Because of someone else. Crunch. The faint creak of the kitchen door broke the silence. Banner and Stan turned their heads in surprise. The door swung open, revealing a figure standing in the dim light. A man clad in black armor and a flowing cape stepped into the room, his presence dominating the space. Do I need to introduce myself? The man's voice was low and cold, his eyes locking onto Banner and Stan. Batman. Stan exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Batman's reputation preceded him. Widely regarded as the most famous superhero in the United States, he was a household name. Part of his fame came from DC's promotional efforts, but his legendary feats also spoke for themselves. Despite the recent rise of other heroes like Iron Man, Cyborg, Green Arrow, and Spider-Man, none could match Batman's iconic status. A recent online poll conducted by the Daily Bugle ranked superheroes by popularity. Batman dominated with 46% of the votes. Iron Man came in second with 20%. Cyborg claimed 11%, largely due to support from the black community. Spider-Man and others struggled to break 10%. Meanwhile, Eddie Brock, better known as Venom, lamented his last-place finish. But seeing Daily Bugle sell out, he consoled himself with his growing wallet and a hefty bonus. In short, Batman was in a league of his own, a superstar among superheroes. Iron Man and Cyborg were first-tier heroes, while Spider-Man and Daredevil occupied the second tier. Venom, unsurprisingly, was relegated to the third tier. It was impossible for Stan not to recognize Batman. Even Banner, who had been hiding in Brazil for 2 years, was stunned. Although cut off from much of the world, Banner kept tabs on global events, and Batman's exploits were impossible to miss. Batman, it's really you. Banner's voice wavered, his heart racing. His excitement was palpable. Had it not been for the years of mental training to control his emotions, he might have already transformed into the Hulk. Now we can have a proper conversation, right? Anton said, glancing at Banner with a knowing smile. Banner nodded, still processing the moment. Anton looked around, gesturing toward the back. Of course, it's better to talk inside. This isn't exactly the ideal place for a discussion. Stan's Pizza, inside. Old Man Stan, the owner of the pizzeria, left Anton, Batman, and Banner to their private discussion, choosing not to interfere. His trust in Batman was unwavering, and he firmly believed the Dark Knight would help solve the problem that Banner faced. After all, in the superhero voting held by Daily Bugle, Stan had cast his vote for Batman without hesitation. How are you going to help me, and what do you want from me in return? Banner's gaze shifted between the two men in front of him. Even though he knew Batman wasn't an ordinary superhero, a part of him hesitated. After a moment's pause, he asked, "You're aware of who's been hunting me, right?" "Lieutenant General Thaddeus Ross," Batman replied coolly. "You don't need to worry about him anymore. He can't threaten you." "What do you mean?" Banner's brow furrowed, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face. A sudden, almost unthinkable thought struck him. "He's dead," Anton interjected before Batman could respond. "At a military flying base in Brazil. Ross is dead." Banner's eyes widened in shock. He sat there, dazed, muttering to himself. Thaddeus Ross is dead. Then, snapping back to reality, he asked, "How did he die?" "Ross died of his own stupidity," Anton said calmly, stepping in for Batman once again. He continued, "Dr. Banner, you haven't forgotten how you came back to the United States, have you?" "Teleportation," Banner answered hesitantly, his mind flashing back to that unforgettable event. That moment, etched in his memory, replayed vividly. After being relentlessly pursued by the military and transforming into the Hulk, he had stumbled upon a mysterious group. Before he knew it, he had been transported back to the United States. As a top scientist, Banner had quickly deduced that the device responsible for his transportation was a groundbreaking piece of technology. Teleportation technology, Anton explained, is achieved using a transmission device. The device has 3 components. When all 3 parts are combined, stable and directional teleportation is possible. Banner listened intently as Anton outlined the situation. One of those components was the device that transported you back. At the time, you were in your Hulk form, and the group you encountered was from the Foot Clan. They were in the tropical rainforest searching for the teleportation device. They were competing against the military. So I inadvertently snatched part of the teleportation device from them. Banner said, his voice tinged with disbelief. Exactly, Anton confirmed with a nod. You now have one part of the teleportation device. That's one of the reasons I'm here to find you. After a brief pause, Anton continued, the other 2 parts of the device are controlled by the Foot Clan. After you escaped with one fragment, Ross tracked down the Foot Clan and captured them. Through torture, he forced them to reveal details about the teleportation device. Anton's expression shifted to one of amusement as he looked at Banner. You're well aware of Ross's greed, aren't you? Yes, Banner said, nodding slowly. It's impossible for him to pass up such technology. Anton said, Ross attempted to activate the teleportation device, but things went wrong. The entire flight base was destroyed, and neither Ross nor his army survived. An accident. Banner frowned, still confused. With a hint of shock in his tone, he asked, what kind of accident could destroy an entire base, wiping out Ross and his army? Aliens, Anton replied, dropping a bombshell. Do you really think Earth's current level of technology could create teleportation on its own? Banner was speechless, stunned by the revelation. Anton's explanation hit him like a hammer, leaving his mind reeling. As a scientist, it was difficult to accept such an extraordinary claim. It felt completely out of the realm of science. Aliens? Was Anton implying that teleportation technology originated from extraterrestrial sources? You'll believe it in time, Anton continued. But for now, the key issue isn't aliens, it's you, Banner. Me. With Ross gone, along with his entire army, who do you think the military will blame for their deaths? Anton shrugged. The destruction of the base left no evidence. The aliens erased everything, leaving no clues to explain what really happened. So, do you think the military will focus on far-fetched alien theories, or pin the blame on you, the man Ross was hunting and who just so happens to be capable of such destruction? Banner's face tensed. He instantly understood Anton's point. The military would never entertain the idea of aliens. Instead, they would conclude that he, the Hulk, had destroyed the base, killing Ross and his army in the process. This would escalate the situation dramatically. The death of a lieutenant general was no trivial matter, especially someone like Ross, who wielded significant power in the military. It wasn't just a loss of personnel, it was a direct affront to the military's authority. The hunt for Banner would intensify, making his already chaotic life even more perilous. You're not just telling me all this to mock me, are you? Banner took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on Anton and Batman. You must have a plan. Correct, Anton replied, smiling as Banner calmed down. It's simple, if the military refuses to believe aliens were involved, we'll give them irrefutable proof. We'll make the alien threat undeniable. The key is the teleportation device, Banner said, a flicker of realization crossing his face. Exactly, Anton nodded. If we recreate Ross's experience, the truth will reveal itself. People will have no choice but to accept it. And once that happens, Bruce Banner, your name can be cleared, and you can shed your status as a fugitive. But there's a catch, Anton added meaningfully. Once your innocence is proven, you'll still need to align yourself with someone powerful enough to force the military to back off. Otherwise, even if the truth is out, your value or perceived threat will keep them from admitting they were wrong. What do you mean? Banner shifted his focus to Batman, sensing that Anton was deferring to him. Batman stepped forward, his imposing presence filling the room. Mystery surrounded him like a shroud, radiating power and authority. Finally, Batman spoke, his voice low and deliberate. I can help you, he said. Banner, I'm forming a group of individuals with unique abilities. Whether or not you choose to join, I'll still help you reclaim your freedom. But I have one request. Banner's brow furrowed. What kind of request? You have a brilliant mind, Batman continued. Someone needs your help. Needless to say, I promise you, Banner declared firmly, without hesitation. For him, finding a reliable lifeline was a rare opportunity, and there was no room for pretended reluctance. Seeing his determination, Anton smiled. Now came the next step, finding someone unfortunate enough to take the fall and convince the military that Ross's death was caused by aliens. Anton already had a nearly perfect candidate in mind. 2 days later, through high-table connections, Phil, who had just managed to return to New York via a smuggling operation, was arrested almost effortlessly at the Brooklyn Pier by a task force led by George Stacy of the NYPD. Interestingly, the two individuals who should have been accompanying Phil Stockman and the female ninja Carey were nowhere to be found. George Stacy was surprised to discover equipment resembling that of the Green Goblin among Phil's belongings. This discovery could lead to new clues about the Green Goblins, a long-standing enigma for law enforcement. When news of this reached Oscorp, the company's current head, Harry Osborn, immediately promised generous sponsorships for the police department. Meanwhile, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, who had been working alongside the task force, were moved to tears. Finally, they had been part of a mission that didn't involve cleanup duty. What they didn't realize was that all of this was orchestrated by Anton. During Anton's brief interactions with the Turtles, Phil had been busy experimenting with his equipment, ensuring they had never crossed paths. This small detail preserved the authenticity of the Turtles' reactions and kept Anton's hand in the matter hidden. Just as the task force began celebrating their success, SHIELD made its move. A convoy of black SUVs surrounded the pier. Nick Fury, director of SHIELD, arrived with a large contingent of agents. His commanding presence exuded authority, though it bordered on villainous in the eyes of the task force. Fury's tone was stern and unquestionable. Captain Stacy, please hand over the suspect. This case falls under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s jurisdiction. The entire NYPD task force bristled, glaring at the SHIELD agents. Last time it was Tony Stark. Now this? Does SHIELD just make a habit of stealing our cases? Michelangelo muttered angrily, twirling his nunchaku. George Stacy was fuming, but before he could argue further, a call from City Hall forced his hand. Reluctantly, he handed Phil over to SHIELD. As the convoy drove off, George watched with cold, narrowed eyes. Chief, are we really just going to let them take him? Michelangelo protested, his frustration evident. This is ridiculous. SHIELD isn't just a confidential agency, they're supposed to handle special cases. Why does everything end up in their hands? Don't worry about it, George replied, his earlier anger replaced by a sly grin. For the NYPD, the arrest of the Foot Clan remnants at Brooklyn Pier was already a victory. Now that SHIELD had taken the case, any future developments or complications were no longer their concern. In George's eyes, the NYPD had come out ahead. His only frustration was S.H.I.E.L.D's repeated tendency to step in at the last moment and steal the spotlight. Besides, a vague tip from Eddie, the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle and one of George's trusted informants, had hinted at the sensitive nature of this case. This matter is bigger than it seems, Eddie had warned, advising George to avoid getting entangled. Sometimes, you need to know when to let things go, George thought, recalling Eddie's cryptic advice. Perhaps handing over the Foot Clan to SHIELD was for the best. Meanwhile, at a SHIELD stronghold in the heart of New York City, Phil was placed in a secure makeshift interrogation room, surrounded by agents. The room was airtight, with no chance of escape. Nick Fury stood outside, his expression unreadable as he prepared for what was to come. Not even a fly could get in. After stepping out of the car, Nick Fury didn't immediately interrogate Phil. Instead, he cast a glance at Phil's equipment and began to ponder. Ross died of his own stupidity. He deliberately attracted aliens, Fury muttered, narrowing his eyes as he recalled Anton's warning. Aliens? The idea of Ross and his entire army perishing in an alien attack was astonishing, even for someone as seasoned as Nick Fury. SHIELD had monitored the globe for years, but this incident was entirely unexpected. Ross, a high-ranking military officer, killed by aliens? Fury had doubts about the validity of the information, but he also recognized that Batman, through Anton, had no apparent reason to deceive him. On the contrary, Batman had been working to establish credibility with SHIELD. More importantly, Fury understood Batman's current objective, to use SHIELD as a bridge to gain legitimacy for the Justice League through ties with the World Security Council. Anton's proactive reminder was, in Fury's mind, a gesture of goodwill, a way to build trust. SHIELD could also derive significant political and practical benefits from this alliance. After all, the news of Ross's death and the destruction of the military's flying base in Brazil had caused an uproar in the US military within just 2 days. Military leaders were furious and held countless meetings to discuss the incident. Ross's death struck fear into the military brass. If Ross, a man as powerful and influential as they were, could die so easily, what about them? However, the ruins of the flying base provided no evidence to explain the incident, leaving the military without a clear culprit. As Anton had predicted, Bruce Banner quickly became the prime suspect. SHIELD conducted its own investigation through official channels but, like the military, found no leads. Initially, Fury hadn't considered this matter a priority. It seemed like a problem for the US military to resolve on its own. But after Batman's reminder, Fury realized this incident presented a unique opportunity for SHIELD. Inside the room, Natasha opened the door to the secure room where Phil was being held. Phil, long time no see. She smiled at her former colleague, surprised to see him associated with the Justice League. Don't worry, she said calmly, we know you're innocent. But you can't leave just yet. There are some questions we need answers to before we let you go. Natasha. Phil stared at her, dumbfounded. He hadn't forgotten that during her time as Anton's personal assistant, Natasha had often accompanied Anton to the Daily Bugle. After all, Anton's company and Daily Bugle shared the same building, separated only by a single floor. Although Phil had been sent undercover shortly after Natasha's stint began, he remembered her clearly. You're here? Wait, are you an undercover agent too? Natasha raised an eyebrow, caught off guard by the question. Undercover, she repeated, letting out a small laugh. Well, you're not entirely wrong. Then her expression grew serious. Let's get straight to the point, Phil. What happened? How did Batman know that Ross and his men were destroyed by aliens? What exactly did you experience in Brazil? Phil hesitated for a moment before nodding. The source of it all, he began slowly, is the Foot Clan. Following Anton's instructions, Phil leaned into his role, summoning every ounce of his acting skill. With an air of gravitas, he began to weave his story with remarkable eloquence. Foot Clan has mastered an extraterrestrial technology, basically teleportation technology, which allows fixed-point transmission. This technology relies on teleportation devices, but the device is divided into 3 parts. One is in the hands of the Foot Clan, while the other 2 are scattered across the Earth. Although a single component can achieve transmission, its stability is extremely poor, and the success rate is negligible. Phil spoke in a low voice. After the Foot Clan leader Shredder was arrested, the gang devised a plan to assemble the complete teleportation device. This was both to ensure Shredder's rescue and to guard against Batman's interference. Teleportation device. Natasha frowned slightly. She had never heard of such technology. Of course, it was unsurprising. Advanced technologies, especially those with strategic importance, rarely made their way into general knowledge. Alien technology. What caught Natasha's attention most was Phil's mention of alien technology. Alien technology. Her mind flashed back to Anton's film. In Cyborg, the character Victor Stone was transformed into Cyborg using alien technology. Could it be? She remained composed, though uncertainty churned within her. Phil continued, following Batman's instructions, I infiltrated the clan, posing as a subordinate of the Green Goblin. When I followed them into the tropical rainforest in search of the final component of the teleportation device, we ran into General Ross and his army, who were there to capture Dr. Banner. Ross seized the teleportation device from us and accidentally activated it, which drew the attention and attack of aliens. Phil swallowed hard, his expression filled with fear. The alien called himself Krang and launched an assault through the space channel, nearly razing the entire flight base. If I hadn't managed to control my goblin suit and shut off the teleportation device in time, the energy transmission would have continued, and you wouldn't need me to explain. You'd have seen the aliens yourself. Natasha was silent, deep in thought, as Phil's words played through her mind. She asked, the base has been reduced to rubble. Where is the teleportation device now? Why didn't we recover it from the ruins? It was taken by the remnants of the Foot Clan, Phil replied, gritting his teeth. In the chaos, I was forced to reveal my identity to stop them. They stole the teleportation device and fled. I rushed back to New York because I feared they might move faster than us and rescue Shredder from prison. Understood. Natasha nodded. While some details remained unclear, Phil's account aligned closely enough with their existing intelligence to be credible. She promptly reported everything to Nick Fury. Nick Fury's reaction. Nick Fury's expression remained impassive. Too late, he said slowly. What do you mean? Natasha asked, puzzled. When I learned that this was connected to the Foot Clan, I contacted the prison authorities, Fury explained in a low tone. They informed me that Shredder disappeared a few hours ago, vanished without a trace, almost as if through teleportation. Natasha's eyes widened in shock. Shredder's disappearance meant the Foot Clan had already acted. That means New York is in danger, Natasha said grimly. A gang in possession of alien technology, who knows what they'll do next? Fury nodded, his expression dark. Prepare for the worst. It's already a big deal. Order everyone to search for the remnants of Foot Clan in New York. We must find Shredder. Fury had been shaken awake, and his tone was solemn. This matter involved aliens, and he knew he had to act. Perhaps even Batman had thrown the problem to Shield because he understood how serious it was. He was lost in thought. Little did he know, all of this was part of Anton's plan. And in the end, Fury had been used by Anton to take the fall. What bad luck. Meanwhile in New York. In the sewers beneath New York, home to the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles dojo, Anton had successfully offloaded the problem onto Shield and brought Bruce Banner there. Banner was surprised. He hadn't expected that New York's bustling underground hid such a hidden treasure, a sanctuary full of life in the midst of the city's dirty sewers. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Banner kept up with various news in the United States, and the Daily Bugle was always a major source of information. Daily Bugle had covered nearly every superhero in New York: Batman, Venom, Daredevil, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Spider-Man, Iron Man, all had been subjects of its stories. Banner knew about the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and even some of the villains that had appeared, like the Green Goblin, the Lizard, and even Dr. Octopus. Dr. Banner, although you're a physicist, I know you also have a deep interest in cell biology. This will be your domain, Anton said as he introduced him to a one-armed man who approached them. This is Kurt Connors, a professor of biology. You two will have plenty in common. Connors. After a moment's confusion, Banner quickly recalled the man's other identity. You're the Lizard. Yes, I am, Connors admitted, a little embarrassed. He had to face the truth about his past, a truth he didn't want to revisit. I've corrected my mistakes, Connors said seriously. I'm trying to make up for the wrongs I've done. I understand, Banner said with a bittersweet smile. After becoming the Hulk, Banner had done many things he regretted, and that feeling of helplessness was hard to shake. All right, enough with the greetings. Let's get to the point, Anton said, nodding to Connors. Dr. Banner, our current research focus is on human body enhancement agents with minimal side effects, agents that can be safely used in practice without noticeable harm, Connors explained. We've had some success with the mutagen in the blood of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, but the biggest issue we face is still determining how the mutagen affects the mind of the subject. Perhaps you don't know this, but the Green Goblin was a lesson for us. Connors went on to explain the current situation and the role of the mutagen. Banner's eyes widened with interest. The effect of the mutagen amazed him, and he admired Dr. O'Neill, who had researched it, regretting the untimely death of the scientist. However, the mutagen also made Banner think about his own condition. Could the mutagen be used to suppress the Hulk within him, or even destroy the Hulk entirely? Banner felt a surge of hope. The immense power that the Hulk had given him had never made him feel like a hero. Instead, it had plunged him into chaos and despair after years of running and hiding. At this moment, suppressing the uncontrollable force within him seemed like his greatest hope. Elsewhere. After leaving the Ninja Turtles' hideout, Anton returned to the Daily Bugle. Foot Clan has started to act. Eddie called, his voice filled with excitement. At this time, his position is inside the TCRI laboratory building. With the help of Venom, he easily broke through the defenses of the remaining forces of the Foot Clan and quietly entered the interior. As for the building's internal monitoring systems, with Cyborg's assistance, they posed no threat to him. The Foot Clan had no idea that their every move was under the surveillance of Anton and his allies. Dr. Stockman looked excited. The female ninja, Carve, stood beside Shredder, who had just been rescued. She looked forward eagerly, as if she had already seen the Foot Clan sweeping across the world with Shredder as their ruler. Flashback, one day ago. Phil was holding Dr. Stockman and the female ninja, Carre, aboard a smuggled cargo ship from Brazil, late at night. With years of training, Carre freed herself from her restraints, taking advantage of Phil's momentary distraction. She stole the teleportation device from him and freed Stockman. As the two escaped, they were shocked to discover that the teleportation device, originally split into 3 parts, had now been completed. They quickly figured out what had happened, that Silver Robot had effortlessly wiped out an army and turned the flying base into ruins. Before heading to the base, the robot had recovered the final fragment from another monster and combined all 3 pieces into one. However, according to Stockman's experience, a complete teleportation device requires a massive amount of energy. This was likely the reason why Phil, even after mastering the full device, still chose to smuggle it back to New York rather than use it immediately. The two, now freed, quickly contacted the remaining members of the Foot Clan. First, they returned to New York, then arrived at the TCRI experimental building, activated the teleportation device, and successfully rescued Shredder. Upon being rescued, Shredder, wide-eyed, was overwhelmed with ambition. The fire in his eyes seemed almost tangible as he began to explain everything. Alien Krang. When Shredder spoke, Stockman and Carre could hardly believe it. Aliens really exist? Moreover, the teleportation device was alien technology? Stockman, however, wasn't as shocked. After obtaining a fragment of the teleportation device, he had conducted thorough research into its authenticity and origin. Finally, he came to a conclusion. It was impossible for today's Earth to have such an epic-making technology. So, if it was impossible, then the only remaining possibility was that it was real. Stockman was also thrilled when he heard the truth from Shredder. If, as Shredder claimed, the teleportation device could help the alien Krang transport a technodrome from a distant universe to Earth, then the future of this planet could already be predicted. With the alien Krang occupying Earth, Shredder would be second only to him, and the power structure would be entirely redefined. As the greatest hero, Stockman knew he would enjoy supreme power and status, becoming one of the most influential people on the planet. As for Batman and Phil, they were nothing more than fish on the chopping block. Anyone could kill them. Stockman gritted his teeth. For him, the fear Batman inspired was one thing, but what he despised more was Phil, who had deceived him for so long. Undercover. Stockman looked at the complete teleportation device in front of him and sneered, "You will pay the price, Phil." Tisk tisk, it seems Phil really messed up with them. Eddie hid in the corner, using a camera to record everything. Venom amplified his hearing, allowing him to hear what the villains in the camera's view were discussing. To be honest, learning about the existence of the alien Krang from Anton's mouth surprised him a little, but in general, he wasn't as shocked by the teleportation technology. You see, the venom attached to him, as one of the symbiotes, is also an alien. Thinking about it, Eddie wasn't so shocked and took it for granted. After all, Anton had no reason to expend so much energy on a Foot Clan and send Phil to go undercover. Let them be proud for a while, Eddie chuckled. Later, it'll be up to them to see if they can still laugh. Although he knew all the other parties' plans and the consequences, there was no tension in his heart. The Justice League was assembled. The superheroes were ready to go. It was time to let the people of New York know about the existence of the Justice League and remind them that while New York might be in danger at any moment, its guardian was beyond the reach of other cities. DC Corporation. Anton sat in his office, received Eddie's report, took out his cell phone, and started making calls one by one. Hell's Kitchen. Ringing. Daredevil, Matt Murdock, received a call from Anton. What's up? Matt's heart stirred, sensing that Anton's call wasn't a simple one. Soon, his face gradually became solemn. I know. Matt replied, Daredevil has been on vacation for long enough. It's time to get back into action. Midtown High School. The principal entered Peter's class. Who is Peter Parker? He looked around and saw a thin young man getting up and waving. Ah, my child, someone's here to pick you up. It's a reporter from the Daily Bugle. The Daily Bugle. Peter followed the principal out of class, still confused. Have you heard of the superhero rankings from recently? The Daily Bugle seems to be planning to make a ranking of high schools in New York, so they're conducting interviews and surveys with students from various schools. The principal smiled at Peter. Do you know what to say? Peter was speechless, an old sarcastic remark stuck in his throat that he couldn't quite spit out. New York Police Department. The 4 Ninja Turtles were at work when they received the news, instantly becoming excited. They rushed to George's office. Captain. Michelangelo grinned, we're heading out. Batman needs us. New York, Manhattan area, TCRI Laboratory Building. As the new stronghold of Foot Clan, the alien invasion plan led by Shredder, who escaped from prison, was in full swing. Rumble? Suddenly, the situation changed. A blue energy ray, fired from the output tool on the top of TCRI, blasted into the sky and exploded in the clouds, sweeping across the sky above Manhattan. Under the influence of the energy rays, the cloud mass expanded rapidly, turning black and forming a whirlpool shape. The center of the vortex seemed to be connected to another space. From the looks of it, something was about to emerge from the clouds. Click, click. Dense lightning and blue energy constantly flickered in the dark clouds. The citizens of New York felt an unusual energy, their heartbeats quickened, and they were overcome with a sense of panic. They looked up at the cloud mass, which had begun in Manhattan and expanded toward the entire New York area, with an ominous premonition of what might happen next. A certain hotel. Nick Fury heard the movement outside the window. Looking through the glass, he saw the dark clouds in the sky and the terrifying energy gathering above. As Phil had said before, a space channel was being opened. The shadow hand behind the space passage was an unbelievable alien presence that could no longer be ignored. The teleportation device. Nick Fury, director of SHIELD, grimaced. He knew that the situation had escalated to the worst-case scenario he had anticipated, and it was too late to take action against Foot Clan now. In the last few hours, Foot Clan had taken drastic measures, far beyond what Fury had expected. I found it. Natasha opened the door, her expression grim, and walked up to Nick Fury. In the TCRI laboratory building, she reported, using the energy signal just released, "We've located the Foot Clan forces in the TCRI laboratory building. Send all agents. You must disable the teleportation device to prevent them from bringing aliens to Earth." Nick Fury ordered in a deep voice. After a pause, he added, "Also, tell Tony that New York is in danger, and SHIELD needs support." Understood. Natasha nodded. Hawkeye has already gone ahead, and Coulson is gathering people and preparing to breach TCRI all at once. Then, she hesitated before asking, "Should we contact Anton?" Contact Anton? Nick Fury understood Natasha's meaning. She was asking if they should seek Batman's help. To be thorough, of course, the message needed to reach Batman. Despite this, Nick Fury knew that Batman would likely have figured out the crisis in New York on his own, especially after the information about aliens had been shared with him. No need, Fury thought for a moment and shook his head. If SHIELD can handle it, Batman has no need to get involved. But if SHIELD fails. Understood. Natasha responded. She then found Coulson, assembled all the agents in New York, and hurried to the destination. At the same time, the TCRI laboratory building. We made it. Shredder looked manic. The successful operation of the teleportation device in front of him had allowed him to envision the alien Krang using the Technodrome to occupy the Earth and dominate the world on his own. "Yes, we succeeded," Stockman said, his excitement matching Shredder's. "Once the energy reaches its peak, the spacetime gate will open to its maximum, and the Technodrome will pass through the gate to Earth. The scene will be truly spectacular." Stockman laughed. "This is a miracle created by me. Galileo, Newton, Einstein, they won't compare to what happens here. From now on, I will be the first person in the history of science." Shredder glanced at him but said nothing. Rumble? The dark clouds above them thickened, and thunder and lightning crackled continuously. Under the horrified gaze of onlookers, the blue energy converged into a single point and exploded in all directions. Boom! The shockwave from the energy explosion formed a gust of wind, sweeping through every corner of New York. The Hudson River's waters surged, sending huge waves crashing against the shore. On the nearby coastline, massive waves tens of meters high rose. The cruise ship was shaking, and the tourists aboard were terrified. Everyone could see something emerging from the swirling dark clouds above, revealing a corner of the Technodrome as it began to materialize. It started. Shredder watched the changes in the clouds, knowing that the parts of the Technodrome were arriving on Earth, piece by piece, as if turning zero into a whole. Toot toot. An alarm blared inside the TCRI laboratory building. Someone broke in. The female ninja, Carre, heard the alarm, checked the surveillance, and saw a man with a bow and arrow at the gate, charging into the building. The Foot Clan's thugs were no match for him. "Master Shredder." Carre's face grew serious. "We've been compromised. Batman may be coming, and the four turtles." "Don't panic," Shredder said, his expression cold. He looked at two purple potions. "These are the potions given to me by the alien Krang. They'll give us superpowers." Stockman shook his head. "I'm just a researcher. You're not expecting me to fight, are you? Don't we have test subjects?" Shredder sneered. He turned his gaze toward two small gangsters who had been locked up with him, and who had accidentally been brought to the TCRI lab by the teleportation device. Maxwell and Boris Rhino and Wild Boar, respectively members of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Rogues Gallery. From the perspective of the cyborg, Anton saw this scene, and the corners of his lips lifted in amusement. Destiny is truly wonderful. As long as Anton nudged things a little, the plot would unfold exactly as he remembered. Soon, Hawkeye easily dispatched the enemies on the first floor. Just as he was about to take the elevator to the top floor, he saw two monsters standing and charging at him with the force of a thunderstrike. Of course, it would be more accurate to call them animals. Rhino, Wild Boar. He blinked, feeling like he had stepped into a zoo. Wild Boar and Rhino sprinted at speeds beyond the limits of the human body. The ground beneath their feet shook and cracked with each of their thunderous steps. Immediately after, the two collided head-on with Hawkeye in the most ferocious manner. Boom! Hawkeye flew through the air, like a rag doll no one wanted, crashing into a wall behind him and leaving a large hole. He landed hard on the road. At that moment, a dozen black cars approached him. Chee-chee-chee-chee. The sound of screeching brakes filled the air as black tire marks were left on the ground. Hawkeye's eyes widened in surprise. Natasha opened the car door, stepped out, and glanced at Hawkeye lying on the ground. "I'll pretend I didn't see that," she said casually. As she spoke, her colleagues, who had gotten out of the car, averted their gazes. Ahem. Hawkeye realized how embarrassing this situation had become. The enemy is tough, he muttered through clenched teeth. Boom! The rhino and wild boar broke through the hole in the wall that Hawkeye had created earlier and stepped onto the sidewalk, snorting 2 puffs of white gas from their massive nostrils. Yeah, they're really not easy, Natasha said, stunned. She never expected Hawkeye's comment to be this accurate. It seemed that New York had turned into a zoo. Bats, spiders, turtles, lizards, octopuses, and according to detailed SHIELD investigations, even unidentified mutant mice. Now, there were 2 more animals, a rhino and a wild boar. How did all these people end up becoming animals? Is the mutation stream really so popular in this era? A whirlwind of thoughts flashed through Natasha's mind before she quickly regained her focus and waved at her colleagues. Move quickly, she ordered, her tone serious. Our time is running out. Understood. TCRI Laboratory Building. Inside, highest level. Eddie was hidden in a small corner, observing everything unfold. He was also amazed by the appearance of the rhino and the boar. However, it wasn't yet time for him to act. Eddie, having had a detailed discussion with Anton, knew the overall plan. Anton was confident that SHIELD wouldn't be able to handle the Foot Clan. With the help of the alien Krang, the rhino and boar alone would be more than enough to create havoc for SHIELD, especially when the technodrome began to appear from pieces into a hole and continuously entered Earth's atmosphere. The reason Eddie was so calm was because this was all part of Anton's plan. At that moment, Cyborg monitored the entire New York network, communicating with Eddie through a Bluetooth headset. I've connected to the central database of the War Fortress, Cyborg said. Once the technodrome is fully on Earth, I'll be able to take control from the alien Krang. Don't act rashly, Cyborg warned. Let SHIELD handle the Foot Clan first. Once they're worn out, that's our best chance to strike. We'll let all of New York and the world know about the existence of the Justice League. Don't worry, I'm more reliable than Phil, Eddie replied, patting his chest. It is worth mentioning that Anton did not hide everything that happened in Brazil from Eddie. Although Eddie disagrees with Cyborg's kill or be killed approach, but he chose to let it be, especially since Cyborg's actions were aimed at rescuing philosophy. Don't forget, Phil is Eddie's apprentice. Eddie chose to accept the facts. After all, the killer was Cyborg, not Batman, and it had nothing to do with Anton. Moreover, from the perspective of his own camp, Cyborg was justified. Of course, Anton didn't mind whether Eddie liked Cyborg. As comrades in arms, personality differences were not the key. What mattered was that they could follow orders and cooperate effectively. Eddie, this is Anton. Suddenly, Anton's voice came through Eddie's Bluetooth headset. Eddie, receiving. Now, leave the TCRI experimental building immediately. Cyborg monitoring shows that Tony Stark has entered New York and is heading toward your location, Anton said. Tony's AI assistant, Jarvis, is connecting to TCRI's network and may detect your position. You've done enough. Don't handle it from here. Leave the war to us. Understood. Eddie replied with a nod. The next moment, Venom stretched out its tentacles from behind Eddie, shot through a half-open window, and leaped nearly 200 meters in the air. As Eddie fell, his face remained expressionless, almost enjoying the descent. At the critical moment, a tentacle shot out like a bullet, latching onto the roof of a nearby building, much like Spider-Man's web, and pulling Eddie up. Quickly, Eddie disappeared from the area. A few minutes after Eddie left, a red shadow streaked through the sky, arriving near the building. Foot Clan members, Leader Shredder, Female Ninja Kare, the founder of teleportation technology, Dr. Baxter Stockman, they are all inside the building. Jarvis's voice echoed in Tony's armor. SHIELD agents are attacking the building, but a rhino and a wild boar are blocking their way. Rhino? Wild boar. Tony was taken aback. Seeing Jarvis's footage on the virtual screen in front of him, his mouth twitched. He too felt the absurdity of New York Zoo in his mind. Rumble? At that moment, at the center of the vortex above his head, the parts of the technodrome that had passed through the gate of time and space drifted around him. Is this an alien? Tony muttered, surprised but also understanding the gravity of the situation. An alien invasion? This was a global event waiting to happen. The terrifying events caused by supervillains like the Green Goblin, Lizard, and Dr. Octopus were nothing compared to this. Alien invasion was a whole new level of threat. Try to access the alien network, Tony commanded. Seeing what appeared to be a network terminal on one of the parts, he squinted and told Jarvis, decrypt the information. I want to know what the hell this is. A series of messages appeared before his eyes. Technodrome. Tony murmured, his expression growing more solemn. Technodrome, the super warship of aliens, and the commander is called Krang. Ringing? While pondering, he received a call request from the Fury. Tony, what's the situation on your side? After the connection, Fury asked in a deep voice, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s offensive is being hindered. You must close the space gate as soon as possible. I know, Tony replied, then ended the call. Under Jarvis's monitoring, he knew that most of the parts of the technodrome had entered Earth, and the preliminary assembly was almost complete. Time was running out, and it couldn't be delayed any longer. Whoosh! The jet of air behind him propelled him forward. He turned into a meteor falling from the sky, rushing into the floor below, where Shredder was. Boom! But just as Tony was about to reach the floor, an energy ray fell from the sky and hit him instantly. Damn it! Tony's face changed slightly. The armor on his body lost power, and he plummeted nearly 200 meters. Everyone in the SHIELD bureau below watched in panic, expressions full of nervousness. They feared that a powerful ally had just been knocked out of the fight. Fortunately, Tony stabilized his body, and when he was about to make contact with the ground, he shot back into the sky. This time, his goal was the technodrome that was almost fully assembled. Jarvis informed him that all parts of the technodrome had crossed the space portal and arrived on Earth. At this point, turning off the teleportation device would have no effect. The key now was the aliens controlling the technodrome. Krang, Tony murmured as he rushed toward the round technodrome under the watchful eyes of everyone. At the same time, the alien Krang, hiding inside the robot he had created, saw Iron Man's approach and laughed disdainfully. Boom! An energy shell struck Tony, blasting him out of the technodrome. The sight shocked not only the citizens of New York but also the SHIELD agents watching the scene. They felt powerless, even desperate. Batman. Where is Batman? The citizens of New York suddenly remembered the man with the flying cloak and pointed ears. Speaking of which, Batman hadn't officially appeared since the Green Goblin incident. The latest news was about Cyborg, Iron Man, and Arrow. Where was Batman? Would he appear in this time of crisis? Coulson, the alien spaceship overhead will be dealt by Tony. You must enter the building as soon as possible, control the teleportation device, and send the spaceship back to the opposite side of the portal. Nick Fury drove to the scene and found Coulson with a solemn expression. I just confirmed with Tony that the object above our heads is a terrible weapon. If the aliens complete it, it will scorch the entire planet. Because of this, Fury couldn't continue waiting at the hotel, sitting idly while the situation slipped into the abyss. Director, the enemy is too difficult to deal with. Coulson said, his expression showing helplessness. The agents they sent were completely outmatched by the two mutants. Even Hawkeye and Natasha were no exception. Some of the agents had their chests caved in, lying motionless on the ground with shallow breaths, while others hid behind cars, sporadically shooting with probes, but they were unable to cause any real damage. Where did these two come from? The black-haired agent couldn't help cursing under his breath. Admittedly, the appearance of the Rhino and Boar had severely hindered S.H.I.E.L.D's efforts. Even Hawkeye, with his exceptional combat skills, couldn't break through the two beasts' defenses, let alone defend against what could only be described as a terrorist attack from the opponents. Whoosh, whoosh, bullets rained from all directions, striking the thick, scaly hides of the Rhino and Boar, but they couldn't penetrate even an inch. The bullets simply bounced off. Ding 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 ding. The next moment, Hawkeye shot out an explosive arrow. Rumble! A shockwave and fire swept across the Rhino and Boar, but they only stopped momentarily, with some blood appearing on their bodies. Although the attack caused some damage, it didn't seem to affect the two combatants. Damn it! Hawkeye gritted his teeth, realizing the difficulty of the situation. Not only was their defense formidable, their health was nearly infinite, their movements quick, and their strength and attack power far above average. Hawkeye could only rely on his archery skills to keep the opponents tangled up, but breaking through their defenses seemed almost impossible. Boom! Suddenly, the wild boar caught his attention. The Rhino leapt from the side using his distracted mind, crashing into him and sending him flying again. Natasha, standing nearby, attempted to intervene, but it was futile. The wild boar took the opportunity to flip a car, trapping the surrounding agents beneath it. They groaned in pain, their faces twisted in agony as the boar let out a mocking laugh. Brother, we are invincible. The boar laughed, his massive fist crushing the car in front of him. Several agents coughed up blood, their bodies slumping as they lost all life. Damn it! Natasha gritted her teeth. Not far away, Coulson and Fury looked grim. At first, a gang from the New York area hadn't been taken seriously by the two of them, but now it had become a massive obstacle for SHIELD. It felt like a slap to the face. Babe, you're so beautiful, I can't help but want to ravage you. The boar sneered at Natasha, his fists clenched as he ruthlessly crushed a flower he picked from somewhere. He struck Natasha, sending to crash bloodied. Natasha couldn't control her body at all, and she was sent flying into the air. When she hit the ground, her body was weak, and most of her combat power was gone. Hawkeye tried to step forward to help, but was stopped by the Rhino. Smack! The Rhino slapped him hard, sending Hawkeye flying and smashing into a nearby car, where he landed among the surviving ordinary SHIELD agents, unable to get back up. Hey, go die! The Rhino growled triumphantly, his belly shaking. He grinned grotesquely and walked toward the SHIELD agents, who were helpless before him. No. Fury readied his weapon, preparing to block the Rhino's path. But just as he moved, a lightning-fast arrow shot through the air. Whoosh! The arrow was about to struck the Rhino. Feeling threatened, the Rhino instinctively raised his hand to block. Boom! The arrow, aimed directly at him, exploded upon impact with his palm, bursting like a falling meteor. The violent air currents created ripples that surged outward, much more powerful than Hawkeye's explosive arrow. The Rhino staggered back, his vision filled with sparks, and he was thrown off balance by the force. When he finally steadied himself, a green figure descended from the sky. You are. The Rhino squinted, recognizing the figure. Green Arrow. Though the Rhino had been in prison, he knew about Green Arrow's emergence before his arrest. Plus, as one of the most popular superheroes in recent times, the Rhino was familiar with him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, the manhole cover on the road was knocked off from the inside. The cover flew into the air, and 4 green figures emerged from the sewer. They struck a cool pose, flipping midair, and landed in front of the rhino and boar in a battle formation. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. The boar looked at the new arrivals, then turned his gaze back to Green Arrow. You guys are really green. The boar was unfazed, laughing hysterically. He still had the energy to taunt. It'd be better if you dyed your hair green or wore a green hat. I think that would suit you well. Before he could finish, a white spider web shot down from above, covering the boarman's eyes. Boom! At that moment, a slender figure appeared behind the boar, kicking him with great force. The boar crashed into a nearby wall, and stone chips flew in all directions. The ground was plowed into a deep gully. Upon seeing this, the agents present suddenly felt a glimmer of confidence. Spider-Man? At that moment, 3 superheroes had arrived at the scene. However, more superheroes were actually arriving than they had initially realized. In addition to the 3, Daredevil had silently sneaked into the TCRI experimental building. There, he defeated many ninjas from the Foot Clan before encountering Shredder and the female ninja, Carve. As for Venom, Eddie Brock didn't rush into action. He was leisurely hanging in the air, taking out his camera and recording everything in detail as he floated by hanging through a wall. Once the battle was over, it would be his time to shine. Of course, Venom had to make an appearance in front of the camera too, or else he'd be left out entirely. Eddie thought back to how Venom had recently ranked last in the superhero rankings published by Daily Bugle, making him uneasy. The people who voted didn't even understand Venom's true importance. Without Venom, no one would even know about the superheroes currently on the scene. In that sense, Venom was the most important. Eddie was lost in his thoughts when the situation suddenly reversed. Before the rhino and boar could say anything, they were being overwhelmed by Green Arrow, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and Spider-Man. Despite their thick skin and boundless strength, facing several opponents who were just as capable or even stronger, combined with their lack of combat experience, the two were quickly overwhelmed. The 4 turtles kept the 2 at bay, while Spider-Man used his webbing to interfere. Green Arrow periodically fired arrows, each loaded with different types of ammunition, making life miserable for the rhino and boar. Spider-Man. Green Arrow suddenly called out. You go inside the building to help the Daredevil. We'll handle things here. Daredevil. Spider-Man snapped back to reality and nodded. Just as he was about to change locations, he glanced up at the nearly completed alien spaceship, or perhaps it was an alien warship. What about that thing? He asked. Cyborg's about to move. Green Arrow glanced upward, a slight smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. Besides, isn't Iron Man working hard? Okay. Spider-Man didn't press further. He knew that Batman, who hadn't yet appeared, must be observing everything happening at the moment. After all, Batman wouldn't be caught off guard, he would be preparing and would gather everyone as soon as things escalated. It was worth noting that this realization actually brought Nick Fury some relief. He knew Batman wouldn't sit idly by. Once SHIELD confirmed that they couldn't handle the situation, Batman would inevitably summon the Justice League to take action. Batman, Spider-Man, Daredevil, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Arrow, Cyborg, Venom. Fury muttered to himself, his expression serious. This can't be all the cards you have up your sleeve. Thinking about the comic characters from DC Comics that have yet to appear in the real world, and wondering whether there will be any new additions in the future, is quite a headache. Arrow and Cyborg were originally fictional characters. Even Batman could be classified as part of this group. There are many reasons for Fury to believe that behind Batman, there is a mysterious power at play. At least, the characters appearing publicly are just Batman's visible support. Secretly, Batman likely hides even deeper trump cards. Otherwise, it's impossible to explain how Batman knew about S.H.I.E.L.D's secrets. Even Hydra, so covered that even the director didn't know its stubborn presence, was something Batman had uncovered. Batman. Fury muttered, his mood both relieved and heavy. On one hand, the incident seemed to be turning in a favorable direction for SHIELD after their setbacks, with no need to use their hidden cards. But on the other hand, a mysterious force had appeared on Earth. Batman represented this force. Though Batman is a superhero now, who knows? A man with extraordinary power and immense influence could one day lose control of his ambition. Boom! As these thoughts raced through his mind, a deafening explosion echoed above. Looking up, Fury and Coulson saw that the sky, under dark clouds, seemed to be exploding with fireworks as huge flashes of fire lit up all around. Tony Stark as Iron Man was rapidly approaching the nearly completed circular alien warship. Fury had learned from Tony that this ship was called the Technodrome, controlled by an alien named Krang. Whoosh, whoosh, Tony pushed forward, trying to get closer to the warship, but was blocked by its defense system. Countless energy shells fired, preventing Tony from advancing. Anyone who came within 50 meters of the Technodrome would be bombarded by a dense array of shells, forcing them to retreat. At this point, Tony's armor showed signs of heavy damage, with numerous dent marks. His energy levels were rapidly depleting. Sir, only 57% of energy remains. Jarvis's voice reported. Tony gritted his teeth. It was too late to enter the Technodrome. Once it was fully assembled, the warship would become an extremely powerful alien weapon, at least twice as formidable as it was now. Damn it. Tony's mind raced. Though he felt weaker, giving up was not an option for him. Use all missiles. Tony ordered. Jarvis, blow a path for me. Understood. As the command was given, the armor shifted to reveal hidden miniature missiles, which Tony launched at the Technodrome. Almost all citizens in the New York area witnessed the spectacle in the sky. Iron Man's ongoing struggle caused a sense of hopelessness among them. The Batman they had longed to see had yet to appear, leading some to wonder if Batman had abandoned the city altogether. Before the news spread, people didn't know what had happened near the TCRI building. The only thing they could see was the battle taking place overhead in the sky. Recently, the new superhero, Iron Man, played by the playboy Tony Stark, was fighting for them up there. However, the citizens of New York also witnessed Iron Man's defeat. Iron Man, come on. Why hasn't Batman appeared yet? What about the other superheroes? Why aren't they helping? The people felt unprecedented anxiety. As they saw Iron Man struggling to breach the circular spacecraft's defense, they wished the attacks could help immediately, tearing a hole in the ship's defenses. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, Iron Man launched miniature missiles from all over his body. Many astute observers recognized this as Iron Man's final attempt. Come on, Iron Man. A child's cry echoed from the distance. But in that tense moment, no one was in the mood to smile. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the missiles. What a primitive weapon. Then, a hole appeared in the circular spaceship. A platform extended from the hole, and a robot stood on it. In the center of the robot's thick waist was a pink jellyfish-like creature, which faced Iron Man, showing its teeth and claws in a posture that exuded disdain. Jellyfish. Tony squinted his eyes. Boom. The next moment, all the miniature missiles he had fired were blocked by the near-impenetrable defenses of the Technodrome. Then, a terrifying energy ray shot toward Tony. His armor froze instantly, immobilizing him as if he were trapped in chains. Inside the suit, Tony struggled, his face showing disbelief. Sir, the armor has been frozen by ice, Jarvis reported. This ice layer is formed by energy rays. We won't be able to break it quickly. Good luck. What? Tony's eyes widened as he plummeted from the sky. As people watched, despair spread across their hearts, as if they could foresee the destruction of New York and the fall of Earth in the near future. At the crucial moment, whoosh, a figure streaked through the sky like a meteor, reaching the scene in an instant to catch the falling Tony. Cyborg. The citizens of New York recognized the figure. At the same time, they also saw a black, sleek car speeding through the sky, arriving at the scene at an incredible speed. That's the Batmobile. It's Batman? He's finally here. At that very moment, Cyborg appeared and rescued Iron Man, who had fallen from the sky. More importantly, Batman followed right after. When everyone saw this, the heavy weight in their hearts lifted, as if they had seen a savior, and people cheered all over New York. Even the SHIELD agents in the TCRI experimental building could vaguely hear the cheers of the entire city. On one hand, they were surprised at Batman's status in people's hearts. On the other hand, they breathed a sigh of relief. The superhero team led by Batman was considered an ally of SHIELD, and their arrival greatly reduced the potential harm the alien attack would cause. Aside from the SHIELD agents, there were almost no casualties. Now, if the Technodrome over them could be dealt with, the alien invasion would be brought to a complete end. Batman, how do you plan to solve this? Nick Fury didn't trust Batman completely. The main reason was that the enemy was too strong. Tony Stark had controlled his armor and fought in the sky for a long time, struggling to even approach the war fortress. Although Batman was powerful, Fury didn't believe that, with the methods Batman had shown so far, the war fortress could be successfully taken down. Not to mention, on the platform extending from the fortress, an alien stood, whose abilities and plans were still unknown. This was also why Fury hadn't put full trust in Batman from the beginning. Fury discreetly took out a pager from his pocket. If things started to go wrong, he would quickly reveal his own backup plan. Cyborg, Batman. Tony saw the two arrive and, while relieved, also felt a sense of humiliation. The proud Tony would remember this moment, secretly vowing that it would never happen again in the future. Boom! Tony, frozen in the transparent ice, saw Cyborg firing energy cannons at him. Click, click. Before Tony could be surprised, the energy shells fired by him shattered the ice surrounding his armor, restoring his ability to move. Thanks. Tony nodded to Cyborg. From the Dr. Octopus incident, to the Ironmonger incident, to today's alien invasion, it wasn't the first time Cyborg had rescued him. Was it destiny? Was Cyborg his destined benefactor? Tony's expression grew complicated. Don't thanks yet, we'll talk later. Cyborg replied, his body rising into the air to join Batman's side. Click. The Batmobile's cockpit popped open. Batman stood up and moved to the front of the car, standing side by side with Cyborg. Under the public's watch, the two gradually approached the Technodrome. Two more humans who aren't afraid of death. Krang, who was hiding in the robot, spoke in a low voice with a tone of disdain, just loud enough for Cyborg and Batman to hear. They weren't surprised that Krang could speak English. If they had to explain it, it was probably because Krang had already observed Earth's location and gained some understanding of the planet's culture. Krang didn't enter Earth directly because of the Technodrome. He needed to ensure that, after arriving on Earth, he would have the power to resist, or even crush, all humans in order to launch his counterattack. The Technodrome was his source of confidence. I can't help myself. Batman and Cyborg exchanged a look and smiled in a similar way. Below them, Iron Man flew into the sky. At this point, Tony had lost most of his combat power, and the energy from his arc reactor had dropped to 39%. If he had to be honest, the only help he could offer now was to support Cyborg and Batman. Be careful. This guy's spacecraft has a very powerful defense mechanism. If we don't break through its external defense system, we can't get anywhere near the spacecraft, Tony warned. Tony, you'll just be an honest bystander, like the New Yorkers. Cheer for us. Batman turned to glance at Tony. With that, Cyborg ignored Tony's warning, jetting a strong air current behind him and rushing toward the warship. Immediately after, the Batmobile accelerated, the air behind it bursting with incredible thrust as it led Batman straight toward the outer platform of the Technodrome. The alien controlling the humanoid robot, which resembled a red jellyfish, stood there waiting. Boom! The shockwave spread in all directions, slapping Tony's armor and making him sway in midair. You too. Seeing this, Tony could only shake his head. The two didn't take his advice seriously. Humph. He snorted, preparing to stand still and watch the two of them. The defense mechanism outside the war fortress was very sophisticated, and Tony had already suffered greatly from it. Though Jarvis had connected to the warship's internal network and accessed its central database, he had been unable to break through the fortress's defenses. At most, he had gathered some information about the fortress and its commander, Krang. It was impossible for Jarvis to take control of the Technodrome. After all, the fortress was from an alien civilization in the universe. There were still countless solar systems between Earth and the far reaches of space. The fact that Jarvis was able to interface with the Technodrome's internal network was already a testament to Tony Stark's place at the pinnacle of human intelligence. Although Tony didn't fully understand Cyborg and Batman's plans, he didn't think the two would succeed in breaking through the warship's defense mechanism, entering its interior, and confronting the alien, Krang. The next moment, the gun barrels erected outside the Technodrome all aimed at Cyborg and Batman. It was the same situation that Tony had faced when he tried to force his way into the warship before. Tony seemed to envision the scene of Cyborg and Batman being bombarded by a dense barrage of energy cannonballs and being forced to retreat. All New Yorkers, including the SHIELD agents, subconsciously held their breath, their eyes fixed on the sky, watching the unfolding scene. Whoosh! Energy cannonballs blasted toward them like lightning. Cyborg raised his hand slightly. In an instant, the cannonballs veered off course, as if controlled by Cyborg himself. He slapped his hand casually, redirecting them elsewhere. Rumble, rumble, the cannon energy flew into the distant sky, exploding high above and shattering the black clouds. But neither Cyborg nor Batman's figures faltered. There was no obstacle in their path, as if they had already anticipated the enemy's attack. They passed through the rain of cannon fire released by the Technodrome, crossed the outer area of the fortress, and entered the extended platform inside, where the alien commander, Krang, stood. Seeing this, Tony's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but curse. Shit. Under the gaze of hundreds of thousands, even millions of people, Cyborg and Batman achieved the very goal that Tony Stark had been unable to accomplish for so long. How can that be? Tony was dumbfounded. It was happening. Now everyone and their dads showing off, with only Iron Man getting beaten? Tony's teeth clenched in frustration. He began to question everything, even feeling as though Cyborg and Batman had arrived at the scene long ago but had stayed hidden, just waiting for him to get pummeled. Below, near the TCRI laboratory building, everyone at SHIELD watched in awe. The weight lifted from their chests as they realized Batman was more reliable than Iron Man. Even Nick Fury felt the same way. He thought for a moment, then took out the modified, old-fashioned pager and decided to place a certain amount of trust in Batman. What happened? On the extended platform inside the Technodrome, a humanoid robot or a red jellyfish in a humanoid mech was being controlled by Krang, whose ugly face, with its prominent 5 sense organs, showed a look of confusion. This alien didn't quite understand how these two humans had managed to break through the fortress's defense line. In theory, the energy shells they had fired should have blocked every path for these two. They should never have crossed the defense line unscathed. At this time, only Anton, who had become Batman and separated from the cyborg, as well as the Arrow clone, understood how it happened. Cyborg himself possessed the ability to crack alien technology. Plus, his brain functioned like a quantum computer. As soon as the Technodrome appeared, Cyborg began attempting to infiltrate its internal network, achieving notable success. What Jarvis couldn't do didn't mean Cyborg couldn't accomplish it. Under the operation of Cyborg, although it was impossible to completely take control of the Technodrome from the alien Krang, a small adjustment was made to offset the trajectory of the energy projectiles released by the fortress's defense mechanism. This was no problem at all. In fact, Krang, the alien commander, could never have imagined that inside the Technodrome, a super hacker had infiltrated it, ready to fight him for control. Even Tony, who had attempted the same operation without success, couldn't comprehend this. The main reason was that Tony didn't believe anyone could accomplish what he couldn't, especially in an area where he was most proud. Boom! Cyborg and Batman confronted the alien Krang face to face. The ugly red jellyfish-like creature's bare fangs and claws faced them. I only warn you once. Krang sprang from the abdomen of the humanoid mech, resembling a brain stripped from a human body, with several tentacles beneath him. Leave my spaceship. His voice was low and threatening. Click. As soon as he finished speaking, the humanoid mech controlled by him folded its arms, transforming into a thick, long barrel aimed at Cyborg and Batman in front of him. Upon seeing this, Anton thought back to the original plot, where this character was described by Michelangelo as chewed gum, which seemed to fit perfectly. As far as Anton knew, Krang was an original character from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles animation. Originally a warlord from a distant planet, Krang's body had been taken from him, leaving only his brain. He now controlled the mobile castle, what they called the Technodrome, and had come to Earth, joining forces with Shredder. Shredder had also created a humanoid mech for him. In another version of the comics, Krang was part of an alien race and the sole survivor of his species. His lifelong goal shifted from dominating Earth to transforming it into his home planet so his people could be reborn here. In short, no matter which version, Krang was a notorious alien criminal with crimes of the highest order. As Anton pondered this, the humanoid mech controlled by Krang had gathered blue energy light at the end of the barrel. Whoosh! On the external platform, this was visible to everyone. Countless people watched the scene in the sky, too nervous to blink. After all, this moment had to do with the life and death of most people in New York, and even the Earth itself. They didn't want to miss any changes. At this moment, the citizens of New York were extremely tense, fearing that Cyborg and Batman would repeat Iron Man's mistakes getting in and then being blown away. TCRI Laboratory Building. The Daredevil and Spider-Man rushed into the building. They took out the remaining remnants of the Foot Clan and began to confront Shredder and the female ninja, Carve. Neither Shredder nor Carve was surprised by the arrival of Daredevil and Spider-Man. Instead, they were ready for battle. Whizzing! As soon as Daredevil and Spider-Man appeared, the two rushed forward in unison. Daredevil faced off against the female ninja Carve. The Spider-Man faced the samurai armor, and through his exposed eyes, Shredder released a terrifying murderous intent and assumed a fighting stance. Shredder, a master ninja? When Spider-Man was trained by the Big Mouse Splinter, he heard Shredder's name many times from them. If I can beat you, I'll be considered graduated. Spider-Man muttered to himself. He thought of his fellow Ninja Turtles. Didn't the 4 turtles get Splinter's approval just because of Shredder's capture? It seems like you're about to repeat a tragedy, Shredder. The Spider-Man stared at the enemy in the samurai armor. His face beneath the mask showed no fear, only anticipation. Humph. Shredder didn't plan to say much more. He was eager to take care of the enemy in front of him, then head to the alien spacecraft overhead, meet with the alien Krang, and take over the Earth together. Boom! The two sides collided. The fierce battle began. The road outside the TCRI Laboratory Building. The Rhino and the Boar were being outplayed by Green Arrow and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. These two characters were using their sheer strength to overpower SHIELD agents, and once they encountered someone with similar abilities, they were quickly knocked back into their original form. Under the watchful eyes of the remaining SHIELD agents, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles pummeled the Rhino and Boar, leaving them bruised. Arrow attacked from time to time, aiming for the enemy's most vulnerable spots. The Boar was left blinded by these strikes. This was something Hawkeye had never done in previous battles. At this moment, Hawkeye and Natasha had lost most of their combat power. The two of them were supported by other agents, and seeing what was happening in front of them, not only did they not feel relieved, but they also felt humiliated. Clearly, their skills were no match for others. In this current situation, it was a fact that the two of them couldn't refute at all. As the two SHIELD agents most valued by the director, they began to doubt their own abilities. It seemed that Nick Fury had plans to include them in the superhero team SHIELD was forming, tentatively named the Avengers. Comparing the Avengers to the Justice League formed by Batman. Does this mean that the Avengers are just a bunch of old, weak, sick, and disabled people? Not just the two of them, but even Iron Man, who had already confirmed his place in the Avengers, felt the same way. While observing the inside of the Technodrome, he listened to Jarvis report the situation and suddenly began to question S.H.I.E.L.D's abilities. From this point of view, there were only 3 tentative members in the Avengers, himself, Hawkeye, and Black Widow. Meanwhile, competitors from the same industry, the Justice League formed by Batman, had gathered a team with Batman as the leader, along with Spider-Man, Daredevil, Venom, Arrow, Cyborg, and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles characters with extraordinary skills and unique methods. How could the Avengers compete? Just rely on Iron Man, boom. Just as the people of SHIELD and Tony were reflecting on the gap between the Justice League and the Avengers, the Technodrome in the sky suddenly erupted with a massive explosion. The thunderous sound shocked everyone, including the New Yorkers who had been staring at the sky. They were transfixed by the explosion and didn't dare blink. At that moment, the platform extending from the Technodrome to the outside was heavily engulfed in a cloud of dazzling fire and smoke, blocking everyone's view. However, just a minute ago, many had noticed that the explosion had been caused by the bombardment of shells. The humanoid mecha controlled by the alien Krang unleashed terrifying blue energy cannonballs, while Cyborg responded in kind with sonic shells. The two forces collided, destroying the outer platform of the Technodrome and sending shockwaves all the way into its interior. Then, Batman emerged, cutting through the thick smoke like a sharp sword. Click, click. Under Batman's command, the Batmobile adjusted its trajectory, and its front and sides transformed into menacing barrels, aimed at the indistinct shadow within the smoke, firing relentlessly. The special artillery shells made the barrels of the Batmobile glow hot as they rained down into the smoke, causing another explosion. Damn human! Krang yelled in fury, his voice echoing across the sky. Even the New Yorkers heard its standard American English, unmistakably belonging to Krang. They didn't find it odd since they didn't know the full story and couldn't comprehend at that moment. That said, after Batman appeared, their inner tension eased significantly. It seemed they all believed that Batman would once again turn the tide and save New York. As for SHIELD, even their top agents, led by Nick Fury, were a bit taken aback. They were stunned, trying to process why an alien was speaking Earth's language. Then they remembered when the Kree and Skrulls arrived on Earth in the 1990s, they also spoke fluent American English. So, it didn't seem all that strange that Krang could speak English. After bursting out of the smoke, Batman, now visible to all, used his bat grappling gun to swing into the Technodrome, disappearing once again from sight. However, everyone speculated that Batman had entered the massive spaceship with a new purpose, perhaps trying to wrestle control of it from the enemy. The crowd was filled with anticipation, eagerly awaiting what would happen next. Get out! Immediately after, Krang's furious roar echoed. The weapons and equipment inside the Technodrome shifted, all under his mental control, and aimed directly at Batman now Anton. Boom boom boom! Energy shells flew toward Anton. He remained unfazed, flipping his cloak behind him, and then threw a bat boomerang. The boomerang returned to his hand in a perfect arc. The energy cannonballs headed for him detonated mid-flight, thanks to the boomerang's trajectory. A massive burst of fire and shockwaves exploded, but the blast was absorbed by his special bat cloak. Click, click, the energy shells impacted, damaging the interior of the war fortress. Krang, watching from afar, could only observe as his control slipped, powerless to prevent the destruction. Because Krang was entangled by Anton's cyborg clone, he couldn't move to deal with Batman inside the fortress. It's worth mentioning that Anton had entered the Technodrome to target the lighthouse. The lighthouse is synonymous with the core of the warship. Everything in the fortress was built around it. As long as one can master the lighthouse, Cyborg can completely take over the Technodrome, turning this alien spaceship into their own and making it the base of the Justice League. This is Anton's ultimate goal. He raised his head slightly and saw a small sphere floating about 100 meters away. There was no doubt it was the lighthouse. But Krang had already marked him as a target, and all the weapons and equipment inside the ship were now aimed at him. Even taking a single step forward was difficult. It was like standing on a steel wire between two buildings, walking on air. One wrong move and his bones would be crushed. The game has just begun. Anton whispered, quickening his pace, letting the artillery fire pass by him like a fish swimming through water, constantly closing the distance between himself and the lighthouse. At this moment, on the external platform of the Technodrome, the thick smoke began to clear. Cyborg hovered in the air, facing off against the humanoid mecha controlled by Krang. Krang gritted his teeth. Through the robot's internal monitoring, he realized Batman's objective within the ship and felt unprecedented frustration. However, he was still engaged with Cyborg and couldn't go inside to deal with Batman fully. Damn human! Krang was no stranger to the two enemies before him. At the very least, having studied Earth, he had heard of their names. Superheroes. Krang sneered. Heroes often die. Superheroes die faster. He had been observing Earth for a long time. Besides the Foot Clan who had first obtained the fragments of the teleportation device he dropped, they had also compiled a list of Earth's superheroes who posed a threat to him. Batman and Cyborg were two of them. Others included Iron Man, dealt by his Technodrome, Spider-Man, and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, who were dealing with the Foot Clan. In general, Krang didn't see them as a significant threat. As an alien criminal in control of the warship, Krang, with his terrifying technological weaponry, had defeated far more powerful opponents. Earth's creatures, in his eyes, were just a primitive species in a distant corner of the universe, essentially a poor country. Cyborg, I'll kill you first, and then slowly deal with Batman. The humanoid mech clenched its fist. Krang paused after every word. This is a new game. Be careful, Earthlings. The words were full of anger. Clearly, he, who traverses the universe, regarded Earth's people as ants. But the current situation was that the ant wanted to rise up and become the master, breaking through his first line of defense. This made Krang furious. I was about to say the same thing. Cyborg's tone was calm. Boom! The words were followed by another bombardment of energy cannonballs. Amidst the madness of fire and shockwaves, like fireworks in the sky, a blue energy ray, containing the power of ice, directly froze the fire and, at an incredible speed, rushed toward the cyborg. Cyborg raised his hand slightly, and the sonic shield blocked the energy rays. Whoosh! The next moment, a stream of air shot from his back, rushing toward Krang like lightning, ready to engage him in close combat. Cyborg, or Anton, knew this very well. In terms of pure technological content, the Technodrome Krang controlled and the humanoid mechas he commanded were not inferior to the alien technology of the Apocalypse Mother Box. In short, it was difficult to tell who would win. The key was that Krang had a fatal flaw. This alien Krang didn't possess any combat ability at all. His only reliance was the humanoid mecha and the Technodrome. As long as Krang's mecha could be destroyed, and with Batman, who was Anton's alter ego inside the warship to override Krang's control, this alien would have no room to maneuver and would be easily defeated. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of the public, the humanoid mech collided with the cyborg head-on. At this moment, Iron Man outside the warship, Tony Stark, paused for a moment. He saw the alien being restrained by Cyborg and realized he couldn't miss this opportunity. He had to seize it. Even if he couldn't be the main character, he could still offer help to Cyborg or Batman. Time to show his face? The Technodrome had been resistant to attack for a long time, but Cyborg and Batman had entered without encountering any obstacles. This dealt a major blow to Tony, especially since the citizens of New York could see the scene if they simply looked up at the sky. Tony was filled with frustration, regretting his hesitation. He believed he needed to restore his heroic image in the hearts of New Yorkers. These people needed to know that Tony Stark was the genius inventor who combined talent with charm. With this thought, even though his armor had only a small amount of energy left, he shot forward at a speed exceeding the speed of sound, slamming into the Technodrome like lightning. Boom! The shockwave behind him radiated in all directions. Iron Man is shooting again. He wants to help Cyborg and Batman. People cast expectant glances. Then, click, click, click. Although Krang was facing Cyborg's relentless attack and had no spare power to control the warship, the ship's external defense mechanisms were designed long before. They didn't need Krang's control to function perfectly. A series of thick and long barrels adjusted their aim, now targeting the red figure that had just appeared. Tony squinted his eyes, slightly nervous. Sir, a route has been planned for you. Jarvis, using the superb computing power of artificial intelligence, analyzed a route through the barrel's design trajectory that might allow Tony to bypass the external defense mechanisms of the warship. Good job, Jarvis. Upon hearing these words from Jarvis, the tension in Tony's heart disappeared, and he suddenly became confident. After the compliment, the airflow from his feet and palms increased, boosting his output. Whoosh! Tony's speed skyrocketed. Boom! At that moment, energy shells came, completely blocking Tony's path. Damn! Tony was shocked. Jarvis, your route is wrong. Sorry, sir. Jarvis replied with a hint of apology. I hope I still have a chance to replan your route. Boom! Before Tony could reply, he collided head-on with a cannonball. The massive firelight shockwave caused him to lose altitude immediately, and the entire figure of Iron Man disappeared from the sky. The crowd fell silent, but they could only wish Iron Man good luck in their hearts. The armor damage rate is 78%, all weapon systems fail, the propellers fail, and the ability to fly. After Jarvis finished speaking, he paused. Sir, good luck to you. Damn it. Tony gritted his teeth. Jarvis, if I survive this, you'd better pray that your core algorithm doesn't get replaced. He continued to fall, getting closer to the TCRI laboratory building. Despite his armor, falling from this height wasn't trivial. If he didn't die, he'd likely lose half his life. Tony closed his eyes. Suddenly, he felt like he had fallen into a large net and was being caught by someone. Opening his eyes, he saw a pair of big menacing eyes staring back at him. On the face in front of him was a massive, bloodthirsty mouth and a pair of sharp fangs, drooling. Falling onto the mask of his armor, Tony was initially surprised but quickly relaxed. He wasn't unfamiliar with this person. Although the opponent looked a little grotesque, the character corresponding to this image was memorable enough to make an impression. Venom. Tony let out a breath. Eddie Brock, I owe you my life. Meanwhile, Anton, which was fighting inside the warship as Batman, and the cyborg fighting against the humanoid mecha controlled by Krang, had no idea what had happened to Tony. Both were now highly concentrated, planning to solve the current predicament with overwhelming force. In fact, it wasn't precisely a dilemma. It was more like fighting monsters in a game. They needed to go all out to clear the stage. Anton was still more than 50 meters away from the lighthouse. His face, hidden beneath the helmet, remained calm as he walked leisurely inside the warship, smoothly avoiding the artillery shells and energy rays flying around him with his impressive agility. This was made easier by the virus Cyborg had previously inserted into the network inside the Technodrome, which greatly reduced Anton's pressure. However, control of the warship still belonged to the commander, Krang. To stop the series of attacks targeting him, Anton needed to reach the lighthouse and take full control from Krang. On the other side, the battle between Cyborg and Krang had reached a fever pitch. The close encounter between the two wasn't just a clash of skill and fighting ability, but also involved their energy weapons. Part of Cyborg's weapons were made by Earth, while others were of alien origin. Krang's humanoid mech, however, was equipped with high-end alien technology, and the power of their weapons was staggering. The two had even reached an unspoken agreement not to resist each other head-on. Therefore, they fought strategically, ducking and dodging. Colorful and fancy shells exploded in the air behind them from time to time, like fireworks, captivating the citizens of New York. As time passed, the completion of the Technodrome assembly reached an astonishing 91%, almost fully assembled. Once the warship was truly completed, Earth would face an immense disaster. Seeing that the battle above was taking too long to produce a clear winner, and with Spider-Man having entered the TCRI laboratory building without any sign of movement, Fury became nervous again. He reached for his pager but was interrupted by a sudden explosion. Boom! The battle on the road outside had ended. The Rhino and Boar had been defeated by Arrow and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Without hesitation, the two sides exchanged glances and quickly rushed into the TCRI building to seize control of the teleportation device from the hands of the Foot Clan, in hopes of aiding Batman and Cyborg in resolving the crisis above. Seeing this, the remaining SHIELD agents rushed into the TCRI laboratory building, not waiting for Fury. Arrow takes the lead. He pressed the elevator button and then walked into the elevator. After all, the building is dozens of stories high, and running up there would waste several minutes, not to mention energy. In the narrow space of the elevator, 4 Ninja Turtles squeezed in successively, followed by Nick Fury and Coulson. Even the badly injured Hawkeye managed to force his way in. Seeing this, Natasha glanced at the elevator next to her and decided to wait with the agents standing beside her. The elevator rises quickly. In the cramped space, an awkward atmosphere fills the air. A few people look at each other, unsure of what to say. Fury wears a scowl, lost in thought. Ding! Finally, after what seemed like a long time, the elevator reached the top floor. The elevator doors opened. Due to his injuries, Hawkeye's reactions were slower, and before he could move, someone who he couldn't see kicked him out of the elevator. Shit! He cursed loudly as several strong winds rushed past him. At the front was Arrow. Next to Green Arrow were the 4 teenage mutant ninja turtles, weapons in hand, moving with swift precision. Coulson stepped forward to support Hawkeye. Nick Fury, standing beside them, surveyed the area. This guy ignored the Foot Clan remnants surging around him, instead focusing on the center, where the transmission device pulsed with energy, deep in thought. At this point, turning off the teleportation device was no longer helpful. What needed to be done now was to continue supplying energy to the device, ensuring that the Technodrome could be sent back to the universe. Technodrome was a terrifying weapon that should not exist on Earth. Nick Fury had considered controlling it, but he knew better. Such a powerful weapon should not be in the hands of any Earthling. It could lead to a disaster comparable to, or even worse than, an alien invasion. Suddenly, the sharp sound of breaking air caught his attention. He watched as Green Arrow used arrows to push back the wounded female ninja, Carve, who still refused to retreat. Then, another arrow landed just at the trembling feet of Dr. Stockman. Stockman, if I see you move again, the next arrow won't land at your feet, but in your heart. Arrow's voice was calm, but his words carried an unprecedented murderous intent. He issued a warning to Stockman and then saw the daredevil pressing forward, knocking out the female ninja, Carve. Finally, their attention shifted to Shredder, who was clad in samurai armor. Spider-Man was darting back and forth, engaging Shredder in combat. Although Shredder was slightly disadvantaged, he was far from powerless. Countless sharp blades embedded in his arms were controlled by a magnetic system. The blades swayed densely like raindrops in the sky. After cutting through Spider-Man's webbing, they returned to their original position on his arms. Wait, I can defeat him. Spider-Man saw that Arrow and Daredevil had plans to help, and he feared his colleagues would steal his spotlight. This was his own graduation project. He immediately shouted, righteously saying, "Go get the teleportation device, Shredder is mine." As he said this, he ignored the 4 Ninja Turtles, who were already eager to try. "Little junior brother, let us help you. You're still too young. Let the seniors show you how to fight Shredder and pass the level. Want to graduate? You're still a long way from it." The turtles laughed, their footsteps synchronized. They stood in line with Spider-Man, ready to take on Shredder. Damn. Seeing the 4 turtles surrounding Shredder, Spider-Man wanted to cry but had no tears. Shredder on the other hand was furious. These people treated him like fish on a chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. On the other side, Anton's arrow clone glanced back. In fact, by this point, the victory was essentially secured, and there was no possibility of Shredder turning the tide. Their main concern was not the enemies in front of them, but what was happening high above them, inside and outside the Technodrome. Had Batman reached the lighthouse? And was Cyborg holding off Krang? From the arrow clone's perspective, it now seemed that both were doing well, and everything was under control. While thinking, Anton turned his attention to Stockman. "Hey." Stockman smiled awkwardly, looking humble. He tried to flatter Anton, saying, "What's your order? I will do it." Knowing he couldn't escape and realizing his fate was sealed, Stockman had no plans to resist and was ready to submit. Before that, he figured he could do something to mitigate his crimes. Inside the Technodrome, Anton received the report from Green Arrow and knew that the battle for the teleportation device inside the TCRI laboratory building was nearing its end. Next, he and the cyborg clone just had to solve the remaining problems and send the Technodrome back to the universe. Whoosh! Anton transformed as Batman, walking steadily and even picking up the pace. Outside, sensing the internal changes, Krang gritted his teeth, dragging Cyborg in front of him, his hatred evident. Rumble! He increased the energy output of his weapon. Countless energy cannonballs surged towards Cyborg. But Cyborg remained calm. His sonic barrier expanded on one hand, detonating the energy bombs, on the other, protecting New York from the aftermath, ensuring that the energy explosions wouldn't harm the citizens watching the battle. To some extent, these citizens were all precious leaks. In the vision of Anton and Cyborg clone, the number of fans for Batman and Cyborg was soaring at an incredible rate. "It's time to say goodbye." Cyborg stared at Krang. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the two clashed as Cyborg collided with the humanoid mecha. What happened next left everyone who witnessed the scene speechless and deeply shocked. Cyborg abruptly ripped off the arm of the humanoid mecha. At the same time, his chest was pierced by the energy shells of the mecha at close range. "Cyborg, come on." Everyone clenched their fists, mentally supporting him. Some with fragile minds were too scared to watch, so they opened one eye and closed the other, wanting to see but afraid to look. However, these people didn't know that although the chest wound seemed severe, it didn't affect Cyborg's actions or combat abilities. Victor Stone, the man as the cyborg, had been on the verge of death before being transformed into a half-human, half-mechanical biohazard. His body was mostly machinery, and even his brain had been replaced with a quantum computer. The injury to his body could be easily healed with part replacement. Moreover, with the almost infinite energy provided by the Mother Box, few could match his energy and movement capabilities in the entire universe, and even fewer on Earth. Of course, you couldn't compare the Mother Box with the infinite gems. Both had their strengths, but they weren't directly comparable. In the Marvel world, however, it must be acknowledged that the Infinity Gems are the foundation or cornerstone of that universe. In a similar vein, the Mother Box serves as a high-end auxiliary device, much like Thor's Stormbreaker. But back to the matter at hand. Cyborg, despite appearing seriously injured, bewildered Krang. "Human, I will tear you apart." Krang laughed loudly, feeling victory was near. He controlled the remaining hand of the humanoid mecha, attempting to grab Cyborg. But he didn't expect that the wound on Cyborg's chest had already healed by more than half. The mechanical body, now covered with memory metal, had restored its former stiffness and function. Krang's humanoid mecha collided head-on with Cyborg's sonic cannonballs. Boom! The blast sent Krang and his mecha flying into the sky before they landed heavily on a platform inside the Technodrome. Seeing this, Cyborg leaped into the air and pursued. The situation had shifted in an instant. The New Yorkers who had been watching were stunned. They had no time to feel the pain. A huge surprise awaited them. "He has won. We won." The people cheered wildly. By the window of the TCRI laboratory building, Hawkeye, Daredevil, Natasha, and the others all sighed in relief at the sight. The Arrow clone, however, remained unmoved, his face calm. He and Cyborg were both Anton's clones, connected, so this outcome was expected and unsurprising. To others, it showed a deep trust between companions. They were slightly surprised. Within the Justice League, the most mysterious figures were Batman, Cyborg, and Arrow. There seemed to be a tacit understanding between the three that no one else could fully comprehend. At that moment, on the rooftop outside the building, Tony Stark collapsed on the roof and removed his helmet. Beside him was Eddie Brock, who was in the form of Venom. Eddie heard his name from Tony and realized that Tony had discovered Venom's true identity, but he wasn't surprised. Tony Stark, as the leader of Stark Industries, is a major figure at the top of the pyramid. Once a multinational arms giant, Stark Industries even had the power to control the fate of small countries. For someone of his stature, Venom's true identity was hardly a secret. After all, people from Oscorp had also been involved in the Life Foundation incident, and the news had spread on a small scale. Cyborg. Tony stared at the image above his head, squinted, and looked at Eddie beside him. "Are you also a member of the Justice League?" "Of course." Eddie nodded, looking proud. "I was the first person Batman invited." "Batman?" Tony was shocked. In front of him, Krang was nearly destroyed by Cyborg, yet he was not the main character of the Justice League at all. As everyone knows, the core of the Justice League is Batman. At that moment, Batman was still inside the Technodrome, trying to accomplish something. "It's not over yet." Tony sighed. But for some reason, he didn't feel as nervous as he should. It seemed that this alien invasion, though not over, was already nearing its end. And indeed, the alien invasion had come to an end. Anton had arrived at the lighthouse. He stared at the small ball in front of him, his eyes deep with focus. Boom! Suddenly, a shockwave came from behind. It was Krang, who had been blasted by Cyborg, landing on the platform inside the Technodrome. "Human, stop it!" Krang roared angrily. Anton turned a deaf ear. Meanwhile, Cyborg entered the interior just as Krang spoke and stood in front of him, blocking his furious glare at Batman. "Krang, the game is over. You lost." Cyborg spoke, and Anton, in his Batman form, took off the small ball and inserted a USB drive into the port inside it. Haha! Cyborg brain began processing rapidly, a series of data streams appearing before him. On the other side, Krang seemed to have a premonition and roared in frustration. However, just before losing control, he issued a final, irrevocable order to the Technodrome to activate the escape program inside the fortress. "Just wait." Krang was sent into the escape capsule, gritting his teeth. "Damn human, I will come back again. Come back." Anton let go, allowing the lighthouse to float in the air. He turned to look at Krang, seemingly calm, but the coldness in his words filled Krang with a fear he hadn't felt in a long time. "Do you think you can survive?" The moment the escape capsule entered the ejection track inside the Technodrome, Anton activated the grappling hook on his battle armor. Immediately afterward, as the escape capsule was about to be ejected, Anton moved to the outside and looked at Krang through the glass. Damn it! Krang seemed to have a foreboding. The next second, the escape capsule was launched into the air, but its energy system was destroyed. While rushing directly into the clouds, intending to escape to the other side of the universe, the escape capsule exploded. Krang was reduced to fly ash, his body completely destroyed, and he failed to utter his final words. Anton's Batman form was carried away by the escape capsule, up into the clouds, and fell from midair. Under the public eye, he landed safely on the Batmobile. Afterward, the Batmobile landed on the roof of a building, and Batman got out of the car, standing beside Eddie and Tony. It's over. Tony stood there dazed, deeply shaken by the events. The magnitude of the incident had taken a toll on him, but it also made him realize the limitations of his own intellect. At least, the alien technology that had appeared before him was not something he could crack in a short time. If he could have, he would have already bypassed the Technodrome defense mechanisms and avoided the humiliation of being outplayed. Whoosh! Shortly after, Cyborg flew out of the Technodrome. The lighthouse was sent through the portal, to the other side of the universe. At that moment, the Technodrome disintegrated once again, shattering into pieces. Following the lighthouse, everything was sucked into the gate of portal in the dark clouds and disappeared from Earth. After a while, the black clouds dissipated. The sky cleared, and the sun shone brightly over New York. The citizens breathed a sigh of relief as if it were Christmas, and countless voices shouted in unison, "Cyborg! Batman!" At the same time, inside the TCRI laboratory building, Shredder and the others had been arrested, and the incident was over. It seemed it was time to divide the spoils. Green Arrow stood beside the teleportation device, looking at the Fury and the others, who were solemnly staring at the device. Batman said this thing can't be handed over to you. The Green Arrow's tone was firm and unquestionable. After speaking, he turned to look at Nick Fury and said solemnly, "Nick, you won't force me, will you? Nick, you won't make me embarrassed, will you?" Green Arrow's tone was low as he stood beside the teleportation device. His gaze turned into a sharp arrow, constantly sweeping across the faces of everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. The faces of S.H.I.E.L.D. members changed slightly. Even Spider-Man, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and even Daredevil could instantly feel the secret tension between Batman and S.H.I.E.L.D. Having already solved the Foot Clan, the atmosphere in the building had become much more relaxed. However, when Green Arrow spoke these words, the air immediately grew heavy, and the tension returned, not unlike the atmosphere during the previous battle. Some people even found themselves short of breath. Thinking of the opposing side, the Justice League led by Batman, many felt intimidated and couldn't calm down for a long while. Nick Fury remained very calm. He stared at Green Arrow and slowly said, "The teleportation device cannot be handed over to you, Arrow. You know what I'm going to say." Green Arrow sneered, "You want to say that S.H.I.E.L.D. is safer than the Justice League?" Nick Fury's expression darkened. "Even so, you cannot leave the teleportation device under your control," he stated. "This thing is dangerous. I can't trust you. Believe it or not, it's not up to you," Green Arrow retorted with a sneer. After this battle, there are not many people left in New York, or even in the entire world, who don't trust Batman. "Can you deny me?" Fury thought to himself. "When I saved the world, you were still playing in the mud in open crotch pants." Hearing this, Nick Fury was furious. But just as he was about to explode, he suppressed his anger and remained composed. The verbal sparring between the two made the internal atmosphere of the entire building even more tense. Sparks seemed to fly with every word they exchanged. The situation was on the brink of battle. "Director." The situation reached a stalemate, and Hawkeye couldn't help standing up and looking at Nick Fury beside him. The meaning was clear: even if they didn't take the teleportation device with them today, they couldn't just admit defeat. "Want to fight?" Anton's Green Arrow clone, seeing the defeated Hawkeye, instantly understood the other party's thoughts. He smiled, but it wasn't a friendly smile. The Arrow clone was not on good terms with S.H.I.E.L.D. This was something Anton had deliberately designed to emphasize the differences between Batman, Cyborg, and Arrow and their views on S.H.I.E.L.D. Though Batman was the leader of the Justice League, it was impossible for there to be no internal differences. Some minor distinctions were necessary within the group. Among them, the three most mysterious figures Batman, Cyborg, and Arrow had become subjects that S.H.I.E.L.D. could not fully understand. In addition, the Green Arrow clone deliberately displayed an unfriendly attitude towards S.H.I.E.L.D., which also served as a warning from the Justice League to S.H.I.E.L.D. This was to ensure that Nick Fury didn't view the Justice League as an imaginary enemy every day. It was important for Nick Fury to understand that, even if S.H.I.E.L.D. had formed the Avengers, they couldn't stand on the same starting line as the Justice League, let alone finish on the same level. The Justice League was simply a far more powerful competitor. Imaginary enemy? That was just wishful thinking on Nick Fury's part. S.H.I.E.L.D., or the current Avengers except for Tony Stark, who is Iron Man, and who can provide some strength, were nothing more than newborns, not worth mentioning. Humph. After Hawkeye stood up, he received Nick Fury's tacit approval. Reaching for the bow and arrow behind him, he aimed directly at Arrow. Whoosh! The arrow flew, colliding with the one shot by Green Arrow. The two faced each other. The arrows deflected and lodged into the walls on either side. Neither of them used special arrows, opting for ordinary ones instead. This felt more like a contest than a life-and-death battle. After all, the current relationship between the Justice League and S.H.I.E.L.D. was delicate. Even if they couldn't be friends, they tried not to be enemies. This was the unspoken consensus between Batman and Nick Fury, reached without communication. Whoosh, whoosh, more arrows flew. The onlookers, tacitly stepping aside, became passive observers. They did not rush to intervene. The battle between Arrow and Hawkeye, to some extent, represented the strength of their respective sides. Whoever won would earn the right to speak and claim the teleportation device. Whoosh, whoosh, a cold sweat broke out down Hawkeye's back. The arrows shot by Green Arrow continued to rain down on him. Arrow's offensive was relentless, surging like the tide waves, crashing higher and higher, creating immense pressure. It felt like that night when he first faced Arrow and lost. The defeated man? The thought kept swirling in Hawkeye's mind. Damn it. Hawkeye gritted his teeth. He knew that if this continued, he'd likely repeat the failure of that night. He decided to go all in and fight hard. So, he rushed at Arrow. The arrows shot by Green Arrow cut through the air. Hawkeye didn't evade. In a flash of sparks and fire, Hawkeye twisted his waist, dodging the arrow with a dangerously bizarre angle and a burst of skill. Barton. Seeing this, everyone from SHIELD gasped in shock. They hadn't expected Hawkeye to treat this exchange as a life and death battle. The confrontation between SHIELD and the Justice League was fully showcased in this clash between the two. Even Spider-Man and the others couldn't help but cheer for Hawkeye's skill. The turtles, with their thick skin and shells, would have had no problem with the arrows. But they knew that Hawkeye's skills were by no means weaker than theirs. And the Spidey's eyes were wide with amazement. His own abilities were many times stronger than Hawkeye's. However, Hawkeye's combat skills and experience had far surpassed his. With such terrifying abilities coming from an ordinary body, the man in front of him had surpassed 99% of the humans in the world and become one of the very few. Of course, the same was true for Arrow. Although Spider-Man hadn't interacted much with Arrow and didn't know the specifics of his abilities, seeing Hawkeye and Arrow face off and the former giving so much attention to the latter, he could tell that Arrow was also a powerful warrior and archer, standing at the peak of humanity. As a member of the Justice League, Spider-Man didn't think Arrow would lose to Hawkeye. The same trick? You lost to me last time, and it will be no different this time. Arrow saw that Hawkeye was faltering, his face expressionless. Although the physiques of the two were similar, this time, facing Hawkeye's attacks, the Arrow clone had many more ways to respond. For example, the cyborg clone, which could share the perspective, allowed Arrow to analyze all the angles of Hawkeye's attacks and pinpoint the opponent's flaws. Through his calculations, Arrow identified dozens of flaws as soon as Hawkeye moved. The Arrow clone shared the perspective with the cyborg avatar. In the shared field of vision, the flaws in Hawkeye's movements were marked with red dots, connected by thin threads. Following the threads, Arrow's attack became even fiercer, the strong wind accompanying it. Hawkeye's pupils constricted as he realized that the opponent had taken advantage of a tricky angle. It was difficult for him to dodge, and there was no chance to resist. Boom! The next moment, Hawkeye was struck by an arrow in the cheek, and half of his face swelled up instantly. Immediately after, Green Arrow kicked out, sending Hawkeye flying. Hawkeye grunted as the immense force rushed through his body, causing him to fly out involuntarily. Boom! He crashed into the wall, breaking through it and landing in a sunken position, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He stared at Arrow with an ugly expression, unable to move. Hawkeye knew that as soon as he moved, he'd collapse. It was undeniable he had been defeated by Arrow again. The shame and anger bubbling inside him were indescribable. He wished he could find a crack in the wall to crawl into. Seeing this, the entire building fell into silence. Not only SHIELD agents but also several superheroes from the Justice League watched in stunned silence. Everyone exchanged glances, but no one spoke. A few minutes passed, the tension thick in the air, as everyone waited for someone to break the silence. Suddenly, crack! The sound of glass shattering pierced the stillness, like sharp claws tearing through the calm of the building. Two figures, one tall and one short, appeared inside the building. The tall figure was entirely dark, with huge eyes filled with whites and sharp fangs visible in the open mouth, an intimidating presence that struck fear into those who saw it. The shorter red figure needed no introduction. Everyone knew who it was, and the name was familiar to all. The two figures were Venom and Iron Man. Venom nodded to Arrow, Spider-Man, and the others, then stood beside Arrow without hesitation. Iron Man, Tony Stark, stood opposite him, side by side with Nick Fury. Although both had arrived at the scene at the same time, they immediately divided into factions. Just a reminder, Batman is here. Venom grinned widely, his voice low, resounding in everyone's ears. The sharp, dangerous fangs seemed to glimmer with cold light, and an atmosphere of terror quietly permeated the air. The symbiote was indifferent to human morality. At that moment, the dangerous aura emitted by Venom was enough to make everyone present feel extremely uncomfortable. Only the members of the Justice League felt slightly relieved, as this malice was not directed at them. The faces of SHIELD agents darkened. On one hand, it was because of the murderous aura from Venom, on the other hand, it was because of what he had said. Batman is coming. Where was he? Whoosh! The thought barely crossed their minds when a shadow appeared in front of everyone. Batman had arrived. Nick, I'm here. You can't take the teleportation device with you. Anton, in his Batman persona, stood beside Green Arrow and spoke in a quiet but firm tone. Since you've already tried, I'll warn you one last time. If you choose to use force, consider the consequences. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a figure fell from the ceiling, crashing through the floor above them. Huh? The figure hovered above the floor, revealing a tall silhouette, another member of the Justice League. The superhero who had just defeated the alien Krang. Cyborg? Seeing this, Nick Fury sighed inwardly, realizing that SHIELD had no chance at all. Without Batman's presence, SHIELD might still have been able to claim the teleportation device with Arrow and the others. But with Batman here, he was inevitably accompanied by Cyborg and Venom. At that point, SHIELD would be facing not only Daredevil, Spider-Man, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and Arrow, but also the overwhelming pressure of Batman and Cyborg. SHIELD had no choice. Only the Justice League, led by Batman, could take the teleportation device right from under S.H.I.E.L.D's nose. Let's go. Nick Fury hesitated for a long moment, his face shifting with frustration. Finally, he snorted and turned to issue orders to his agents. Return to headquarters. Understood. The agents breathed a sigh of relief. Coulson, seeing Hawkeye's predicament, stepped forward to support him. Natasha, now regaining her mobility, approached Hawkeye and sighed. Barton, I think you can compete with Arrow in another way next time. What do you mean? Maybe go to the shooting range to see who shoots more accurately. That way, at least you can get a draw. Quickly, SHIELD and their group of agents left the TCRI experimental building, helping the injured as they went. However, not everyone left. Coulson stayed behind to handle the follow-up situation. Fury and others split into two teams. One team dealt with the Foot Clan, gathering intelligence through torture and sending the criminals to prison. Meanwhile, the high-level individuals, such as Hawkeye, returned to their station in New York. Anton and the others watched as the people of SHIELD left. Ended. Spidey sighed in relief. The atmosphere in the building just now had made him very nervous. After all, the SHIELD agents weren't bad guys. But it was clear that they had some kind of rivalry or antagonistic relationship with the Justice League, of which he was a part. This left him feeling somewhat unsettled. Daredevil and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles were much calmer. Daredevil had little interest in what SHIELD was up to and only vaguely understood that they were a classified department. He was generally uninterested in such departments. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles only recognized Batman, and throughout their world, except for Big Mouth Splinter, even their boss, George Stacy, couldn't hold a candle to Batman. Only Venom, Eddie Brock, didn't take the situation to heart. This guy knew Anton's overall plan and was even more curious about what would happen once the Justice League gained control of the teleportation device. In fact, as far as Eddie was concerned, he didn't like SHIELD either. During the Life Foundation period, SHIELD had gathered evidence of the Life Foundation's deadly activities but, for certain reasons, never acted on it. This gave Eddie a clear understanding of these classified organizations. They might be on the side of lawful justice, but they were cold-blooded and ruthless, worse than some villains. Everyone, although I know you may not care, I think it's important to explain why the teleportation device cannot be handed over to SHIELD. Anton turned around, looked at those around him, and nodded to Cyborg. For Batman's thoughts, Cyborg naturally understood. Everyone is Anton, and with memory sharing activated again, there's no need to nod, he already knows what's on your mind. When everyone was puzzled, they saw Cyborg wave his hand, and an energy shield appeared out of thin air, enveloping them. Suddenly, a powerful suction force came from above, and everyone felt weightless. What is this? The Spidey and the others looked at the round hole above them, and an astonishing thought struck them. It was as if they had returned to the critical moment just now, the portal in space. In the next moment, everyone inside the building disappeared instantly. Even the complete teleportation device vanished along with them. At the same time, somewhere in universe, an unknown galaxy, inside a round spaceship, Batman and the others appeared. Where is this place? The Spider-Man, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and the others looked around, their shock evident. Their faces were filled with disbelief. This is the Technodrome. Anton spoke, his eyes sweeping over the people in front of him. Spidey, Venom, Daredevil, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. These individuals were currently the main forces of the Justice League, apart from Anton himself. Of course, there was one more member to be counted among the full members. That was Phil Urich, nicknamed Hobgoblin. Without Phil's superb acting skills, this event wouldn't have unfolded so perfectly and according to plan. Whether it was infiltrating the Foot Clan or misleading SHIELD, Phil was one of the most critical members. However, Phil was still a guest at SHIELD at this time, so he could only be ignored for the moment. Strictly speaking, in the sewer dojo of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, there was also the Hulk, Bruce Banner. This individual should also be a member of the Justice League. However, he was more of a non-staff member. Although Banner possessed immense strength, he had a serious talk with Anton and chose not to participate in the battle plan as a main force on the battlefield. After consulting with Dr. Lizard Connors, Banner decided to use his intellect and serve as a logistics officer. He intended to explore whether the use of mutagen could eliminate the spiritual influence of the human body-enhancing potion on the Green Goblin. If successful, it might even help suppress the Hulk inside him. At the very least, he wouldn't change involuntarily. And he certainly wouldn't do risky things. It's worth noting that Banner's thoughts were completely opposite to Phil's. Phil didn't want to handle logistics and preferred to be on the battlefield. He chose to transform the weapons left by the Green Goblin and become an Hobgoblin. Of course, Phil's actions in this regard were very secretive and couldn't be revealed. After the incident unfolded completely, at the critical moment of the alien Krang invasion, he remained a guest at SHIELD and failed to participate in the battle. He lost the chance to be recognized publicly and could only wait for the next incident to make his appearance. Therefore, no one in New York knows about him now? It's terrible. Technodrome. What is that? Is it the alien spacecraft that was sent back to the other side of the universe by the teleportation device just now? Are we in space now? Hearing Batman's answer, Spider-Man and the others stared. Even Daredevil, Matt Murdock, who had always been very calm, was in a trance. Although he couldn't see it, the sound waves spread and bounced through the people around him, allowing him to construct a 3D-like real picture in his mind. This space, full of technology, made people feel shock. There seemed to be a thin film in outer space, sound couldn't penetrate, isolating them from it. This was no ordinary building material. Alien spacecraft? Daredevil was in a trance for a while. Sound can't be transmitted in space, that's basic knowledge. They were in the warship, and they could breathe, so Daredevil could mentally construct the environment around him through sound. You might ask, why is there air in the Technodrome? Of course, it's because of the water source electrolyte. When water is energized, ionization occurs, breaking it down into hydrogen and oxygen. The hydrogen is filtered out, and oxygen is produced. This is a standard solution used by Earth's space crews to address the problem of humans being unable to breathe in space. A large amount of water is stored in the spacecraft to generate oxygen. As for the Technodrome, why would there be a water source? It's because, in the eyes of humanity, water is the source of life, and there must be a water source in the universe. Think of the Guardians of the Galaxy. If Star-Lord had no water to drink, he would have died within a few days. At that point, there would be no further story. Star-Lord would have died at the age of 9, just a few days after leaving Earth. Therefore, there must be a water source in the universe. At least, there is one in the Marvel universe. In this way, it makes sense that Krang would store a large amount of water in the Technodrome. Donatello, the smartest of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, immediately understood what Batman meant. As a tech enthusiast, his excitement was almost comparable to that of his good brother, Michelangelo. Technodrome? Alien spacecraft. Donatello looked at Batman in front of him expectantly and said excitedly, Batman, is this our future base? Yes. Batman nodded. This will be the base of the Justice League? I plan to move Connor's and the others' experimental site here. Also, inside the warship, there is a prison made by the original commander. The place where the Green Goblin is held can also be moved from the sewer to the warship. Great. What a perfect decision. Donatello nodded and agreed, marveling at how correct Batman's decision was. He said, fortunately, you didn't give the teleportation device to SHIELD? Otherwise, this place might be theirs. Batman didn't answer, but he was certain Nick Fury hadn't thought of this. The Technodrome was sent to the opposite side of the universe. The coordinates were secondary. The main point was that Nick Fury couldn't be sure if the only alien in the fortress was Krang. This spaceship was almost as big as a small town. In such a massive place, having only one alien Krang seemed entirely unreasonable to people on Earth. Nick Fury's thinking was limited, and he didn't think the warship was something they could covet. Therefore, even if Fury obtained the teleportation device, he wouldn't think about counter-attacking aliens. He was too conservative. The Avengers? You can tell from the name. Only Anton, who had a broader perspective and controlled the warship through Cyborg, dared to do what others couldn't even imagine. That is, occupy the warship and turn it into a base for the Justice League. I've equipped you with a special bracelet that links to the teleportation device, Anton said. The bracelet has a call function and a positioning function. We can use the teleportation device to get you to disaster or terrorist events as soon as they happen. Anton continued, therefore, you must wear it at all times. As soon as I receive the news, I'll notify you. If you have other plans or encounter trouble, you can also use the bracelet to communicate with your partners. Understood. Everyone nodded, their faces slightly excited. So that's it, Anton said. If you need to teleport, you can operate the bracelet yourself. Cyborg has already opened part of the teleportation device's permissions for you. Of course, all your operations will be reviewed by Cyborg and me. They can be executed afterward. I hope you understand. Understand, of course we understand. Everyone trusted Batman greatly, so there was no issue with following his instructions. After all, the Justice League was led by Batman, and that was a fact recognized both internally and externally. On the other side, in New York, Earth, at a hotel. This was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s public station in New York. The first-generation members of the Avengers, such as Hawkeye, were in a meeting. Nick, the Avengers now only have me, Hawkeye, and Natasha, while the Justice League has Batman, Spider-Man, Daredevil, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Venom, Cyborg, and Arrow. Tony Stark took off his armor and sat on the sofa, staring at Fury in front of him with a serious tone. If the Avengers keep going like this, I don't think there's any need for it. Without joking, he gave a warning to Fury. Since you've investigated me, you naturally know that I, Tony Stark, am not someone who follows others. Tony, you're too impatient. Fury's face was calm. Although there was a huge gap between the current Avengers and the Justice League in terms of combat effectiveness, the calmness he showed at this moment took Tony, Hawkeye, and Natasha by surprise. In the eyes of Tony and the others, it seemed like he might be holding some unknown trump cards. There are things that shouldn't have been revealed at this time. He paused, his eyes sweeping over the three people in front of him, finally focusing on Tony, and said slowly, the Avengers, of course, are not just the three of you. What do you mean? Tony squinted, gradually losing patience with this spy. Fury picked up the TV remote and turned on the TV in front of them. Captain America? It showed the most famous superhero in the United States, Captain America, known as the most old-fashioned hero during the Second World War. Captain America, Steve Rogers. Tony murmured, his face darkening, and his tone turning cold. Nick, you don't mean to say that the spiritual leader of the Avengers is the Captain America, who's been dead for 70 years? The spirit of Captain America is with us, so we're not 3 people, but 4. But one of them is a ghost. You're wrong, Fury said lightly. His words, though spoken casually, were like a bolt from the blue, causing the 3 of them to freeze in shock. Captain America is not dead. Tony and the others exchanged glances, stunned. They never expected to hear such shocking news from him. Captain America, Steve Rogers, had died during the final moments of the war, flying the plane with the Hydra leader, Red Skull, and plunging into the polar ice. This was a well-known fact around the world. But now, they were being told that Steve Rogers was not dead. It sounded too fantastic. Even if Captain America isn't dead, 70 years later, he's now an old man, nearly 100 years old. Tony quickly regained his composure. He narrowed his eyes and frowned, his tone turning even more skeptical. An old man, you still expect him to come to the front lines like we do, and be the Captain America from 70 years ago? No, Fury said. Rogers has been frozen in the Arctic glacier for 70 years. During these years, he has maintained his youth, still the same as when he was frozen. However, Rogers is still in a deep sleep now, and it will take a certain amount of time for him to regain consciousness. With certainty, he added, Captain America will be an important member of the Avengers. Trust me, he will not let you down. Hearing this, Tony was stunned. He paused, digesting the news for a moment. Still, he wasn't ready to let Fury off the hook so easily. Tony said, even so, there is still a big gap between us and the Justice League. Nick, how do you plan to make up for that? Or even, let us catch up with the Justice League. I will look for more people worthy of recruiting for the Avengers. Fury gave Tony a long look and replied, in addition, we're not much worse than the Justice League, Tony. On this point, maybe Batman can answer your question better. This sentence obviously hinted at Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, who was fighting for the aliens in the universe. Since Batman knew about the Kree invasion in the 1990s, he would naturally not ignore the existence of Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers. Of course, there was no need to tell Tony and the others about this information. After hearing his explanation, Tony pondered for a moment, then got up to leave. Before he left, he said one last thing. I don't have much patience. I hope you can do what you promised. Boom! The door closed tightly. Tony's figure disappeared from their sight. Fury withdrew his gaze from the door and looked at Natasha. He commanded, Natasha, the next member of the Avengers is Dr. Octopus, who is now in prison. I have already discussed this with the relevant departments. As long as you can convince Otto, they will not hinder you, Dr. Otto. Natasha was stunned, thinking about the artificial sun experiment that had happened not long ago, under the Manhattan Bridge, on the banks of the Hudson River. Since it had happened recently and involved Stark Industries, Otto's sentence had not yet been decided, but he would undoubtedly spend a few years in jail. Of course, despite this, no one questioned Otto's talent. Although the artificial sun failed, Otto became Dr. Octopus during that incident. The robotic arm he invented, to some extent, was a success and attracted the attention of many. It was precisely because of this that the Fury chose to recruit Dr. Octopus to the Avengers. If the other party disagreed, he would go to jail. He believed Otto would not be foolish. This was a great opportunity to make up for his past mistakes without having to go to jail, become a highly anticipated superhero. By the way, after Otto agrees, remember to go to the New York Police Department. Otto's robotic arm is currently being used as an exhibit and is stored there. He finished his order and turned to leave. After this meeting, he had other appointments to attend. Leaving Natasha and Hawkeye in the room, he went to another location, took out his cell phone, and dialed a number. This was a call from the U.S. Secretary of Defense, John Keller. Nick. Secretary of Defense John Keller's tone was cold, and he said solemnly, I need an explanation. Aliens invaded. Fury said, this is all I know. You said that the spacecraft flying over New York is a spaceship, and the mech defeated by the superhero is an alien. Keller grinned furiously. If you want to say that, I can't explain to other people the cause of Ross's death. But this is the truth. He said, the facts are already right in front of you. You have to believe it, whether you want to or not. I will make a detailed report on this incident to the World Security Council. If you have other ideas, you can communicate with the World Security Council. After speaking, he hung up the phone, regardless of the reaction from the other side. Hoover Dam, internal base. Damn it. Secretary of Defense John Keller muttered. But at that moment, his face was not as irritable as it had been on the phone. The alien invasion. The old and gray-haired Secretary of Defense took a deep breath and looked at the tall, robot-like figure in front of him, which seemed covered in frost. His face gradually became serious. Is it finally here? Damn aliens. As a high-ranking official of the country, he knew many secrets. For example, the US government had been concealing the truth from the outside world since the beginning of the last century. North by East. Non-biological extraterrestrials? Such confidential files had always been circulated only among a few high-level government departments. Even the president may not know all of them. They were absolute secrets. After years of research, Keller knew that the alien in front of him had probably crashed on Earth thousands of years ago. In 1934, the US government transported this robot-like alien to a secret base inside the Hoover Dam to study the high-tech contained within it. They named it North by East 1. That is, non-biological extraterrestrial -1. It's the alien that Ross first provoked. Keller suppressed his thoughts and recalled the explanation from Fury. On the surface, he didn't believe it, but deep down, he recognized that the alien named North by East 1 in front of him confirmed that what Fury had said might actually be the truth. Given Ross's character, he was indeed a hot-tempered, extreme individual who had the courage to provoke aliens. What bad luck. Keller's face remained calm as he muttered to himself. However, Ross, your death was not in vain. He looked at the research subject in front of him. It's time to speed up. After being transported back to Earth from the Technodrome, the heroes of the Justice League disbanded on the spot and returned to their respective homes. They even experienced the convenience of teleportation in a hurry. After entering the coordinates in the bracelet, they arrived at their destination instantly. Watching everyone leave, Anton withdrew the cyborg clone and the Arrow clone. Eddie couldn't wait to return to Daily Bugle, enter his workaholic state, and prepare to work overtime to uncover an unprecedented secret. He turned into Venom, and the camera in his hand recorded the whole process. With some insider knowledge he possessed, he could already tell this was big news that would detonate hot searches. In addition, he had exchanged thoughts with Anton about the alien invasion. Anton did not want him to conceal the idea of aliens. In Anton's view, it would be only a matter of time, maybe a year or so before the war in New York would take place. It would be better to give New Yorkers a heads up, to let them realize that aliens were watching Earth, and to prepare psychologically for their arrival. Therefore, Anton's views did not align with S.H.I.E.L.D's conservative stance, and he didn't stop Eddie from planning to reveal the aliens. In fact, revealing the alien invasion was less important than introducing a superhero team formed by Batman the Justice League. In his report, Eddie highlighted the critical roles played by Batman, Cyborg, and Arrow in the incident. As a result, their fan base could grow to an astonishing size. Throughout the entire incident, the citizens of New York saw only the hard work and struggles of Cyborg, Batman, and Iron Man battling the enemy in the sky. They had no idea that, behind the scenes, Arrow and the others had been fighting another battle in the TCRI laboratory building. From Anton and Daily Bugle's perspective, it was important not to favor any one side. DC Corporation. Anton sat in a chair, looking at the justice value of system rewards on the system panel. Kill Krang, save New York, reward justice worth 7 million. Current balance of justice value, 20 million. Seeing this number, Anton smiled sincerely. The harvest was significant. Krang's appearance signified the invasion of aliens. A major event of this magnitude was far more important than the appearance of the Lizard Man, the Green Goblin, or Dr. Octopus. Sure enough, as he expected, the system rewarded him generously. The balance of justice value soared to an astonishing 20 million. This number was already quite good. Among the Batman armors displayed in the system space, there was a set of Bat Exo armor worth 20 million. This Bat Exo armor appeared in New 52 Batman and Robin and was used to fight the villain Deathstroke, who also wore a battle armor. The armor had a variety of powerful abilities, including flight and resistance to nuclear explosions. To be honest, getting the Bat Exo armor for 20 million was a huge bargain. In Anton's view, this armor could be comparable to or even surpass most of the Iron Man armors that appeared in Iron Man 3. However, he wasn't in a rush to exchange for it. After all, if the value of his justice doubled several times, his goal of pushing the Earth to new heights would be within reach. In summary, Anton decided to save the justice value for now and spend it when necessary. Anton suppressed his delusions of grandeur. Although he had a small deposit at the moment, he knew that persistent effort was still required. He checked the time. Anton went online to check the public's reaction to the incident. Although he knew that the aftermath would be complicated, the hot discussions on the internet still surprised him. Flipping through the posts, they were all about this incident. Major news outlets were filled with endless posts. There were countless random demystifications and speculations, like a honeycomb dance, packed, and overwhelming, occupying everyone's attention. The citizens of New York were enjoying the spectacle, and people all over the United States were paying close attention to it. However, Anton looked at these supposedly mysterious revealing posts and realized that these people were just making things up to grab attention. None of them had any real insight. Alien invasion? The truth was so incredible. Without endorsement from an authoritative organization, no one would believe it. The Daily Bugle was undoubtedly that authority. It was clear that all of this would disappear once the Daily Bugle published the news. After all, Batman stood behind the Daily Bugle. With Batman's endorsement as a participant in the incident and even a superhero who helped resolve it, no one would doubt Batman. Similarly, Batman's reputation, and even Cyborg's, soared to terrifying heights after this battle. 90% of the citizens of New York had become Batman's fans, including Cyborg, who made a large-scale appearance this time. Cyborg gained attention that rivaled Batman's, and even surpassed it. After all, in the battle with Krang, the endless technological feats displayed by Cyborg were far more dazzling than anything Batman showed. At this time, on the system panel that only Anton could see, Batman and Cyborg's fan values had almost doubled in a short period of time. This was Anton's most tangible takeaway from the incident. After a while, Anton turned off his computer and looked at the sky. The morning glow was rising. The golden light shone into the office. Time to get off work. When he drove away from the company, he suddenly froze, feeling as if he had forgotten something. However, Anton didn't care. Important things had been arranged. Even if he forgot something, it shouldn't be that important. No need to worry about it. Later that night, Eddie hurriedly finished his work and finally completed the manuscript for the next day. Thinking about the huge repercussions this manuscript would cause, he couldn't help but feel a little happy as he left the office. Before leaving the newspaper, he too felt like he had forgotten something. But, just like Anton, he didn't care. In the wee hours of the morning, a certain hotel, Phil was finally released by SHIELD. He stood in the cold wind, watching the dark night and the cold moonlight shine down on him. The cold wind blew, and goosebumps appeared on his body. Phil instinctively shrank his neck and looked at the empty street. There wasn't a car in sight, nor even a person. He was lost in thought. The mobile phone had been disassembled into parts by SHIELD. In addition, it seemed that SHIELD had no plans to return the suit, which had been transformed from the Green Goblin suit. Phil had to go back and find Anton, who would contact SHIELD and retrieve the equipment. Then, how would he go home? Boss? Editor-in-chief? Where are you? Phil wanted to cry but had no tears. I am also a hero. The next day, the news report from the Daily Bugle went viral on the internet, and the newspaper was once again in the spotlight with New Yorkers. Alien invasion? A few large characters occupied an entire page. The background image featured the alien spacecraft suspended in the sky during the battle that took place the previous day. To be precise, it was an alien warship. The news report published by the Daily Bugle stunned everyone. Not only did it grab the attention of New York's citizens, but it also caught the eye of people across the United States and around the world. This news report turned the focus to New York. As we all know, Batman has a close relationship with the Daily Bugle. With Batman's endorsement, the daily operations of the Daily Bugle have been under scrutiny for a long time. In short, the Daily Bugle would never risk its credibility. This shows that the alien invasion, the horrifying event, was thoroughly investigated and confirmed by the Daily Bugle, with first-hand news from Batman before they finally released the truth. In any case, news of the alien invasion spread like wildfire across the streets and alleys, instantly becoming known nationwide and even causing a global sensation. Washington. SHIELD headquarters. Secretary's office. Nick Fury, who had just returned to Washington, saw the Daily Bugle's press release and realized he had underestimated Anton and Batman. Sure enough, their courage is not small. He pondered for a moment, then suddenly thought that this might not be such a bad thing. Now that the aliens were clearly eyeing the Earth, it was impossible to guarantee that the same situation wouldn't happen again in the future. Fury shared Anton's thoughts. It was better to let people know the truth in advance and come to terms with it. In the future, people might blame the government for hiding the facts. Moreover, with the backdrop of the alien invasion and support from the World Security Council, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s actions would appear more justified. Hoover Dam. Similarly, Secretary of Defense John Keller also received news from the outside world. The alien invasion had been disclosed by the Daily Bugle, and while the official channels could issue a statement refuting the report, the truth was already out. It seemed like a good choice to let the news stand. To Keller, it appeared the aliens were fixated on Earth, and there was no turning back. Faced with the aliens' intentions, humanity could only fight back. He looked thoughtfully at the robot in front of him. In addition to the explanation from Nick Fury, the secret government unit named Sector 7 had also contacted him immediately after the alien attack in New York. They had judged that the spacecraft appearing in New York was likely associated with the robot in front of him. Their judgment was based on the recent loss of the Beagle 2 Mars rover by the Space Administration. At face value, the mission seemed to have failed, but it hadn't. The Beagle 2 rover had sent back a 13-second image, revealing a living alien. Mars was not just a barren rock. Upon further comparison, the living alien resembled the robot in front of Keller. Additionally, the alien invasion in New York yesterday involved an enemy on the spaceship, a humanoid mech fighting cyborg. There were clear similarities between the two sides. Currently, the Sector 7 was fully investigating information about the aliens. Through communication with the 7th area, Keller's task now is to stand firm and see if he can find any clues about the mysterious aliens hidden on Earth, from the robot-like, non-biological aliens in front of him. The Daily Bugle. Anton heard Eddie's report and knew that the news report released today had caused a huge sensation. Outside, some people were panicking, while others, especially those obsessed with the universe, were extremely excited about the appearance of aliens. Of course, this was not the focus of Anton's attention. In addition to announcing the truth about the alien invasion, the Daily Bugle also uploaded a fairly long video on its official website. In the video, Arrow leads the Justice League to the TCRI laboratory building, where Spider-Man, Daredevil, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and several other heroes destroy the Foot Clan. Among them, the influence of SHIELD was largely erased by Eddie. SHIELD is still a mysterious organization. Although SHIELD became publicly known after the Captain America 2 event, at this time, it was still a Secret Service department, almost unknown to the public. Eddie needed to give SHIELD a bit of face. It is worth mentioning that after the removal of SHIELD, the Justice League naturally became the strongest superhero group in people's eyes. Arrow's fan value skyrocketed. The fame of Spider-Man, Daredevil, and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles also spread throughout New York. Even citizens in other places grew fond of these names. The only regret, however, might be Eddie. In the video, Venom only appeared at the end and didn't seem to play a major role, which meant it didn't attract much attention. If superheroes were ranked, Venom would likely be at the bottom. However, Eddie had still achieved great success in his career, and he could be considered a success. Knock. The office door opened. Betty walked in. She nodded to Anton. Jim is here. He has something to discuss with you. Jim. Anton was taken aback. He's downstairs. Yes. Betty nodded. He seems to be here for the Superman movie. Superman movie. Anton's eyes lit up, and his spirits immediately lifted. A Superman movie? There was no better news? Quickly, Anton went downstairs to the DC company, where he saw Jim. Anton, long time no see. Jim warmly hugged Anton. I read today's news. It's incredible. The cause of yesterday's incident was actually an alien invasion. The Daily Bugle is really a powerful newspaper. No one dared to question its source. Of course, Anton nodded and couldn't wait to ask, are you here for the Superman movie? Yes. Jim nodded. A few months have passed. The production of the Superman movie is almost finished, but we're still polishing the details. The reason I rushed to see you is because of the news report published by the Daily Bugle. Oh, Anton was surprised. About the alien invasion. Yes, Anton, Superman is an alien superhero. Jim smiled, a little excited. Doesn't this setting just cater to the current trend? You're right. Hearing Jim's words, Anton suddenly realized what he meant. He immediately understood Jim's thoughts. The truth about the alien invasion would spark heated discussions about aliens. As a result, people's interest in aliens would increase, which happened to align perfectly with Superman's origin story related to aliens. Releasing the Superman movie now would obviously be a huge benefit. Jim came to talk about the release of the Superman movie. I plan to let Superman, Man of Steel be released in advance. Jim smiled and said, with the right promotion, the Superman movie will surely sell out. As Jim said, the basic setting of Superman is that he is a superhero from another planet. Superman looks exactly like a human but possesses natural abilities that far exceed those of ordinary people on Earth, which is why he is called Superman. He also has a strong sense of justice and empathy, embodying the unity of divinity and humanity. In short, this character is very charismatic and is a typical superhero. Judging by Jim's years of experience in the film industry, the plot of Superman's movie is full of storytelling potential. Even if it weren't released now, it could still explode in popularity. Not to mention, under these favorable conditions, the Superman movie has numerous promotional highlights. Superheroes from aliens? Focusing on just this one point in the marketing can generate immense public interest. Moreover, in the setting, Superman is a key member of the Justice League and a comrade in arms of Batman. Jim doesn't mind capitalizing on Batman's fame. After all, it's their own intellectual property. How many days will the promotion take? Anton thought for a moment and asked, is the movie finished? 1 week? It will only take 1 week to promote? We must catch this trend and be the first to take advantage, Jim said firmly. Don't worry about the movie's quality. Quentin's excellent performance has raised the quality of the film. Well, do as you think. The company will fully support you. Anton nodded. The Superman movie is very important. It will affect the company's future film plans. It cannot fail. Don't worry. Jim was confident. Before arriving at the company, he had already thought that Anton wouldn't reject his proposal. He had sorted out his plan in his mind and was ready to implement it once he got back. Jim did not disappoint Anton. That night, material about Superman was released by media outlets cooperating with DC. Of course, the promotion from the Daily Bugle was also indispensable. On the official website of Daily Bugle, the name Superman quickly became the most talked about subject on the forum dedicated to DC roles. The trailer was clicked by countless people. A superhero from an alien. The title hit people's hearts directly. Combined with the ongoing sensation from the alien invasion, people couldn't suppress their curiosity and clicked on the trailer. Including Eddie. A man stood on a special spire and high tower, surveying the surroundings. Explosions erupted all around him, with shockwaves and firelight spreading to the farthest reaches of the sky, as if the world was facing destruction. Farewell, son. As the camera turned, the man placed a baby into a spaceship. The woman beside him, likely his wife, had a sad expression as she stroked the baby's soft cheeks. Our hopes and dreams will accompany you on your long journey, the man said, giving his son the most sincere blessing. He will become an alien. The woman spoke from the side, her voice filled with worry. People will kill him. No, the man replied firmly. People will respect him as a god. The exchange ended. The baby was placed in a baby pod, which floated toward the spaceship. Boom! In the next moment, the spacecraft shot into the sky, traveling through the universe, passing countless planets and meteorites, heading toward the blue Earth. Behind them, the planet exploded. The massive shockwave made no sound, but the energy surged and eventually calmed, as if nothing had happened. At this moment, the camera pulled back to reveal the vastness of the universe. The planet, in comparison, was just a tiny speck of dust, insignificant in the grand expanse. The camera switched to Earth. A large hand opened the baby compartment and gently lifted the baby. "From today, you are my son." A soft voice continued. "From now on, you will be Clark Kent." The trailer is only 45 seconds long, but Eddie has been deeply attracted. As a loyal fan of DC, he is by no means just a sycophantic employee. He has long understood Superman's story from the novels and comics released by DC. Now that he's seen the movie trailer, he wasn't surprised by the storyline. What impressed him most was the special effects. In this brief 45 seconds, the destruction of the planet, the launch of the spacecraft, and the setting of alien technology all gave him the feeling that the movie should be very exciting, promising a 2-hour visual feast. Superman, Man of Steel, releasing next week. Stay tuned. The trailer ends with this subtitle. Within less than a week of publicity, a total of 5 trailers have been prepared. Eddie sighed with admiration. Through the collaboration between Daily Bugle and DC, a total of 5 trailers had been planned. However, due to time constraints, only one had been edited and released so far. Jim and others were still considering the rest. Although Eddie doesn't know much about the film and television industry, as a reporter and editor-in-chief of a newspaper, he's a half insider. He knows how rushed this process is, especially with editing. 5 trailers might sound simple, but it's a bit tricky. They need to be exciting enough to grab attention without revealing any important details. Everyone's a hard worker, Eddie sighed. Nevertheless, his curiosity about tomorrow's trailer grew. Downstairs, Anton also saw the trailer and was fairly satisfied with Jim's work. To be honest, in order to catch the heat of the alien invasion, Jim had definitely gone all out. In just one day, he had already coordinated with various media and formulated a comprehensive publicity plan. It was clearly the right decision to bring Jim, an experienced producer, into the company. After the trailer was released, Anton checked the system to see the number of fans related to Superman. Superman fan value, 4.61 million. This number is definitely not high, or even a bit low. But considering that DC had only recently been established, Superman had no pre-existing fan base, and unlike Arrow or Batman, it didn't have widespread recognition. This number was still normal. It's easy to imagine that after the movie's release, the fan value will surge. Of course, even with an impressive growth rate, there's still a long way to go to reach the 100 million fan value needed to redeem Superman. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. You have to take one bite at a time. Anton never expected to reach the small goal of redeeming Superman all at once. That's why he set a 2-year deadline for himself. As long as he can redeem Superman within 2 years, it will be considered a major success. After the trailer was released, with all the attention on the alien invasion, the Superman movie definitely gained a lot of attention. Although the promotion period was only 1 week, Jim maximized its impact. The promotional resources used in this short period helped many people learn about the Superman character and the upcoming movie. Over the past few days, the fan value growth rate has been impressive. By the day before the movie's release, it had reached nearly 6 million. Originally, before the Superman movie was released, Jim had also planned to hold a grand premiere, inviting many celebrities to watch the film. Normal blockbuster films usually go through this process, and of course, their own project shouldn't be any different. But the news of the alien invasion caused a worldwide sensation, stirring up excitement across the globe. Jim seized the opportunity, got Anton's approval, and decided to release the Superman movie ahead of schedule. This change disrupted Jim's original plan. The premiere was cancelled. If they had insisted, it wouldn't have been impossible, but contacting busy celebrities just a few days in advance and coordinating schedules would have been impractical. It's worth mentioning that Jim had actually done this once before. When Batman broke the 600 million box office worldwide, a celebration party was held, and it was pushed forward by a day under Anton's unexpected insistence. The difference was that the guests for the celebration had been contacted long before. Although it was a day earlier, everyone was willing to go along with it, putting aside their own plans for that night to enjoy the occasion. This time, however, there weren't the same prerequisites for Superman's release, and Jim couldn't be bothered to spend time organizing a premiere. With that effort, posting 2 more trailers was a more practical and effective approach. As Jim expected, the announcement of Superman was a success, and within a week, it had attracted most people's attention. Among them were groups of movie lovers, teens drawn to the alien storyline, as well as fans of DC characters like Batman and Cyborg. Especially the latter group. They knew that in the original novels and comics, Superman was not only an alien, but also one of the 7 core members of the Justice League, and a comrade in arms of superheroes like Batman. In the real world, according to the Daily Bugle report, Batman had actually formed the Justice League, a superhero team much like the stories in the comics. In the recent alien invasion, Batman even led the newly formed Justice League to save the Earth. Fans were excited. There had always been a rumor among DC's fan base, Batman, Arrow, and Cyborg were already present in the real world, so were the remaining heroes on their way. They even worked out a pattern. 2 of the 3 heroes corresponding to DC's storyline already had their own standalone movies. As for why Arrow had no movie, they didn't know. But that didn't stop them from eagerly awaiting the Superman movie. After the movie's release, would Superman, aka Clark Kent, appear in the real world just as they'd imagined? A superhero from an alien planet? With these thoughts in mind, DC fans flocked to cinemas one after another. The movie was released as scheduled. Eddie took a leave of absence from Anton and went with his girlfriend, April, to watch Superman. Anton approved Eddie's leave for the sake of generating income for himself. What Anton didn't know was that not only Eddie, but also Tony Stark, all the way in Los Angeles, couldn't resist his curiosity and went to the theater. Even S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Nick Fury, Coulson, Hawkeye, and Natasha made arrangements to watch the movie as part of an effort to generate income for Anton. However, these individuals weren't there to enjoy the film, they were there to analyze Superman's image. They knew the deeper mystery of DC. Though they didn't understand why Batman, Arrow, and Cyborg appeared, they were aware that these three had a close connection with DC or Anton and that they were closely tied together. So, the next comic hero that belonged to DC, was it this alien Superman? Was this a hint from Anton when the movie was released? This kind of dark humor is beyond the comprehension of Fury and the others, but they couldn't rule out the possibility. So, they unanimously decided to enter the movie theater, intending to see in advance what kind of story this character, nicknamed Superman, Clark Kent, would play in the virtual movie world. The movie begins. As shown in the first trailer, Krypton, where Superman is from, was completely destroyed due to the abnormal gravitational pull of a star. After Jor-El, the leading scientist of Krypton, issued this warning, the Science Council thought he was merely scaremongering. So, before Krypton's explosion, Jor-El and his wife placed their young son, Kal, in a spacecraft and hurriedly sent him to the vastness of space to preserve the hope of Krypton. Kal was adopted by Earthling Jonathan Kent and given the name Clark Kent. Fury and the others watched the beginning of the story and fell into deep contemplation one after another. Krypton? An alien? At the start of the movie, they weren't just shocked, they felt a sense of awe. They all agreed that Superman might be a real character, just like the three already known heroes, Batman, Arrow, and Cyborg. At this point, despite the changes in the background, they couldn't help but wonder if the identities of the characters in the movie overlapped with those in reality. Before this, most of them had considered the backgrounds of characters like Batman to be largely fictional. After all, in the stories, Gotham City, where Batman operates, and Star City, where Arrow resides, are place names that never existed in real life and seemed more like allusions to reality. Midtown, where Cyborg is located, seemed similarly fictional. The difference was that the alien technology on Cyborg was hard to comprehend. The firmest belief among them was that Cyborg's technology indeed came from aliens, and not just anyone. Tony Stark also thought so. What no one knew was that Tony and Cyborg had briefly crossed paths. Tony had carefully examined the technology on him. The technology was fundamentally different from anything on Earth. Tony sensed something was off, especially the energy source powering the Cyborg. Its almost endless energy was entirely different from Tony's arc reactor. Tony was certain that Cyborg's body, as depicted in the movie, was a semi-human, semi-mechanical, biochemical entity. Energy was a vital element sustaining Cyborg's function like blood in a human body. Without energy, he was essentially dead, and his consciousness wouldn't work. This technology was at least one era ahead of Earth's capabilities. Tony believed he could create a robot, but he couldn't create something like Cyborg. In short, after only the brain remains of a human body, could it be transformed into a cyborg? Tony's answer was no. Now, the Superman movie has been released. Superman comes from Krypton. Krypton? Could such a planet truly exist in the universe? Kryptonians? Could Superman really be an alien hiding on Earth? As they watched Superman grow up under the care of his adoptive father Jonathan Kent and begin to show his abilities, SHIELD, and Tony Stark squinted in surprise, deep in thought. Fury even considered getting a pager to have a serious conversation with Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, who was several galaxies away, about the problem of Krypton. The plot of the movie gradually unfolded. Clark had known since he was a child that he was different from others. His adoptive parents told him not to show it and to learn to blend in like ordinary people. But one day, Clark's superpowers suddenly became stronger, and abilities like X-ray vision and super hearing began to overwhelm him. Clark became a freak in the eyes of others. Years passed. During a field trip, the school bus plunged into the river. Clark raised the bus and pushed it to the shore, saving everyone and becoming a hero. Afterwards, Clark went from being a freak to being seen as a powerful freak by others, but the discrimination he faced did not lessen. Clark struggled with this. His adoptive parents told him to stop showing his abilities, to pretend to be ordinary, and finally told him the truth about his origins. When Clark learned that he was from another planet, he began to accept the reality of his situation. He finally learned to hide his true self. As he grew older, Clark moved to Metropolis, became a reporter for the Daily Planet, and met his girlfriend, Lois Lane. In the process, Clark accidentally found himself in the middle of a robbery, and without thinking, exposed his abilities as he easily took down the robbers. This was a deliberate joke that made the audience smile. After the film transitioned to Metropolis, there was a noticeable shift from the original version, and the plot was altered slightly. The original Man of Steel had received mixed reviews, and its box office barely broke even, without making a profit. Had they stuck to the original version, in this Superman's current reputation, it would have been far from the prestige of the Marvel world, and would have resulted in a loss. Anton wasn't stupid. After discussing with the screenwriter, he decided to keep parts of the original plot. The main storyline remained unchanged, with General Zod still being the villain, but the tone shifted to be a bit more humorous and lighthearted, making it a well-rounded popcorn movie with great special effects. As for the Fury watching the film, when they saw Superman displaying his powers, they couldn't help but think of Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers. Both were Superman. However, Carol's abilities weren't as varied as Superman's in this film. Super strength, super hearing, invulnerability, X-ray vision, these are just a few of the powers shown. Even with just these abilities, it was clear that Superman was far beyond ordinary people. Alien. Fury's faces grew serious. If Krypton were real, and if there really were a Kryptonian race in the universe, then just one Superman was already terrifying. What would happen if the entire population of Krypton came to Earth? The Earth would have no way to fight back. All aliens would be Supermen? What kind of resistance could the people on Earth put up? Would they resort to using nuclear bombs to try to defeat them? In that case, after a battle, the people of Earth might have to consider relocating to another planet. His face was grim. At the same time, Tony Stark was thinking along the same lines. He realized that the existence of Superman was a bit of a bug in reality and began to doubt its authenticity. Clark and Lois's lives had settled into a normal routine. Lois noticed Clark's odd behavior, sensing that her lover was hiding something from her. This irritated Lois. One day, in an effort to ease the tension with Lois, Clark decided to take her on a trip to the North Pole. After arriving, Clark, using his super hearing, accidentally detected an unusual sound, like a call from his fellow tribe. This snapped him back to full consciousness, and while Lois was asleep, he headed into the depths of the North Pole. When Lois found Clark missing, she got up to search for him, but accidentally slipped and fell into the ice. Clark's perspective, farsightedness, and super hearing were more than enough to notice her plight. In desperation, Clark soared into the sky, smashing through a mountain at a speed exceeding the speed of sound, heading straight for the ice. In that very moment, he saved Lois. Not just Lois, Clark himself was stunned. Can you fly? Halfway through the movie, Fury and others were surprised again. Flight? Superman had shown another extraordinary ability. How many abilities does this guy have? Does Superman really exist? Is there such a godlike alien with various superpowers in the world? No wonder in the trailer, Superman's biological father says people will respect him as a god. Flight? Seeing this scene, combined with Superman's current abilities, not only the people from SHIELD, but also Tony Stark, Eddie, and even DC fans, began to fully understand the scope of Superman's power. If such a superhero truly appeared, it would be just like what the movie says, a god? Like a god? Eddie was lost in thought. He had always felt that Superman would eventually appear in the real world. But after seeing such an exaggerated portrayal in the movie, Eddie couldn't help but hesitate. Is this really a character that should exist in reality? Even the aliens are not too exaggerated? Knowing that even if he went back to ask Anton, Anton wouldn't give him a direct answer, Eddie decided to think it over and continued watching the movie. After Clark saved Lois, he confessed everything to her. Then, facing the massive block of ice above them, he once again demonstrated his superpower. Heat vision? His eyes turned red, and an intense light burst forth, instantly melting the ice in front of him. At the same time, the frost beneath the ice, not directly hit by the heat vision, began to melt one by one, like snowflakes touched by the summer sun. When everyone saw this, they gasped in amazement. The exaggeration of the character was becoming more and more evident. Now, almost no one believed that Superman would appear in the real world. Such a tyrannical superhero. Even if he did exist, people wouldn't want him around. Fear of the unknown. Awe of the mighty. People began to wonder whether this alien superhero was truly a friend of mankind, as the movie suggested. In the movie, Clark and Lois discovered the abnormal situation he had noticed. A Kryptonian spacecraft, buried in a glacier for tens of thousands of years, had been hidden away. Clark deduced from its appearance that the spacecraft had come from his home planet. In his view, this was a larger version of the small spaceship he had traveled in as a baby. Lois was in shock. When Clark inserted the S-marked key he carried into the spaceship, the ship responded to his control. A man appeared. He was similar to Clark, his biological father, Jor-El, the scientist leader of Krypton. Jor-El explained his existence. The Jor-El in the spaceship was actually just a memory projection, not a real person, and could only appear in the ship as a mental projection. Clark finally learned the truth about his origins. He and Lois embraced tightly. As they exercised in the Arctic, their relationship with Lois quickly heated up. During this time, Superman's powers were fully revealed. Before the movie, people had wondered, if you were a superhero with such terrifying power, wouldn't you let yourself go? But Superman, respecting the agreement with his adoptive parents, decided to keep his powers hidden for the rest of his life. At the end of the holiday, Clark and Lois led an ordinary life. One day, Clark went home to visit his adoptive parents. The sky suddenly changed. A huge tornado appeared. In full view, Clark's adoptive father, Jonathan, was caught in the storm while trying to save his dog. There were too many people around. Jonathan knew Clark had the power to save him, but he didn't want Clark to reveal his extraordinary abilities. Jonathan believed the world wasn't ready for Clark to be exposed, and he wanted Clark to enjoy his normal life, so he sacrificed himself. After Jonathan was buried, Clark fell into grief. Clark's mother, Martha, didn't blame him but understood Jonathan's self-sacrifice. In the following days, just as Jonathan had hoped, Clark and Lois were preparing for marriage, and Clark felt happiness in this ordinary life. Clark gradually came to believe that Jonathan had been right, that he should not expose his superpowers. The life of an ordinary person was the happiness he had been pursuing. However, Clark didn't know that danger was quietly approaching Earth. At the North American Air Defense Joint Command and U.S. Northern Command Center, the top military leaders were in a meeting. The space agency had detected an unusual shadow in space. A spaceship. Aliens? The military was shocked and immediately moved to block the news. The space agency attempted to contact the spacecraft, but it didn't respond. The military realized the visitors had no peaceful intentions. A few days later, the news remained elusive. Private organizations and stargazers had discovered the spacecraft, located near the moon in outer space. They quickly contacted the media. The media made it public, causing a worldwide sensation. Clark had an ominous premonition. And he was right. The aliens had infiltrated the human network, deciphered all human languages, and posted a message on the internet. TVs, mobile phones, computers, and street advertising screens were all overtaken by one message. A deep voice echoed across all channels. This sentence was spoken in Chinese, English, Italian, Spanish, French, German, and many other languages. When translated, it had only one meaning. You are not alone. The audience were fascinated, but their hearts were faintly chilled. They thought back to the alien attack in New York that had occurred not long ago. The plot in the movie seemed to serve as a metaphor for this incident. The aliens were watching Earth. The Earth couldn't fully welcome the aliens with a friendly attitude. As they watched the movie, which had been filmed before the alien attack, some people's eyes widened as they thought of something. Daily Bugle, Batman, and some mysterious organizations. These groups had definitely known about the aliens long before the attack. However, to avoid causing panic, the information was kept hidden from the public. It wasn't until the alien attack occurred that it was decided to make the information public. Although these thoughts were just a vague guess, the truth seemed to be right in front of them. Others shared the same suspicions. These people were both excited and panicked. The release of this film had hit their nerves at the perfect moment, making them instantly excited and absorbed in the story. Even SHIELD agents frowned. They, too, thought that this movie, this scene, was Anton's way of metaphorically addressing the situation. After thinking about it, they couldn't come to any conclusions, so they continued watching. My name is General Zed, and I come from a world far away from you. I've traveled across countless planets to find you. One of our citizens has lived on your world for decades. I ask you to give this person to me. I don't know why he concealed his existence. He has tried hard to blend in with the people on Earth. He looks like you, but he is not an Earthling. For those who know his whereabouts, the fate of your planet will be in your hands. KALL, you have 24 hours to surrender to us. Otherwise, you will watch the world fall and bear the consequences. With this, the message ended. The world returned to its normal state. Televisions, mobile phones, computers, and street advertising screens all resumed their original images. But everyone knew the Earth would never be peaceful again. People on Earth were not the only intelligent life in the universe. Aliens had arrived. Zed. Clark knew the person Zed was referring to was himself. Finally, he donned the Superman suit and walked toward the military, who were searching for him. Lois asked him, "Why did you surrender to Zed?" Clark replied, "I surrendered to humanity, not to him." After talking with the military, it was decided that Clark would meet Zed in an open area, as Zed had been searching for him for years. Behind Clark were countless military vehicles, tanks, and aircraft. Clark was taken away in full view of the public. But General Zed tore up the agreement. He had installed a special environmental modification device on Earth, intending to transform the planet into Krypton. He planned to obtain the Kryptonian genetic code from Clark, as given to him by Jor-El, in order to resurrect the Kryptonian race on Earth. A great battle? This movie had been long anticipated by countless audiences. As a result, people witnessed Superman in his strongest form. The battle between Clark and General Zed was brilliantly portrayed, enhanced by special effects. Buildings collapsed easily. Clark shattered mountains with a single punch. Their speed surpassed that of sound, and shockwaves rippled through the air. Zed's armor was torn apart, and when he was exposed to the sun, his body mutated and rapidly healed. At that moment, Zed finally understood why Clark was so powerful. He was exhilarated, and with his vast combat experience, the two Supermen unleashed extraordinary strength. The battle began again. The battle in the movie continues. Nick Fury couldn't watch it calmly. Although it might not be a big deal in fiction, it would be incredible if there were races in this world that could become stronger by basking in the sun. Fury couldn't wait to leave the cinema, find Anton, and ask the truth. He had only one question: is there a Superman in this world? From that moment on, Tony Stark, who was in Los Angeles, began to feel that this movie was pure nonsense. Get stronger in the sun. If there really is a Superman in this world, this method of gaining strength would completely subvert Tony's understanding of science. He would rather eat the chair he was sitting on than believe that a Superman exists. In the end, of course, Zed was defeated by Clark. Clark was exposed, became a superhero, was revered as a god, and was worshipped by countless people. Easter egg part. The actor playing Batman appears. He is dangerous. People regard him as a god. Batman looked serious, watching the image on TV. It was a photo of Superman suspended in the sky, fighting Zod, captured by a reporter in the ruins after the victory. Batman's tone was low, but I can't trust him. The movie ends. Everyone has a high opinion of it. SHIELD agents sat in the cinema, pondering for a moment. Fury suddenly turned to look at Coulson. Director, what's your order? Coulson, being the trusted confidant of Fury, immediately realized that this was a situation. Coulson, there's a mission that suits you well. Fury pondered for a moment before speaking. Director, I will give it my all. Coulson felt uneasy and replied in a deep voice. In his opinion, this sentence sounded like someone saying, I'll come back to marry you after I complete the task, so he made a sacrificial expression. You're the first person to realize there's something unusual about DC, Fury said. However, all the information we have on DC Company, including Anton's details, doesn't show anything special. But after watching this movie, I realized we've overlooked something important, the specific content of the works currently released by DC. After a pause, he continued, Coulson, I'll give you a week to review these works and report back to me with the key points. Especially Batman, Arrow, Cyborg, and now this Superman. Pay attention to the relationships between these characters. If Anton used these characters as references to create these works, there must be a common thread between the works and the characters. For example, the relationship between Superman and Batman doesn't seem to be good. Natasha suddenly realized, aside. She thought of the Easter egg at the end of the movie and extracted key information from it. Batman does not trust Superman? Is Anton alluding to the relationship between Batman and Superman in reality? Although Superman hasn't appeared yet, there was an alien attack not long ago, and Superman's alien background makes it impossible for SHIELD to lower its guard. This, I understand. Coulson's nervous expression suddenly relaxed. It's okay to read books by order? At least he wouldn't have to go out to work, and it was a good job? To some extent, Coulson, who had been busy running around, saw this task as a kind of holiday. Tony left the movie theater, sneering at the Superman film. Although Man of Steel lacked deep meaning, he couldn't deny that the movie was an excellent example of a popcorn flick. It was mainly because the content went against science. Even though Tony had the same suspicions as everyone in SHIELD, he couldn't accept the idea that there were such superhumans in this world. Eddie, who walked out of the movie theater at the same time, didn't have as many ideas running through his mind as these other people. He was the most certain among them that Superman would appear. Clark Kent? Kryptonian. Eddie thought for a moment and suddenly realized. No wonder Anton knew the teleportation device came from an alien, and knew that the alien Krang had been coveting Earth. Superman must have told him. Eddie pieced together the thread in his mind. Justice League. He thought happily and said to himself, what a backing I've got on my side. Beside him, when April saw Eddie with a flattering and drooling smile, she couldn't help but show a small expression of disgust. One day later, Anton was sitting at DC Company and noticed that Superman's fan value had increased by only 1.3 million, from 6 million to 7.3 million. He was a bit surprised. This growth rate was very different from that of Cyborg and Batman. Too slow? The box office results were quite impressive, although slightly lower than Batman, they were stronger than Cyborg. So why was the fan value rising so slowly? What happened? Anton went online to check everyone's comments on Superman. Without exception, the special effects were praised as excellent, the plot was wonderful, the ticket price was seen as great value, and people seemed generally satisfied with the movie. But from the sporadic negative reviews, Anton figured out why the fan value increased so slowly. It's an alien story, but it's just another alien? The invasion of the alien Lang had already brought a lot of attention to Superman's movie. But people weren't going to the theater because of Superman, they were just curious. As a result, they were not emotionally invested in Superman. In general, Superman's alien identity lacked a sense of relatability. People who had just been hurt by aliens didn't believe that another alien would willingly protect humanity, even if that alien had grown up on Earth. Therefore, the growth rate of Superman's fan value was much slower than Batman's and Cyborg's. At this rate, when the movie leaves theaters, the fan value will be less than 30 million, Anton pondered. It seems we'll have to arrange the next one as soon as possible. Batman v Superman. There's no doubt that this was the same idea as Jim's. After all, it's his own copyright. Anton would make the most of Batman without feeling any remorse. Besides, Batman's identity was already well known, and it was time to give the other Justice League members some heat. The unexpected success of Arrow, wasn't it just a way to do that? Ding ding ding. Suddenly, the phone rang, disrupting Anton's thoughts. He picked up the phone and glanced at the caller ID. Old man. Jonah Jameson. Old man, what's the situation? Aren't you on vacation in Hawaii? You're so tired that you don't want to come home now. Anton answered the phone, unable to resist teasing. I don't want to call you either. Jameson snorted. Life in Hawaii is much more exciting than in New York. You don't know how hard it is for me to get up every day. It sounds more exciting than dealing with aliens, Anton replied, hearing the hint of envy in Jameson's tone. Get back to the subject, the old man said. I'm back in New York. What? Anton was taken aback. You dare come back to New York? The wealthy people who recently moved out to New York might be more than you've seen in your entire life. Do you think I want to come back? Jameson said. Someone wants to see you. I have to come back. Who has such a big status? Anton frowned slightly. He was not surprised by this sentence, but began to think about the identity of the other party. As the boss of the newspaper, Jameson controls public opinion and is well known in the upper echelons of old American society, especially among politicians. Although, in terms of wealth, Jameson is ranked in the middle tier, his status is not inferior to that of the top wealthy people. After all, what politicians need most is a platform to amplify their voices. These people and Jameson hit it off immediately, forming a mutual system where they take advantage of each other. Especially in New York, where Jameson has been in business for many years, his strong network of contacts in this 1/3 of an acre area is considerable. Therefore, there are only a handful of people who could call Jameson back from Hawaii. You must know that even the Osborne Company during Norman's era Norman might not have had this kind of influence. Anton thought for a moment and realized a fact. The person who called Jameson back is definitely not someone merely rich enough to make sense, they should be powerful. You've seen this person. At least, you've seen him in the news. Jameson sighed. Secretary of Defense, John Keller. He wants to see you. He paused. I asked Wick to pick you up. Come downstairs in 10 minutes and I'll wait for you at home. When Anton went home to see Jameson, he was beside a gray-haired, not young but energetic, not flashy, yet majestic man. This person was John Keller. Keller often appeared in the TV news. As a half-journalist, Anton was no stranger to him. So far, Keller was also no stranger to him. Otherwise, Keller wouldn't have called him to see him. And it was through the old man, Jameson, who went around in such a circle and made an appointment with him. This seemed to indicate that Keller was not malicious. Mr. Keller, first meeting, you look more imposing than on the news, Anton said as he shook hands with Keller. Anton, you're more energetic than I expected, Keller smiled and spoke. Tailing? Anton narrowed his eyes slightly. Relax. Keller noticed the subtle change in Anton's mood and smiled. I have no malice, or I wouldn't have asked you through Jameson. After all, I'm the Secretary of Defense. I and Keller are old friends, Jameson added, as if pointing it out. Anton, Keller sees you for the Justice League. Justice League? Anton asked, confused. Mr. Keller, since you're the Secretary of Defense, I'll tell you something frankly. I can indeed get in touch with the Justice League, but I'm just a minor character, and I don't know what your purpose is. It's about aliens. Seeing Anton's cooperation, Keller bluntly continued, the recent alien attack and the news report from the Daily Bugle made the whole world see real aliens. But there is one thing you may not be clear about, including the fact that only a handful of people know about it. What's the matter? Anton and Jameson both showed the same interest. The recent alien invasion is not the first time aliens have been discovered on Earth, Keller said slowly. So, you found aliens long ago? Jameson asked, surprised. As a bigwig in the press, there was very little news in the world that could be concealed from him, including secrets that only circulated among politicians. However, this level of confidential information was something he had never encountered. That's right. Keller nodded, staring at the two people in front of him, and said in a deep voice, as early as the beginning of the last century, we found traces of aliens. According to our investigation, aliens came to Earth thousands of years ago, when humans were still in the time of savages and living primitively. At the beginning of the last century. Now it was Anton's turn to be surprised. Something didn't add up. He had thought that Keller was talking about the Kree invasion in the 1990s. But unexpectedly, it was at the beginning of the last century. What plot is this? We call these aliens North by East non-biological entities, Keller said. From the outside, they appear to be very advanced robots, but in fact, they are a kind of mechanical life. At this point, he suddenly looked up at Anton, adding meaningfully, it's like the cyborg in the Justice League, except that cyborg is half human, half machine, while the North by East one we found is a purely mechanical life form. Pure mechanical life form. Anton muttered these words, and an incredible thought crossed his mind. Whoosh! Keller turned on the laptop in front of him, turning the screen toward Anton and Jameson. This is North by East 1. On the screen, a robot covered in frost, resembling a hill, stood in the center with cables plugged into it. From time to time, people could be seen removing parts from the robot, sparks flying. At the beginning of the last century, a captain named Witwicky discovered it. We spent tremendous effort to drag it out of the glacier and kept it frozen using our technology. Later, after research, it was determined that it has either fallen asleep or is dead. Keller said, but we have learned a lot from it. Almost all of our current technology, integrated circuits, lasers, spacecraft, cars, etc., are all the results of studying it. Do you suspect that the alien who invaded Earth not long ago came because of this? North by East 1. Jameson couldn't help but speak up. That's right. Keller nodded, manipulating his laptop and calling up another video. In fact, long before the alien appeared, we found a living, purely mechanical alien on Mars specifically, the trace of North by East. After that, we've been preparing for them to come to Earth, but we didn't expect them to find a chance. The teleportation device. Keller glanced at Anton, his face solemn. I have to say that the technology these aliens have mastered makes humanity unable to defend itself. So, you need help from the Justice League. Anton remained silent when Keller mentioned the teleportation device, vaguely guessing Keller's purpose. It's not help, it's cooperation. Keller replied. Since you also have certain information, there's a basis for cooperation between you and the military. Keller finished speaking, then added, after all, the Justice League wants to appear above board, instead of always acting like illegal vigilantes, right? Now Anton understood. Keller had learned from the World Security Council, behind Nick Fury, about the legal identity the Justice League was seeking. In addition, the alien attack in New York a few days ago had allowed the military to see the potential of the Justice League. Under the threat of aliens, the military began to consider the Justice League who had resolved the alien attack in New York. Since they were operating within their own territory, it was only natural for the military to want to control this extraordinary power. Coincidentally, Nick Fury had reported the situation of the Justice League to the World Security Council, and the U.S. representative to the World Security Council informed the military about it. Thus, the Military Committee, composed of the Secretary of Defense, the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the three branches, and the Chiefs of Staff of the Army, Navy, and Air Force, decided after much discussion that Secretary of Defense John Keller, who had a friendship with Jameson, would come forward and approach Anton. Their goal was to attempt to absorb the Justice League into the military. Don't underestimate the Justice League. After the military evaluated the current strength of the Justice League, they realized that, when assembled, it was no weaker than an army. If they could win over the Justice League, they'd have an incredible asset for the future. The military wasn't stupid. Even General Ross, who had died, was no fool. He was just too arrogant for his own good. Mr. Keller, I can't answer you about this matter right now, Anton said, pausing for a moment to think. I understand, Keller replied. Batman is your boss, isn't he? Keller nodded, speaking mildly but with no doubt in his tone. I don't have much time. I hope you can contact Batman. I would like to meet with him as soon as possible. Hearing this, Jameson subconsciously became nervous. He knew Anton's true identity and also knew that Anton had been trying to hide it. Listening to Keller's tone, it seemed he wouldn't stop until he met Batman today. Was it possible that Anton would have to expose himself? Jameson was thinking about it when he saw Anton's expressionless face and nodded helplessly. Okay. As the words fell, Anton took out his phone and clicked it indiscriminately. Huh? In the next second, a figure appeared out of thin air. Batman? Jameson's eyes widened as he looked from Anton to Batman, his expression one of shock, as if he had seen a ghost. Keller remained very calm, as if he had anticipated this scene. The teleportation device. He murmured to himself, seriously marveling at the wonders of alien technology. Batman stood still, his avatar scanning the room. His eyes landed on the face of Secretary of Defense, John Keller, and his tone was calm. Secretary Keller, it's a pleasure to meet you. Batman. Keller wasn't surprised that Batman knew who he was. As the Secretary of Defense, his face was well known globally. We need for you because of the aliens. Keller repeated what he had said to Anton, addressing Batman directly. In reality, Keller didn't know that none of the two people in front of him were paying him any attention at all. Jameson's gaze flicked back and forth between Anton and Batman before finally settling on Anton, his expression turning slightly hostile. He had initially thought Anton was just fooling around when he claimed to be Batman, but now, Jameson felt like he had almost been duped into publishing a wild story. Anton shrugged nonchalantly at Jameson, and Jameson nearly exploded. If Keller weren't present, Anton would have surely faced the wrath of Jameson's indignation. I understand. The Batman avatar suddenly spoke, pulling the attention of the two back to the conversation. Secretary Keller, I have only one question, the Batman avatar said. What is the relationship between the Justice League and the military? Are we subordinate, or are we cooperating? Nominally, it's subordinate, but in reality, it's cooperation. Keller didn't hesitate to answer. You know, we've investigated your group. While we haven't gathered much, we understand your nature, especially your desire for freedom. He continued, after discussions, we decided not to interfere with the internal workings of the Justice League. However, we hope that when necessary, as part of a military alliance, you will act in coordination with the military and follow its orders. To be honest, Keller's terms were quite reasonable. There was none of the aggression typical of people like General Ross. It was clear that the military had conducted a detailed investigation into the Justice League's current operations. Taking the advice of military staff, they presented the most reasonable terms that the Justice League couldn't refuse. These terms were far more appealing than the aggressive demands of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Black Ops. So, we are an equal alliance, the Batman avatar said. But with the understanding that the Justice League will only intervene in critical situations, such as an alien invasion. On this basis, we can share intelligence, including details about this alien invasion. Sharing intelligence? Keller's eyes gleamed, and he nodded with a smile. No problem. Then, here's to a successful partnership, the Batman avatar said, nodding. He then looked back at Anton. Both sides exchanged a brief glance. Huh? Another figure appeared in the room. Cyborg? Jameson saw this and didn't even bother to marvel. As a media mogul, he was the least informed person in the room and had no power to complain at this point. Keller's eyes lit up again. He was amazed by the teleportation device, now realizing its true potential. However, he didn't comment further. The military committee had taken a soft approach toward the Justice League. After thorough research and investigation, they believed that the Justice League's hallmark was their usual rejection of hardline tactics. The Justice League was more likely to respond to a soft approach and would not refuse cooperative overtures. SHIELD had recently conducted a poorly executed demonstration. In short, according to SHIELD, it wasn't necessarily right, but at least it wasn't completely wrong. Second, even if the Justice League possesses advanced technology, as long as the military keeps in contact with them, it can naturally try to borrow and use that technology after building a rapport, or, with the Justice League's permission, send researchers to conduct joint studies on alien technology. It's worth mentioning that if the teleportation device truly originates from the North by East aliens, it's possible that the Justice League isn't the only one in possession of it. The military could potentially seize other teleportation devices from other North by East aliens in future joint operations. Keller's thoughts raced. In front of him, Batman spoke to Cyborg, show them the information about the Autobots and Decepticons. Understood. Cyborg glanced at Keller, and the look he gave him felt as cold as that of a true robot devoid of humanity, sharp as a knife, and it made Keller feel it on his face. Then, the electronic eye on Steelbone's right side projected a virtual screen. A giant metal planet was spinning. The Autobots and Decepticons are from the planet Cybertron. We named this mechanical race the Transformers. Cybertron orbits Alpha Centauri. It's a massive metal planet, similar in size to Saturn, Earth's neighbor. It's composed of various metal ores with different properties, which allow its inhabitants to take robot forms and other various shapes. It's the home of powerful mechanical life forms that transform between different forms. The Transformers living on Cybertron are divided into two major factions, the Autobots and the Decepticons. These two factions have been locked in civil war for years, depleting the planet's energy resources, which forced them to leave Cybertron, drifting through the universe in search of new life resources. For some reason, Megatron, the leader of the Decepticons, came to Earth thousands of years ago, but he is currently missing. The room fell silent after this. Keller was deep in thought. Megatron. He seemed to realize the true identity of the mechanical alien, whom he and others had referred to as North by East 1 at Hoover Dam. But whether it's the Decepticons or the Autobots. Cyborg continued the explanation, their purpose for coming to Earth was a result of the civil war on Cybertron. They lost their energy source and crash-landed on Earth in search of the Allspark. Allspark. Keller's eyes widened as he glanced at Cyborg, his gaze flickering. What is the Allspark? A strange cube-shaped artifact, Cyborg replied. It's essentially the soul of the Transformers. It's the origin and the destination of their power. In other words, it can give life to machines and transform all mechanical objects into sentient beings like humans. It can also be used to absorb energy and create new life forms. Upon hearing this, Keller's pupils dilated slightly, but he maintained a tight control over his expression. It seems you know where the Allspark is. Though Keller tried to conceal it, the Batman clone immediately saw through his attempt. His tone was calm but carried a weight that resonated with everyone in the room. Sure enough, I can't hide it from you. As the Secretary of Defense, Keller was as thick-skinned as a city wall and didn't feel embarrassed. He nodded and said, if I'm not mistaken, I do know where the Allspark is. The Allspark came to Earth around 10,000 BC. The agents from the Sector 7 of the government's secret department only discovered it in 1913. They realized it was a treasure because the hieroglyphs on the Allspark and the words you mentioned earlier, those alien words, are the same. He explained patiently. Anton paused and thought for a moment. The Allspark emits a certain kind of energy, and Megatron came to Earth after tracking that energy. The Batman clone spoke at the right time. You used a method to isolate this energy so that the Transformers couldn't find it. Correct. Keller smiled slightly, clearly proud. We altered the detection of a certain magnetic field around the Allspark. To isolate this magnetic field and prevent others from obtaining the Allspark, we built a huge base. Huge base. Jameson was taken aback. Anton wasn't surprised, because he knew exactly what Keller was referring to. Keller paused. Hoover Dam. Hoover Dam is your base for studying aliens. Jameson was stunned. Construction began in April 1931 and was completed in March 1936. The Hoover Dam, which cost $49 million at the time and resulted in 112 deaths, was actually designed to conceal alien technology or the trace of an alien treasure. This completely subverted Jameson's perception of the world. Keller said, the Hoover Dam was the most suitable location. The base is built into the mountainside, with surrounding walls as thick as 4 football fields. No one can take the Allspark from us. What happened today is truly unheard of for me as a journalist, Jameson sighed. He realized that if it weren't for Anton being his grandson, he would have never learned these secrets in his lifetime. Very well, this concludes the information sharing about the aliens. Batman spoke again. You mentioned that aliens should have arrived on Earth, so you must have some specific information, right? Correct. Keller nodded. The people in Sector 7 have been tracking the aliens. We've already found some clues. We discovered something in Los Angeles. So, we may need help from the Justice League. Keller paused and then added, after all, if the military tries to handle this, it will inevitably involve aircraft and artillery, which could panic the citizens of Los Angeles. If possible, we'd prefer to avoid disturbing them. Understood. Batman exchanged a glance with Cyborg. Then we will head to Los Angeles immediately. Go now. Keller was taken aback. You just stand still. After Batman finished speaking, he stepped forward and placed his hand on Keller's shoulder. Huh? Only Anton and Jameson were left in the room. Jameson stared blankly, watching the scene unfold in front of him. Somehow, Batman, Cyborg, and John Keller had used some remarkable technology to teleport from New York to Los Angeles. Anton. Jameson immediately turned and fixed an unkind gaze on his grandson. Are there some misunderstandings between us? What misunderstanding? Anton feigned calm. For example, you and Batman don't seem to be alone, Jameson pressed. Jameson clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Are you trying to piss me off so I can't pass on my inheritance to you? Old man, don't make a mistake. Anton shrugged and smiled. Since I can become Batman in front of you, why couldn't I make someone else become Batman too? Jameson couldn't understand what Anton was talking about at first, but then he realized when Anton became Batman that night, it didn't seem to have been a fake transformation after all. Then there is only one truth. Batman is not just one person, but a group of people. Jameson pointed at Anton, his eyes wide. At that moment, he felt a ray of light hit him, like an actor playing Sherlock Holmes on a dramatic stage. He didn't realize that, in Anton's eyes, he was just a brain-filling monster. Can you explain it that way? Anton muttered to himself, and seeing Jameson's triumphant face, he decided to respect the elderly and show kindness, so he nodded obediently. Too smart? As expected of you. On the other side, Keller felt his body lighten, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself on an unmanned rooftop. Batman was standing beside him. Hoo-hoo, the wind blew. It was the afternoon, with sunlight not as harsh, casting a softer glow on their bodies. This is teleportation technology. Keller marveled again, looking at Batman and Cyborg beside him. His eyes were filled with strong desire. However, he didn't voice his thoughts, suppressing his desire. Wait a moment, I'll have someone come and pick us up. Keller spoke, taking out his cell phone to make a call. 10 minutes later, a helicopter flew from the sky and landed on the rooftop. Where are we going? Batman asked. We just found some clues in Sector 7. Maybe we'll meet the person we're looking for, Keller replied. Who are they looking for? The Batman clone thought thoughtfully. He knew very well that the person in question was not human, but an alien. Soon, they arrived in a white residential area. The helicopter landed on the road, and the area was immediately sealed off by detectives from Sector 7. All the residents were instructed to stay indoors and not come out. At this time, the residents were starting to panic, not understanding what was going on. Then they recalled the attacks that had recently taken place in New York and wondered if Los Angeles was about to face the same fate. Among them, a young man named Sam was particularly anxious. He knew why the authorities were there. My car. Sam hurried to the garage. Is that you? Are they looking for you? Crunch. The garage door was smashed open. Oh. Sam saw a group of men in black suits standing at the door, feeling a bit annoyed. Who are you? This is a private house. Sorry, we have permission to search everything in your house. The man who spoke was Simmons, a senior agent from Sector 7. Simmons stared at Sam, his expression cold, his tone firm. Also, we can send you to jail for life, so I suggest you answer all my questions honestly. The corners of Sam's mouth twitched, the panic in his chest growing, and his legs began to tremble. Are your people always so rude? Suddenly, Sam heard another voice from the group of men in black suits. He turned his head, and was stunned. Batman. His eyes widened, as though seeing an idol. His panic and fear instantly disappeared. The Sector 7 is not a part of the military. They belong to the government's secret agency. There are many secrets within the department, some of which are not even known to our military. Keller made a clear distinction between himself and the 7th District. Clearly, he wasn't very fond of the so-called confidential department. Secretary Keller, we sent a helicopter to pick you up. Can't you say something nice in front of Batman? Tom Bonachek, the head of the Sector 7, said helplessly. Tom turned to Batman. I just forgot to introduce myself. I'm Tom Bonachek, the person in charge of Sector 7. Hello, I'm Batman. Anton had transferred his main consciousness to Batman's body. He pointed at Cyborg. That's Cyborg. You can call him Victor. It's nice to meet you. As Tom was speaking, a thin, frail young man who looked almost fragile approached them at a speed that seemed like 100 meters per second. Batman. Sam looked at the idol in front of him, eager to run up and hug Anton immediately, but then he noticed Cyborg in a gray sweater and hood, who was less noticeable compared to Batman. This is actually Cyborg. Sam was so overjoyed that he nearly fainted. You must be Sam. On the way here, Anton had a brief exchange with Tom, the person in charge of Sector 7. Including questions about Cybertron, Autobots, and Decepticons, Anton had explained things as briefly as possible. At that time, Tom immediately connected the information in his mind, confirmed the authenticity of the intelligence, and became even more enthusiastic about Batman and Cyborg. If your partners were as reliable as Batman, tasks wouldn't be so tiring. Thinking this, he glanced at Keller subconsciously. Coincidentally, Keller looked at him with the same expression. They exchanged a silent look. Sam, you should know why we came to see you. Anton looked at the excited Sam in front of him and spoke slowly. At that moment, one of the Sector 7 agents behind Sam moved to step forward and pull Sam and Batman aside, but their leader, Tom, raised his hand to stop them. With Batman and Cyborg around, what surprises could there possibly be? There was no danger to fear with these two present. As a government secret department, the Sector 7 could be considered a semi-spy organization. There was very little known about Batman and Cyborg, but whenever they appeared, it signified the presence of a dangerous person or a formidable force. From the Life Foundation, Continental Hotel, Kingpin Union, Lizard, Green Goblin, Dr. Octopus, Obadiah Stanev Stark Industries, Shredder of Foot Clan, to the aliens not long ago. Not to mention, Batman had only appeared less than a year ago, yet had already become the most dazzling figure in the US in the past decade. The same was true for Cyborg. Behind them was a Justice League led by Batman, filled with superheroes of extraordinary abilities. This was not an easy target. On the one hand, it could cause a backlash from public opinion, and on the other hand, even if it succeeds, it would come at a huge cost, making the gain not worth the loss. Did you even look at the military, which has always taken a tough stance? This time, everyone isn't stupid. Only those from SHIELD, thinking they knew everything, ran wild and assumed they were right. Little did they know, the gunshot always hits the bird. Sector 7 has known about the existence of aliens for a long time. SHIELD only made contact with the Kree in the 1990s, but Sector 7 learned about aliens at the start of the last century. But, have you seen the agents in Sector 7 jumping around? This also relates to the mission of the organization since its inception. Sector 7 is the secret government department of the United States, while SHIELD operates under the jurisdiction of the World Security Council. The dynamics here are far more complex. Not much more to repeat, let's get back to the point. Hearing Batman's question, Sam displayed a hesitant expression. Clearly, he knew that these people had come for him, and even Batman and Cyborg showing up at his door indicated that some things could no longer be hidden and were about to be exposed. I know. Sam lowered his head dejectedly. You're here for my car. Your car. When Tom and the others heard this, they all turned to look at the yellow Camaro in the garage. Chi. At that moment, the Camaro activated its autonomous driving mode. The rear wheels started spinning, and the harsh sound of tires scraping filled everyone's ears. Attention, please. Simmons, approaching the Camaro, widened his eyes. Whoosh! He watched as the Camaro sped toward him, seemingly about to crush him under the car. Damn it! In the next moment, Simmons had a flash of life review as he saw the Camaro turn a corner, narrowly missing him and speeding away at an impressive pace. Subconsciously, he touched where the car had grazed him. His suit was hot. Simmons exhaled in relief, just starting to regain his composure when, boom! A huge crash sounded behind him. It was like a meteor falling to the ground. A gust of air came from behind, blowing the corners of his slightly heated suit. Simmons turned toward the noise and saw an astonishing sight. A man in a gray sweater stood in front of the Camaro. He stretched out a large silver hand and placed it on the front of the car. Boom boom boom, chi. The Camaro revved its engine, the rear wheels spinning, but it couldn't move forward. A person was stopping a car, just like that? Everyone was shocked. However, during the collision, the wind blew off the man's hood, revealing his true identity. And that's when everyone recognized him. Cyborg. It's Cyborg? Not only Batman, but Cyborg is here too. The agents in Sector 7 looked at each other. After being part of Sector 7 for so many years, they realized how prestigious it was. Not only Batman, but these two rare fighters from the Justice League were invited to join the scene. What a face. They were stunned. Chi. The Camaro tires began spinning and smoking. It seemed as if the front hood was being lifted by Cyborg. Yet neither side budged. They stood their ground, unable to move forward even by a single step. Click, click, a mechanical sound echoed. In full view, the Camaro suddenly transformed into a huge yellow robot, half the height of the surrounding houses. Bumblebee. Anton whispered, looking at the transformer before him with some emotion. Bumblebee. Sam was taken aback and looked at Batman. How do you know its name? Boy, I know more than you. I'm Batman. Anton smiled slightly. On the other side, Autobots, we mean no harm. Cyborg faced the transformer, who was 10 times taller and faster than himself, speaking in a calm tone. I know your origins, and I understand your purpose. Human, I don't want to fight. Bumblebee's voice was youthful. By all accounts, he was indeed the youngest of the Autobots. For your own car to turn into a robot and also talk? Sam was stunned. Isn't Bumblebee only supposed to talk through the radio? Was that installed now? Sam was dumbfounded. Anton wasn't surprised, though. In the movie, although Bumblebee communicated with Sam using the radio, after the war ended, he spoke to Optimus Prime in his own voice, asking to stay with Sam. It was clear that Bumblebee wasn't incapable of speaking, he simply chose not to. We don't want to fight either. Cyborg replied, the Autobots are the moderates of Cybertron. As long as your goal isn't to conquer Earth or turn it into Cybertron, we can talk. Bumblebee was taken aback. The other side knew about Cybertron and the Autobots, so they must also know about the Decepticons? This could work. Bumblebee had originally thought Earth was a remote planet, with humans being a young and backward race. But now he realized that capable people existed among them. As Bumblebee pondered, he didn't forget to analyze Cyborg in front of him. The level of technology in this body was astonishing, definitely not technology Earth should possess. Alien technology? Bumblebee quickly accessed the internet to gather information on Cyborg. Just as he pieced it together, a roar of a car rumbled from a distance. Who? Tom, Keller, and the others were listening to the conversation between Cyborg and Bumblebee when they were suddenly distracted by the loud roar of a car. They followed the sound, annoyed, and saw a police car quickly crossing through the 7th area, bypassing the cordon set by the officers. Police car. They both frowned. Tom looked at Simmons and cursed. Why are the people from the Los Angeles Police Department here? I asked you to communicate with them. Are you planning to perform a confidential mission here? I did communicate. Simmons was aggrieved. Not the Los Angeles Police Department. Suddenly, Anton, in Batman's form, spoke. With a solemn tone, he noticed something wrong with the police car. Anton clearly saw that the man in the driver's seat was expressionless. As the car turned, the man's hands on the steering wheel remained still, like a dummy. No, it was a dummy. It became evident that this man was just a projection inside the car. In fact, this was a transformer. Once Anton made this conclusion, he quickly matched a name in his mind. It's a Decepticon? Barricade. There are actually 2 characters named Roadblock or Barricade in Transformers. Both the Autobots and the Decepticons have a member called Roadblock. The Roadblock in the Autobots is a Jeep Wrangler, a member of the Regulation Team, which appears in the Transformers animation. The other is the Decepticon known as Barricade, a modified Ford Mustang police car. Barricade is a scout and hunter for the Decepticons, obviously evil in nature, but disguised as an authority of law enforcement. He often poses as a representative or symbol of the government, hidden among the crowd. His hand is attached to the wheel. When he transforms into vehicle mode, his hand becomes a sharp steel needle that sticks out of the hood. In the original plot, Sam was frightened by the steel needle that popped out of the car lights when he was trapped in Barricade's car mode. He collapsed on the ground, almost wetting himself. If it weren't for Barricade wanting to get Sam's great-grandfather's legacy, the glasses engraved with the location of the Allspark, he would have pierced Sam into a hedgehog with the needle. However, in this world, the appearance of Anton and Krang's invasion made Sector 7 feel threatened. They acted first to block Sam at the door of his house. Barricade could only track people via the network door, but he accidentally ran into Anton and the others searching for Sam, as well as his old enemy, Bumblebee from the Autobots. As a warrior of Cybertron, the relationship between Megatron's thugs, like Barricade, and the Autobots can definitely be described as one of deep enmity. Among the entire Autobots, only Optimus Prime commands Barricade's respect. As for the others, they are beneath his notice. Not to mention the humans, whom Barricade views as indistinguishable from monkeys on a remote planet. Weak races, not worth mentioning. What a coincidence. Barricade saw Bumblebee at the scene, revved his engine, and ramped up his horsepower, crashing through the Sector 7 blockade and arriving at the scene. Click, click. A pair of stunned eyes stared at him. Barricade transformed into a huge robot, almost the same height as Bumblebee. His cold, emotionless gaze fixed on Bumblebee, completely ignoring the cyborg around him. Batman. At this moment, Tom and Keller's faces changed slightly. In just a few minutes, 2 aliens had appeared one after another, which greatly exceeded their expectations. Don't worry. Anton remained calm and explained, although they are from the same planet, one belongs to the Autobots and the other to the Decepticons, they are opponents, not allies. But they are aliens, after all. What if they join forces to deal with humans? Tom heard Anton's words but didn't feel reassured. His expression remained full of worry. He stared at the 2 giant transformers in front of him. If it weren't for Batman being by his side, he would have taken out his phone and called the army to mobilize. As for Keller, he was more direct. Holding the phone in his hand at lightning speed, he was ready to press the dial button at any moment. Don't be nervous. Anton couldn't help but laugh inwardly, maintaining his calm demeanor. He spoke calmly. Secretary Keller, calling the army now will cause panic in Los Angeles. If you trust us, you should know that these 2 guys are not a threat to us. Keller found this reasoning sensible and silently put his phone back in his pocket, showing his support for the Justice League with his actions. Bumblebee, long time no see. Barricade's voice was low, and his scarlet eyes gleamed with evil intent as he confronted Bumblebee. A murderous aura swept through the air, and the atmosphere instantly turned tense. The other agents in Sector 7 exchanged glances. They realized that the 2 alien machines weren't allies but were more like rivals. Barricade, this is not where you belong. Bumblebee's expression was cold, the kindness he had shown Cyborg replaced by the determination of a soldier facing his enemy. Bumblebee didn't flinch and immediately took on the role of a qualified warrior, his demeanor exuding the resolve of iron and blood. On Cybertron, Bumblebee was recognized as Optimus Prime's successor. In the original storyline, during the period between Transformers 3 and Transformers 4, Bumblebee temporarily replaced Optimus Prime as the acting leader of the Autobots. Though he often appeared humorous, in critical moments, Bumblebee proved to be someone you could always rely on. You're mistaken. That's a line I should be saying. Barricade sneered, then kicked off the ground, his massive form charging forward. With sharp claws and tires on his wrists, he slammed at Bumblebee. Boom! The wind was raging fierce. A figure soared into the sky, positioning himself between Barricade and Bumblebee, blocking Barricade's path. It was Cyborg. Sorry, you two, seems like you've forgotten about me. Cyborg's deep voice resonated. In a flash, he didn't even acknowledge Barricade as he swatted at him like a mere mosquito. With a swift motion, he raised his hand and fired the sonic cannon. Whoosh! The powerful sonic blast struck Barricade. Boom! Barricade's metal chest caved in instantly, and the impact sent his massive form flying several meters, plowing the ground into a deep gully. The deafening crash alarmed many people in the surrounding houses. They rushed to their windows to take a look. They saw two enormous robots, one standing tall, the other lying on the ground. Floating in the air was none other than a member of the Justice League, recently making waves on the internet, Cyborg. His presence was only second to Batman's. The onlookers were immediately stunned, dumbfounded by the sight. Someone pulled out their mobile phones and frantically took photos. If possible, they also grabbed their digital cameras and began recording the entire process. At this time, the agents in Sector 7 weren't concerned with these trivial matters. Their attention was fully focused on the aliens in front of them and Cyborg. The sudden eruption of fighting was something no one had anticipated. Of course, the shot fired by Cyborg also made them realize that in the face of such unknown, powerful aliens, humanity had a strong sense of confidence. In my opinion, the sentence you just said should be directed at me. Cyborg turned to Bumblebee beside him, his right electronic eye flickering, and his tone was cold. This is Earth, the place where humans live, neither of you should be here. As his voice fell, Barricade, who had been knocked back and sent flying, suddenly flipped over. Sparks shot out from his body, indicating that he had suffered internal damage from Cyborg's sonic blast. Human, you've angered me. Barricade glared at Cyborg, ignoring his old adversary Bumblebee for the moment. He transformed his hands into cannons, aiming directly at the suspended Cyborg, preparing to attack. Whoosh! Cyborg didn't give him a chance at all. Like a meteor streaking across the sky, shockwaves rippled behind him, air disturbances forming waves that rushed toward Barricade in the blink of an eye. Before Barricade could even fire the cannon from his transformed hands, Cyborg disarmed him, tearing off both arms. Boom! The arms fell to the ground with a heavy thud. Boom! The shells inside exploded. Flames erupted at the feet of the two, and Barricade's arms were instantly reduced to scrap metal. Amidst the smoke of gunpowder, Barricade's heart sank, and his hot engine seemed to be cooling rapidly. Opposite him, Cyborg's expression remained cold as he stared directly at Barricade. Though Cyborg's body was only 1/10 the size of Barricade's, he exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Damn. Too terrible. Seeing this scene before them, all the agents of Sector 7 were in sync, their faces filled with horror. They hadn't expected that the seemingly mighty alien mechanical life, a robot as massive as a hill, would be effortlessly disarmed by Cyborg, as though a god had descended to suppress them with a mere flick of his hand. Everyone had no doubt that the enemy had completely lost the power to fight back. Both of Barricade's hands were gone. Even in vehicle form, with 2 tires missing, he couldn't escape. Not far away, Keller and Tom finally breathed a sigh of relief as the heavy weight in their hearts lifted slightly. To be honest, even though they held the Justice League in high regard, witnessing one of its members Cyborg displaying extraordinary abilities in front of them, the shock was inevitable. It rose from deep within their hearts and occupied their entire inner world. If the military had talents like this, they would be invincible, even without any aircraft or artillery. Keller couldn't help but think this. He suddenly understood why Ross, now part of history, had been so persistent in hunting down the Hulk. Once you've truly witnessed such extraordinary power, you can't help but subconsciously want to capture it. Then again, Cyborg was the top combatant in the Justice League, not just one of them. However, even a man with such immense power must obey Batman's command. Moreover, what couldn't be ignored was that Batman, who had been sitting calmly from the beginning, was the true founder of the Justice League. All members of the Justice League regarded Batman as their leader. The military had long since arranged a simple order for the Justice League members, as announced by the Daily Bugle. From a pure combat power standpoint, Batman's current level was likely inferior to Cyborg. Of course, in their view, after Cyborg, the next most powerful member of the Justice League was Batman, followed by the unpredictable Spider-Man, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Venom, and finally, Arrow and Daredevil. It's easy to understand why Arrow and Daredevil were ranked last. The most important factor was that they weren't extraordinary. Unlike Spider-Man, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and Venom, Arrow, and Daredevil seemed like ordinary people, though they were highly skilled in combat. What? Batman seems like an ordinary person too? Though that was the case, since Batman was the leader of the Justice League, the military dared not regard him as an ordinary person. So, back to Arrow and Daredevil. Needless to say, Arrow was often compared to Hawkeye, and Daredevil's super hearing was something you couldn't perceive with your eyes. To sum it up, compared to these two, Spider-Man and others were not only capable fighters, but slightly more impressive overall. While thinking about this, Keller and Tom exchanged a glance, then turned their gazes to Batman. Batman, as you said, this Bumblebee is a good guy among the aliens. Their faction, the Autobots, has no malice toward Earth. Keller asked, and the one that just appeared is a Decepticon? They want to obtain the Allspark, take over Earth, and transform it into their home planet, Cybertron, right? Yes, Anton nodded. According to the information we've collected, that's exactly it. He turned his head to look at Keller and said slowly, the Allspark is the key. The Autobots intend to take the Allspark and leave Earth, returning to Cybertron to rebuild their home. The Decepticons, however, have completely different intentions. This is a battle of factions. Anton's tone was solemn. If we don't respond properly, Earth will become a battlefield for the Autobots and Decepticons. Keller, get ready, the Allspark is in your hands. If the situation escalates, your final decision will be critical. While the two conversed, Barricade, who had lost both his hands, wore a grim expression. He knew that the opponent before him was unbeatable and that escape was impossible. Yet, gritting his teeth, he charged again. At that moment, Cyborg remained expressionless, giving him no chance. Boom! A shell blasted Barricade's head. Flames erupted from the Decepticon's body as its mechanical joints shattered. The lubricating oil ignited on contact with the sparks, and Barricade's massive frame burned as it gradually stopped moving. Bumblebee, watching the scene, looked solemn. The battle between Cyborg and Barricade ended faster than Bumblebee had anticipated. But based on the data he just collected, Bumblebee understood that Cyborg and the others had recently dealt with other alien threats in New York. The giant alien spacecraft Cyborg's group had faced seemed especially daunting to Bumblebee, who now realized that while humans were a young race in the universe, they were far from weak. Despite Barricade's defeat, Cyborg didn't immediately leave the wreckage. Instead, his electronic eyes scanned it, detecting abnormal energy fluctuations. Boom! Another shell exploded. Out of the smoldering wreckage, a small robot leaped to avoid the attack. Frenzy was the smallest transformer among the Decepticons. With his 4 slender arms, he could launch CDs from his chest as hidden weapons. Often disguised as household electronics like portable stereos or mobile phones, Frenzy was an excellent spy, adept at monitoring humans with remarkable camouflage. Most importantly, Frenzy was Barricade's trusted partner, capable of emerging from Barricade's chest when needed. As the cyborg, a clone of Anton of course, he hadn't forgotten about this tiny transformer. The moment Frenzy appeared, he launched a disc from his chest, hoping to distract Cyborg and create an opportunity to escape. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Cyborg sneered, completely unfazed by the attack. With a wave of his hand, he swatted the disc away. Another shell followed, blasting Frenzy's body. Cyborg then stomped on the Decepticon, crushing him into literal scrap metal. Yet, even in his final moments, Frenzy had anticipated this fate. A second before his destruction, Frenzy scanned the audience and attempted to transmit the scene to the Decepticons through the network. However, Cyborg, constantly connected to the internet, intercepted the signal with ease. With a simple motion, he deleted it. Bumblebee, observing the interaction, stared at Cyborg in amazement. He hadn't expected the half-human, half-mechanical being before him to possess such advanced network capabilities. This was far beyond human talent. To a certain extent, Cyborg's abilities rivaled those of Cybertronian creations like himself. Perhaps even more impressive. Bumblebee's gaze lingered on Cyborg's metallic body. His evaluation of him quietly rose to a new level. This individual might be the strongest being on Earth, Bumblebee thought. It's over. Cyborg turned his attention back to Bumblebee, his voice cold and authoritative. Now, back to the previous topic, Autobot. Hovering in midair, Cyborg's expression was unyielding as he said, "This is Earth, not Cybertron. If the Autobots want to remain here, they must first seek our permission. We have no intention of staying here forever," Bumblebee replied decisively. "Where is Optimus Prime?" Suddenly, Batman stepped forward, instantly drawing all eyes to him. He stared directly at Bumblebee, speaking slowly but firmly, "You don't make the decisions here, Bumblebee. Bring Optimus Prime. If he wants to negotiate, it is the kind of sincerity the Autobots must show." Batman. Bumblebee quickly accessed the global network and discovered the name of the man before him, Batman. Leader of the Justice League? Wait. Bumblebee processed the information further. Cyborg, with all his immense power, listened to Batman. Is Batman the strongest human? The thought raced through his mind, but something else gnawed at him. Optimus Prime. Bumblebee realized Batman knew his name and not just his. Batman also knew about Optimus Prime. This revelation hit Bumblebee like a shockwave. The humans know more than we expected, Bumblebee thought. They know about Cybertron, the Autobots, and the Decepticons. And then another chilling realization struck him. Megatron. The leader of the Decepticons had arrived on Earth thousands of years ago. His current location remained a mystery. Could it be? The more Bumblebee thought about it, the more unsettling the implications became. He locked his gaze on Batman, his processor churning with possibilities. Well, Anton stood unmoving, his cape billowing behind him. His expression was calm and resolute as he spoke again. "Bumblebee, have you made your decision?" A certain U.S. military base. Starscream, disguised as an F-22 Raptor fighter jet with an empty cockpit, stood silently on the tarmac. Suddenly, the instrument panel within the fighter awakened. "Barricade!" Starscream exclaimed, a sense of foreboding creeping into his circuits. As Megatron's adjutant and the commander of the Decepticon Air Raid Force, Starscream held authority in Megatron's absence, acting as the leader of the Decepticons on Earth. Every Decepticon present on the planet reported to him and followed his commands. But now, Starscream had made a startling discovery. He had lost contact with Barricade. Worse still, the signal from another Decepticon, Frenzy, had also vanished within half a minute of losing Barricade. Starscream's mind raced. He had dispatched Barricade on a critical mission to track down the Allspark. For the signal to disappear so abruptly, it couldn't have been intentional on Barricade's part. Something or someone had interfered. An accident? No, this is an attack. Autobots. Starscream growled. Acting quickly, he contacted the nearest Decepticon operative to Barricade's last known location, Bone Crusher. "What's the situation?" Starscream demanded. Bone Crusher responded in his usual flat, indifferent tone. He never cared much for authority. Among the Decepticons, most were power-hungry, ambitious, or chaotic. Bone Crusher was different. Twisted and cruel at heart, he hated everyone indiscriminately and thrived on destruction. Some would call him the Decepticons' loose cannon. He respected neither Starscream nor Megatron, and even dared to challenge Optimus Prime head-on. Bone Crusher didn't join the Decepticons out of loyalty, he did so because he feared being crushed by Megatron. It's worth noting that Bone Crusher's appearances in the movies are brief but memorable. His most notable moment involves his fierce pursuit of Bumblebee, followed by his ill-fated decision to face Optimus Prime alone. That encounter ended swiftly. Optimus dispatched him with brutal efficiency. "Something's happened to Barricade," Starscream explained evenly, careful not to provoke Bone Crusher's volatile personality. He knew well the Decepticons were an uneasy alliance at best. Distrust ran deep, and most members harbored ulterior motives. "Oh," Bone Crusher replied, his tone tinged with interest. "That stupid Barricade actually managed to roll over to death on Earth." Bone Crusher sneered, his words dripping with disdain. "I'm not surprised in the slightest." Starscream ignored his mocking tone and continued, "You go check it out. I'll send you the last known location where he disappeared." "Got it," Bone Crusher replied curtly before cutting off the communication. Moments later, an armored vehicle pulled out of the parking lot of the Los Angeles Police Department. If one were to observe closely, they'd notice something unsettling about the driver. The man's face was completely expressionless, like a puppet under someone else's control. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Bumblebee hesitated for a moment after hearing Batman's question. "Wait a minute," he said, seemingly communicating with someone. Finally, he spoke, "Optimus Prime will be here soon." After delivering this news, Bumblebee glanced around. "But are you sure you want to discuss this here?" Batman turned to look at Keller and the others behind him. "We'll need a more secure location," he said. Tom, who had reviewed the area's map before the mission, suggested, "There's a junkyard nearby. It's secluded and should work perfectly." Once the decision was made, he turned to Simmons and issued instructions, "Take care of the aftermath. Confiscate everyone's phones and cameras, have them sign non-disclosure agreements, delete any surveillance footage, and make sure no information leaks. Seal this off." "Understood," Simmons replied, nodding. Bumblebee transformed back into his car form, and the group set off toward the junkyard. Meanwhile, Sam, who had been standing quietly to the side, was taken into custody by Sector 7 agents. Sam's parents stood in their doorway, utterly bewildered by the events unfolding around them. Sir," Sam's father asked Simmons nervously, "is my son, is he going to jail?" "If your son is cooperative, then no, he won't," Simmons replied, adding, "This matter doesn't directly involve him, but there are some things we need to clarify with him." Sam's father visibly relaxed, nodding quickly. "Oh, I see. No one's more cooperative than my boy. He's the most honest kid you'll meet, totally guilt-free." "Yes, Sam is the most timid boy I've ever seen," Sam's mother chimed in. But after a pause, she seemed to second-guess her own words and added, "Well, except in critical moments then he's surprisingly brave. Like when he lifted some little girl's skirt when he was 3. Sam's father quipped, laughing as if reliving a fond memory. Simmons blinked in disbelief at the conversation. Still, he offered a polite reassurance, though he hadn't expected Sam's parents to relax so quickly. The junkyard, situated along the Los Angeles River near a dock, wasn't far from Sam's neighborhood. The area served as a disposal site for abandoned vehicles not just from Los Angeles but from neighboring cities as well. When Anton and the others arrived, Sam was already being questioned by Sector 7 agents. The rest of the group stood nearby, whispering amongst themselves. "That Camaro, it's really an Autobot," one of them murmured, staring in awe at Bumblebee, now back in vehicle form. "Most of our modern technology is extracted from them. It's truly incredible," one agent remarked. "The big guy in the base came to Earth thousands of years ago. These aliens had already mastered such advanced technology back then? It's terrifying," another added, their tone filled with awe. The agents' faces betrayed their shock and amazement, unaware that their entire conversation was being overheard by Bumblebee. "Big guy in the base." Bumblebee mused to himself. As an Autobot specialized in espionage and strategic reconnaissance, Bumblebee often played the part of the goofy, unassuming one. But his true abilities were far from simple. His sharp mind quickly pieced together a theory. He reflected on the strange and detailed knowledge Batman and his team seemed to possess. How did they know so much about Cybertron, the Autobots, and the Decepticons? Even the name Optimus Prime, how could they possibly know that? The source of their intelligence was baffling. But after careful consideration, Bumblebee arrived at a single, unsettling conclusion. Megatron. Megatron, who had arrived on Earth thousands of years ago, must now be under the control of the humans. Eliminating all other possibilities left only one truth. Though Bumblebee couldn't confirm it, his deduction was disturbingly accurate. A subtle wave of anxiety washed over him. The situation on Earth might be far more complicated and dangerous than they had originally anticipated. In the beginning, the Transformers never took humans seriously, not even the Autobots, who, despite their kind disposition, saw humanity as a young and insignificant race. The Autobots believed their only enemies on Earth were the Decepticons. But now, things seemed to have changed. If humans could control Megatron, what else were they capable of? To make matters worse, Cyborg had effortlessly killed Barricade, a transformer considered formidable by their standards. This raised a chilling question: if the Autobots didn't handle things carefully, would humanity become their next enemy? As Bumblebee pondered this grim possibility, he prepared to send his findings to Optimus Prime, who was already en route. But just then, he noticed someone watching him, a man with an unreadable, expressionless face. Cyborg. A cold chill ran through Bumblebee. He recalled how Cyborg had easily deleted the message Frenzy tried to send to the Decepticons, and how effortlessly he had killed him. Bumblebee quickly pushed his own thoughts aside and focused. Suddenly, the roar of an engine broke the tension. All eyes turned to see a heavy truck slowly pulling into the junkyard. It was a Western Star 4900, a truck so imposing it was considered the supercar of the trucking industry. Its design was commanding, exuding a sense of calmness and reliability. The large air intake grille on its front radiated power, the massive upturned exhaust pipes on either side added to its grandeur, and the distinctive front-end design was a classic. Many immediately recognized its identity. The agents exchanged glances, clearly surprised. They hadn't expected the leader of the Autobots to arrive in the form of a heavy truck instead of a sleek supercar. But upon reflection, it seemed fitting. Only a truck of such presence could match the spirit and gravitas of Optimus Prime. Is that him, Optimus Prime? Keller, standing beside Anton, asked in a hushed tone, his face serious. An indescribable pressure seemed to bear down on him, as though he were in the presence of a colossus. Indeed, Anton replied, nodding with admiration as he took in the truck's appearance. This is fitting. To some extent, the casting of Transformers is perfect. This truck truly embodies Optimus Prime's identity. Positions. Tom shouted, snapping the agents to attention as they quickly assembled. With a loud rev of its engine, Bumblebee spun in place and drove toward the incoming truck. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, the two vehicles transformed seamlessly into towering robots. Click. The sound of shifting metal filled the air, and suddenly Bumblebee and Optimus Prime stood before the group in their robotic forms. Gulp. Several agents swallowed hard. The sheer presence of these two towering Autobots was overwhelming. Some even felt their legs weaken under the immense pressure radiating from the behemoths. Even though these agents were highly trained and their psychological resilience far exceeded that of ordinary people, it was nearly impossible to remain calm under such circumstances. This was nothing like facing Barricade earlier. This was something entirely different, something far more terrifying. The robot before them transformed into a truck, radiating an aura of authority. It wasn't just psychological, it was a physical sense of oppression that transcended the boundaries of life itself. I am Optimus Prime, he said. Optimus Prime's gaze swept across the humans before him, pausing on Batman and Cyborg. His deep voice carried a tone of gravity, with a trace of emotion beneath it. Finally, we meet, humans. The power Optimus Prime exuded was almost palpable. Everyone, except Batman and Cyborg, stood dumbfounded, instinctively straightening as if compelled by his presence. I am Batman, he introduced himself, his voice calm and resolute. From a human perspective, he continued, you shouldn't be here. And I don't just mean the Autobots, I mean all of you from Cybertron. What's your take on this? It seems you know us well, Optimus Prime responded, avoiding the question. In truth, Bumblebee hadn't yet relayed all the information he had gathered. However, through prior communications with Bumblebee, Optimus Prime was already aware of Batman and Cyborg and the alien attack in New York that had taken place not long ago. Much like Bumblebee, Optimus Prime was beginning to re-evaluate humanity. Although humans were a young race, they were far more complex and resourceful than initially believed. I understand the Autobots mean no harm to humanity, Anton interjected. But you must also understand that there shouldn't be any aliens on this planet, not now, at least. I understand, Optimus Prime replied, his voice steady. The Autobots came to Earth for two reasons, to stop the Decepticons and to locate the Allspark. His tone shifted slightly, carrying a deeper meaning. Since you seem to know much about Cybertron, you must already know about the Allspark. At that moment, Bumblebee realized he had overlooked something crucial in his earlier analysis. The Allspark? The Allspark, it's in your possession, isn't it? Optimus Prime's piercing gaze locked onto Anton. Anton's expression remained composed, betraying no sign of panic. But behind him, both Keller and Tom froze, their faces visibly shifting. The question hit directly at the core of the issue, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. To be honest, returning the Allspark to the Autobots wasn't entirely off the table. However, neither Keller nor Tom had the authority to make such a decision. Such a move would require approval from the military committee and, ultimately, the president's signature. More importantly, who could guarantee that the Autobots would leave Earth peacefully after retrieving the Allspark and never return? No one could. This wasn't just a matter of national security, it was about the safety of the entire planet. No one wanted to bear the responsibility for that risk. Anton was no exception. He had no intention of persuading the military to take such a gamble. While he knew that, under Optimus Prime's leadership, the Autobots harbored no ill will toward humanity, taking unnecessary risks was not Batman's style. After all, wasn't Batman's conflict with Superman rooted in precisely this kind of uncertainty? Residential area. Bonecrusher arrived at the scene and quickly tapped into the surrounding network. However, the diligent efforts of the agents had already wiped the surveillance footage clean, leaving him unable to piece together the full story. Still, the nearby road littered with wreckage and battle-scarred surroundings painted a clear enough picture. He didn't need to know the details to understand the result. Just as Starscream had predicted, an accident had occurred. Barricade and Frenzy were dead. And worse, it seemed they had fallen to humans, beings the Decepticons barely considered a threat. What method did these humans use to kill Barricade? Bonecrusher mused. A weapon of mass destruction? No, that's not it. There are no signs of widespread devastation from heavy weaponry. It looks more like a one-on-one fight. As an experienced tactician and warrior, despite his volatile temper, Bonecrusher quickly assessed the scene. From the traces left behind, it was clear that other Transformers had been present. Autobots? But who? His gaze fell on a set of tire tracks leading away from the area. Without hesitation, he decided to follow the trail. As for the humans lingering nearby, they didn't even warrant his attention. To Bonecrusher, humans were like ants to an elephant, not worth the effort of a deliberate attack. While recent news had revealed the existence of powerful humans like Cyborg and Batman, Bonecrusher still regarded the species as inconsequential. That said, before leaving, Bonecrusher decided to indulge Starscream's paranoia. If these humans were already aware of Transformers, it might be worth looking into their identities. He snapped a few photos of the nearby agents and sent them to Starscream for analysis. Without elaborating further, Bonecrusher left the message open to interpretation. Bonecrusher trusted that Starscream, ever full of self-importance, would understand his intent. Then, with nothing more to say, he shifted into pursuit mode and tore off after the trail. After cutting off communication with Starscream, Bonecrusher made his way toward the tire marks on the ground. At the same time, he located a nearby map and scanned it briefly. Following the direction of the tire marks, he accessed surveillance footage from a street adjacent to the residential area and spotted a familiar yellow figure. Through the distinctive color, Bonecrusher identified his target, Bumblebee. Eventually, he pinpointed a location: the junkyard. Excitement surged through him instantly. After lying low on Earth for so long, he finally encountered an Autobot with battle mindset. For a battle-hardened warrior like Bonecrusher, this was thrilling news. It was time to fight. With a thunderous boom, Bonecrusher transformed into an armored vehicle and sped off toward the junkyard. Along the way, someone noticed the armored vehicle parked in the middle of the road and curiously approached it, blocking its path. The man was about to speak when, without warning, Bonecrusher charged forward. Boom! The man's car was struck hard, flipping several times before coming to rest on the road. Only the driver had been inside. Now, he sat slumped in his seat, bloodied and motionless, his face frozen in horror. Amid the shocked stares of onlookers, the armored vehicle barreled ahead, paying no attention to the chaos it had caused. Within moments, it disappeared from sight. Oh, shit. The bystanders, stunned, quickly called the police. Junkyard. Facing Optimus Prime's questioning, Anton maintained a calm demeanor and replied curtly, "You shouldn't ask me about the Allspark." "Understood," Optimus Prime said, his tone neutral. Before coming here, Optimus had researched Batman, Cyborg, and the Justice League they represented. He had meticulously studied all available information about them on the internet. Additionally, he had uncovered the identity of the man backing Batman, John Keller, the Secretary of Defense. However, the other individuals accompanying Keller remained a mystery. Optimus suspected that uncovering their details would take considerable effort, but he wasn't concerned. Even if humanity had begun to exhibit abilities beyond what he'd expected, Optimus Prime had unshakable confidence in the power of Cybertron and the Autobots. After all, the Autobots on Earth weren't the only ones. Though slightly surprised by the advancements of Earth's inhabitants, Optimus believed that Cybertron's technological superiority and the Autobots' abilities remained unparalleled. Fundamentally, the two were not on the same level. "Since the Allspark is in your possession, you must have realized its incredible energy," Optimus Prime said, his voice solemn. He continued, "I must warn you that Megatron intends to use the Allspark's power to transform all of Earth's mechanical creations into members of the Decepticon army. His goal is to defeat the Autobots and eventually rule the universe." "You're saying the Autobots came to Earth to stop him?" Anton asked, though he already knew the answer. He posed the question to ease some of the concerns of Keller and the others behind him. "Exactly," Optimus Prime replied firmly. "The only way to destroy the Allspark is to insert it into the heart of a leader from either faction of Transformers." After a brief pause, Optimus Prime looked at the human before him. With a heavy tone, devoid of any humor, he said, "I am prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice at any time." Anton frowned, voicing a question that had lingered in his mind since he first watched the Transformers movies. Why does it have to be your heart or Megatron's? Why not someone else's? The idea of destroying the Allspark by inserting it into the hearts of the faction leaders always seemed symbolic. But did it also mean something deeper? Did it mean both Optimus Prime and Megatron were destined to die? "Only the energy within our two bodies matches the concentration of the Allspark," Optimus Prime explained patiently. "No one else possesses the necessary energy to destroy it. If anyone else tries, the Allspark's power will overwhelm and kill them. It would be a meaningless sacrifice." "I see." Anton nodded. Optimus Prime's answer resolved a question he had wondered about for years. But another, more fundamental question remained. Since the Autobots' mission is to stop Megatron, why not just destroy him? Why give up everything to destroy the Allspark instead? Isn't that treating the symptoms instead of curing the disease? The room fell silent. The logic in Anton's words was undeniable. If the goal was to stop Megatron, why focus on destroying the Allspark, a weapon, instead of eliminating the real threat? Even Batman had commented on the importance of addressing root causes rather than temporary solutions. Finally, Bumblebee spoke, breaking the silence. Because Megatron's power is beyond your imagination. In Bumblebee's eyes, Optimus Prime was a great leader, but standing against him was Megatron, the only other being capable of rivaling his strength. A monster, Bumblebee said grimly. Optimus Prime and Megatron represent the extremes of good and evil, black and white. We've fought Megatron for countless years, yet the damage we've inflicted on him is negligible. His voice grew deeper, more resolute. Megatron has an unbreakable will. He never gives up, never falters. It's a trait one might admire in a hero, but his soul is steeped in evil, driven by insatiable ambition. That combination makes him the most terrifying enemy the Autobots have ever faced. Bumblebee's gaze hardened. Instead of wasting time dreaming of destroying Megatron, we focus on destroying the Allspark. If we take it out of the equation, we can thwart his plans for good. The Autobots' impassioned words painted a vivid picture of Megatron's power, contrasting it with the Autobots' own resilience under Optimus Prime's leadership. The centuries, perhaps millennia, of battles between the two sides were a testament to the strength of their commander. Anton listened in silence. When Bumblebee finished, he smiled faintly and turned to look at Keller and the others standing behind him, folding his arms across his chest. Well, there you have it, Anton said. Megatron isn't just some simple villain you can deal with easily. If I were you, I'd call back your teams and have them focus on figuring out how to destroy North by East 1. He shrugged, his tone light but cutting. Of course, if you still believe you can control everything about North by East 1, feel free to ignore me. Keller and Tom exchanged uneasy glances. From this conversation, they realized that Anton's earlier warnings were true. The alien referred to as Megatron or North by East 1 wasn't just another extraterrestrial. He was the leader of a deadly, evil faction. And far more dangerous than they had imagined. The two men did not immediately respond. They planned to report the conversation to the highest levels of government after their exchange with the Autobots concluded. It would ultimately be up to the president to authorize the joint decision to destroy North by East 1. To be honest, while North by East 1 held immense research value, its destruction seemed the safest course for Earth. North by East 1. Bumblebee, overhearing the humans, froze momentarily. He realized that his earlier suspicions were likely correct. Megatron is under your control. Bumblebee's mechanical eyes widened as he exclaimed, "You really know where Megatron is?" "What?" Optimus Prime was also stunned by Bumblebee's revelation. His gaze shifted sharply between Anton, Keller, Tom, and the Sector 7 agents standing behind them. "That's right," Anton admitted without hesitation. "Megatron is indeed under our control. He's in a dormant state and, for now, completely contained. If you wanted to eliminate him, it would be relatively easy." Anton continued, his tone matter of fact. "So your assumptions are wrong. Even if Megatron dreams of using the Allspark to conquer Earth and the universe, that's all it is, just a dream. Both Megatron and the Allspark are firmly in our hands. What ability does he have to carry out these plans?" He finished and looked at the two Autobots, waiting for their response. What he had said was mostly true, he'd simply omitted certain details. How Bumblebee and Optimus Prime processed this information was out of his hands. Bumblebee was at a loss for words. He wanted to argue that Megatron wasn't the only threat. The Decepticons, Megatron's loyal followers, were still active, and some were likely searching for their leader. The earlier encounter with Barricade was proof of that. The Earth was still in danger. But as the words formed in his mind, Bumblebee recalled his earlier conversations with Batman and Cyborg. It was clear to him now that the Earthlings weren't ignorant of the Decepticons. On the contrary, they appeared to have everything under control. Interference from the Autobots could potentially disrupt their plans. This realization left Bumblebee speechless. Beside him, Optimus Prime's expression was complicated. He hadn't expected this. Megatron, his rival for countless years and the enemy he had clashed with in so many battles, had been captured by humans? Whether Megatron was a true prisoner or merely contained didn't matter. The fact that he was under Earth's control was undeniable. Behind Anton, Tom, and Keller exchanged glances. They couldn't shake the feeling that Anton Batman was bluffing. But even if that were true, his statements had clearly rattled the Autobots. And that, in itself, was a small victory. Indeed, having a reliable teammate who could bluff so effectively felt like winning a battle without even fighting. Suddenly, the sound of approaching vehicles interrupted their thoughts. A strange roar echoed through the junkyard, mechanical yet distinctly alien. Everyone turned toward the noise, and what they saw left them stunned. An armored car was approaching, its engine growling with an otherworldly ferocity. Optimus Prime and Bumblebee stood ready, immediately recognizing the newcomer as a Decepticon Bone Crusher. Bone Crusher, on the other hand, was equally stunned upon arrival. Not only was Bumblebee present, but Optimus Prime as well. Though Bone Crusher was known for his recklessness, even he wasn't completely ignorant of his limits. If it were just Bumblebee or Optimus Prime, he'd be confident enough to roll up his sleeves and fight. But both of them? The outcome was obvious. If Bone Crusher had the strength to take on both Optimus Prime and Bumblebee at once, Megatron himself would have crowned him leader of the Decepticons long ago. Even Megatron wouldn't dare claim he could easily defeat both Autobots in a head-to-head fight. It's worth noting that in Transformers 5, Bumblebee briefly faced off against Megatron. While Bumblebee was at a clear disadvantage, he managed to hold his ground, proving that he had at least some capacity to resist the Decepticon leader. Similarly, Bumblebee also clashed with a darkened Optimus Prime in the same movie. Though the result wasn't much better, these battles confirmed that Bumblebee's combat prowess, while not exceptional, was far from weak. Without hesitation, Bone Crusher turned and tried to flee. But before he could escape, a silver figure appeared, hovering about 3 meters above the ground and blocking his retreat. Who was this? Bone Crusher eyed the figure with disdain. A mere human? Boom! The next moment, a powerful sonic blast hit the armored vehicle, sending it flying through the air. Clang! 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 Bone Crusher rolled across the ground several times before transforming back into his robot form, finally regaining his footing. How is this possible? Bone Crusher's voice was filled with disbelief. He stared at the much smaller figure before him, utterly shocked that a human being barely a tenth his size had struck him so violently. Is this human power? Optimus Prime, watching from the side, was also taken aback. His gaze shifted to the man called Cyborg, who stood calmly, facing down Bone Crusher. This was the first time Optimus Prime had witnessed the extraordinary strength of humanity firsthand. This power wasn't just comparable to many Transformers, it was arguably greater. So this is why Earth's people are so confident, Optimus Prime thought. Batman, the Justice League superheroes, Iron Man, who played a pivotal role during the recent alien attack in New York, all of them seemed to possess abilities that made humans far more formidable than he had initially believed. But before Optimus Prime could delve deeper into his thoughts, Bone Crusher, realizing escape was impossible, shifted his focus. His red eyes glowed with murderous intent, and with a mechanical roar, he charged at Cyborg without hesitation. Elsewhere, at a military base. Meanwhile, Starscream had been monitoring Bone Crusher's progress while investigating the identities of the humans involved. Suddenly, his dashboard began to flicker, the lights blinking erratically. For a moment, Starscream froze. His circuits buzzed with disbelief. Bone Crusher's signal had vanished. Again, Starscream screeched internally. His frustration was palpable. Why did it always end like this? With Megatron still missing, the Decepticons only had 8 active members on Earth. And now, another one had disappeared. Starscream's metallic hands clenched tightly as he cursed his misfortune. Starscream, Megatron, Barricade, Frenzy, Scorponok, and Bone Crusher. At the moment, 3 of them have been confirmed missing: Barricade, Frenzy, and Bone Crusher. To put it more accurately, Starscream knew in his heart that most of these 3 were likely gone. In addition, Megatron, who had been missing from the start, also needed to be counted. Starscream didn't believe Megatron was dead, so he continued to team up with other Decepticons, searching for any trace of their leader. The pair of glasses that had appeared in an online auction seemed to be a clue. Barricade had been sent to find those glasses before he disappeared. As for Frenzy, well, he could only be considered unlucky. He chose to follow Barricade, and now, he was missing too. Starscream focused his thoughts, speculating that Megatron might be in trouble and unable to escape. Agent in Sector 7, Simmons. Suddenly, the results of his investigation appeared. By matching data, Starscream had borrowed the authority of a certain general to access the military division base's internal network and uncover clues about Sector 7. Some of the information matched what had been found during the investigation by Blackout and Scorponok when they destroyed the military base in Qatar. North by east, non-biological aliens. Starscream hesitated. Could it be that Megatron had encountered trouble on Earth? Since arriving on Earth, Starscream had struggled to solve a few lingering questions. The technological structure of humanity seemed alarmingly similar to that of the Transformers. Though most technological civilizations in the universe follow similar paths, the technology on Earth seemed particularly close to that of the Transformers. Whether it was fighter jets, cars, communication devices, circuits, or lasers, everything seemed inexplicably familiar, as though it were technology directly inspired by the Transformers themselves. If it weren't for this, neither the Decepticons nor Autobots could hide so seamlessly on Earth. If Megatron is really controlled by humans, Starscream entertained a dangerous thought, one that made him incredibly excited. He won't be dismantled by humans, right? If he is, I can be the boss? Starscream's mind ran wild with possibilities. As a Decepticon who always coveted the leadership role and considered himself like-minded with Megatron in his hunger for power, Starscream eagerly wished for Megatron's downfall. That would clear the path for him to rise to the top. To be honest, if it weren't for Megatron's terrifying power and deep prestige, which had survived for thousands of years even after disappearing for long stretches, Starscream would have already claimed the title of Decepticon leader. A lieutenant? That was far beneath Starscream's ambitions. Although Starscream secretly wished for Megatron's downfall, he knew the outward work had to continue. All the members of the Decepticons were not simple beings. In the case of dissatisfaction among them, only Megatron had the ability to unite these individuals into a cohesive force capable of fighting the Autobots. Although Starscream believed he had the talent to be the leader, he didn't think he could immediately take over Megatron's position. After all, his current position as adjutant was arranged by Megatron himself. Without this arrangement, the Decepticon members on Earth would not be willing to follow his orders. The Sector 7. Starscream thought for a while, coming up with new ideas from the data he had collected. The Allspark? The base in the Sector 7 was likely to contain treasures of the Transformers. Regardless of whether Megatron had been torn apart or not, if Starscream could lead the remaining Decepticons, find the Allspark, and convert all the mechanical items on Earth into Decepticon members, he would immediately be worshipped as the savior of the Transformers. At that point, he could rebuild Cybertron, dominate Earth, and claim ultimate control over both Earth and Cybertron. Megatron would no longer threaten Starscream's status? Yes. Starscream's excitement grew as he imagined this future, and a surge of ambition overwhelmed him. Wasn't this better than the plans of the Autobots? Los Angeles. A junkyard by the river. The Bone Crusher had been disassembled into several pieces, with a huge iron head separated from the collapsed body. The head showed no signs of life, and the body was badly damaged. Bumblebee remained relatively calm. About an hour ago, he had witnessed Cyborg ruthlessly and simply killing Barricade, which had been a partial resistance to the situation. Nearby, Optimus Prime's face was serious as he considered the threat posed by Batman and the others. Okay, let's get down to business. Anton's voice brought Optimus Prime back to focus. Optimus Prime, since we have the same enemies and you have no malice toward humans, we can join forces to deal with the Decepticons, Anton said. No problem, Optimus Prime replied after a moment of thought. He glanced at Batman, who was at his feet, and added, we haven't found any information on the Decepticon members yet. Then, he turned his gaze to the disassembled Bone Crusher and thought of the Barricade and Frenzy that had just been eliminated by Bumblebee. He added, except for the ones you see now, Decepticons. Finally, Keller interrupted. If the Decepticons you are talking about have a helicopter and a mechanical scorpion, maybe I can give you some clues. Oh. The group turned to look at Keller. Keller's eyes held a cold glint, which seemed to exert a heavy pressure on everyone around him. About half a month ago, a U.S. military base in Qatar was attacked by unknown forces. The survivors, Major Lennox and his team, reported that they were attacked by an armed helicopter and a mechanical scorpion. After Keller finished speaking, Bumblebee and Optimus Prime had already made the connection. It's Blackout and the Scorponok. Bumblebee said, it is indeed a member of the Decepticons? But why would they go to Qatar to attack you? This is not clear to us. Keller shook his head. But it is clear that they have already begun to act. If we are to join forces to deal with them, we cannot sit still. Yes. Anton nodded in agreement. Sitting and waiting for death leads to no result. Keller, since the Decepticons are targeting the military, it shows that they are very likely interested in some military intelligence. I think they may have found the clues to their leader. Keller was surprised. Of course, he knew Batman was referring to North by East 1. Now, the identity of North by East 1 was clear. It was the leader of the Decepticons, Megatron. If the remaining Decepticon members had confirmed the location of Megatron, that would be troublesome. I must report this information immediately, Keller said with a serious expression. As the Secretary of Defense, he could not afford to be responsible for any mishaps. This is not a responsibility I can carry alone, he added. Tom, you should come with me. Keller looked at Tom. You need to speak on my behalf at the military committee. Also, we need to go to the president immediately. Understood, Tom nodded. As the person in charge of Sector 7, he knew that Megatron was at the base under their jurisdiction and being studied by researchers. If anything happened to Megatron, Sector 7 would be held responsible. Aliens appearing on Earth. This was a major event that would affect the entire world. Sector 7 would be the first to bear the brunt of the responsibility and be scorned by countless people. The thought of such a result made Tom break into a cold sweat. He couldn't afford to risk the worst-case scenario. He nodded immediately. Shall we go now? Batman, help me. I want to go to the White House immediately. Keller looked at the man before him. You two, stay still. Anton looked at the cyborg. Cyborg approached the two of them and placed his hands on their shoulders. With a hum, the three of them disappeared instantly. Okay. The agents in Sector 7 were stunned. They had no idea what had just happened. But they weren't stupid. Through the exchange between Keller and Batman, they had a vague sense that Keller and their leader, Tom, had probably already gone to the White House. No, maybe, they've already arrived at the White House. Teleportation? The agents swallowed hard, expressing extreme shock. If this was true, then the abilities and methods demonstrated by Batman and his team had completely exceeded their comprehension. Isn't this more alien than aliens? On the other side, Optimus Prime and Bumblebee had also witnessed this scene. As Transformers from the planet Cybertron, they could naturally recognize that this was a form of special transmission technology. Cybertron had a similar technology. Of course, the application of such technology was extremely difficult and required very specific conditions. For example, the space bridge. The space bridge was the cutting-edge technology of Cybertron, capable of interstellar teleportation. In other words, with enough energy, the entire planet of Cybertron could be transported to the edge of Earth and become neighbors. There was only one space bridge on the entire planet of Cybertron. And this valuable and highly precious space bridge had been stored on the spaceship of the former leader of the Autobots, Optimus Prime's mentor, along with the energy pillars used to restore Cybertron's technological product, the space bridge. However, they don't know how many tens of thousands of years ago, when the enemy was fleeing from Cybertron, he was shot down by the Decepticon spacecraft and fell into the vortex of space without leaving any trace. The space bridge technology then spread throughout the universe. What a pity. While thinking about it, Optimus Prime did not take this matter to heart. Since Cyborg showed a powerful combat method, it didn't seem like a big deal to cooperate with the technology loaded onto Cyborg to add another teleportation ability. Optimus Prime didn't believe that the teleportation technology on the cyborg could reach the point where it could teleport across galaxies. He estimated that it could only teleport freely within Earth. After all, there is an unknown distance between teleportation within a planet, teleportation between planets, and teleportation between galaxies. Although one method can solve all problems, the difficulties encountered along the way can be studied, but it is not so easy to overcome. Human beings are a potential race, but it shouldn't be so exaggerated. Just a few thousand years to catch up with the planet Cybertron? There is a gap of millions of years between the two sides, okay? Huh? Cyborg reappeared in the junkyard, missing Keller and Tom by his side. He looked at Batman. Immediately afterward, a message came into Optimus Prime's mind. Optimus, let me tell you that the person who should go has already gone, and we should talk about something else. Okay. Optimus Prime suddenly lowered his head and looked at Batman. Batman smiled at him slightly. Quickly, Anton spoke to the agents behind him. Leave it to me here. You stay away. Understood. The agents in Sector 7 were relieved of Batman. Moreover, in the face of two alien mechanical beings, they had no plans to stay here all the time. The atmosphere was too oppressive. Batman and Cyborg may not feel it, but the pressure from Optimus Prime and Bumblebee inexplicably made them feel as if their hearts were racing and it was difficult to calm down. Soon, a group of agents from Sector 7 evacuated. However, they did not dare to go far. A few stayed near the junkyard, while others went to the residential area to meet Simmons. Fundamentally speaking, the agents in Sector 7, including Tom and Keller, did not trust the aliens. Especially after experiencing the alien invasion in New York, they even regarded the aliens as a scourge. If it weren't for Batman working with the Autobots, they might have even considered starting a war with the Autobots. To be honest, the alien attack in New York not long ago really gave the world a heavy blow and dispelled some of their illusions about aliens. Batman, what do you want to say? Optimus Prime was curious. What is Batman's purpose in supporting them? From the approach, it seems that Batman and these people are not of one mind. About the Allspark, Anton said calmly, as you think, the Allspark is in the hands of the military, including Megatron, which is also controlled by humans at this time. However, this is not something that humans should have at this stage. According to the plot, the researchers in the 7th area should have conducted a preliminary exploration of the energy of the Allspark. At the very least, they know that the Allspark can be used to create a large number of robots. Once the US military fully grasps the power of the Allspark, it doesn't mean that the Earth will become like Cyberpunk 2077, but it does mean that the current balance of power on Earth will be completely broken. At that point, the United States would dominate, and it would swell so much that it couldn't swell any further. Is the global situation beautiful? No, Anton couldn't let things go on like this. If the power balance on Earth were disrupted, the Justice League, led by him, as well as the extraordinary humans in this world, would be reduced to an embarrassing situation. Not stable at all. Either they would be turned into pawns of the government, or be regarded as a threat by them. There is only one way forward. Just like in the original plot, during the Avengers Civil War, the power of the Avengers made the whole world feel terrified. Moreover, they were unregulated. When they performed defense missions around the world, they would typically cause damage to cities. The world tolerated the Avengers' recklessness. As a result, the United Nations issued an agreement requiring Avengers members to show their identities to the government, accept government supervision, and act with the government's permission. Let me ask, if the United States had the military power to suppress all resistance, would it still tolerate threats and only use a paper agreement to restrain potential dangers? Let's not talk about whether the Avengers were right or wrong. It's easy to understand that as an official force, the government will never tolerate a private armed force standing above it, acting recklessly in the name of saving the world. This is easy to comprehend. In other respects, the benevolent see benevolence, and the wise see wisdom. In short, Anton will not let others control his future. Therefore, the Allspark should not stay on Earth. Even if it is left on Earth, it should not be in the hands of any official power. From a selfish point of view, Anton is very interested in the Allspark. This is a treasure with a steady flow of energy to create an army. To some extent, it is not weaker than the Infinity Gems in the Marvel world. If it weren't for the fact that the Infinity Gems are official plot devices, it is likely that the Allspark would be more popular than the Infinity Gems among many people. Are you going to help us? Optimus Prime was a little surprised, hearing the implication in Batman's words. Not to help you, but to help myself, Anton said. I won't hand over the Allspark to the Transformers, but I can take care of it for the Transformers. Keep it for. I don't understand, Optimus Prime said, stunned. To put it bluntly, I will quietly take the Allspark from the military, Anton explained. Then, after we work together to deal with the Decepticons on Earth, I will send you back to the planet Cybertron. With the power of the Allspark, I will help you rebuild Cybertron. However, if Earth faces a threat in the future, you must return to Earth and help the Justice League resist the enemy. The power of the Allspark is left to us, but the Allspark will be kept by you. I understand, Optimus Prime said suddenly. As the leader of the Autobots, he could understand Batman's approach. After all, a cosmic treasure like the Allspark would not be voluntarily given away to any outsider by any insightful person, even though the outsider was well-meaning and the original owner of the Allspark. However, Optimus Prime had no intention of starting a war with the Earthlings. After all, Batman had promised to allow the Autobots to borrow the power of the Allspark. The only minor disagreement between the two parties was the custody of the Allspark. If you can really do what you promised, I will promise you, Batman. Optimus Prime thought for a moment, then continued, as long as you can help us rebuild Cybertron, the Autobots will be your most solid ally. Even if the Allspark is given to you, it doesn't matter. Optimus Prime. Bumblebee was taken aback. He hadn't expected Optimus Prime to say that. The Allspark, a Transformers treasure, actually led to the Earthlings? Bumblebee. Optimus Prime said in a deep voice. The Allspark is the origin of the Transformers, but our kind did not rise in the universe because of it. Even without the Allspark, we are still Transformers, and the Autobots will still be the Autobots. As long as we can rebuild Cybertron and restore our original form, even without the Allspark, that is the future we want to see and look forward to. Optimus Prime. Bumblebee was very emotional. This was his leader. Hearing this conversation, Anton was also a little surprised, realizing that he had underestimated Optimus Prime. The leader of the Autobots was extremely broad-minded. Although he constantly forged ahead for the sake of his race, he was not tied to it. He did not use his strength to bully the weak and treated all lives equally. Optimus Prime's charm likely stemmed from this very trait. As expected of Optimus Prime, Anton said admiringly, looking at the behemoth in front of him, and somewhat understanding why none of the Autobots were dissatisfied with Optimus Prime. Even the Sentinel Prime, who had betrayed the Autobots, later regarded Optimus Prime as his successor. The Sentinel Prime never thought that Optimus Prime was not a qualified leader. The reason the Sentinel betrayed the Autobots was because he had long seen that the Civil War would bring down Cybertron. He planned to end the war before the planet fell into dire straits or the resources were exhausted. Ending the war meant that one side would have to be completely defeated or eliminated. Both the Decepticons and the Autobots were powerful, and when they faced each other, ending the battle required one side to be disbanded. In the eyes of the Sentinel Prime, the right choice was to disintegrate one side from within. Thus, the ruthless defense strategy led to the betrayal of the Autobots, cooperating with the Decepticons. While the plan seemed cold, it was actually meant to end the Civil War before Cybertron reached the brink of destruction. However, a series of accidents occurred, and the hero of the Autobots became a tragic figure. The stage was still occupied by Optimus Prime and Megatron. Since the cooperation is reached, then when the time is right, I will take the Allspark away, Anton said calmly. All we have to do now is wait. Wait. Bumblebee asked, surprised. Wait for what? Wait for the Decepticons to discover the location of Megatron and the Allspark, Anton replied. You don't understand American arrogance. Wait. After the Decepticons and the US military fight, they will need us. Washington. White House. A few minutes earlier, under the leadership of Cyborg, Keller, and Tom reached the interior of the White House instantly through the teleportation device, causing chaos among the internal guards. The guard in the monitoring room saw someone suddenly appear and immediately notified the patrol guards to rush off with guns. When they met, they found it was an acquaintance, the Secretary of Defense. There was also the person in charge of a confidential department, both of whom were regular visitors to the White House. Secretary of Defense John Keller didn't make a fuss. He simply spoke to Tom, the head of the Sector 7. After the alien invasion in New York not long ago, Tom had stayed in the White House for an entire day and night on the second day of the incident. The guards also saw Cyborg with them. His shape and characteristics were too obvious. During this time, Cyborg's reputation had followed Batman, especially his black face, which had almost been regarded as a symbol by the black community. Of course, the guard knew him. We want to see the president, Keller said, not waiting for the guard to ask any questions. Take us to the president. You guys. The guard glanced at Cyborg. Don't count me in. Cyborg waved his hand and looked at Keller and Tom. I don't plan to participate in your conversation. Once you've made your decision, you can contact Batman again. You know how to find him. Okay, Keller responded, his eyes flashing, and he didn't say much more. Seeing Cyborg's action, Keller connected to the teleportation device and instantly disappeared in front of the guards. Hiss. At this moment, the guards finally realized how the three of them had come to the White House. Teleport, one of them whispered. Keller and Tom soon met with the president. I heard you just moved here in an instant, the president asked, quite curious. Is it confirmed that it's teleportation technology? It should be correct, Keller said. Today, I traveled from New York to Los Angeles, then to Washington, and it only took a moment. It is still unclear where the Justice League moved the teleportation device, but Batman promised me that the Justice League is willing to cooperate with us. For all counterterrorism actions, I think it is unnecessary for the time being to treat the Justice League as an imaginary enemy. The preparations that should be made are still necessary. The president was non-committal. Go back to business. You suddenly came here, so you shouldn't be here to chat with me. regarding the true identity of the alien North by East 1, and we have actually discovered the figure of an alien on Earth, Tom spoke, his tone serious. Mr. President, North by East 1 is a huge threat. After a moment, the president finally understood what was going on. His face gradually became serious. The president sternly said, if things are as they say, then the threat of North by East 1 should not be underestimated. Tom, you immediately go back to the Hoover Dam and increase military strength to ensure that the situation does not deteriorate further. As for what to do next, wait for my instructions. I need to find someone to discuss it with. Understood. Tom hesitated for a moment and left the president's office without saying anything. Although, as the person in charge of the Sector 7, he held considerable power and knew many secrets, when facing the president, his identity seemed insignificant. Keller watched Tom leave, looked at the president in front of him, and hesitated. Mr. President, North by East 1 is a threat. I think it is necessary to destroy it. But do you know that from it, we have the first opportunity in technology? The president frowned and said solemnly, without it, the United States today would not be as strong as it is. Moreover, it represents the future. We cannot destroy it just because of a word from others. Mr. President, I have to say that the enemy is stronger than you think. Keller fully understood what the president meant. He could only add, if a group of North by East 1 stood in front of you, you might take back that statement. No, you are wrong, the president said. Don't forget, Keller, we still have the Allspark. Allspark? Keller suddenly looked up at the president, seeming to realize something. Mr. President, are you hiding something from me? This is confidential, the president said. But when things have reached this point, it's okay to tell you we have entered the experimental stage of the Allspark research you mentioned. It is indeed a rare treasure. Imagine if we can use it to transform machinery into mechanical warriors. We will be unmatched because of this mechanical army. Coming out of the White House, Keller always felt that the situation was a bit beyond his control. Whether it was the confidence of the president or the threat from aliens, he felt the current situation was a mess, unclear and chaotic. The Decepticons from the planet Cybertron were staring at Earth, and the Decepticons' old enemy, the Autobots, had simultaneously descended on Earth, preparing to prevent the Decepticons from occupying the Earth and conquering the universe. On Earth, the US, which held Megatron and the Allspark, was full of confidence. Also on Earth, the Justice League, led by Batman, seemed inclined to cooperate with the Autobots. Keller thought for a moment, his mind racing. At the same time, Anton, who had been observing the interior of the White House through the perspective of Cyborg, sneered. Anton breached the internal network of the White House as early as the moment the cyborg arrived there. With a quantum computer's brain acting as the cyborg backbone, breaking into the White House's internal systems wasn't a difficult feat under such circumstances. Even inside the president's office, Anton could clearly hear the dialogue between Keller, Tom, and the president. As he expected, the US government, led by the president, currently had no intention of destroying Megatron. What surprised him, however, was that the American military, which had begun utilizing the energy of the Allspark, had come up with an unusual and dangerous idea, forming a mechanical army. How ignorant can they be? Anton mused. He didn't even need to consider the nature of the mechanical life spawned by the Allspark. Would they obediently follow military orders and act as cannon fodder? Unlikely. In the original timeline, almost all mechanical life created by the Allspark turned out to be Decepticons, with a natural inclination toward destruction and chaos. This alone was enough to spell disaster for the US. There are two plausible reasons why Earth's mechanical life spawned by the Allspark consistently aligns with the Decepticons. Whoever wields the Allspark determines the allegiance of the life it spawns. Most of Earth's current technology is derived from Megatron's systems and innovations. Since Megatron is a Decepticon, Earth's machines inevitably adopt Decepticon traits as a result. Both explanations seemed reasonable, but Anton leaned toward the second. If the US truly believed it could control the Allspark and create a mechanical army, they were digging their own grave. Inevitably, they would become slaves to the very machines they sought to control and would eventually be betrayed. Such a future would lead to a world dominated by mechanical life. Humanity would have essentially dug its own pit and jumped into it willingly. Even the Autobots wouldn't be able to save humanity from this self-inflicted catastrophe. The Allspark should never fall into the hands of these careerists, Anton sighed. He didn't deny his own desire for the Allspark's power, but at least he understood his limits. He wouldn't act recklessly with forces beyond his control, something the US government clearly failed to grasp. Retracting the cyborg's perspective, Anton shifted his focus back to the present. If it's convenient, why not visit our base? I'd like to show you our sincerity as allies, Anton said to Optimus Prime. Your base? Optimus Prime echoed, surprised. That's right, Anton replied, approaching Optimus Prime and Bumblebee. Moments later, the group disappeared, leaving the agents in the Sector 7 junkyard stunned. The agents looked around in disbelief. Batman, Cyborg, the Transformers, everyone had vanished without a word. At least say goodbye before leaving. Now what were they supposed to do? Keep waiting? Fishing? At a military base. Starscream had awakened two Decepticons stationed at the same base as him, Brawl, nicknamed Devastator, a tank, and Blackout. The trio Starscream, who transformed into a fighter jet, along with Brawl and Blackout, seamlessly integrated into the military base, using their alt modes to blend in perfectly. Starscream sighed quietly. If his calculations were correct, there were only a handful of Decepticons remaining on Earth. As for Scorponok, that beast wasn't even considered a proper transformer. At best, he was simply Blackout's loyal pet. Starscream quickly shared the gathered information with Brawl and Blackout, causing both of them to perk up with excitement. "Do you think Megatron is in that secret base in Sector 7? One of them asked eagerly. Could the Allspark really be in their hands? Brawl and Blackout were beginning to understand the situation through their conversation with Starscream. However, when Starscream mentioned a few more details, they were taken aback. Barricade, Frenzy, and Bonecrusher have all disappeared. So much bad luck in such a short time. What on earth could pose such a threat to them? They didn't believe Earth itself had anything significant to challenge Transformers. In terms of raw combat power, Barricade and Bonecrusher were more than capable of taking on an entire army. How could they suddenly vanish without a trace? Of course, they all knew what vanishing without a trace really meant. It was just a polite way of saying, they were dead. Stay alert. Earth isn't as simple as it seems. Starscream warned them. To prove his point, he transmitted a video captured by the Daily Bugle during the alien attack on New York. After watching the footage, Brawl and Blackout began to rethink their views on Earth. While their opinions didn't change drastically, they were clearly more cautious. Batman? Cyborg? Iron Man? Brawl muttered. These humans look interesting. Wait, Blackout interjected. This cyborg technology doesn't seem like it's from Earth. I can't trace its origins back to this planet. It's definitely not human-made. That's exactly why I'm telling you to be vigilant, Starscream said in a stern voice. Judging by this Justice League organization, it's clear that Earth had already made contact with aliens before we arrived. And then there's this individual called Superman, hiding in plain sight. Whatever happens, we cannot repeat the mistakes of Barricade and Bonecrusher. Understood. Don't worry. Both Brawl and Blackout pounded their chests in a show of determination. The next step is to find the Allspark, Starscream declared. If we can acquire it, we will become the heroes of Cybertron. The entire planet will sing our praises, and we'll dominate not just Cybertron but Earth as well. Heroes. Blackout snorted with laughter. Hearing that word from your mouth, Starscream, is unbelievable. What about Megatron? Brawl interrupted. Where is he? Megatron may be where the Allspark is, or he may not, Starscream replied coolly. But let me make one thing clear, our primary objective is not finding Megatron, it's securing the Allspark. Fine, Blanche muttered, accepting the reasoning. Among the Decepticons, everyone was aware of Starscream's ambition. Even Megatron himself understood it to some degree. However, this was something Megatron had chosen to tolerate for now. Next, we target this location, Starscream continued, sharing a map with his companions. On the network interface of the three Decepticons, one location glowed red, the Hoover Dam. Elsewhere, in a distant galaxy, a massive technodrome floated in the void of space. Inside, Optimus Prime and Bumblebee materialized, having been teleported to the fortress. Their optics widened in surprise as they took in the unfamiliar surroundings. We're in space, Optimus Prime said, his deep voice resonating. Based on our coordinates, this isn't even the solar system. Batman, is this the base of the Justice League? Yes, Anton confirmed, stepping forward. This is the League's base. He gestured toward a central teleportation device located within the warship. Once everything is resolved, I'll use this technology to send all Transformers back to Cybertron. Intergalactic teleportation. Optimus Prime was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected to see such advanced technology on Earth or anywhere else for that matter. You've already mastered something this advanced, Prime said, his tone filled with astonishment. It's incredible. When Optimus Prime was astonished to learn that the Justice League had mastered high-end interstellar teleportation technology, the Decepticons on Earth had already begun their silent operations. Starscream, accompanied by Brawl and Blackout, rushed to the Hoover Dam. They moved with incredible speed, covering the distance from their original military base to the dam in under 10 minutes. The area was bustling with tourists and vehicles, yet no one suspected that deep within the Hoover Dam lay a secret base belonging to Sector 7. Had Starscream not infiltrated the military base, connected to its computer network, and taken advantage of Blackout's attack on the Qatar base to download classified data, he wouldn't have been able to locate Sector 7's base so quickly. Hovering above the mountain ridge near the Hoover Dam, Starscream surveyed the area. The Allspark is here, he declared, descending from the sky and transforming into his robot form. He turned to his companions. It's time to act, Decepticons. Meanwhile, at the Hoover Dam, Sector 7's head, Tom, had just left the White House. However, instead of departing, he waited outside. A few moments later, Keller exited with a grim expression, clearly in a foul mood. Mr. Keller, Tom greeted him, stepping forward. What did the president say? Keller glared at him, his face dark with displeasure. Tom, you weren't honest with me. Tom sighed, realizing the issue. The research on the Allspark is the greatest secret of Sector 7, even more critical than North by East 1. The circle of people privy to this knowledge is extremely small. And you think you can create a mechanical army? Keller demanded. No, Tom replied, shaking his head. Not anymore, at least, not since we encountered Batman and the Transformers. What are you trying to say? Keller asked, frowning. Tom spoke gravely. We discovered the Allspark in the last century, and we've spent decades studying it. At first, we knew nothing about its capabilities. Only in recent years, during the technological revolution, have we managed to make minimal use of it. Just as we were about to demonstrate our progress, alien robots appeared, beings with far greater knowledge of the Allspark than we could ever comprehend. Even Batman casually identified the Allspark by name and explained its origins. That terrified me. It made us realize we've grossly underestimated its power. Fear? The president doesn't share that sentiment. If anything, I see ambition in his eyes, Keller scoffed. If you hadn't laid the groundwork for him, he wouldn't be so resolute now. Ambition or not, we're wasting time here. I need to get back to the Hoover Dam base immediately. Are you coming with me? Tom asked. Of course, Keller replied. The two boarded a car and set off, but only minutes later, they returned to the White House with urgent expressions. Knocking on the president's office door, they entered without waiting for an invitation. You again, the president said, startled by their sudden reappearance. There's a problem, Tom exclaimed through gritted teeth. Mr. President, the Hoover Dam base in Sector 7 is under attack. Not by unknown assailants, Keller added grimly. It's the Transformers, no, more specifically, the Decepticons. We need to mobilize the military immediately, Tom urged. We can't let the Decepticons breach the base. Damn it, the president muttered, visibly shaken. The Hoover Dam base was under attack by the Decepticons. Inside the White House, the president urgently contacted the military, issuing orders for immediate mobilization and a counterattack. In an instant, the military base near the Hoover Dam burst into action. The atmosphere felt charged, as though laden with explosives, and the air seemed thick with the anticipation of battle. White House. Keller and Tom stood face to face. Should we notify Batman? Tom hesitated. No need, Keller replied, visibly resigned. The military committee believes we can handle this. Besides, while they didn't explicitly say so, it's clear they want Batman's focus on containing the other faction of Transformers, the Autobots. They don't want the Autobots interfering in this fight. And so far, it seems Batman is doing just that. Tom nodded reluctantly. Okay. A galaxy far from Earth, within Technodrome. Anton, seemingly detached from the events on Earth, was nonetheless well aware of the situation. After all, that was the purpose of maintaining the cyborg, monitoring. Through the cyborg clone, Anton learned from the conversations between Keller and others that the Decepticons had pinpointed the location of the Hoover Dam and launched their attack. He was taken aback. Switching perspectives through the cyborg, he observed the Hoover Dam and quickly noted that communications in the vicinity of Sector 7 had been severed. Things were escalating faster than he had anticipated. Additionally, Anton's cyborg clone had intercepted discussions from the military committee. You don't need to notify Batman, just keep him busy with the Autobots. Our army will deal with the Decepticons. Anton wasn't surprised. This sentiment had been entirely expected. The military didn't want to rely on superheroes for everything. Allowing Keller to work with the Justice League had likely been a strategic decision rather than a tactical one. Batman, what are you thinking? Optimus Prime's voice pulled Anton out of his thoughts. Nothing, Anton replied, looking up at Optimus Prime. I thought we'd have more time, at least a day and a half. But it seems the Decepticons are smarter and faster than I expected. Oh, Optimus Prime's optics glinted with realization. Optimus Prime, Anton said decisively, summon the Autobots. It's time to act. Turning to the cyborg clone, Anton added, the Hoover Dam coordinates have been locked. The cyborg clone's expression remained stoic as it addressed Optimus Prime. Provide the coordinates of the other Autobots, and I will gather them and head to the Hoover Dam. Inside the White House. Despite the escalating crisis, neither the president, Tom, nor Keller had succumbed to despair. Their confidence stemmed largely from preparations made in the aftermath of the alien invasion of New York. The Sector 7 base had been fortified with a battle-hardened special operations team and advanced weaponry, designed to repel alien threats until reinforcements arrived. This team included soldiers like Lennox, who had survived the Decepticon attack on the Qatar military base, along with his subordinate, Epps, and others. Their experience and firepower gave the military committee and the president reason to believe they could manage this assault. However, their confidence was rooted in limited understanding of the enemy. Neither Tom nor Keller fully grasped the terrifying power and cruelty of the Decepticons from Cybertron. While they had witnessed the cyborg engaging the Decepticons, they failed to comprehend the full extent of the Decepticons' capabilities. After half an hour had passed, no one in the White House had received a report from Sector 7. Nearly 30 minutes of silence. Suddenly, ZI, the call was restored. How is it? Tom asked anxiously, unable to contain himself. What's the situation? Are you all okay? There was a brief silence on the other end of the line before a voice, heavy with shock and grief, finally replied, sorry. We were too late. The Hoover Dam, the Sector 7 base, it's been reduced to ruins. It seems the entire force has been wiped out. Completely annihilated? Tom and Keller exchanged a horrified look, disbelief etched on their faces. Keller, maintaining his composure, interjected, what about the base? Did you find anything? Was there a massive robot encased in ice or a large cube? No, nothing. The voice on the other end trembled slightly. All that's left is rubble. Occasionally, you can spot severed limbs and twisted machinery. The entirety of Sector 7 is buried. There's nothing we can do. Were there any traces of the enemy? Keller pressed further. No. Just before we arrived, we heard a massive explosion in the distance. Looking back, it must have been the moment Sector 7 was destroyed, some kind of weapon, maybe. What happened? Tom and Keller looked at each other, their faces blank with confusion. 30 minutes earlier, the 3 remaining Decepticons Starscream, Brawl, and Blackout along with their mechanical pet, the Scorponok, arrived at the Hoover Dam. They made no effort to conceal their identities. The sight of the massive robots threw the dam's visitors into a frenzy of fear and panic. People scrambled to take photos and attempted to upload them online, only to find that there was no signal. How could this be? Unbeknownst to them, Starscream had casually destroyed the Hoover Dam's signal tower, cutting off all communication to prevent unwanted attention. While the Decepticons didn't view humans as a significant threat, they had learned the hard way that too many ants could pose a problem. Even more concerning to Starscream was the absence of the usual reinforcements Barricade, Frenzy, and Bone Crusher. It made him rethink Earth's apparent simplicity. The Decepticons wasted no time. They sent the giant scorpion ahead, its massive form slipping into the entrance to Sector 7. Without sparing a glance at the terrified tourists, Starscream, Brawl, and Blacks followed, heading deeper into the base. The passageways within the dam were just large enough to accommodate the towering forms of Transformers. After all, this was the path intended to bring Megatron in. However, the narrow space allowed only one Transformer to pass at a time, an opportunity that the humans immediately tried to exploit. Once the intruders were detected, Sector 7 quickly assembled a response team. Burly soldiers lined the enormous passage, ready to halt the Decepticons' advance. But their first opponent wasn't a Transformer, it was the giant scorpion. It's him again. Lennox growled, his teeth clenched. Eps, last time we only managed to knock off one of his tails. This time, we're taking him down not just to buy time for the base to evacuate, but to avenge our fallen brothers. Don't worry, boss. Epps replied with a sharp grin, his companions laughing grimly beside him. They all knew Lennox was bluffing, but in this moment, there was no retreat. The giant scorpion loomed ahead. Though its size was comparable to an average car, its lethality rivaled that of tanks and armored vehicles, if not surpassed them entirely. The giant scorpion monster roared as it rushed into the tunnel, its silver body reflecting a cold, metallic light. The soldiers opened fire, but their weapons were useless. Ordinary thermal rounds couldn't penetrate the creature's armored shell. Damn it! Be careful! Lennox shouted, his voice sharp with urgency. Suddenly, the massive pincers of the giant scorpion monster shifted, revealing a hidden barrel at its center. Energy began to build, crackling ominously. A moment later, a terrifying blast shot out and struck the ground beneath the soldiers. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the tunnel as several soldiers were thrown violently to the ground, their bodies strewn about like rag dolls. The survivors exchanged tense glances, their fear palpable. Lennox's voice cut through the chaos. Where's the escape route? It's open? The researchers are evacuating, one soldier replied. And what about the Pentagon? That damn politician hasn't sent reinforcements yet. There's no signal? Communication is completely cut off, and the wired network has been severed. Damn it! Lennox growled, his frustration boiling over. He barked orders while keeping an eye on the time. But before they could regroup, another explosion shook the ground. From the smoke-filled entrance emerged 3 massive robots, their towering forms eerily similar to North by East 1. The soldiers realized with dawning horror. These were North by East non-biological entities. And these 3 were North by East 1's kin. The giant robots entered the underground base with purposeful strides, ignoring the soldiers hidden behind their makeshift bunkers. Their glowing optics locked onto the centerpiece of the facility, the frozen body of North by East 1 Megatron. Megatron is still in stasis. Starscream muttered, his optics narrowing. Perfect. We should wake him, said Blackout eagerly. As a staunch loyalist of Megatron, his enthusiasm was unmistakable. But just as Blackout stepped forward, Starscream's massive hand struck him down with a violent blow. Do you want to fight me? Blackout snarled as sparks flew from the impact, his optics burning with rage. You will not release Megatron. Starscream roared, his tone commanding. Right now, I'm in charge of the Decepticons. With the Allspark in our possession, we'll dominate the universe with or without Megatron. Once we've achieved victory, we can release him. And trust me, he'll have no choice but to fall in line and serve me. Blackout glared at Starscream, his anger barely contained. Before he could retort, Brawl interjected with a sneer. Listen to him, Blackout. It doesn't matter who's in charge, we've got work to do. Megatron can wait. Brawl's indifference seemed to diffuse the tension. Blackout backed off begrudgingly, though his anger remained simmering. Fine, he muttered, his optics flashing dangerously. He turned his attention to the humans hiding behind the bunkers, seeking an outlet for his frustration. Damn it! Lennox, watching the situation unfold, yelled desperately, get out. Move, now. But the soldiers had no time to react. A pulse of deadly energy built up in Blackout's cannon, and a moment later, he fired. The blast came screaming toward them, its eerie blue glow filling their vision. The soldiers felt the charge in the air, their hair standing on end as the light closed in. Time seemed to slow, each second stretching into eternity. Boom! The explosion erupted with a deafening roar. A massive shockwave tore through the tunnel, sending debris flying. The soldiers braced themselves for the end. But it never came. Instead, they felt a rush of wind, the vitality of life still coursing through their veins. Slowly, they turned and saw a silver figure standing in front of them, shielding them from the blast. Cyborg? The soldiers stared in disbelief and then erupted in cheers. Cyborg? He's here. The hero's metallic frame shimmered under the harsh lighting, an invisible barrier emanating from his chest, holding back the devastating energy. Winds whipped around him as the opposing forces clashed. Step back, Cyborg said calmly, his voice cutting through the chaos. Suddenly, another voice spoke, deep and commanding. You heard him. The soldiers turned to see a tall figure stepping out of the shadows, his black cape flowing behind him. The sharp, pointed ears atop his cowl left no room for doubt. Batman. The Dark Knight surveyed the scene with cold precision. This fight isn't over yet. In an era where superheroes are racing against crime at lightning speed, even battle-hardened soldiers are familiar with these larger-than-life figures who shine as brightly as superstars. Among them, Batman has recently risen to prominence, with Cyborg standing as a close second. Why are you here? The lead soldier asked, his voice filled with excitement and relief. It's not just us, Batman replied coolly. If enemies are here then so are their enemies. Enemies of the enemy? For a moment, Lennox was stunned. But just as the realization struck him, a screeching sound echoed through the tunnel. Screech, screech, screech. A series of vehicles roared into the passage, their tires leaving fresh skid marks on the ground as they sped inside the base. One after another, they surrounded the three towering robots, filling up the cavernous space that, to the Transformers, felt anything but large. What's this? Lennox muttered, his eyes narrowing as he studied the incoming vehicles. At first, he thought reinforcements had arrived, and hope surged through him. But then he noticed something strange. There was no one in the driver's seat of any of these cars. Confusion replaced his joy. What's going on? His gaze darted from the massive Western Star truck at the front of the convoy to the other vehicles, a sleek yellow Camaro, a vibrant Pontiac, a rugged Hummer H2, and a menacing black GMC Topkick C4500. The enemy, how many cars do they have? Lennox's voice trembled with both awe and bewilderment. What is all this? He was utterly dumbfounded. If it hadn't been an emergency and if it weren't Batman delivering this cryptic information he might have snapped and said something brash. Was this really the time for a joke? These are not just a few cars. Batman's voice was calm as he turned to Lennox and the others. Friendly reminder, step back a bit to avoid any accidental injuries. Accidental injuries. Before Lennox could fully grasp the meaning of Batman's words, Epps and the others behind him had already started moving, quickly retreating to safety. What? Lennox stared at Epps in disbelief, not expecting him to react so fast. Lanny, didn't you hear Batman? Step back. Epps barked. Lennox, still confused, silently followed him. Idle, huh? Epps joked as he cast an excited glance at Batman. Epps, Lennox muttered, gritting his teeth, didn't you just tell me earlier that you preferred Cyborg? That was before Cyborg saved us. Epps replied matter-of-factly. Cyborg saved you, but now you suddenly like Batman more? What's the deal? Lennox pressed. Epps shrugged. Batman just feels more approachable. Approachable. Lennox looked at Batman skeptically. He didn't see it. As a special operations team captain who had faced countless dangerous missions, Lennox had encountered his fair share of terrifying opponents and usually, he'd come out on top. But with Batman, he felt something different. The moment he locked eyes with the Dark Knight, a chilling realization hit him: if Batman were his opponent, he wouldn't survive past the first second. It was an eerie, indescribable feeling, one that sent shivers down his spine. Boom! The sound of metal shifting snapped Lennox out of his thoughts. Before his eyes, the cars began to transform, their metallic bodies contorting and rearranging until they stood upright as towering robots. What the? Lennox could hardly believe what he was seeing. Among the transforming machines, the largest was a red robot formed from the Western Star truck. The others varied in size but were all imposing, towering like mountains over the humans. What are these things? He was stunned, more so than when he had first encountered the mechanical scorpion. The scene unfolding before him felt utterly alien, otherworldly. His gaze flicked to the frozen North by East one. The pieces started to fall into place. North by East? So this is real. There really are NBEs. Lennox whispered in awe. He realized this wasn't just an isolated incident. This was an alien war, and Earth was nothing more than an unwilling battlefield. Humans were merely collateral damage. Suddenly, his eyes widened in alarm. Something terrible was happening. The frost encasing North by East 1 was beginning to melt. Because Starscream and the other Decepticons had severed all internal power lines, cables, networks, and everything in between the base's systems had failed. Only emergency lighting and minimal backup power remained operational. But that wasn't the main issue. The crucial machine responsible for maintaining the frost on North by East 1's body had lost power and had completely stopped functioning. As a result, the frost was melting, and North by East 1 Megatron was beginning to wake from his deep sleep. This wasn't what Starscream wanted. Once the frost fully melted, Megatron could regain consciousness on his own. Not good. Optimus Prime's voice echoed across the space as he too noticed the melting frost. He understood immediately Megatron's liberation was imminent. After 2,000 years of dormancy, Megatron's mind would have been trapped in a deep, dreamlike state. Upon waking, his fury and power would be uncontrollable. Optimus Prime knew he couldn't stop Megatron from waking, but he had to act fast. Turning to Batman, his tone became low and resolute. Go, get the Allspark. Leave this to us. His eyes burned with determination. Until you retrieve the Allspark, I promise you no Decepticon will interfere. Optimus Prime's words echoed with resolve, but they were soon answered by a deafening roar that shook the base. From the center of the room came the thunderous voice of Megatron, newly awakened from his deep sleep. I am Megatron. Crack. His red eyes ignited with a menacing glow. As his massive frame began to stir, every joint in his body moved with mechanical precision. The remnants of ice clinging to his frame shattered instantly, scattering like shards of glass. Megatron had fallen into slumber centuries ago when an unexpected gravitational anomaly near the North Pole had disrupted his systems mid-flight. He crashed, unconscious, into the icy wasteland, where the Arctic cold encased him in a frozen prison. It wasn't until the early 20th century that Captain Witwicky discovered his frozen form and, after an arduous effort, transported him to the United States, still encased in ice. Humans feared what lay beneath the frozen surface. To them, Megatron was both a sealed demon and a scientific marvel. Researchers had derived countless modern technologies from his alien design, crediting him as a harbinger of technological advancement. But their fear had been justified. They understood one crucial fact: the ice was the key to his dormancy. As long as it remained intact, Megatron would stay trapped in his deep sleep. That is, until now. With the ice finally melted, Megatron's consciousness surged back into his towering frame. His glowing red eyes scanned the room, locking instantly onto Optimus Prime. A chilling, guttural laugh escaped him. Old friend, he rumbled, his voice deep and resonant, yet laced with a lawless, malevolent undertone. Seeing you the moment I awaken, it warms me to my core. Optimus Prime stood tall, unflinching. Meanwhile, Starscream rushed to Megatron's side, dropping to one knee in a display of subservience. Megatron, you honor us with your return, he exclaimed, his tone dripping with sycophantic fervor. I live only to serve you. Brawl quickly joined in, standing shoulder to shoulder with Starscream. Yes, Lord Megatron. Your return signals a new dawn for the Decepticons. The pair looked like the ultimate sycophantic duo, desperate to curry favor. Megatron's gaze shifted, landing on Blackout, who stood slightly apart from the others. Blackout's metallic face twisted into a stunned expression. What? I was here first? Blackout thoughts raced. That's not what you two were saying earlier. Blackout, Megatron rumbled, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. Blackout's tension evaporated. Megatron had called his name. That was all that mattered. Prepare for battle. Yes, Lord Megatron. Blackout barked, his grievances forgotten as he eagerly shifted into combat mode. The air inside the base grew electric as the two sides squared off. Autobot camp, Optimus Prime, Bumblebee, Ironhide, Jazz, and Ratchet. Decepticon camp, Megatron, Starscream, Brawl, Blackout, and Scorponok. Each side matched perfectly, one against one. Megatron's gaze turned inward for a moment. I can feel it, he muttered, a sinister excitement coloring his tone. The Allspark, its power is close. Then, his eyes snapped back to his old rival. Optimus Prime, he said, his voice lowering to a dangerous growl, are you ready to lose? Megatron's fists clenched with a metallic crunch. Cybertron will rise again under my rule. The universe bends to my will. And this planet, it will be no different. Optimus Prime met his words with icy defiance. I will never let your vision become reality. With a sharp motion, a broad sword extended from Optimus Prime's right arm. The gesture was unmistakable, a call to battle. The tension that had filled the base like a coiled spring exploded into action. Autobots, attack. As Optimus Prime charged toward Megatron, his team moved in unison. Bumblebee, Ironhide, Jazz, and Ratchet each locked onto their opponents. The war between Autobots and Decepticons had reignited, and the fight for Earth began anew. Anton paid no attention to the battle raging behind him. Even with Megatron now awake from his deep sleep, Anton remained unfazed. He had anticipated such a turn of events and had no reason to panic. Fish in troubled waters. The more chaotic the situation, the better. Megatron's awakening had thrown everything into disarray, creating the perfect opportunity for Anton to slip unnoticed to the back of the internal base in Sector 7. His target, the Transformer relic under heavy guard. The Allspark. Optimus Prime had explained earlier that only the hearts of the leaders from the two factions, Autobots and Decepticons, could destroy the Allspark, and that doing so would cost them their lives. It's just up ahead, Lennox said as he led the group forward. They quickly reached the location of the Allspark. During the journey, Lennox had pressed Batman for information and now had a clear understanding of the enemy they faced. The sentient machines were called Decepticons, mechanical beings from the planet Cybertron. Their counterparts, the Autobots, also hailed from Cybertron and were humanity's allies in this battle. The conflict was straightforward. The Decepticons sought to use the Allspark to transform Earth and dominate the universe. The Autobots aimed to stop them and protect humanity. Additionally, Batman had revealed an astounding fact: there was a direct way to end this war. Not only could the Decepticons' conspiracy be thwarted, but Megatron himself could be destroyed. The method? Force the Allspark into Megatron's chest. How do you shove something that big into Megatron's chest? Epps asked, staring at the massive cube in front of them. The Allspark towered over them, at least 3 stories tall, covered in intricate, alien hieroglyphs. Epps couldn't believe what he was hearing. You want us to put this thing into Megatron's chest? It's big enough to swallow Megatron whole. What you're seeing is just the outer form, Batman replied calmly. In reality, the Allspark is much smaller, about the size of a basketball. A basketball. Epps looked skeptical. If this thing is really that small, I'll eat it right here. Then prepare for a lifetime of indigestion, Cyborg quipped, stepping forward. Hovering over the Allspark, Cyborg reached out and placed his hands on its surface. Click. Suddenly, a wave of blue, translucent energy rippled through the underground space, lighting up the alien hieroglyphs on the Allspark. Moments later, the massive cube began to shift. It fragmented into countless smaller blocks, which reassembled and condensed into a single form, a glowing, basketball-sized cube. Just as I said, Cyborg noted with satisfaction. Lennox and the others stood dumbfounded. Epps, in particular, was speechless, his jaw practically on the floor. All right, now's not the time for jokes, Anton interrupted, turning to the soldiers. We're heading back to help the Autobots defeat the Decepticons. You need to evacuate immediately. No. Lennox's firm response caught everyone off guard. I'm going with you, he declared. Lanny, Captain. Epps and the others were visibly shaken. None of them had expected Lennox to say such a thing. There's nothing more to discuss, Lennox continued. This is my decision. You don't have to join me, but I've made up my mind. I need to see those aliens pay for what they've done with my own eyes. Lanny, don't forget, Fige is still waiting for us to return. Epps didn't try to stop him and instead embraced Lennox tightly. Fige was one of their teammates, injured during their escape to a desert town after being attacked at a military base in Qatar. A giant scorpion had ambushed them, leaving Fige seriously wounded. Though he was now stable and conscious, his condition was still a matter of concern. The team regularly checked in with him. If you want to see the Decepticons pay the price, then move faster lest you arrive too late and only find their corpses. With that, Anton turned and began heading back the way they had come. Coming. Lennox replied, his eyes resolute. He glanced at the retreating figures of Batman and Cyborg before quickly following. Inside the base, the battle was raging in full force, chaotic and relentless. Broadly speaking, the conflict was split into two fronts. Optimus Prime and Megatron, locked in a one-on-one clash so intense that no one dared intervene. The other Transformers, Autobots, and Decepticons alike, switching opponents and trading blows. Sparks flew everywhere as brutal skirmishes erupted across the base. The most pitiful combatants were undoubtedly the giant scorpion monster and the Autobot medic, Ratchet. Neither excelled at combat, leaving them awkwardly pecking at each other. Both suffered significant damage from stray attacks before realizing their opponents had been replaced by others mid-fight, leaving them confused and battered. It wasn't until Anton, Cyborg, and Lennox returned to the clearing that the chaotic battlefield momentarily calmed. All eyes Autobots and Decepticons alike turned toward Anton. The Allspark. Megatron's piercing red eyes locked onto the basketball-sized cube in Anton's hands. Hand it over, human, Megatron commanded in a booming, menacing voice. You seem to misunderstand the situation, Anton replied coolly, his expression unreadable. Turning to Optimus Prime, Anton added, kill him. Cyborg will assist you. Optimus Prime gave a curt nod, showing no hesitation. Cyborg stepped forward and took the Allspark from Anton before rising into the air to stand shoulder to shoulder with Optimus Prime. You're planning to destroy the Allspark. Megatron's tone shifted to one of disbelief, his metallic features twisting into rage. Optimus Prime, do you even know what you're doing? His voice rose, dripping with fury. You would destroy the relics of our race? The very fire of hope that could rebuild Cybertron. Megatron was livid. If mechanical beings could spit, Optimus Prime would likely be swimming in a pool of it by now. To Megatron, Optimus Prime's decision was an unthinkable betrayal, a rejection of Cybertron's legacy, a refusal of the future their people deserved. But for Optimus Prime, justice outweighed any hollow victory. To him, a Cybertron rebuilt through oppression and destruction was no victory at all. This fundamental, irreconcilable difference was the heart of their conflict. What do we do now? Lennox whispered to Batman, eyeing the tense standoff between the two leaders of the alien factions. You. Anton replied with a shrug. Just stand by and watch the show. And you? Lennox asked, his curiosity piqued. Me. Anton's gaze drifted over the Transformers. His eyes lingered on Megatron before shifting to Starscream, Brawl, and Blackout. After a moment's pause, he smirked. I'll be taking the fight to them. As the words left his mouth, Anton snapped his fingers. Bang! Out of the darkness, the unmistakable growl of an engine echoed through the battlefield. A sleek black car emerged, its low body, wide tires, and heavily armored frame cutting an imposing figure. It was the Batmobile. Lennox stared in awe, recognizing the vehicle from countless news reports, where Batman had used it to dominate both land and sky. Stay back, Lennox, Anton advised as the cockpit opened and he climbed inside. As the hatch sealed shut, Anton's voice came through once more. After all, the real fight is just beginning. What do you mean? When Lennox heard this, his scalp tingled with numbness. Boom! In front of him, several Transformers clashed in fierce combat. The battle was a chaotic blend of close-quarters fighting and devastating thermal weapons firing from their massive forms. The force of their collisions sent shockwaves rippling through the base, like ocean waves crashing against the shore. Sparks flew in every direction, illuminating the confined space with bursts of light. The acrid smell of burning metal lingered in the air, making it hard to breathe. Buzzing, the Batmobile, driven by Batman, roared forward. Its frame bristled with terrifying weapons, thick, long barrels that could make even the bravest quiver with fear. But to the Transformers, this menacing vehicle was little more than a curiosity. Even the weakest of them, the giant scorpion-like Decepticon, barely spared it a glance. That was their mistake. Boom! As the Batmobile switched into battle mode, it unleashed a barrage of firepower designed to overpower even Gotham's most dangerous villains. Anyone who underestimated it paid the price. Equipped with Gatling guns, armor-piercing rounds, tracking missiles, and Batman's signature grappling hook, the Batmobile was a force to be reckoned with. The giant scorpion Decepticon learned this lesson the hard way. 2 tracking missiles locked onto their target, striking the scorpion's head with precision. Click! The scorpion's metallic head crumpled under the assault. Yet its resilience was remarkable. It refused to fall. Instead, it waved its massive pincers, gathering energy for a desperate counterattack. But Anton, piloting the Batmobile, gave it no chance. A well-placed armor-piercing bomb detonated at the Scorpion's base, tearing it apart. Nearby, the Autobots who had been battling the Scorpion paused mid-fight, stunned by what they had just witnessed. So strong? What kind of car is this? Even the Autobot medic, Ratchet, found himself momentarily distracted, lost in thought. Anton ignored them. His focus shifted to the dying Scorponok, now a shattered wreck. Its crimson eyes flickered like faulty light bulbs, dimming and reigniting as its systems failed. Confident it wouldn't last long, Anton turned his attention to the ongoing battle between Bumblebee, Ironhide, and Jazz against Starscream, Brawl, and Blackout. The fight was a chaotic melee. Sparks flew as the combatants exchanged blows in the confined space. The Autobots and Decepticons alike bore fresh scars, their armor dented and scorched from the intense conflict. Neither side gained the upper hand. This was to be expected. Both Autobots and Decepticons were ancient beings whose battles stretched back thousands if not tens of thousands of years. Their unending war had drained Cybertron's resources, forcing them to bring their conflict to Earth. And yet, despite countless encounters, they had never managed to achieve a decisive victory. But this time, things were different. This time, the Autobots had new allies. Batman. Chi-Chi? The Batmobile fired another round of tracking missiles, slamming into Starscream and his allies. The Decepticons stumbled back under the assault. Sensing an opportunity, the Autobots regrouped, forming a defensive line behind the Batmobile. The Decepticons, humiliated and enraged, snarled with unrestrained fury. The battle reignited. Anton kept the Batmobile moving, using its agility to harass the Decepticons and support the Autobots. While the Batmobile's firepower and speed gave it an edge against smaller foes like the giant Scorpion, it wasn't built for prolonged combat with Transformers. Anton knew this. For now, his strategy was clear: distract and disrupt the Decepticons, giving the Autobots the edge they needed to win. Therefore, avoiding direct frontal combat is the only effective way to make a meaningful impact. For now, another Anton is handling Megatron, ensuring there's no issue with insufficient firepower. Human, who are you? Megatron, having just awakened, was deeply unsettled by Cyborg's presence. The advanced technology of Cyborg's form left him suspicious of this so-called human. Victor Stone. You can call me Cyborg, the clone replied coldly, raising his arm. With a flick, he launched a sonic projectile that forced Megatron back. A faint sneer appeared on his metallic face. Don't doubt it. I am human, just not the kind you're familiar with. While most humans may appear weak in your eyes, remember this: humanity has never lacked the strong. As his words echoed, a powerful current surged from behind Cyborg. He dashed forward, channeling the energy field into his hand. The energy, infused with the essence of the Allspark, glowed ominously, signaling his intent to strike Megatron's core directly. Optimus Prime seized the opportunity, restraining Megatron to give Cyborg a clear opening. With a roar, the leader of the Autobots swung his mighty broadsword, generating a sonic boom that reverberated through the confined underground space. The air exploded outward, creating violent gusts as the blade arced downward. However, the tight quarters made wielding such a massive weapon difficult. Unable to complete his swing, the blade scraped against the rocky walls, sending showers of sparks flying. The impact carved deep ravines into the mountain's surface, leaving behind smoldering grooves. Chi-chi-chi-chi. For the first time, Megatron felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Caught between the fire-charged strike of Cyborg and Optimus Prime's relentless assault, he found himself cornered. Desperation flickered across his face as he made his decision. Abandoning defense against Cyborg, Megatron focused on evading the Allspark-infused blow. In the process, he took a direct hit from Optimus Prime's broadsword. Clang! The clash of metal reverberated like a deafening bell in the enclosed underground space. The sound echoed endlessly, drawing everyone's attention. All eyes turned to see Megatron kneeling, one knee pressed into the ground. The sheer weight of the attack left a circular depression beneath him, evidence of the immense pressure. His arm, transformed into a shield, had intercepted Optimus Prime's broadsword just in time, preventing a fatal blow. Though he avoided severe injury, the force of the collision sent shockwaves through the air. Rippling currents, visible to the naked eye, spread outward, kicking up clouds of dust and ash that filled the cavern. Whoosh! Cyborg, undeterred by his missed strike, darted forward like a predator homing in on its prey. His momentum was overwhelming. The Allspark energy in his other hand glowed with an intense blue light as he prepared for another attack. To the Transformers, this light was almost miraculous in nature. But to Megatron, it was the harbinger of death itself. This was no mere threat, it was an unavoidable catastrophe. Gritting his teeth, Megatron's eyes blazed with determination. Bound by Optimus Prime's restraint, he could only defend himself passively. The Allspark energy in Cyborg's hand was more than a weapon, it was a death sentence. Megatron knew that if the energy struck him, it wouldn't just kill him, it would annihilate him completely. This wasn't a temporary setback. Unlike his resurrection in Transformers, Revenge of the Fallen, there would be no coming back from this. At this moment, Cyborg posed a far greater threat to Megatron than Optimus Prime ever had. At this moment, Megatron's hatred for Optimus Prime burned brighter than ever. This wasn't just about survival. Optimus Prime wasn't merely trying to kill Megatron. He was threatening to destroy the Allspark, the sacred artifact of the Transformers. For Megatron, this was unforgivable. Optimus Prime, do you even know what you're doing? Rage surged through him, and Megatron ignored Cyborg's attacks entirely, focusing all his fury on Optimus Prime. You're willing to sacrifice Cybertron's only hope for an insignificant human. He clenched his massive fists, his red electronic eyes glowing fiercely. This time, it's just you and me. One of us will live. The other will die. Even at a disadvantage, Megatron's declaration was one of absolute confidence. There's no victory without sacrifice, Optimus Prime replied simply, his tone steady and unyielding. The air crackled as the two titans collided. Energy blasts erupted from their hands, striking each other's armored chests with devastating force. Before the fight could escalate further, Cyborg inserted himself between them, disrupting their duel. Get out of my way, you insignificant pest. Megatron roared in fury, unleashing a massive energy cannonball at Cyborg. Cyborg remained unfazed. With precise timing, he fired a laser beam, detonating the energy ball midair. Emerging from the fiery explosion, Cyborg lunged forward. The Allspark in his hand glowed brightly as he pressed it directly against Megatron's chest. No. Megatron's voice trembled with fear. Nearby, Starscream, Brawl, and Blackout froze in shock, their expressions a mix of disbelief and horror. Boom! A massive explosion engulfed the area where Megatron, Optimus Prime, and Cyborg stood. The entire base was bathed in blinding light, as if the sun had descended upon it. Even Lennox, watching from a distance, had to shield his eyes. The intense flames scorched his eyebrows and blurred his vision. He couldn't see what was happening inside the inferno, but the sheer force of the battle left no doubt in his mind about its ferocity. Batman's earlier words echoed in his mind, only by pressing the Allspark into an enemy's chest can they be truly destroyed, but the Allspark will also be lost. Yet, Lennox didn't know that the flames were a carefully crafted illusion by Cyborg and Optimus Prime, designed to obscure the truth from human eyes. Whoosh! As the explosion reached its peak, Cyborg silently retrieved the Allspark. With one hand still pressed against Megatron's chest, he activated a teleportation device. In the blink of an eye, the two vanished from the battlefield. When Megatron regained his bearings, he found himself floating in deep space, far from Earth. Before him loomed a massive, technological sphere suspended in the void. Cyborg stood calmly nearby, his expression unreadable. It seems you weren't willing to destroy the Allspark after all, Megatron said, a triumphant smirk spreading across his face. If it weren't for the Allspark, you'd never be able to threaten me, human. Cyborg's response was measured, almost mocking. You misunderstand, Megatron. His gaze sharpened, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Before you celebrate, perhaps you should consider why I brought you here. With those words, Cyborg fell silent, letting the weight of the moment settle over Megatron. Click. The technodrome behind Cyborg finally revealed its terrifying form. Countless barrels emerged from its armored exterior, each radiating overwhelming energy. The external energy shield activated simultaneously, completing the fortress's transformation into a weapon of mass destruction. What had been glimpsed as a mere tip of the iceberg now stood fully unveiled, a weapon capable of obliterating all life on Earth. Krang, the former commander of the warship, had once wielded this powerful machine during his invasion of Earth. However, at that time, the fortress was incomplete, and Earth's defenders, particularly the Justice League, Batman, Anton, and Cyborg, exploited this weakness. The addition of super-strong Cyborg capable of cracking alien technologies further hindered the fortress's full potential. Without these advantages, the warship's external defenses alone would have been insurmountable. Even Tony Stark, with all his ingenuity, wouldn't have survived past the first level of its automated systems. Back to the action. Seeing the technodrome in its full, dreadful glory, Megatron's optics dimmed momentarily in disbelief. Despite being one of the strongest Transformers, Megatron knew he couldn't withstand the onslaught of such advanced weaponry, not unless he could breach the fortress from the inside. Unfortunately for him, he was stuck outside, facing its most fortified and dangerous side. Damn it! Megatron's expression hardened as waves of energy shells rained down upon him. He fought valiantly, dodging and countering with everything he had, but the unrelenting bombardment took its toll. Under Cyborg's unflinching gaze, a precise energy shell struck Megatron's chest. Simultaneously, his hands and feet were blasted apart, rendering him immobile. Megatron's optics flickered and dimmed. The massive hole in his chest was no accident, it was a deliberate strike by Cyborg, ensuring Megatron's demise. As his spark faded, the once mighty leader of the Decepticons fell silent, his lifeless body slumping to the ground. Cyborg, now holding Megatron's corpse, teleported back to Earth, arriving at the Hoover Dam base in Sector 7. Notably, the Allspark remained inside the Technodrome, left behind deliberately. Whoosh! When Cyborg returned, Optimus Prime stood among the flames, his massive frame motionless. Seeing Cyborg arrive with Megatron's remains, he glanced at the lifeless body, sighed deeply, and dismissed the flames that had obscured the scene. Click! Optimus retracted the broadsword on his arm. The sight of Megatron's broken hands and feet, coupled with the gaping hole in his chest, made it clear, this victory wasn't solely Cyborg's doing. Optimus Prime had played his part. For a moment, silence enveloped the battlefield. Then, reality set in. Megatron was dead. The sight of his shattered body left no room for doubt. The great Decepticon leader, who had waged war against the Autobots for thousands of years, had met his end on a remote planet in the universe. The Decepticons were paralyzed with shock. The Autobots, on the other hand, surged with newfound energy. Inspired by the victory, they unleashed their full combat potential, steadily overpowering their adversaries. Run! Starscream exchanged a terrified glance with the others. Megatron's death had shattered their morale, leaving them utterly deflated. Worse still, the Decepticons recognized the implications of the hole in Megatron's chest. It was clear the Allspark had been used against him. As the Autobots pressed their attack, Starscream, along with Brawl and Blackout, attempted to flee. But the Autobots weren't about to let their enemies escape. Anton, in the Batmobile, roared ahead of the retreating Decepticons. Flooring the accelerator, he sped through their ranks, weaving like lightning. In no time, he reached the massive base entrance, the only exit large enough for the Transformers. Click, click. Tracking missiles launched from the Batmobile's arsenal, accompanied by a barrage of explosive armor-piercing rounds. Fire and smoke filled the air, creating chaos among the fleeing Decepticons and slowing their retreat. The Autobots seized the opportunity, closing in on their disoriented enemies. Damn it! Starscream snarled in fury as his escape plan unraveled. Beside him, Brawl and Blackout transformed their arms into massive cannons, firing indiscriminately in desperation. Boom, boom, boom! Energy shells erupted in all directions, lighting up the battlefield in a frenzy of destruction. The base, constructed within a massive cave, had endured relentless bombardments from shells and the devastating clashes between the Transformers and their opponents. The resulting destruction compromised the cave's structural integrity. Cracks spiderwebbed across the walls and ceiling, their ominous clicks echoing through the chamber. Click, click, click. The fissures grew wider with every second. Loose stone fragments dislodged from the walls, tumbling to the ground. Lennox dodged incoming cannonballs from the frenzied battle while shielding himself from the falling debris. Dust and stone chips scattered around him, causing him to grimace in alarm. The cave was about to collapse. Lennox turned sharply, his gaze darting toward Optimus Prime, who stood amid the smoke and fire, and Cyborg, who hovered nearby. His voice rang out, urgent and loud. The cave is about to collapse. Cyborg turned his head toward the sound, his expression sharpening as he assessed the situation. Lennox was right, the intense battle had pushed the cave to its limits. The walls trembled, the floor shook, and the entire cavern groaned under the strain. We should withdraw, Cyborg declared, his gaze narrowing on Starscream and the remaining Decepticons. They don't stand a chance of turning this around. Optimus Prime looked toward the battered Decepticons, their movements sluggish and desperate under the Autobots' relentless assault. He nodded resolutely. Take the humans and evacuate. We'll finish this ourselves before the cave collapses, he said, his tone firm yet grateful. The battle between Transformers should be settled by Transformers. You've helped us enough. Thank you, Justice League. Optimus Prime nodded toward Cyborg in a gesture of respect. Understood. Cyborg nodded back. In a flash, Cyborg activated his thrusters, flying to Lennox and lifting him from the crumbling battlefield. Together, they soared towards safety. Meanwhile, Anton raced the Batmobile out of the base, the vehicle a blur of motion as it narrowly avoided falling debris. 10 minutes later, the cave finally gave way. Rumble! The entire area collapsed, leaving a massive crater in the once slightly raised mountain by the Hoover Dam. Dust surged upward, blanketing the dam in a thick, choking cloud. Hovering above the scene in the Batmobile, Anton surveyed the aftermath. Through the haze, he spotted Optimus Prime and the others emerging from the wreckage. A satisfied smile crept across his face. Nearby, Cyborg rejoined Anton, having left Lennox in a safe location. Hovering beside the Batmobile, Cyborg turned his gaze to the horizon and noticed Optimus Prime's team. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Cyborg dove into the swirling dust, reaching Optimus Prime and the other Autobots. Activating his teleportation device, he transported the group to the Technodrome located in a distant galaxy. Anton watched them vanish, then dismissed the Batmobile with a thought and followed them back to the fortress. Lennox, standing atop a high point on the Hoover Dam, coughed as the lingering dust stung his lungs. Finally, the majority of the dust settled, and visibility improved. In the distance, a fighter plane approached, hovering overhead. Shortly after, rows of military jeeps arrived, packed with soldiers. The troops wasted no time, rushing into the massive crater where the cave once stood. The commanding general stepped out of his vehicle, taking in the devastation. His face darkened, and he remained silent for a long moment before pulling out his communicator. He contacted the White House. Sorry. The general's voice was heavy with regret as he stared at the remains of the battlefield. He barely registered the questions from the other end of the line. Speaking more to himself than anyone else, he murmured, "We're too late." When Lennox saw the arriving army, he quickly trotted over to meet them. The soldiers were startled at the sight of Lennox, dressed in a gray, dust-covered uniform, his hair and eyebrows singed as if he had barely escaped a blazing inferno. "There's a survivor here," one of the soldiers exclaimed in surprise. Recognizing Lennox's military uniform, they were overjoyed and hurried to assist him. Some of them immediately ran off to alert the general, who was still communicating with the White House. "What?" The general, startled by the report, turned back to the communicator. "Hold on. I've just been informed we have a survivor." Keeping the communicator active, he rushed over to Lennox and asked eagerly, "Soldier, what is your name? What happened here?" "Sir, my name is Lennox. I'm the captain of a special operations squad recently reassigned from the army to Sector 7, Lennox introduced himself crisply. He then launched into an explanation. Aliens attacked the base in Sector 7. They call themselves Decepticons and Autobots. The Decepticons were the aggressors, but the Autobots along with Batman, Cyborg, and their team came to our aid. They saved us." The general stood frozen for a moment, processing this flood of information. He muttered under his breath, repeating the names, Decepticons, Autobots, Batman, Cyborg. On the other end of the communicator, the President, Tom, and Keller listened intently, their expressions grim. "North by East 1, and the Alls Park," the President interjected, his voice tense. "What happened to them?" Lennox replied without hesitation. "North by East 1 was the leader of the Decepticons, Megatron. He was killed by Cyborg." He added, "As for the weapon that defeated him, it was the Alls Park. But it was destroyed during the battle." The general sighed with regret. "A pity," he muttered. Then he asked, "What about the others? Are there any other survivors?" Lennox thought for a moment before replying. "They should have escaped through the emergency evacuation exits a few kilometers away. We bought them enough time to flee." Pausing, Lennox hesitated, then added, "By the way, while the Decepticons are dead, some of their remains might still be buried under the rubble." The general's eyes narrowed at the mention of the remains, and the politicians on the other end of the communicator exchanged intrigued glances. A glimmer of opportunity flashed in their eyes. Although the base had been lost, recovering alien remains could prove valuable. Tom and Keller exchanged a knowing look, silently wondering if Batman had deliberately left the remains for them to find. If so, his calculated planning was nothing short of extraordinary. Even if it wasn't deliberate, no one would dare underestimate him. The president, seizing on this potential asset, issued an order: recover whatever you can. Search the ruins and retrieve the remains of the Transformers. Understood, the general responded crisply. Turning to his men, he barked, "Get a team into the ruins. I want everything of value dug out. Also, send search parties to the escape routes to locate any survivors who evacuated earlier." He then turned back to Lennox. "Do you know where the escape exits are?" "Yes, sir," Lennox replied firmly. "I'll lead them there." The general gave an approving nod, clapping Lennox on the shoulder. "Good work, soldier. I'm counting on you." A distant galaxy, inside the Technodrome. The Autobots found themselves in a vast space teeming with advanced technology. Surrounded by towering machinery, shimmering energy fields, and intricate systems, they gazed in awe at their futuristic surroundings. Their expressions reflected pure astonishment as they took in the sight of the war fortress, a marvel of engineering far beyond anything they had encountered before. Before meeting Batman in person, the Autobots had already gathered information about him. They were also aware of the recent alien invasion in New York and speculated that the weapon involved in the attack might have been used for Earth's defense. "It's called a Technodrome. We went through considerable effort to wrest control of it from its former commander," Anton explained calmly, noticing the Autobots' curiosity. "Batman, the Autobots will always remember your help. You will forever be a friend to us," Optimus Prime said with a tone of gratitude. Anton waved dismissively. "Enough of the pleasantries. Once you provide me with the coordinates of Cybertron, I'll teleport you back there. As for the Allspark, Optimus Prime, I will equip you with a special teleporter. It will allow the Allspark's energy to travel through time and space to Cybertron at the coordinates you set. In theory, it can reach any corner of your planet." He added firmly, "However, as we agreed earlier, the ownership of the Allspark remains mine. You'll only have the right to use it." Optimus Prime nodded without hesitation. "Of course." Hearing this exchange, the other Autobots Ironhide, Jazz, and Ratchet were visibly stunned. "The Allspark." Ironhide muttered in disbelief. "I thought it was destroyed." Bumblebee leaned in and whispered, "It's not that simple. I'll explain later." Meanwhile, Cyborg took out a small teleporter and carefully installed it in Optimus Prime's palm. "I'll integrate the Allspark into the energy output core of the Technodrome. From there, you can draw its power whenever needed," he explained. Anton turned back to Optimus Prime. "According to our records, the planet Cybertron is located in the Centauri galaxy, orbiting Alpha Centauri. Please confirm." Optimus Prime nodded. "That's correct. Those are the coordinates of Cybertron." "Good," Anton said with a slight smile. "I wish you a smooth journey. If I need assistance in the future, I'll contact you." Optimus Prime replied with unwavering sincerity. "Whatever you need, the Autobots will do our best to assist you." As the conversation concluded, Cyborg activated the teleportation device. The Autobots felt a sudden weightlessness as a glowing portal opened above them. Within moments, they were pulled through the gateway and disappeared from the war fortress. Now, only Batman and Cyborg remained in the massive ship. They exchanged a glance before Cyborg's figure vanished. Anton then deactivated his Batman persona, reverting to his original appearance. He took a deep breath and opened his system panel to review the rewards. Mission complete, frustrate the Decepticons, kill Megatron. Reward, 10 million justice points. Current justice points balance, 30 million. Anton grinned broadly. What a haul. Not only had he earned a massive amount of justice points, but he had also acquired the Autobots' most treasured artifact, the Allspark. The Allspark, capable of transforming any machine into a sentient being, was an extraordinary asset. This was, without a doubt, a resounding victory. However, Anton had no intention of using the Allspark to transform his Technodrome, Batmobile, or other weapons and equipment into mechanical life forms. Mechanical beings have autonomy, making them unpredictable and, to some extent, uncontrollable. Even though such transformations could enhance combat effectiveness, they would also introduce unnecessary risks and limitations. In Anton's view, the potential downsides far outweighed the benefits. The Autobots' need for the Allspark stemmed from the depletion of Cybertron's resources following its loss. Without the Allspark, Cybertron was rendered uninhabitable, forcing its inhabitants to flee in search of a way to replenish their planet's energy reserves. Reclaiming the Allspark offered a chance to restore those resources and rebuild their world. This is the core truth behind the Transformers' quest for the Allspark. It's their key to survival and renewal. From Megatron's perspective, however, Optimus Prime's intent to use the Allspark against him and potentially destroy it was seen as an act of betrayal against Cybertron and the Transformers themselves. When Lennox saw the arriving army, he quickly trotted over to meet them. The soldiers were startled at the sight of Lennox, dressed in a gray, dust-covered uniform, his hair and eyebrows singed as if he had barely escaped a blazing inferno. "There's a survivor here," one of the soldiers exclaimed in surprise. Recognizing Lennox's military uniform, they were overjoyed and hurried to assist him. Some of them immediately ran off to alert the general, who was still communicating with the White House. "What?" The general, startled by the report, turned back to the communicator. "Hold on. I've just been informed we have a survivor." Keeping the communicator active, he rushed over to Lennox and asked eagerly, "Soldier, what is your name? What happened here?" "Sir, my name is Lennox. I'm the captain of a special operations squad recently reassigned from the Army to Sector 7, Lennox introduced himself crisply. He then launched into an explanation. Aliens attacked the base in Sector 7. They call themselves Decepticons and Autobots. The Decepticons were the aggressors, but the Autobots along with Batman, Cyborg, and their team came to our aid. They saved us." The general stood frozen for a moment, processing this flood of information. He muttered under his breath, repeating the names, Decepticons, Autobots, Batman, Cyborg. On the other end of the communicator, the President, Tom, and Keller listened intently, their expressions grim. "North by East 1, and the Allspark," the President interjected, his voice tense. "What happened to them?" Lennox replied without hesitation. "North by East 1 was the leader of the Decepticons, Megatron. He was killed by Cyborg." He added, "As for the weapon that defeated him, it was the Allspark. But it was destroyed during the battle." The general sighed with regret. "A pity," he muttered. Then he asked, "What about the others? Are there any other survivors?" Lennox thought for a moment before replying. "They should have escaped through the emergency evacuation exits a few kilometers away. We bought them enough time to flee." Pausing, Lennox hesitated, then added, "By the way, while the Decepticons are dead, some of their remains might still be buried under the rubble." The general's eyes narrowed at the mention of the remains, and the politicians on the other end of the communicator exchanged intrigued glances. A glimmer of opportunity flashed in their eyes. Although the base had been lost, recovering alien remains could prove valuable. Tom and Keller exchanged a knowing look, silently wondering if Batman had deliberately left the remains for them to find. If so, his calculated planning was nothing short of extraordinary. Even if it wasn't deliberate, no one would dare underestimate him. The President, seizing on this potential asset, issued an order: "Recover whatever you can. Search the ruins and retrieve the remains of the Transformers." "Understood," the general responded crisply. Turning to his men, he barked, "Get a team into the ruins. I want everything of value dug out. Also, send search parties to the escape routes to locate any survivors who evacuated earlier." He then turned back to Lennox. "Do you know where the escape exits are?" "Yes, sir," Lennox replied firmly. "I'll lead them there." The general gave an approving nod, clapping Lennox on the shoulder. "Good work, soldier. I'm counting on you." A distant galaxy, inside the Technodrome. The Autobots found themselves in a vast space teeming with advanced technology. Surrounded by towering machinery, shimmering energy fields, and intricate systems, they gazed in awe at their futuristic surroundings. Their expressions reflected pure astonishment as they took in the sight of the war fortress, a marvel of engineering far beyond anything they had encountered before. Before meeting Batman in person, the Autobots had already gathered information about him. They were also aware of the recent alien invasion in New York and speculated that the weapon involved in the attack might have been used for Earth's defense. "It's called a Technodrome. We went through considerable effort to wrest control of it from its former commander," Anton explained calmly, noticing the Autobots' curiosity. "Batman, the Autobots will always remember your help." You will forever be a friend to us, Optimus Prime said with a tone of gratitude. Anton waved dismissively. Enough of the pleasantries. Once you provide me with the coordinates of Cybertron, I'll teleport you back there. As for the Allspark, Optimus Prime, I will equip you with a special teleporter. It will allow the Allspark's energy to travel through time and space to Cybertron at the coordinates you set. In theory, it can reach any corner of your planet. He added firmly, however, as we agreed earlier, the ownership of the Allspark remains mine. You'll only have the right to use it. Optimus Prime nodded without hesitation. Of course. Hearing this exchange, the other Autobots Ironhide, Jazz, and Ratchet were visibly stunned. The Allspark. Ironhide muttered in disbelief. I thought it was destroyed. Bumblebee leaned in and whispered, it's not that simple. I'll explain later. Meanwhile, Cyborg took out a small teleporter and carefully installed it in Optimus Prime's palm. I'll integrate the Allspark into the energy output core of the Technodrome. From there, you can draw its power whenever needed, he explained. Anton turned back to Optimus Prime. According to our records, the planet Cybertron is located in the Centauri galaxy, orbiting Alpha Centauri. Please confirm. Optimus Prime nodded. That's correct. Those are the coordinates of Cybertron. Good, Anton said with a slight smile. I wish you a smooth journey. If I need assistance in the future, I'll contact you. Optimus Prime replied with unwavering sincerity. Whatever you need, the Autobots will do our best to assist you. As the conversation concluded, Cyborg activated the teleportation device. The Autobots felt a sudden weightlessness as a glowing portal opened above them. Within moments, they were pulled through the gateway and disappeared from the war fortress. Now, only Batman and Cyborg remained in the massive ship. They exchanged a glance before Cyborg's figure vanished. Anton then deactivated his Batman persona, reverting to his original appearance. He took a deep breath and opened his system panel to review the rewards. Mission complete, frustrate the Decepticons, kill Megatron. Reward, 10 million justice points. Current justice points balance, 30 million. Anton grinned broadly. What a haul. Not only had he earned a massive amount of justice points, but he had also acquired the Autobots' most treasured artifact, the Allspark. The Allspark, capable of transforming any machine into a sentient being, was an extraordinary asset. This was, without a doubt, a resounding victory. However, Anton had no intention of using the Allspark to transform his Technodrome, Batmobile, or other weapons and equipment into mechanical life forms. Mechanical beings have autonomy, making them unpredictable and, to some extent, uncontrollable. Even though such transformations could enhance combat effectiveness, they would also introduce unnecessary risks and limitations. In Anton's view, the potential downsides far outweighed the benefits. The Autobots' need for the Allspark stemmed from the depletion of Cybertron's resources following its loss. Without the Allspark, Cybertron was rendered uninhabitable, forcing its inhabitants to flee in search of a way to replenish their planet's energy reserves. Reclaiming the Allspark offered a chance to restore those resources and rebuild their world. This is the core truth behind the Transformers' quest for the Allspark. It's their key to survival and renewal. From Megatron's perspective, however, Optimus Prime's intent to use the Allspark against him and potentially destroy it was seen as an act of betrayal against Cybertron and the Transformers themselves. For Anton, cooperating with the Autobots wasn't just about forming an alliance. He had a broader plan, accelerating humanity's technological progress through Cybertronian technology. Anton envisioned establishing a Wayne Group on Earth, an enterprise spanning industries like weapons development, biotechnology, clean energy, and more. After all, Anton already had significant resources at his disposal. The Autobots from Cybertron, Bruce Banner, and Kurt Connors, Donatello from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and even Norman Osborn, who shared a strong rapport with him. Moreover, Stark Industries, now under some of his control, was another invaluable asset. With so many ready-made connections, Anton saw no reason to let these opportunities go to waste. Meanwhile, at a seaside mansion in Los Angeles, beep, 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 Tony Stark was engrossed in building his latest big toy. Since the alien attack in New York, which left him humiliated in front of the city, the nation, and even the world, Tony had been obsessively upgrading his Iron Man suits. He was determined to enhance their combat capabilities while simultaneously rewriting Jarvis's core algorithms. For days, Tony had locked himself in his studio, working tirelessly on his armor. Stark Industries, which he had reclaimed from Obadiah, was now fully under the management of his assistant and current CEO, Pepper Potts. Aside from watching Superman once, Tony hadn't stepped outside. Even Pepper was astonished by the drastic transformation. Tony had gone from a reckless playboy to a reclusive tech enthusiast completely absorbed in his projects. This might be the most astonishing transformation of the 21st century, Pepper often remarked. To some extent, in the Marvel universe, Pepper wasn't wrong. Tony Stark becoming an introverted workaholic was indeed one of the most unexpected changes of the century. Suddenly, beep, beep, Jarvis's voice interrupted Tony's focus. Sir, Batman has appeared again, Jarvis reported. Batman? Tony asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, Jarvis continued. I intercepted communications between the military and the White House. Batman's name came up, and I thought you'd be interested. Tony immediately dropped his tools and strode over to his desk. Play the audio you recorded, he ordered, his voice calm yet eager. Monitoring military satellite communications wasn't exactly legal, it was practically spying on state secrets. But Tony didn't care. After the recent chaos, Tony had grown increasingly anxious and insecure. To cope, he had programmed Jarvis to monitor satellite signals, scanning for specific keywords like Justice League or Batman. Jarvis didn't store every piece of information, it only flagged data relevant to Tony's interests. Of course, sir, Jarvis replied, queuing up the audio. And just like that, Tony prepared to uncover more about the elusive Batman. There are survivors here. I'm Lennox. Just now, aliens invaded the base in the 7th area. They called themselves Decepticons and Autobots. It was the Decepticons who attacked us. Who saved us? Batman, Cyborg, and those Autobots, who are the enemies of the Decepticons. They saved us. Decepticons, Autobots, Batman, Cyborg. North by East 1, and the Allspark. North by East 1 is the leader of the Decepticons, Megatron. He was killed by Cyborg. Their bodies, they still seem to be under the rubble. Tony Stark listened to these conversations, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. He turned to Jarvis and gave a direct order. Search for North by East 1, Decepticons, Autobots, and the Allspark. Don't skip military databases, including the Pentagon, and make sure to access s.h.i.e.l.d's general database. Understood, Jarvis replied, as streams of data began to flow across Tony's screen. Decepticons, Autobots, no search results, Jarvis reported. Allspark, no search results yet. North by East 1. North by East is an abbreviation for non-biological extraterrestrials. Records indicate that in the early 20th century, a captain named Witwicky discovered traces of North by East 1 in a glacier. By 1934, North by East 1 was transferred to the United States. Further research reveals that North by East 1 is credited as the foundation for modern technology. Integrated circuits, lasers, spacecraft designs, and even automobiles were all developed from studying it. Tony's eyebrows lifted in surprise. Jarvis's final statement caught him off guard. The source of modern technology was alien, he murmured. Non-biological extraterrestrials. So, mechanical life forms. Tony's eyes narrowed as he processed the implications, his mind racing with thoughts. After a pause, he issued another command. Jarvis, find the latest strange reports related to machinery or artificial intelligence focused solely on the United States. This search provided much richer results compared to the earlier keyword-based queries. After about half an hour, Jarvis presented his findings. The search identified one highly relevant report. It comes from the Los Angeles Police Department. Their law enforcement recorder captured an incident involving Sam Witwicky, who claimed his car moved and stood up like a robot. Jarvis then played the recording, revealing a scene where Sam was surrounded by police officers at the station, recounting the bizarre event. Pull up Sam Witwicky's home address and any surveillance footage from around his residence. Focus on his car, Tony instructed, his curiosity mounting. Jarvis quickly located Sam's address and retrieved recent surveillance data. Apologies, sir, but the surveillance information near Sam's residence has been deleted, Jarvis reported. Deleted? Tony asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes. Based on nearby street footage, it appears Sam was taken away by a mysterious organization. Batman and Cyborg were also spotted in the car, Jarvis continued. Can you recover the surveillance footage? Tony asked calmly, though his interest was clearly piqued. Attempting recovery now, Jarvis said. I've managed to restore approximately 2% of the footage. Playing it for you now. The restored footage began to play. In the first clip, Cyborg was seen firing an energy cannon at a massive, hill-sized robot. The robot bristled with advanced technology and powerful weaponry. Boom! The cannon blast collided with the robot, sending sparks and flames erupting across the screen. The video froze momentarily before transitioning to the next clip. This time, a yellow Camaro sports car transformed into a towering robot in the middle of a street. Standing in front of it was Cyborg, who launched himself into the air. Click, click. The footage froze again. The two clips combined lasted less than 10 seconds, but they were enough to captivate Tony's full attention. Tony sat in silence for a moment, absorbing what he had just seen. The revelation was clear. The Autobots were mechanical life forms, aliens who had integrated seamlessly into Earth's environment. It all made sense now. He finally understood why military documents refer to North by East 1 as the origin of modern technology. Autobots. Tony muttered, glancing at the half-constructed Mark 7 armor in his workshop. His mind was already brimming with ideas, inspired by the alien technology he had just witnessed. Suddenly, the Mark 7 didn't seem so impressive anymore. Jarvis, move the Mark 7 out of my sight and file the Mark 8 for the record. I've been thinking, that Audi R8, what do you think about turning it into armor? Tony Stark's eyes burned with excitement. It suddenly occurred to him, Batman has his Batmobile, so why can't Iron Man have his own tank? I think it's an excellent idea, sir, Jarvis replied. Very well. Show me the internal structure of the R8. I want to start designing the Mark 8 immediately. This time, the workload will be much greater than before. I can't wait. Tony grinned with enthusiasm. Also, contact Rhodey for me. I need to see him. Jarvis asked, when should I schedule it, sir? Tomorrow. Definitely tomorrow. After giving his instructions, Tony suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck. He frowned slightly but brushed it off. He opened the virtual design screen in front of him and began sketching with great enthusiasm. What Tony didn't notice, however, was the ominous change happening to him. The blood vessels on his neck had started to darken, a clear sign of palladium poisoning. The plot was progressing as expected. Sooner or later, Iron Man would face another significant downturn in his life. If Anton had been present to witness this, he'd have happily enjoyed the show. After all, Tony Stark's pre-Avengers behavior was far from pleasant. Even after the events of Avengers, Tony only began to reflect on his flaws after experiencing the challenges of Iron Man 3, where he encountered Aldrich Killian, a man who had fully descended into villainy due to Stark's past insults. Fate is fair, after all. Tony would eventually have to taste the bitter fruits of the seeds he had sown. The incident ended, and Anton returned to New York. He dispersed the two avatars and opened his real eyes. Who would have thought that a simple visit to check the situation with Secretary of Defense John Keller would turn into such chaos? The scene grew noisier by the second. The day's experience felt more exhausting than the entire past week. However, the rewards were immense, and there were no losses to speak of. Turning over and getting out of bed, Anton walked to the living room, where he saw the old man reading. Awake. Jonah Jameson glanced at Anton and asked, "How's the situation on Batman's side?" "Something went wrong," Anton replied, spreading his hands with a helpless expression. "A small situation." Jameson raised an eyebrow, instantly suspicious. He knew that Anton's definition of small often meant the opposite. "Don't worry, it's all resolved." Anton reassured him with a smile and sat across from Jameson. Seeing the old man's tense expression relax, Anton suddenly said, "You've been resting for over a year now. You must be feeling pretty free, right?" Jameson squinted at him. "Boy, what are you trying to say? I can tell you're up to something. Are you ready to make a comeback?" Anton asked, leaning forward slightly. "A comeback?" Jameson scoffed, shaking his head. "You're running the Daily Bugle just fine. Why would I give up my leisurely life? Honestly, it feels great to spend money like a prodigal just like you used to do. But isn't that life a little too empty? Even Tony Stark became Iron Man. And you're Jonah Jameson," Anton said, shifting the tone to flatter the old man. Sure enough, Jameson grinned, his ego thoroughly stroked. "All right, spit it out. What are you planning?" "Under your leadership, the Jameson family has already reached a high status," Anton began, leaning back. "But we still have some shortcomings." Jameson raised an eyebrow. "Shortcomings? You're talking about a family that controls public opinion through the Daily Bugle. What more do you want?" "On one hand," Anton continued, "the Daily Bugle gives us a public relations advantage that others don't have. But on the other hand, we're still just a newspaper. Even though we've invested in various industries, it's all passive, pure investment, pure wealth. We don't control the situation." Jameson narrowed his eyes. "It's not enough to have money. What else do you want?" "I want to build a major company, something like Stark Industries or Oscorp, a company that can truly control the playing field," Anton said with a smile. "Old man, isn't this your dream too?" "My dream," Jameson repeated, leaning back in his chair. He studied Anton for a moment, then sat up straighter. "Do you realize what it takes to become another Stark Industries or Oscorp? Connections are important, sure, but that's secondary." He paused and then added firmly, "What made those companies successful is that they were unique." "Unique?" Anton muttered under his breath, fully understanding what Jameson was hinting at. In other words, they needed core technology. Howard Stark and Norman Osborn were scientists in their own right. They built the foundations of their empires with their genius, creating innovations that became the core of their businesses. Over time, Stark Industries and Oscorp grew into towering giants. By contrast, Anton thought of someone like Justin Hammer. He served as a reminder that not everyone could reach those heights, no matter how much money they threw around. Both parties are major arms dealers, but Justin Hammer's reputation and status are nowhere near comparable to Stark Industries or Oscorp. Why? Isn't it obvious? A lack of core technology. Hammer relies heavily on plagiarizing Stark Industries designs, offering slightly lower prices to attract local military and overseas orders. But even with this model, it's clear, Hammer will never be widely recognized. Why? Innovation is lacking. The products are unremarkable. Hammer's company is left picking up scraps the contracts Stark and Oscorp don't even bother with. And why is Justin Hammer so desperate to get into Oscorp? It's obvious, he's eager for Oscorp's advanced patents and expertise in biological sciences and genetic technology. When it comes to arms dealing alone, Hammer and Oscorp might be on similar footing. Both are overshadowed by Stark Industries. But Oscorp's strength lies in its diversity. It's far more than just an arms dealer. "Of course, I have something unique," Anton said with a sly smile, looking at Jameson. "Old man, it's been so long, have a little faith in me." As he spoke, Anton stepped forward and placed his hand on Jameson's shoulder. Whoosh! The two vanished from the house in an instant. Jameson blinked, suddenly finding himself in a strange place. He glanced around at the surroundings and frowned. "A sewer," he muttered, surprised. "I didn't know a sewer could be this clean." Before he could ask more questions, a voice called out, "Anton." Jameson turned toward the sound, and a group of tall, humanoid turtles entered his field of vision. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Although Jameson had been relaxing in Hawaii for the past year, he wasn't entirely out of the loop when it came to New York's news. And, of course, the Daily Bugle had covered these turtles in the past. Notably, the Bugle's recent content under Eddie Brock's leadership had earned widespread praise across New York and the United States. Jameson felt validated in choosing Eddie to run things, just as he did in handing the Daily Bugle to Anton. "Who's this old guy?" Michelangelo asked, eyeing Jameson curiously. Turning to Anton, he added, "You usually don't bring strangers down here. Is he some sort of wanted criminal?" Before Anton could respond, Michelangelo leaned in and sniffed. "He's wearing women's cologne. Oh, this guy smells good." The corners of Jameson's mouth twitched in embarrassment. Anton burst out laughing. "He's my grandpa, Jonah Jameson, the man behind Batman and the real boss of the Daily Bugle. I brought him here to show him your recent progress." "Progress?" Donatello perked up and stepped forward. "Follow me, Mr. Jameson. You're about to witness the greatest invention of the century." "The greatest of the century?" Jameson raised an eyebrow, skeptical but intrigued. He couldn't imagine anything that could honestly deserve such a bold title. Then again, this was Donatello, a genius inventor with a flair for dramatic descriptions. Jameson didn't take the claim too seriously, but he couldn't deny his interest. What could Anton possibly be so confident about? As they entered the sewer laboratory, Jameson expected to see experimental equipment. But what caught his eye first wasn't the machinery, it was the man in the white lab coat standing at the center of the room. He had an elegant, easygoing demeanor, yet Jameson instantly recognized him. Curt Connors. Dr. Lizard. Jameson blurted, stunned. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Wasn't Connors one of Batman's mortal enemies? The Daily Bugle had written extensively about their clashes. Could this all have been a lie? Jameson shot Anton a bewildered look, his expression demanding an explanation. Anton simply smiled, clearly enjoying his grandfather's shock. "You haven't seen anything yet," he said cryptically. That's when Jameson noticed something even stranger. Curt Connors had two perfectly functional hands. Wait, that's impossible. Everyone in New York knew Connors' story. He became the Lizard after attempting to cure his disability. How could his arms be healed now? Jameson had a sudden realization. Thinking about the news Osborn had previously announced to the public and now seeing Connors' fully restored arm, it all clicked. "Limb regeneration technology," Jameson exclaimed, visibly shaken. "I didn't expect this technology to be achieved by you." "Yes," Anton said with a satisfied smile. "With this core technology, we can make a strong entrance into the market." "But it's not enough," Jameson said, quickly regaining his composure. "Physical rehabilitation technology could make us the next Life Foundation at best, but we'd still be far behind Stark and Osborn. In addition to physical regeneration, I have plenty more that I haven't shown you yet," Anton replied confidently. "We're talking about arms, energy, and even breakthroughs in genetic engineering. Whatever you can imagine, we have it." He grinned. "Limb regeneration is just the beginning. You're not lying to me." Jameson turned to Anton, his eyes alight with a long-lost fighting spirit. "Of course not," Anton said, his tone steady. Then, dropping a hint, he added, "Through today's actions, I've established some connections with extraterrestrials. They're not going to hesitate to share alien technology with us." "You're that confident?" Jameson frowned, skeptical. "These are aliens we're talking about." Recent events like the alien invasion had left Jameson wary of anything to do with extraterrestrials. "I have what they need," Anton replied simply, cutting the conversation short. "Trust me, I know what I'm doing." "Fair enough," Jameson said with a sigh of relief, his eyes scanning the sewer. He grinned, clearly intrigued. "Is there anything else down here I haven't seen?" "Let me introduce some key players," Anton said, gesturing to the group. "First, you already know Curt Connors. Then there's Bruce Banner, another brilliant mind who'll serve as one of the company's chief scientists." He pointed at the purple-masked turtle. "And Donatello, an expert in computer systems and weapon modifications. His skills are invaluable." "Jonah Jameson," the old man said, introducing himself as he shook hands with Connors. He paid no mind to Connors' past criminal activities. Jameson had seen far worse during his career, and he understood how circumstances could push people to extremes. "And since you're here," Anton continued, "there's one more person you might want to meet." Curious, Jameson followed Anton deeper into the sewer. In a dimly lit chamber, a man sat on a stool, his hair disheveled and his face gaunt. His sharp, fierce gaze tracked Anton and Jameson as they approached. "You're..." Jameson's eyes widened as recognition dawned on him. His voice faltered. "Norman? Why are you here?" "You know him," Anton said calmly, then added, "but I'm referring to his other identity, the Green Goblin." "The Green Goblin?" Jameson was taken aback. His expression shifted, and he let out a strange laugh. "Norman Osborn, blowing up his own company? That doesn't sound like the Norman I know." "He's not the same Norman you knew," Anton explained. "Because of a hereditary illness, he injected himself with an experimental human enhancement serum. It worked, but at a cost. The serum caused schizophrenia, giving rise to the Green Goblin persona. I've kept him here to treat his mental illness and eliminate the serum's side effects." "That's a smart move," Jameson said, now considering the matter from a practical perspective. "Norman is the founder of Osborn Industries. If you can rehabilitate him, he'll be a tremendous asset." At this moment, Jameson showed no sign of being affected by Norman's past misdeeds or the supposed friendship between Anton and Norman. Anton wasn't surprised. In the corporate world, high-level executives often knew each other, leveraging their networks to form alliances when it suited them. Jameson was no exception, having built an impressive web of contacts over the years. Still, it was impossible to have close relationships with everyone. Jameson's practicality often outweighed any sentiment. Let's go, Anton said after wrapping up the introductions. As they left the sewer, Anton paused and turned to Donatello. Transfer Norman to the secure prison within the Technodrome. I'll have Cyborg grant you the necessary permissions. Understood, Donatello replied with a nod. By the way, how are the arrangements for relocating the laboratory? Anton asked. Connors and Banner don't seem too keen on moving the lab to the Technodrome, Donatello replied. They think the sewer is a very convenient place. The fortress feels too alien to them after all, it's not even on Earth. Anyway, with the teleportation bracelets, accessing the ship's computer systems is easy. They can transport there whenever necessary. Fine, let them do what they want, Anton said with a shrug. He had no intention of forcing the transfer. It was better to leave the professionals to handle their experiments in an environment they were comfortable with. Later, Anton and Jameson returned home. Limb regeneration technology will make it easy to establish our presence, Jameson said, his excitement mounting. But expanding into other industries will be a bigger challenge. We'll need a product with broad, practical applications. Jameson was already brimming with ideas. Having learned so much from Anton, he was eager to put his thoughts into action. That's simple, Anton replied, calm as ever. Once you've set the foundation, I can bring you new technology whenever needed. He wasn't worried. After all, he had an entire planet of Autobots backing him. One last question, Jameson said, turning to Anton. What should we name this company? Jameson Company, Anton suggested with a smirk. Jameson narrowed his eyes and groaned. Damn, some other Jameson already took that name. Wayne Company, Anton said after a moment's thought. A smile spread across his face. Let's call it Wayne. Wayne, Jameson repeated, raising an eyebrow. Having seen the Batman movies, he immediately made the connection. Bruce Wayne, Wayne Enterprises, Batman's company. Jameson murmured. Then he glanced at Anton and nodded. All right, we'll call it Wayne Company. With Batman's name attached, people will recognize us instantly. Trust me, Anton said confidently. Wayne Company will soon grow into the Wayne Group. He leaned back, painting a vivid picture. In the future, Wayne Group will operate in every sector of society: aviation, transportation, aircraft manufacturing, biotechnology, chemistry, construction, energy, entertainment, food, healthcare, manufacturing, mining, petroleum, retail, securities, steel, weapons, even ocean shipping, everything. He grinned mischievously. And the best part? We'll be richer than Stark, richer than the Iron Man. Smack. Jameson slapped Anton on the forehead, catching him completely off guard. Quit dreaming. Jameson scoffed. The company isn't even registered yet. Rolling his eyes, he added, don't try to sell me pipe dreams. When I was out there fooling people, your dad was still just a sperm in my body. Jonah Jameson turned on the TV and saw that every channel was broadcasting the same news. The Black Gorge, located at the junction of Nevada and Arizona, had experienced a sudden earthquake, causing one side of the mountain to collapse. The tremor had a minor effect on the Hoover Dam, but nothing significant. The news displayed images of the Hoover Dam after the earthquake. The side that once towered high had completely sunken, leaving a massive circular pit. A group of troops stationed near the pit forbade outsiders from approaching but allowed reporters to take photos from a distance. Most people around the world dismissed the event. There were no casualties in the earthquake. To them, it was just another natural disaster. But Jonah Jameson saw things differently. He was one of the few who knew the inside story. More importantly, he had learned something yesterday from the Secretary of Defense, John Keller. Inside the Hoover Dam, there was an alien that had fallen to Earth thousands of years ago. Now, there was an earthquake. Coincidence? Not likely. After all, why else would Batman and Cyborg visit the Secretary of Defense yesterday? According to Anton, they had run into some minor situations. Jameson scoffed at the understatement. It doesn't look like a small situation, he muttered, recalling Anton's vague answers. It became clear that whatever Batman had to deal with alongside the Secretary of Defense was connected to this so-called earthquake. Even more concerning was Anton's comment yesterday: Batman was cooperating with aliens. The Justice League, or at least Batman, had something the aliens wanted. In exchange, the aliens were providing advanced technology to aid in the development of Wayne Enterprises. This world is becoming more and more incomprehensible, Jameson sighed, running a hand through his hair. He regretted knowing so much. The weight of knowledge was terrifying. Ignorance is bliss, he muttered bitterly. Only now, in his later years, did he truly understand the meaning of that phrase. Los Angeles. In his seaside mansion, Tony Stark met with his only real friend, Colonel James Rhodey Rhodes of the Air Force. Tony, you didn't call me here to show off your latest suit, did you? Rhodey asked, eyeing Tony's casual attire. The faint traces of oil stains on Tony's clothes made Rhodey grimace in disgust. I'm cutting straight to the point, Tony said, ignoring the jab. His eyes locked onto Rhodey's. What happened at the Hoover Dam yesterday? Rhodey frowned, caught off guard by the question. What are you talking about? Tony leaned forward, his tone sharp and unyielding. North by East 1, Batman, Autobots. Rhodes, don't tell me you don't know what happened there. Rhodey's expression faltered. Within the military, rumors about the Hoover Dam incident had already spread. It was no ordinary event, and the government's immediate involvement only confirmed its importance. Though there had been no direct combat, the military had gathered plenty of information, thanks to the ever-present politicians in the White House. As a rising star in the Air Force and Tony Stark's trusted friend, Rhodey was privy to top-level intelligence. In fact, he had personally flown one of the first fighter jets dispatched to the site. "Tony, how do you even know about this?" Rhodey asked, narrowing his eyes. "This is classified information." Tony smirked. "I have my sources." He crossed his arms, his tone shifting. "Rhodey, I'm very interested in those mechanical life forms. You must have found something in the rubble by now, right?" When Tony mentioned earthquake, his voice carried a deliberate weight, making it clear that he wasn't buying the official story. Rhodey hesitated, glancing away before nodding reluctantly. "We did find something, but it's not as simple as you think." Rhodey briefly explained the identity of the Transformers to Tony and then said, "Those Transformer corpses don't belong to the military. They're under the jurisdiction of Sector 7, an organization that ultimately reports to the White House. Whatever you plan to do, Tony, you'll have to deal with the politicians." "Understood." Tony stroked his chin thoughtfully. If this could be handled through the military, his good relationship with them and Stark Industries would make it a breeze. But going through the White House? That would be more troublesome. Recently, many government officials had been pressuring Tony to hand over his armor technology for government management. They viewed his Iron Man suit as a tangible, reliable weapon far more dependable than something like the super soldier serum. The United States wanted to use the armor to bolster national defense. Of course, whether it would actually be used for defense or as an offensive weapon was another story entirely. Regardless, those in power hoped Tony would relinquish control of his technology. But Tony was unwilling. The Transformers, however, piqued his curiosity. Tony believed he could use outdated armor tech or even a full suit he no longer needed as leverage to trade for one of the Transformers' corpses. It was an incredible opportunity. From Tony's perspective, the trade would be a steal. He pondered carefully, weighing his options. Suddenly, he winced in pain. His hand instinctively moved to his neck, and his expression shifted. "Tony." Rhodey noticed immediately. "You look off. Are you okay?" "It's fine," Tony replied, though his brow furrowed slightly. "Let's wrap it up for today, Rhodey. I've got something to take care of." Later, back in his lab, Tony received the results of his blood test. Palladium poisoning. Standing in front of the mirror, Tony examined his reflection. His torso was bare, and his face darkened as he noticed the black lines spreading outward from his chest, where the arc reactor sat. The realization hit hard, and his mood plummeted. What had been an intriguing day now felt like the weight of the world crashing down on him. 1 month later, New York. At a Wayne Enterprises press conference, Jameson stood confidently on stage. "Welcome, everyone, to today's press event," he said, smiling as he addressed the gathered media, business leaders, and officials. His tone was calm yet commanding. "As we've been promoting, what Wayne Enterprises is introducing today is body regeneration technology and epoch-making innovation. This is a miracle for the disabled, a true solution to physical impairments." Jameson gestured to the side of the stage, signaling for someone to step forward. A man with fully intact limbs appeared. Though he looked slightly nervous, his face showed a mix of anticipation and excitement. Behind Jameson, the large screen displayed an image of the same man, taken just 1 month prior. In the photo, he sat in a wheelchair, his legs completely missing. His expression then was one of hopelessness and despair, a stark contrast to the confident individual now standing before the crowd. Gasps of amazement erupted from the audience as they connected the dots. The transformation was undeniable. This man had been reborn. As the main demonstration began, the crowd buzzed with excitement. The implications of the technology became clear. It was not just theoretical, it was real. Not everyone was pleased, however. Representatives from Oscorp sat in the crowd, their faces grim. In their eyes, this technology should have been their domain, their achievement. That the opportunity had slipped from their grasp was a bitter pill to swallow. Jameson, however, remained unfazed. He knew that the development of limb regeneration technology would inevitably disrupt certain industries and rival companies. But for the Jameson family, it was a golden opportunity. The market was a vast and lucrative cake, and Wayne Enterprises was about to take the largest slice. Backstage, Anton leaned against a wall, arms crossed, watching Jameson's confident performance. A faint smile played on his lips as he glanced at the crowd, captivated by the presentation. He knew Wayne Enterprises' first major product, body regeneration technology, was destined to be a massive success. Though he had anticipated this moment for a long time, seeing it unfold in real time filled him with pride and satisfaction. This was only the beginning, but the taste of victory was undeniably sweet. The press conference had just ended. Jameson approached Anton with a grin. "I just landed a major deal." "Oh, what's the deal?" Anton asked curiously. Jameson was known for his long-term vision, so it had to be something significant. "Our dear vice president has a daughter, and he's very devoted to her. Unfortunately, she lost her right calf in an accident," Jameson explained, his smile widening. "Right after the press conference, he called me as soon as he confirmed that our limb regeneration technology was viable. So, our first client is the vice president's daughter." Anton blinked. "Exactly," Jameson nodded. "With his support, Wayne Enterprises will have a much smoother path. He can help us secure more official contracts." You know how it works, there's no shortage of wealthy people who want to appear charitable. That said, I expect some backlash from disability advocacy groups. Anton shrugged and spread his hands. What can we do? Business is business. Jameson smirked. Limb regeneration technology is just the beginning. Soon, we'll expand into other fields. When you do, make sure to bring in new innovations. I'll handle things on the vice president's end. Through him, we might even establish ties with the military and secure government contracts. Got it, Anton replied before turning to leave. Later, in the car, Anton sat back as the car sped toward DC Studios. He had a meeting with Jim to discuss the release strategy for Batman 2, The Dark Knight. Meanwhile, news about Superman was circulating. Released not long ago, the movie had already earned a global box office total of $760 million. While it wasn't as successful as Batman or Cyborg, it was still a solid commercial hit. More importantly, the movie had earned Anton 31 million Superman fan points. Still, there was a long way to go before reaching his target of 100 million. Nearly 70 million points were still needed. Even with sequels, Anton estimated it would take at least 2 more movies to close the gap. However, he understood that audiences would eventually experience superhero fatigue. The only way to achieve his goal was to constantly release new content related to Superman, keeping the character in the public eye through fresh angles and long-term efforts. Despite the challenge, Anton wasn't particularly worried. His current strength was sufficient. On Earth, there wasn't a villain who could pose a serious threat to him. Back at DC Studios, Anton sat in his office chair and casually turned on his computer. A news notification popped up on the screen. Tony Stark is back in the headlines? Spendthrift genius? Stark Expo announced? Is it a publicity stunt or the real deal? The entertainment and gossip sections were dominated by Tony Stark's name. Over the past month, Tony seemed to have returned to his old lifestyle of extravagant parties and indulgence. At the same time, Stark Industries had announced a major science and technology expo, scheduled to take place in 2 months. Anton recognized what was happening. Iron Man 2 has already begun, he muttered to himself. Tony's recent behavior made perfect sense. Knowing his life was at risk due to palladium poisoning, Tony was likely trying to enjoy himself before his inevitable demise. Of course, Anton had no intention of getting involved. He knew Tony wouldn't die, but that didn't stop him from feeling a bit of schadenfreude over Tony's current predicament. Jim's arrival. A knock at the door interrupted Anton's thoughts. Jim entered the office with a look of excitement. I'm planning to hold the premiere next week, Jim announced. The Dark Knight is one of the most anticipated movies of the year. As the second Batman film, it's going to dominate the box office. He was brimming with confidence. First, the story of The Dark Knight has explosive plot points and incredible depth. Second, Batman has become a global icon, a true idol for the masses. Anton smiled, nodding in agreement. Jim wasn't wrong. The sequel was poised to be a monumental success. As the most famous superhero in the United States today, Batman is a massive cultural phenomenon, and anything associated with him sells like hotcakes. While people understand that the fictional Batman isn't directly tied to the real-world Batman, there's a lingering sense of connection. For instance, the real Batman has never denied being Bruce Wayne, and Anton, the creator of the fictional Batman, also shares intriguing ties to the real-life Batman. This connection has become a point of obsession for die-hard fans, especially with the recent establishment of Wayne Enterprises by the Jameson family. Fans have eagerly speculated about the similarities, and this buzz has only boosted the popularity of Wayne Enterprises' limb regeneration technology. Its meteoric rise rivals that of Tony Stark's upcoming Technology Expo. Of course, the primary focus for fans remains the highly anticipated Batman 2, The Dark Knight. Everyone is dying to know what role Batman will play in this sequel. Will the alien revelations from the Cyborg movie carry over into the Batman universe? Could the main villain of the sequel also exist in this world or perhaps even be a real person in this universe? The suspense has fans on edge, their curiosity clawing at them like restless cats. What they don't realize is that the villain about to take the stage isn't just any character. He is the most dangerous and captivating villain in the DC universe. It's not some fun-of-the-mill character, of course. It's the Joker. Yes, the clown prince of crime himself, who has consistently topped the top 100 comic villains list in US media and is widely regarded as the greatest comic villain of all time. Anton couldn't help but smirk at the thought. Unfortunately, the system didn't include any guide on playing villains. Otherwise, he'd seriously consider creating a Joker clone, orchestrating an unforgettable showdown, and watching Batman face him in full costume. The fan points and justice value he'd earn from such a spectacle would be astronomical. Still, this was just wishful thinking. If the system actually required him to act as a villain, Anton would flat out refuse. He simply had no interest in villainy. Being a behind-the-scenes schemer, constantly solving crises while simultaneously playing the bad guy, was far too contradictory. It sounded like a fast track to schizophrenia and Anton wasn't signing up for that. Meanwhile, in the depths of a building, limb regeneration technology, a thin man sat in a chair, his palm glowing faintly red, radiating an unbearable heat. Wayne Enterprises. His expression remained cold as he stared at the television broadcasting Wayne Enterprises press conference. The footage showcased their groundbreaking limb regeneration technology, and his brows furrowed slightly. His eyes glinted with a dangerous light. The plan is just beginning. I can't let you interfere, Aldrich Killian. This character is the main villain in Iron Man 3, the creator of the Extremis virus, and the founder of AIM, Advanced Idea Mechanics. Killian was originally an ardent admirer of Tony Stark. However, his admiration turned to resentment after a humiliating experience where Tony, in his characteristic arrogance, ignored Killian at a party. Devastated and on the verge of suicide, Killian was distracted by the fireworks in the night sky. That moment ignited a new resolve in him, one fueled by revenge. He decided to dedicate himself to his own research and, over the next few years, worked tirelessly to build himself up from nothing. Killian gained fame, wealth, and respect, but he could never reclaim the dignity Tony had trampled on 2 decades ago. Looking at his creation, the Extremis virus, Killian believed he finally had the means to achieve his long-awaited revenge. The years of struggle not only warped Killian's mind but also fueled his ambition. Revenge wasn't enough. He wanted to perfect the virus, seize control of the US government, and crown himself as the ultimate king not just in theory but in reality. For this plan, he targeted Vice President Rodriguez. The first step of Killian's plan was to gain the vice president's allegiance. Rodriguez's daughter had lost her right leg in an accident, and Killian's Extremis virus had the miraculous ability to regenerate limbs. This was the perfect leverage. However, just as Killian was preparing to approach Rodriguez, his plans were derailed by the newly established Wayne Company. Their press conference revealed a breakthrough in limb regeneration technology. This technology's purpose directly overlapped with that of the Extremis virus. Though it didn't grant superhuman abilities, it was safer and instantly captured public trust. The announcement blindsided Killian. The sudden emergence of this technology stripped him of his most critical bargaining chip to sway the vice president. Killian could pivot to another target, but he knew Rodriguez was irreplaceable. There was no one else who offered a better opportunity to fast-track his plans. So, there was only one solution left. Destroy Wayne Company. Killian resolved to discredit their limb regeneration technology, tainting its reputation so severely that people would lose trust in it. But how? Batman. Killian knew that the Jameson family backed Wayne Company, and rumors linked Anton Jameson directly to Batman. The company's name, Wayne, was no coincidence. It was likely connected to the Dark Knight himself. Even with Batman's backing, it won't change the outcome, Killian muttered. Watching the press conference draw to a close on television, a sneer spread across his face. Creating a technology is hard. Destroying one is far easier. A few days later, the premiere of Batman 2, The Dark Knight was held as scheduled, and Anton attended the event. In the past few days, Wayne Company's operations had exceeded even Anton's expectations. Their limb regeneration technology had just opened for online reservations on the official Wayne Company website, and applications poured in from disabled individuals across the globe. Everyone wanted to be among the first to benefit from this groundbreaking innovation. Many left messages, declaring their willingness to accept potential risks if it meant regaining a healthy body. Of course, there were no side effects. The overwhelming response left Jonah Jameson swamped with work. It turned him into a full-fledged workaholic, managing the influx of applications and inquiries. Meanwhile, Anton couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Watching everything unfold so seamlessly, he knew Wayne Company was destined for massive success even if Aldrich Killian had other plans in mind. Judging by the current pace, it seemed that all the time lost during the year Anton took a vacation was now being made up in full after the establishment of Wayne Company. Not that anyone minded, especially not Jonah Jameson, who seemed to enjoy every moment of his new responsibilities. Seeing the old man thrive in his role brought Anton some amusement. As for Anton himself, he was more than happy to take a backseat. While he understood the company's operations well enough, he had little interest in the day-to-day management. Even for his own DC company, Anton rarely got involved in the administrative details. That was largely handled by his capable assistant, Betty, who meticulously kept things running smoothly. Anton's role, as the highest authority, was to oversee and strictly control the company's overall development direction. But in truth, the ultimate goal of DC wasn't merely profit, it was about creating fan value. The profits were just a natural result of the process, a win-win byproduct of the broader strategy. Lost in thought, Anton snapped back to reality as the car came to a stop at the end of the red carpet. Stepping out, he greeted the crowd of media, Batman fans, and attendees waiting eagerly near the entrance. The red carpet was packed with entertainment journalists, Hollywood celebrities, and lucky fans of the Batman movie franchise. Under their expectant gazes, Anton walked the carpet, paused for interviews, and then made his way into the theater. A while later, the premiere finally began. In a discreet corner of the theater, Coulson sat quietly, wearing a hat to blend in, his eyes fixed on the screen with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. Meanwhile, Tony Stark, ever the center of attention, was seated carelessly in the first row. Beside him were his loyal driver and assistant, Happy, and the ever-poised Pepper Potts. Anton's seat wasn't far from Tony's, and for a brief moment, the two locked eyes. No words were exchanged. Anton, however, couldn't help but notice the faint black marks on Tony's neck, telltale signs of palladium poisoning. Despite his deteriorating condition, Tony still had the energy to attend a movie premiere. That, if nothing else, was quintessential Tony Stark. The movie begins. The screen lit up with a group of masked men stepping into view. The scene quickly set the tone. A high-stakes robbery was underway. The audience immediately understood that these were bank robbers. Among them, one name stood out, the Joker. Though not physically present, it became clear the Joker had orchestrated the entire heist. To the other robbers, he was just a manipulative schemer sitting on the sidelines, watching as they risked their lives. But things weren't as they seemed. The robbery was meticulously planned, targeting a mob-controlled bank. As events unfolded, the Joker's madness began to surface. Dialogue from the screen. Who disabled the alarm? One robber asked suspiciously. The boss said after the job's done, I should take care of him. One less guy to split the money with, right? Another robber chuckled darkly. Funny, he told me the same thing. What? No. Bang! A shot rang out as the robbers began turning on one another. Bags of cash were hauled toward the exit, but the infighting continued. The tension escalated as one of the remaining robbers pointed a gun at his accomplice. I swear, the Joker told you to kill me once the money's loaded, didn't he? One less share, right? The accomplice smirked. No. He told me to kill the bus driver. Bus driver? What bus driver? Crash. At that exact moment, a school bus smashed through the bank's front doors, running over one of the robbers. The driver stepped out casually, surveying the carnage without a hint of remorse. Before he could react, another robber shot him dead without hesitation. The surviving robber glanced down at the driver's body, shrugged, and muttered as if to say, they're just like you. Seeing this, the remaining robber picked up the last bag of money, loaded it onto the bus, and prepared to leave. You think you're smart, don't you? The voice came from the bank manager, a man in his 50s, who lay wounded on the ground. Despite his critical condition, he sneered at the robber. The people who hired you will chew you up and spit you out, just like the others. His voice dripped with disdain as he continued. The bad guys of the past, at least they had principles, honor, and respect. Look at you. What principles do you have? What the hell are you talking about? The robber snapped, his voice echoing angrily through the bank lobby. He walked over to the manager, crouching down to meet his gaze. Locking eyes with him, the robber spoke in a slow, deliberate tone. My principle is simple, what doesn't kill you? He paused, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Will make you stranger. At that moment, he removed his mask, revealing his true identity. Green hair framed his pale, chalky face, and a grotesque smile, smeared with red lipstick, stretched unnaturally wide across his scarred cheeks. It was him. The Joker. The audience in front of the big screen was stunned. This unexpected twist was brilliant. In just a few minutes, the film had perfectly introduced a sinister, unpredictable villain. Everyone quickly realized that this Joker would be the primary antagonist Batman had to confront in The Dark Knight. But something was off. This Joker didn't seem to have any extraordinary powers. Compared to Batman's previous enemies, like Ra's al Ghul and the League of Shadows, the Joker came across as a mere criminal mastermind. Could such a figure truly challenge Batman? Some viewers began to speculate. Perhaps the Joker wasn't the main villain after all, maybe he was just a minor threat. The movie continues. Batman finally made his first appearance on screen. In the middle of a drug bust, he emerged like a dark knight, driving the Batmobile and effortlessly taking down the criminals. Along the way, he encountered two boys dressed as Batman, attempting to emulate their hero. Though their antics weren't played for laughs, viewers sensed this moment could be foreshadowing for something deeper in the story. The scene shifted, revealing Commissioner Gordon investigating the mob bank that had been robbed earlier. Inside the vault, Gordon exchanged a few words with his assistant before Batman appeared by his side. Is it him again? Batman asked, his tone grim. Who else? Gordon replied. A gang of mobs. Their conversation was interrupted by the introduction of a new character, Harvey Dent, the recently appointed district attorney. Harvey came across as earnest and principled, clearly not a man to shrink from a challenge. Soon, viewers saw him in a relationship with Rachel, Batman's childhood sweetheart. In his words, Harvey expressed admiration for Batman and even hinted that he hoped to eventually relieve the vigilante of some of his burden. As the story unfolded, it became increasingly clear that the Joker was no minor player. Even without supernatural abilities, the Joker was shaping up to be the ultimate threat. But how could a mere man with no powers possibly stand against Batman? In recent times, the world had been consumed by stories of superhuman feats and catastrophic events. This had led many to underestimate the danger posed by the human psyche, the darkness that could reside within the heart. Anton, seated among the audience, wasn't watching the movie with the same urgency. As the producer, investor, and screenwriter, he already knew the plot better than anyone else. Instead, he observed the captivated expressions of the audience around him and allowed himself a satisfied smile. Back in the film, the police and prosecutors attempted to track the Joker's stolen cash using traceable bills, but their efforts were met with his mocking derision. Meanwhile, at a secret meeting of Gotham's criminal underworld, the Joker made another appearance. One of the mob's key figures, responsible for money laundering, decided to flee to Hong Kong, hoping to avoid capture. In response, Gordon, Harvey, and Batman devised a daring plan. Batman would pursue the fugitive across international borders and bring him back to Gotham. With upgraded equipment and meticulous planning, Batman executed the operation. The audience watched in awe as he leaped from a towering skyscraper, his gliding wings spreading wide like those of a real bat. It was a bold and breathtaking move that left viewers gripping their seats. Although these scenes might seem trivial to Tony, he gradually began to realize something deeper. The Batman portrayed in this movie and even the previous one wasn't the all-powerful figure he had envisioned in reality. Instead, the movies were exploring Batman's transformation, an evolution of the character. So, what was the movie trying to convey? The birth of Batman? The origins of his philosophy? Tony frowned slightly as these thoughts crossed his mind, his attention shifting back to the screen. In the movie, the Joker was shown overpowering a gangster, his plan to destroy Batman slowly unfurling before the audience. The earlier foreshadowing paid off. The body of a man dressed as Batman was hung from the side of a building, a grim and haunting spectacle. At the same time, a video was posted online. Do you think Batman is making Gotham better? Look, this is his masterpiece. Batman must take off his mask and surrender. If he doesn't, someone will die every day. And trust me, I mean what I say. Ha 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 ha. The Joker's maniacal laughter sent chills down the spines of the audience. At that moment, everyone finally grasped the true horror of the Joker. This wasn't just a criminal. He was a lunatic, a man with a warped mind who completely disregarded order and morality. Faced with such a deranged enemy, what choice would Batman make? At a political fundraising party organized by Bruce Wayne in support of the new district attorney, Harvey Dent, the Joker crashed the event. There, he delivered a dark lesson, mocking Gotham's so-called high society and exposing their fragility. The situation spiraled further out of control. Under the Joker's influence, the villains of Gotham City began to unite, pushing Batman closer to the edge of despair. The movie's central theme started to come into focus. Some people live simply to turn the world into chaos. The Joker was one such person. He was not a typical villain. He had no interest in logical motivations like money or power. Instead, his actions were driven purely by the thrill of destruction. Reasoning, bribery, threats, or negotiation all were meaningless to him. For the Joker, it was all just a game. And Batman had become the perfect playmate. In the movie, Harvey volunteered to act as bait, hoping to draw the Joker out. His plan worked. The Joker was captured by the police, with Batman's help. For a moment, Gotham City rejoiced. Crowds cheered, and a sense of relief swept over the city. But some viewers couldn't shake the feeling that this victory was premature. Their suspicions were confirmed. Later that night, Commissioner Gordon received an urgent call. Harvey was missing. Rushing to the prison, Gordon confronted the Joker. Batman arrived shortly after. This led to the moment the audience had been waiting for. A face-to-face confrontation between Batman and the Joker. You wanted to see me? Well, here I am. Batman slammed his fist on the table in front of the Joker, a clear warning. I wanted to see what you'd do, the Joker began, his tone mocking. And you didn't disappoint. Batman. Because of you, 5 people are dead. And you let Harvey Dent take the fall. Even for someone like me, that's cold-blooded. The Joker's words dripped with disdain, but Batman, impatient, cut him off. Where is Harvey? The Joker leaned back, laughing maniacally. There's no going back now. You've changed everything, he said, his voice rising in glee. You complete me, Batman. Anton watched this pivotal scene unfold, a small smile tugging at his lips. He knew the power of this moment, the culmination of everything he'd built in the story. Meanwhile, the audience sat in stunned silence, mesmerized by the Joker's madness and the tension between him and Batman. But Anton, rubbing his temples, muttered to himself. I'm in bad shape today. This suit is killing me. What a headache. In their eyes, those gangsters think you're a monster just like me. But I'm not a monster. I'm better than others. The Joker faced Batman, shrugged, and spoke in a flat tone that still managed to anger the Dark Knight. Where is Harvey? Batman grabbed the Joker by his collar, his eyes burning with suppressed rage. Look at you, the Joker sneered, his voice mocking. Still following those rules, thinking they can save you. The Joker's thin frame, held firmly in Batman's grasp and pressed against the wall, somehow exuded a twisted confidence. Despite his apparent vulnerability, it felt as though the Joker held the upper hand. This was the truth. Batman's voice was cold and controlled. I have one rule. Oh, just break it. The truth is right in front of you. The truth? Batman asked. The smartest way to live is to ignore all the rules. And tonight, you will break your only rule. The Joker grinned maniacally. I think so. The Joker continued, his tone teasing. There's 1 minute left. Your last chance if you want to save either of them. Batman's eyes narrowed, his pupils dilating in realization. Rachel? At that moment, everyone watching understood. It wasn't just Harvey Dent who had been taken. Rachel, Batman's childhood friend, his first love, was also a hostage. As the film delved deeper into this moment, audiences witnessed Batman's powerlessness. Rachel's death left him shattered. The Joker didn't just outmaneuver Batman and Commissioner Gordon, he also broke Harvey Dent. Gotham's once idealistic district attorney began his descent into madness under the Joker's relentless manipulation. Comic book fans instantly recognized what was happening. Harvey Dent was becoming Two-Face. It was shocking to see such a stark transformation. Harvey, who had been called Gotham's White Knight, was not only Batman's ally but also a symbol of hope. And yet, in this grim story, the White Knight fell while the movie, titled The Dark Knight, teased its deeper moral. As for the Joker? In the comics released by DC at the time, the Joker was merely a shadow, a name whispered among Gotham's criminals. He had never truly appeared, leaving fans with little more than rumors about his nature and appearance. DC had carefully crafted a plan for the Joker's cinematic debut, ensuring he would terrify and captivate audiences. And they succeeded. The plot of The Dark Knight defied everyone's expectations. In the eyes of many, Batman had always been portrayed as an almost omnipotent hero, much like Superman, who was revered as a god in his films. In Gotham, Batman's home base, there were hints of a similar reverence for the caped crusader. Even in the real world, people viewed Batman as a savior. New York, a city that Gotham mirrored, had seen its fair share of chaos. The arrival of a vigilante like Batman felt like a beacon of hope. Yet, DC dared to smear Batman. In the film, Bruce Wayne wasn't portrayed as an unstoppable force. He became an ordinary man, subject to the whims of others, despite his wealth and training. This portrayal gave Batman a unique charm distinct from other heroes. Bruce Wayne's struggles and vulnerabilities made him more human, more relatable. Audiences were reminded of the hardships Bruce endured, losing his parents, facing darkness, and climbing out of despair with an unyielding will. This movie illuminated the essence of Batman. His greatest power isn't his wealth or gadgets. It's his mind. Unbelievable imagination. Or perhaps this is Batman's real experience, transformed into art. Does everything in the movie allude to the suffering Batman has endured? Is there really such a terrifying Joker in the world, someone who commits evil purely for fun? Tony Stark pondered these questions, his admiration growing. At the same time, he was struggling with palladium poisoning, a dire situation that left him in constant pain. Subconsciously, he saw a parallel between his plight and the desperate situation Batman faced in the film. As everyone knows, DC has a close relationship with Batman. Tony smirked at the thought. Maybe Batman saw the movie before anyone else, he mused. He might even be one of the screenwriters. The Dark Knight clearly embodied Batman's will that Tony couldn't help but admire. Meanwhile, at the back of the theater, Agent Coulson sat quietly, his expression solemn as he stared at the big screen. Unlike Tony, Coulson's thoughts drifted to a darker place. If Batman and the Joker were opposites, two sides of the same coin, then was the Joker a reflection of what Batman could become if he ever abandoned his ideals? A chill ran through Coulson's spine. He couldn't shake the thought. It was no wonder Nick Fury insisted on forming the Avengers. The Justice League already stood as a powerful force, one that no other organization could ignore. But if Batman ever crossed the line and became a true villain, leading a corrupted Justice League, Coulson's chest tightened. In the movie, the Joker sought to create a world without Batman. Yet, symbolically, it hinted at a darker truth. A blackened Batman could just as easily desire a world without opposition, a world where he reigned supreme. On the screen, Gotham was descending further into chaos. The Joker's grip on the city was absolute. The citizens of Gotham were desperate to escape. The police evacuated criminals by boat, attempting to transport them to other cities. Meanwhile, Harvey Dent, broken and manipulated by the Joker, had fully succumbed to darkness. Yet, the citizens of Gotham still clung to hope. They still believed in their White Knight, Harvey Dent, Gotham's shining symbol of justice. Batman had no choice. If the truth of Harvey's fall from grace were exposed, it would destroy the city's fragile faith in justice. Without that faith, Gotham would descend into complete despair, a city of lost souls with no hope for redemption. To preserve that faith, Batman made a choice. He chose to bear the burden of darkness himself. By the end of the movie, the Joker was defeated and captured. Harvey Dent was dead. But Gotham's official story was damning. According to the news, Harvey was killed by Batman. Commissioner Gordon publicly endorsed this falsehood, painting Batman as a criminal. In doing so, Harvey Dent's reputation as Gotham's White Knight remained untarnished, preserving the people's hope in justice. Batman, now branded an outcast, vanished from the public eye. Gotham returned to its uneasy peace. The credits rolled, and the theater sat in silence for a moment before applause erupted. The Dark Knight. Both Tony and Coulson were deep in thought as the meaning of the film sank in. Bearing darkness while yearning for the light, Tony murmured, "That's the Dark Knight." Bang, bang, bang. The applause grew louder, reverberating through the theater. Jim, watching the audience's reaction, couldn't contain his smile. He knew the movie had achieved something extraordinary. This film had reshaped Batman's image, presenting him not as a god but as a deeply human hero, an idol who symbolized justice and sacrifice. Anton stood and clapped. "Congratulations," he said to the creators. "The movie is spectacular." Around him, voices of praise filled the room. The premiere was a resounding success. Tony remained seated, lost in thought. Something in him seemed to settle, a decision crystallizing in his mind. Anton passed by him, but Tony didn't notice. "Anton." Tony stopped his old friend. "This is an excellent movie." "Thank you," Anton replied without hesitation. "It's a masterpiece." "It's Batman's masterpiece, not yours," Tony said lightly, standing up to leave. He could have stayed to watch Anton and the other creatives revel in their success on stage, but there was no need. Everyone knew the truth. The real draw of the movie was Batman. The name alone guaranteed success. Even a poorly made film would sell as long as it bore the Batman brand. And when the quality of the film was as high as this one, success was inevitable. As Tony left, Coulson quietly followed, eager to report the film's contents to Nick Fury. He needed to discuss whether the movie alluded to the real-life Batman. After all, Batman had proven to be a major headache for SHIELD. Recently, Batman had made contact with the US military. And with the Justice League now represented by Anton, backed by the influence of the Jameson family, their reach extended into the political arena as well. SHIELD was already outmatched in terms of sheer power. Politically, they were losing ground too. If things continued this way, the Avengers still in its infancy would be utterly overshadowed by the Justice League. This was a scenario Nick Fury would not allow. Meanwhile, the Dark Knight premiere concluded amidst thunderous applause. Online, movie forums and websites were flooded with reviews and discussions about the film. The majority of critics gave it glowing, unprecedented praise. A few contrarian voices attempting to gain attention were promptly ignored by the public. Headlines such as, "Batman and the Joker, two sides of the same coin. When you stare into the abyss stares back. The Batman of reality is a god, but the Batman in this movie shows his humanity." These reviews ignited a frenzy online. On major movie sites, the film scores soared. Rotten Tomatoes, 97%, IMDb, 9.1. The critical acclaim was so high it seemed almost historic. Excitement was palpable. Back at DC headquarters, Anton returned to his office. He loosened his tie, sank into the boss's chair, and prepared to bask in the flow of good news he knew would come. Ringing, the sudden shrill of his phone broke the moment. It was Jonah Jameson. "Old man, the movie's a success," Anton greeted with a smile. But the smile vanished as Jameson's grave tone came through the line. "The Wayne Company was bombed." Jameson's voice was shaken. "I'm fine, Wick saved me, but the company's in trouble. This was a terrorist attack." Anton's expression darkened, a dangerous glint in his eyes. "I'll be there immediately. Wait for me," he said coldly before hanging up. A few minutes earlier, Anton had just parked and was heading upstairs to the DC office. Meanwhile, across Manhattan, a group of men in blue electrician uniforms infiltrated the Wayne Company building under the guise of maintenance work. Their target was clear, the floor where Wayne Company operated. Inside, Jameson was overseeing operations. As always, his personal bodyguard, Wick, remained stationed outside his office. The electricians moved through the building without drawing suspicion. Business went on as usual, but Wick sensed something was off. Once a feared assassin in New York, Wick's instincts had saved his life countless times. Although the men disappeared behind a wall moments after entering his line of sight, Wick's sharp intuition flagged them immediately. Something about them wasn't right. He stepped forward to investigate. When the electrician saw Wick appear, he didn't panic. Instead, he smiled a chilling, twisted grin full of mockery and madness. It was not the smile of a man, but that of someone who had abandoned humanity, like a devotee of the god of death, bringing an ominous omen. Danger? Wick's instincts flared. His sharp eyes caught a disturbing detail: the skin on the two men was turning red, heating unnaturally. Without hesitation, he raised his gun and fired. Bang! Bang! Flames erupted from the muzzle as bullets shot through the air, slamming into the hearts of the two electricians. The impact sent the men crashing into the wall behind them. To Wick's surprise, the bullets didn't seem to deal a fatal blow. Though they stumbled, the mocking smiles on their faces barely faltered. Damn it! Wick cursed under his breath, his pupils narrowing as he realized these weren't ordinary men. He was dealing with something far more dangerous. Understanding the urgency, Wick made a split-second decision. He turned and sprinted toward Jameson's office. These two were far too dangerous to engage further without a plan. For Wick, the priority was clear: protect Jonah Jameson at all costs. He was a man of his word. Ever since taking on the role of bodyguard for the Jameson family, Wick had fulfilled his duties with precision and care, not just because of professional responsibility, but because of the weight of Anton's identity. While most believed Batman to be a force of good, Wick knew better. Having faced Batman once before, Wick had felt the overwhelming, suffocating aura of death that surrounded the vigilante. It was an experience he never wanted to repeat. Boom! Wick kicked open the office door, startling Jameson, who looked up in confusion. "Wick." Jameson frowned. "What's going on?" Boom! Before Wick could answer, an earth-shaking explosion tore through the building. Intense heat and roaring flames consumed the hallway. The shockwave slammed into the half-open door, blasting it off its hinges. Wick's face darkened. There was no time to explain. Without a word, he grabbed Jameson and leaped out of the window. Fortunately, Wayne Company's offices occupied only the lower levels of the building. The first floor housed the lobby, the second floor was reserved for researchers and employees, and the third to fifth floors were dedicated to laboratories and treatment rooms. Wick and Jameson crashed through the window of the second floor, landing hard on the roof of a car parked below. Shielding Jameson with his own body, Wick absorbed the brunt of the impact. Crack! Crack! Above them, the explosion had already penetrated through the second, third, and even fourth floors. Glass shards rained down like deadly confetti, glittering in the fiery light. Without hesitation, Wick rolled over Jameson, using his body as a shield once more to block the falling debris. After what felt like an eternity, the chaos subsided. Thick black smoke billowed from the shattered remains of the building. The Wayne Company's once pristine offices now lay in ruins. Jameson stood by the side of the road, his expression a mix of shock and fury as he gazed at the destruction. Beside him, Wick, though battered and bruised, remained vigilant, watching for further threats. "This wasn't random," Wick muttered, his eyes narrowing. "Those two were here for a reason. They came for Wayne Company." Jameson clenched his fists, his face darkening. He had no illusions about his position. This attack wasn't just an act of terrorism, it was targeted. After a moment of contemplation, Jameson pulled out his phone and dialed a familiar number. "The Wayne Company was bombed," he said grimly when Anton answered. Anton rushed to the scene immediately. By the time he arrived, George Stacy, the captain of the New York Police Department, was already present. As a seasoned cleanup expert, the New York Police Department was never absent when major incidents occurred. However, the task force, including the Turtles, was nowhere to be seen. Unlike general terrorist attacks, an explosion like this didn't warrant the task force's involvement. Naturally, this meant the Turtles wouldn't be dispatched either. George and his team were there not only to appease the Jameson family but also to investigate the scene thoroughly and provide explanations to the citizens of New York. The nearby surveillance cameras were damaged a day ago, reported one officer. Wayne's internal cameras were destroyed in the explosion and cannot be recovered, he added. George frowned, his expression grim. This was clearly a highly targeted and deliberate attack. But who would dare to do this? Did someone have the audacity to provoke Batman himself? George found the thought shocking. On the internet, it was practically common knowledge that Jonah Jameson, the man behind Anton, was none other than Batman. Additionally, Wayne Company bore a name synonymous with the legendary Bruce Wayne. To many, including George, Wayne Company was assumed to be Batman's domain, with the Jameson family acting as its stewards rather than its true controllers. So, again, who would dare attack Batman's company? Screech! A car suddenly broke through the police line. Anton stepped out of the driver's seat, his expression cold. Captain Stacy, Anton greeted George curtly before turning his attention to Jameson, who had just finished speaking with the police. What's the situation? Anton asked, his eyes scanning Jameson quickly to ensure the older man was unharmed. Once reassured, his gaze shifted to the destroyed Wayne Company. His face darkened as he growled, "Which bastard dared to blow up our company?" "We're not sure yet," Jameson replied, shaking his head. He turned to Wick. "Wick, tell him what you know." "It was two men," Wick said without hesitation. "They weren't afraid of bullets. When I realized there was a problem, I immediately went to find Mr. Jameson. That's when the explosion happened. I don't know much beyond that, but I think they might have been human bombs." "Not afraid of bullets, and human bombs," Anton muttered, narrowing his eyes. He paused, lost in thought, before shaking his head. He couldn't piece it together just yet. "You two should head back," Anton finally instructed Wick. "Take the old man and leave. I'll stay here." The New York Police Department conducted a thorough investigation but came up empty-handed. After hours of work, they reluctantly informed Anton that they had no leads and proceeded to block off the area, forcing Anton to leave. Refusing to give up, Anton entered Wayne Company alone after the police cleared the scene. Once inside, he summoned the cyborg and began scanning the area. He collected data from the epicenter of the explosion, hoping to find any anomalies. While no surveillance footage remained, Anton's analysis revealed unusual details. "Human bombs," he murmured, frowning deeply. Something about the scenario didn't add up. The explosion had originated at a specific point, but there were no bodies left behind. This was highly abnormal. If the attackers had been human bombs, their remains would have been torn apart and burned by the explosion. While their bodies would have been scorched or even partially incinerated, they wouldn't have been completely vaporized. Under normal circumstances, temperatures of around 600 to 1000 degrees Celsius would burn a human body, while standard explosives typically produce temperatures exceeding 3000 degrees Celsius. More powerful devices could reach up to 7,000 to 8,000 degrees, and atomic explosions exceed 50 million degrees. However, the temperature required to cremate a human body instantly didn't align with the explosive power of the blast. At the explosion's epicenter, where Anton stood, there were no remains, no fragments, no traces of flesh or bone. It was as though the bodies had been cremated entirely, reduced to nothing but ash. Anton's frown deepened. What kind of weapon could cause this? These effects are by no means the result of an ordinary explosion. If it were, not only would the several floors housing Wayne Company have been destroyed, but the entire building and even a radius of nearly 100 meters would have been reduced to rubble. Could it be the explosion was caused by the human body and not by explosives? Anton muttered to himself. He sniffed the air but couldn't detect the familiar smell of gunpowder. While pondering this, Anton collected the remaining data, retracted his cyborg avatar, and left the scene. At the same time, news of the explosion began to spread online, drawing massive public attention. Wayne Company had been in the spotlight recently not only because of its rumored connections to Batman but also due to its groundbreaking body regeneration technology. The promise of healing the disabled had catapulted Wayne Company into global fame. The company's ambitious slogans and relentless advertising campaigns had reached almost every corner of the world, particularly among disabled communities. Naturally, the explosion instantly became a trending topic. Wayne Company bombed. Who has the guts to attack Batman's domain? Jameson family's unlucky day. Was it really a bombing? Or an experiment gone wrong? Body regeneration technology, a dangerous gamble. Online discussions were heated, and rumors spread like wildfire. Some alleged that the explosion was due to a failed experiment rather than an attack. "I heard the body regeneration experiment went wrong. Someone's body exploded, how terrifying," one commenter speculated. Others argued that not even Batman's company could escape the dangers of pushing the limits of human biology. Despite the New York Police Department's official statements, rumors continued to escalate. The public quickly began to question the safety and reliability of Wayne Company's technology. As doubt spread, the number of appointments scheduled on Wayne's official website plummeted, with users withdrawing en masse. By the time Jonah Jameson returned home, the internet was ablaze with speculation. What had started as a few whispers online had transformed into a full-blown public relations disaster. Major media outlets and newspapers seized the opportunity to generate headlines, further fueling the controversy. Wayne Company explosion sparks questions about body regeneration technology, terrorist attack or corporate cover-up. Is body regeneration technology truly the miracle it claims to be? The story went viral within hours, triggering intense public debate. It's also worth noting that Wayne's body regeneration technology had earned its fair share of enemies. For example, industries catering to disabled individuals stood to lose billions if Wayne's technology succeeded. Take prosthetics as an example. High-end prosthetics require advanced craftsmanship and sell for exorbitant prices, generating massive profits for manufacturers. If Wayne's technology eliminated the need for prosthetics altogether, those profits would disappear. The same applies to other disability-related industries, like wheelchairs and crutches. Even less visible sectors, such as certain exploitative medical services, would face extinction. In the face of such monumental financial stakes, many of these industries saw Wayne Company and even Batman as a threat. Would they dare to provoke Batman? Absolutely. After all, it wasn't as though Batman would kill them over normal business competition. If he did, he'd lose his moral standing as a hero. Moreover, while most people believed Wayne Company and Batman were connected, there was no official evidence to confirm this relationship. On paper, Wayne Company was entirely owned by the Jameson family. Bruce Wayne? He didn't appear in any legal documents or public records related to the company. To skeptics, it seemed plausible that the Jameson family had merely borrowed Batman's name and reputation for profit. For these detractors, the explosion provided the perfect excuse to launch their attacks. Wayne Company was now at the center of a storm. After Anton returned home, he saw the old man with a somber expression. Anton, the old man began, his voice heavy, the internet is flooded with negative news about us, and someone is clearly pushing this from the shadows. He sighed and rubbed his temples. But whoever is behind this isn't careless. The man who bumped Wayne Enterprises wouldn't leave such obvious clues. Jonah Jameson had been in the business world for decades. This kind of negative publicity was nothing new to him. As long as the body regeneration technology proved to be real and effective, all rumors would eventually die down among the wise. The real issue was the person behind the bombing of Wayne Enterprises, the source of the negative campaign. If this person wasn't caught, even if the current situation were resolved, there would undoubtedly be more severe problems in the future. The old man had already mobilized his network, pressuring the police while also issuing rewards through the underground world. He was determined to find the mastermind behind it all. Old man, Anton said firmly, you handle the surface-level issues and maintain Wayne Enterprises' reputation. Although we aren't afraid of rumors, letting public opinion spiral out of control will disadvantage us in the long run. After a brief pause, Anton added, leave the rest to me. I'll find the man behind this. The old man was startled, looking at Anton with a trace of curiosity. He could sense the certainty in his grandson's words. Do you already know who it is? He asked, surprised. I have some ideas under investigation, Anton replied, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. A human bomb. Looking back at the Marvel Cinematic Universe, only one individual had a penchant for planting human bombs, literal human bombs in New York. The details matched perfectly with what Anton had discovered during his earlier site survey, particularly concerning the cremation of human remains. In his mind, Anton had almost identified the culprit. However, before making his move, he needed confirmation both to ensure accuracy and to avoid taking the blame for Tony's troubles. It wouldn't be worth it. To be honest, Anton found the situation baffling. He had no personal grudge against the culprit, yet they had inexplicably decided to target him. Meanwhile, at AIM, Aldrich Killian sat calmly in his chair, addressing his team. Are we ready? He asked, his voice steady and composed. Wayne Enterprises is already overwhelmed, and public opinion is turning against them. This is the perfect time to strike. But the extremist virus isn't perfected yet, Maya Hansen replied, hesitant. If we release it too soon, there will inevitably be errors. Maya, once Tony Stark's one-night stand, was now Killian's collaborator and one of the leading researchers behind the extremist virus. Her contributions had been instrumental in advancing its development. Without her, the virus capable of transforming and enhancing the human body wouldn't have progressed as quickly. Despite its imperfections, the extremist virus represented a breakthrough, a result that military scientists had been chasing for decades. Since World War II, efforts to unlock the potential of the human body and create supersoldiers like Captain America had been ongoing. And yet, despite their resources, the military had made little progress in the last 70 years. Incredible, Killian thought with quiet satisfaction. Decades of military research, and here we are, outpacing them all. In recent years, the individual closest to the military's ideal of a super soldier was Bruce Banner, whose transformation was the result of an accident. However, Bruce Banner had long since distanced himself from the military and now had nothing to do with it. As for other human enhancement experiments, most were either the work of supervillains or large corporations. These efforts produced inconsistent and unstable results, falling far short of the military's expectations. The extremist virus, on the other hand, aligned perfectly with the military's vision. The only issue was its stability. When emotions spiraled out of control, the human body could potentially explode. Stability isn't the key, Killian said calmly. The key is that we've mastered this technology. If Wayne Enterprises completely takes over the market, it'll be too late for us to catch up. We need to launch the product now. Let our people showcase it on stage. As for the results, we can fabricate them. Our own people will pose as patients healed by the treatment. Most of the forces Killian had secretly built were composed of former disabled individuals. These people had survived the extremis virus, regrown their limbs, and rebuilt their lives. While the virus still posed risks, it was enough to deceive outsiders. Understood, Maya nodded reluctantly. Although Killian had roped her into his schemes, a trace of conscience still lingered within her. She breathed a small sigh of relief when she realized his plan was to market the product and seize Wayne Enterprises' market share. While unethical, it hadn't entirely crossed her moral boundaries yet. Maya chose to comply and left without further protest. As soon as she exited, another subordinate entered the room. "Boss, we found the right person," the man said. He was a tall, white man in a black suit, resembling a bodyguard. Raising his hand slightly, he signaled for someone to be brought in. Moments later, a scrawny man stepped forward. "This is Trevor. He's an unknown actor," the bodyguard said. Killian squinted, appraising the man. "Just him? Can he play a convincing clown? Other than his frame, I don't see any resemblance to the character from the movie. Why so serious?" Trevor suddenly smiled, a hint of mania glinting in his eyes. "Sir, believe me, I'm the best choice to play the clown." Killian's gaze narrowed as he studied Trevor. After a moment, he waved dismissively. "Fine. As long as you can keep everything confidential and follow our rules, you're the clown I need. Take him to makeup. I want to see how he looks in character." "Understood," the bodyguard replied, leading Trevor away. Killian remained seated, leaning back in his chair with his hands folded. A faint smirk played on his lips. "Batman," he murmured. "Who would have thought you'd inspire such a fascinating character like the Joker?" Turning his gaze out the window, Killian spoke to himself. "Very well. I'll borrow this name. I imagine even you would appreciate seeing a real Joker appear in this world." A short while later, Trevor returned, fully dressed as the Joker. His makeup was smeared, his face deranged. "Why so serious?" Trevor cackled, spreading his arms wide. His expression was maniacal. "Look at me. From now on, I'm the Joker? I'm Batman's nemesis? Ha ha ha. Not bad," Killian said, his smile widening. Trevor's performance wasn't as wild or unhinged as the original Joker from the movies, but it was good enough for their current needs. "From now on, you are the Joker," Killian declared. Suddenly, a strange noise filled the office. A sharp, electric hum emanated from every speaker in the room: phones, computers, even the cameras in the corners. The hum was followed by a voice, deep and chilling. "Do you really think he can play the Joker? Is this an insult to Batman, or the Joker?" The sinister voice echoed through the room, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. Killian, Trevor, and the bodyguard all froze, their faces paling as the realization hit them. "Do you look down on Batman or the Joker?" The deep voice echoed ominously through the room. The expressions of everyone in the office changed instantly. Killian, in particular, clenched his fists, his eyes darkening with anger. "How can this be?" he muttered. "How did he find us so quickly? Was there a leak?" Killian's mind raced, running through a dozen possibilities. He had been careful, extremely careful. Over the years, he had quietly developed his network, cultivating allies in the underground world while avoiding unnecessary conflicts. It wasn't impossible for his operation to be exposed, but this fast? Wayne Enterprises had been bombed less than half a day ago. How could the other party have located him already? Killian's frustration mounted. Though the voice hadn't revealed its identity, he already had a strong suspicion of who was behind it. As his thoughts churned, every monitor, computer, and phone in the office suddenly locked. "Cyborg," Killian hissed through gritted teeth. He had done his homework. Preparing to deal with Batman meant researching the Justice League and its members. Among them, apart from Batman, there was one name that stood out: Cyborg, Victor Stone. This half-human, half-machine superhero had become a national icon, second only to Batman himself. Following the alien attack in New York, Cyborg had risen to the top of the superhero ranks. Killian knew all too well about Cyborg's abilities: a brain transformed into a quantum computer and unparalleled hacking skills. While Killian doubted whether Earth's technology was advanced enough to achieve such feats, he couldn't ignore Cyborg's reputation as one of the world's top hackers. If anyone in the Justice League could infiltrate AIM's systems, seize control of their devices, and send a chilling message, it was Cyborg. Killian didn't waste time wondering if another force was responsible for this breach. He had no illusions about the severity of the situation. "Go," Killian barked. "Evacuate, now." He stormed out of the office, flanked by his bodyguards. "Shut down the power to this building and head to the underground parking lot." Killian tossed his phone aside, ordering his team to abandon all electronic devices. Without hesitation, they headed for the underground garage. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion in a wealthy New York neighborhood, Anton smirked. With a single thought, a cyborg avatar materialized within a 100-meter radius, then shot into the sky like a blazing meteor, heading straight for Manhattan. The sight of the cyborg figure streaking across the skyline caught the attention of countless New Yorkers. Heads turned, eyes wide with a mix of awe, curiosity, and unease. "What's going on?" someone murmured. Why is Cyborg here? Another asked. The collective anxiety was palpable. Cyborg's presence often signaled a crisis, and New Yorkers couldn't help but wonder, is something big happening again? At the New York Police Department, it was the end of the workday. Officers were wrapping up, eager to leave, but Captain George Stacy remained at his desk, his head pounding. The Wayne Enterprises bombing loomed over him like a storm cloud. On one hand, Wayne Enterprises had ties to Batman, who had long maintained a good relationship with the NYPD. George felt an obligation to help the Dark Knight resolve this incident. On the other hand, the powerful Jameson family was pressuring the department through top officials, demanding a swift resolution to the case. Caught between loyalty and political pressure, George knew one thing for certain: tonight was going to be a long night. Needless to say, George had another reason to work overtime. With the combined pressures from both sides, he estimated he'd be sleeping at the police station for the next few days. Ugh. He sighed heavily. Bang! The office door burst open. Director? We've got news from the night duty officer. Cyborg was just spotted flying over New York, one of the officers reported urgently. What? George froze for a moment, his mind immediately connecting Cyborg's appearance to the Wayne Enterprises bombing. Given Cyborg's ties to Batman, it couldn't be a coincidence. Where did he go? George asked, already rising from his chair. Quick, get the patrol units ready. We're heading out immediately. Understood. The officer nodded. I'll give the order right away. Meanwhile, in Manhattan, over a dozen cars sped out of the underground parking lot beneath Ames Building. The vehicles quickly dispersed into the bustling city streets. Following Killian's orders, the group used both Ames vehicles and several others stolen from the same garage to split up and confuse Cyborg's pursuit. Killian knew their escape plan wasn't foolproof, but even a slight delay could give him the advantage he needed to get away. Unfortunately for them, they underestimated Anton's capabilities. From a remote location, Anton's cyborg clone monitored the nearby street cameras in real time. While Killian had cut the building's power, the municipal grid powering the street cameras remained intact. In moments, Anton analyzed the footage, instantly eliminating several of the fleeing vehicles as decoys. 2 cars left, Anton muttered as he arrived at the scene. Spotting one of the remaining vehicles, he scanned its driver and immediately recognized they were not Killian. The driver, however, seemed utterly brainwashed, stomping on the accelerator and steering directly toward him in a kamikaze-like attack. Anton didn't flinch. Raising his hand, he fired a plasma cannon. Boom! The car flipped into the air, landing heavily near the sidewalk, completely neutralized. One left, Anton muttered coldly. With a burst of energy from beneath his feet, he shot into the air. Within seconds, he had located the second car. But to his frustration, this one also didn't contain Killian. Anton paused, his mind racing. Then a smirk crept across his lips. Clever, he muttered, though his tone dripped with icy disdain. Closing his eyes, Anton fully activated his advanced processor, taking control of every camera within the area. In seconds, he reviewed the footage and pinpointed Killian's face, a 100% match. Killian's plan was clear. While his subordinates drove decoy vehicles, he had slipped away on foot, using side alleys, sewer grates, and other routes to avoid detection. Anton's eyes flashed red. Without hesitation, he launched himself back into the air, leaving the decoy car behind. As he soared above the city, a shockwave of air erupted in his wake, drawing startled gasps from onlookers below. Within moments, he landed on a nearby street, scanning the crowd until he locked onto a figure in a hooded sweater, face partially concealed. Killian, Anton growled, his electronic eyes glowing ominously. His words carried a dangerous edge. Do you really think you can hide from me like this? The figure froze as Anton's voice dropped, cold and lethal. Then you've severely underestimated me. Cyborg, it really is you. Seeing the figure before him, Killian didn't bother hiding anymore. He pulled back his hood, revealing a cold expression as he stared at the silver-clad figure hovering in front of him. His tone was indifferent. I'm curious, how did you find me so quickly? He spoke slowly, as though making idle conversation, but his sharp eyes scanned the surroundings, calculating the best escape route. Killian had no intention of fighting Anton, especially now that he had seen Cyborg. From the numerous battles in New York, media and online analysts had already dissected Cyborg's combat abilities in excruciating detail. Killian knew this well. He wasn't afraid of Cyborg, per se, but prolonged confrontation could attract other Justice League members. That would spell certain doom for him. If someone want to know, you can't keep it a secret, Anton said coolly, quoting a famous saying from somewhere he heard. Killian's intellect caught the meaning immediately. Besides, Anton added, cutting off any retort, your biggest mistake wasn't just your actions, it was underestimating Batman. Boom! Before Killian could respond, Anton made his move. Energy blasts gathered in his palms, crackling with power, before streaking through the air like bolts of lightning, aimed straight at Killian. The civilians in the vicinity had already learned from experience. The moment Cyborg arrived, they knew what to do: run. With nearly a year of crises behind them, New Yorkers had developed an instinctual response to danger. They fled to a safe distance, only to watch the spectacle unfold from afar. Of course, in a large-scale disaster like an alien invasion, even running might not help. For those living in the suburbs, there was no escape from the chaos. But here, run first. Watch later. Boom! Killian moved at the last moment, his body reacting instinctively. With a powerful leap, he dodged the incoming energy blast. The ground where he had stood moments ago was obliterated, leaving behind a smoking crater. Shards of stone scattered like shrapnel, and a cloud of dust rose into the air. Killian didn't retaliate. Instead, he dashed toward the escape route he had mapped out earlier. Fighting Anton to the death was still not part of his plan. However, Anton was faster than he had anticipated. Mid-flight, Cyborg launched a barrage of energy shells, bombarding Killian and forcing him to take evasive action. Though the attacks didn't land a direct hit, they disrupted his escape attempts, further frustrating him. The relentless pursuit enraged Killian. He gritted his teeth, his frustration boiling over into anger as he realized escape was futile. Cyborg wasn't just fast, his brain, enhanced to quantum computer levels, allowed him to track every camera and sensor in the area. There was no blind spot Killian could exploit, no place to hide. Escape was impossible. With a deep scowl, Killian made his decision. If he couldn't flee, he would fight. Turning sharply, Killian's body began to radiate intense heat. His clothes were incinerated in an instant, burned away by the fiery energy surging from within him. With a tremendous leap, he launched himself 7 or 8 meters into the air. His fists glowed red-hot, the heat distorting the air around him as he aimed for Anton. Boom! The collision was fierce. Killian's all-out attack clashed with Anton's advanced systems, sparks and energy rippling outward. But Anton had already anticipated the move. In a seamless motion, Cyborg adjusted his position, bypassing Killian's fiery assault with calculated precision. Anton was ready. He waited calmly for the inevitable blow. As Killian turned, intending to counterattack, he was met by a terrifying sonic shell that detonated point blank. The resulting shockwave sent him hurtling backward, his body smashing through the side of a building like a rag doll. Crash! Crash! The impact destroyed an entire wall, and broken bricks rained down, burying Killian under a mound of rubble. Hiss! Cyborg is too strong. As expected of my idol. Farther away, the spectators who had stayed to watch cheered loudly. To be fair, this kind of crisis wasn't enough to faze New Yorkers anymore. Over the past year, they had grown accustomed to world-ending events. Their collective resilience had been tempered by countless battles. Besides, heroes like Batman and others always showed up just in time to save the day. Casualties had been remarkably low compared to the property damage, and that consistent pattern had built a strange sense of security among the people. In fact, many believed these constant threats had birthed an era of superheroes, leaving them feeling safer than ever. It was this unwavering faith in their heroes that emboldened them to stay and watch the action unfold. Beneath the rubble, Killian stirred. Son of a bitch. With a burst of strength, he unleashed a surge of superheated energy. The bricks covering him melted instantly, turning into molten sludge. The ground beneath him shimmered with heat, faintly glowing red, as if it might melt, too. This is the extremis virus. Anton observed Killian calmly, intrigued by the display. To be honest, while the extremis virus didn't have the highest ceiling in terms of potential, its lower limit was certainly impressive. It was, without a doubt, an interesting piece of technology. In the right hands, it could easily be the military's dream for creating super soldiers if its stability issues were solved. Anton silently acknowledged Killian's mastery of the virus. However, he wasn't impressed. To him, Killian was just another ambitious individual punching far above his weight. Extremis is a good technology, Anton said, his tone cold and dismissive. But your abilities can't support your ambitions. Killian's eyes burned with rage as he glared at Anton. The words stung, his dignity trampled yet again. What I want to do is none of your concern, he snapped. The flush of his overheated skin made his fury even more vivid, his body resembling a human furnace. With a roar, Killian launched himself at Anton, fists blazing like molten steel. Boom! Anton countered effortlessly, his thrusters firing behind him to meet Killian head-on. This time, he gave the extremis-enhanced man a chance to strike. Boom! Killian's fist slammed into Anton's chest plate. But to his horror, the attack did nothing. His hands, burning hot enough to melt steel, left only a faint scorch mark on Anton's armor. This can't be. Killian's eyes widened in disbelief. For a moment, only one thought echoed in his mind: how is this possible? Before he could process it, Anton retaliated. Boom! An energy blast from Anton's hand smashed Killian into the ground, grinding him into the pavement. The impact created a deep crater, cracks spiderwebbing outward from the center. Killian's chest was caved in by the force of the blow, but thanks to the rapid regenerative properties of the extremis virus, he wasn't dead, just gravely injured. He began to rise, his body already healing, but Anton closed the distance in an instant. With a single step, Anton pressed his armored boot onto Killian's head, pinning him to the ground. I think, Anton said, his voice low and cutting. Killian, full of hate and madness, glared up at him from beneath the boot. Now, I'm qualified to evaluate you. Killian didn't speak. Not because he didn't want to, but because Anton's armored boot pressed half his face into the ground, making it impossible to open his mouth. He could only grit his teeth. In his one exposed eye, a feral hatred burned, as if he wanted to tear Anton apart, shred him into pieces, and devour him. Anton didn't care. The more the enemy hated him, the more satisfying the victory. After all, the hatred of an opponent only hurt the opponent, not him. Boom! In full view of the spectators, Anton chose not to kill Killian. Not yet. However, the humiliation of having his head stepped on was a blow to Killian's dignity. Anton knew his opponent wasn't completely out of the fight. The depression in Killian's chest, caused by the earlier blast, was already beginning to change. With his enhanced vision, Anton observed tiny granulations forming along Killian's broken ribs. The rapid regenerative abilities granted by the extremis virus were astonishing. They were only slightly inferior to the regenerative effects of Connor's lizard serum. Of course, the lizard serum was designed more for healing disabilities than enhancing combat effectiveness. This realization deepened Anton's appreciation for the extremis virus. It was even more powerful than he had initially thought. Removing his foot from Killian's head, Anton stepped back. "What are you up to?" Killian spat, his tone laced with cruelty, though his voice trembled with panic. "Chi-chi?" A laser shot from Anton's finger, severing Killian's hands and feet in an instant. "Ah!" Killian's screams echoed through the street as he writhed on the ground, now a limbless torso. His eyes burned with pain and seething resentment. "Cyborg," he roared, hoarse with agony. "I'll never let you go. You'll pay for this." "Maybe you can think about that in prison," Anton replied coldly, indifferent to the curses. He knew that without removing Killian's limbs, the authorities wouldn't be able to contain him. Even with his injuries, Killian's regenerative powers meant he could potentially regrow his hands and feet within half a day. Whoop whoop. The sound of police sirens grew louder as squad cars pulled up to the scene. George Stacy stepped out, his expression a mixture of shock and confusion as he took in the sight of Anton standing over the dismembered Killian. "Cyborg," George called out, hurrying over. "What happened? Why did you cut off his hands and feet?" Anton gestured at Killian with calm indifference. "Aldrich Killian, the CEO of AIM, is also the mastermind behind the Wayne Company bombing this morning." George's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "He's been conducting shady operations behind the scenes," Anton continued. "Since I caught him in the act, I don't think it'll be hard for you to uncover the rest of his crimes." "But," George hesitated. "Was it really necessary to cut off his hands and feet?" Anton's voice remained steady. "He's been injected with the extremis virus, a bioenhancement technology developed by AIM. It strengthens the human body but comes with certain side effects. Look at his wounds, notice anything?" George turned to Killian, his eyes narrowing as he focused on the severed limbs. To his astonishment, the blood flow had already stopped, and new tissue was beginning to form. "What the?" George muttered, stunned. "It's already healing? That fast?" "Exactly." Anton folded his arms. "That's the extremis virus for you. Without incapacitating him, there's no way you could detain him safely." Understanding dawned on George's face. He glanced between Anton and Killian, piecing it all together. "So, that's why he wanted to bomb Wayne Enterprises. The extremis virus is in direct competition with Wayne's limb regeneration technology. This was a commercial feud taken to the extreme." "Exactly," Anton said simply. George shook his head. "For the CEO of a major company, this was a reckless move. But if you've caught the man behind the scenes, I'll take it from here." Anton didn't respond, turning to leave as George signaled his officers to secure the area. "Leave him to us." George nodded to Anton, who stood before him in his armored form. "I'll make sure Wayne gets a full explanation." Anton hadn't intended to deal with Killian privately. Acting as judge, jury, and executioner even for a superhero would invite unnecessary scrutiny. After all, superheroes didn't have law enforcement authority. Their role was to maintain peace, not to execute criminals. Any killing, even of a dangerous villain, could only be justified in passive self-defense. The Justice League had learned from the mistakes of others, like SHIELD, whose overreach in wielding authority had drawn resistance from governments and the United Nations. To maintain their budding alliances with the US government, the military, and global organizations like the World Security Council, the Justice League tread carefully. They wouldn't risk damaging the fragile friendship they'd just begun to build. Furthermore, Batman had cultivated a cooperative relationship with local police forces, particularly in Gotham. By leaving Killian to the police, Anton reinforced the Justice League's trustworthiness and strengthened their rapport with law enforcement. "He was yours to begin with," Anton said. He gestured to Killian, now incapacitated on the ground. "But remember this, he's been injected with the extremis virus. His body's been enhanced with incredible regenerative capabilities, comparable to a lizardman's. His hands and feet will regrow soon. I suggest you amputate them every half an hour to keep him restrained. Otherwise, the police station won't be able to hold him." "Understood," George replied, his expression serious. He recognized the danger in Anton's warning, connecting it to past encounters with other enhanced individuals, like the lizard. "Then I'll leave this to you." With that, Anton launched into the air, propelled by a powerful blast of energy from his boots. He shot into the sky like a meteor, disappearing from sight. George watched him go. Beside him, Killian, still glaring, paid no attention to the police. His pale face was twisted in fury as his eyes followed Anton's retreating figure. The hatred burning in them was almost tangible. "I won't let you go," Killian murmured venomously. But his condition rendered him helpless. The police lifted his limbless body into a squad car as he continued to seethe. Back at Wayne Tower, Anton returned to his room and descended to the control center, where the old man was busy managing online public opinion. "Old man, the mastermind has been caught," Anton announced casually. "You can call the NYPD now and have them issue an official statement clearing Wayne's name." Also, I'll have Eddie run the story in tomorrow's edition of the Daily Bugle. In the meantime, you can start guiding public opinion online. Oh, George Jameson raised an eyebrow, giving Anton a look of surprise. That fast. Anton's efficiency had taken Jameson off guard. An hour ago, Anton had identified the mastermind behind the attack, and now the issue was already resolved. Jameson shook his head in disbelief, muttering, "I haven't even had a chance to get involved, and you've already wrapped this up." The sheer speed of Anton's work gave him an uncanny sense that the battle had ended before it had even begun, a feeling that was not far from the truth. Ring. Suddenly, Jameson's phone rang. Answering the call, he exchanged a few words, his expression shifting between shock and astonishment. His gaze flicked to Anton several times during the conversation. When the call ended, Jameson finally spoke, his tone laced with admiration. "I have to say," he couldn't suppress a smile, "you've really surprised me, Anton." Based on Batman's expression and Jameson's relentless pressure, the New York Police Department, NYPD, quickly issued another statement, announcing that they had apprehended the mastermind behind Wayne Enterprises' bombing. Additionally, under Jonah Jameson's direction, Wayne Enterprises' legal department sent out a strongly worded legal notice, targeting the most vocal critics spreading falsehoods online. This move began to turn the tide of public opinion. However, the general public's attention was divided. While some focused on the Wayne bombing, others were captivated by another shocking event trending across major online forums and news outlets: a brutal clash on the streets of Manhattan between Cyborg and a dangerous criminal. The incident occurred during rush hour, drawing a large crowd of onlookers. Hundreds of witnesses watched as Cyborg mercilessly subdued the criminal, pinning him to the ground and, in a shocking turn, severing the criminal's limbs to prevent an escape. What made the encounter even more extraordinary were the criminal's abilities. Displaying powers beyond human limits, the individual seemed to emit intense heat, akin to molten lava. The surrounding air shimmered with distortion, and the extreme temperature melted nearby objects. Footage of the incident was uploaded online, showing the criminal later identified as Aldrich Killian breaking free of restraints, melting bricks around him, and engaging Cyborg in combat. On one hand, the public marveled at Cyborg's incredible strength. On the other, they were deeply intrigued by the revelation that Killian was linked to the Wayne Enterprises bombing. Netizens quickly got to work, using facial recognition from the footage to uncover Killian's identity. He was revealed to be the head of AIM, a relatively unknown company specializing in human body regeneration and advanced biological technology. Speculation ran rampant. Many pieced together a narrative, suggesting that Killian orchestrated the bombing to steal Wayne Enterprises' cutting-edge technology, possibly even Batman's advanced limb regeneration tech. Ironically, while their theories were speculative, netizens had unknowingly stumbled upon the truth. The following day, the Daily Bugle added fuel to the fire. Their investigative report portrayed Killian as a major criminal figure in the underground world, with grand ambitions and a dangerous following. The article alleged that Killian had recruited wanted criminals and brainwashed disabled veterans to serve his schemes, making him a significant threat to society. Armed with this information, netizens continued their investigations, even outpacing the NYPD at times. They uncovered details about AIM's shady dealings and connections, including ties to Dr. Maya Hansen. Law enforcement swiftly moved against those associated with AIM. However, during the raids, they faced fierce resistance from Killian's extremist enhanced operatives, individuals who had undergone experimental procedures granting them superhuman abilities. At this critical juncture, the task force was reinforced by an unexpected team, the 4 Ninja Turtles. Thrilled to join the fray, they helped the police overcome the enhanced operatives, severing their limbs and ensuring their capture. Their assistance proved instrumental in bringing AIM's criminal network to its knees. As for the operatives who fought desperately, they all self-destruct due to the side effects of the extremist virus. The next evening, during off-work hours, the New York Police Department received unwelcome visitors. "Captain Stacy, we meet again," Cowlson said with a slight smile. George Stacy frowned at the man with a receding hairline standing before him, a bad feeling gnawing at his gut. "Sure enough. Please hand over Killian and his accomplice, Maya Hansen, to us," Cowlson stated. "SHIELD has far more experience handling extraordinary incidents than the NYPD. "I haven't received any orders," George replied flatly. Crunch. The door to the office suddenly burst open as one of George's officers hurried in. "Captain, the mayor's on the line." George's face darkened. He could defy the mayor if he truly wanted to, though the mayor held more power than he did. George knew that this call wasn't just coming from City Hall. The mayor was merely the messenger. "I hope SHIELD won't have to retrieve suspects from the police station next time," George said coldly, ignoring the phone. He fixed Cowlson with a glare. "Perhaps if SHIELD showed up before the Justice League resolved these crises, we'd all be better off." "I hope so too," Cowlson replied with a helpless smile. More than 10 days passed, and the situation gradually calmed. News about the incidents continued to flood the media, but with Jonah Jameson's influence, Wayne Enterprises swiftly recovered. The company relocated, reopened, and resumed operations with a more robust online appointment system under Jameson's careful planning. The response was overwhelming. Orders exploded almost instantly. The aftermath of the AIM fiasco only solidified public trust in Wayne's body regeneration technology. People began to view it as reliable, so reliable, in fact, that Killian had resorted to terrorism to eliminate it as a competitor. Even Jameson hadn't anticipated this outcome. Wayne Enterprises was thriving. Meanwhile, the DC company where Anton worked also found itself riding a wave of success. Their latest film, The Dark Knight, was receiving widespread acclaim. Within just 2 weeks, the global box office had surpassed $800 million, and projections suggested it could easily reach $1.3 billion. When factoring in merchandise, DC Comics, animated adaptations, and other content fueled by the movie's success, the profits were staggering. Anton observed the results through his system panel, which gave him an intuitive sense of his progress. The success of The Dark Knight had boosted the fan base of DC's announced superheroes by nearly 20%. What surprised him even more was that Superman's fan count had now surpassed the 35 million mark. What movie should I make next? Anton muttered, rubbing his chin as he began brainstorming. He opened the system panel and reviewed the superheroes he had yet to unlock: Superman, Aquaman, Flash, Green Lantern, Wonder Woman, Constantine, Shazam, Atom, and more. After some thought, he categorized them. Superman, Aquaman, Flash, Green Lantern, Wonder Woman, and Atom fell into the more traditional superhero category, while Constantine and Shazam leaned toward the magical side. As things stood, Anton considered magic-based heroes less viable for the current market, so Constantine and Shazam were out. Atom, while cheaper, conflicted with Cyborg's narrative, so he was eliminated as well. Superman was too expensive, leaving Anton no choice but to postpone him for the foreseeable future. That left 4 options: Aquaman, Flash, Green Lantern, and Wonder Woman. Aquaman required 50 million fans. The Flash required 50 million fans. Green Lantern required 40 million fans. Wonder Woman required 30 million fans. Anton deliberated for a moment before sighing. Damn it, is Wonder Woman really my only option for the next movie? Although Aquaman isn't a true god, his half-human, half-divine body is every bit as powerful as one. Based on his performance in the movie alone, even without his army of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, Arthur Curry, Lord of the Seven Seas, proves himself superior to the average Thor. While Aquaman's domain is the ocean, Arthur still holds his own on land, showcasing raw strength comparable to Superman. Yet, with a fan value of 50 million, Anton had to pass. The reason? Aquaman's current popularity, as reflected in DC's comic releases, was lackluster, with his fan value ranking among the lowest. Investing in Aquaman now would yield poorer returns, making him an inefficient choice for Anton's next move. The Flash was a more attractive option. As a second-tier hero within the DC roster, the Flash had decent popularity. However, the prize 50 million fan value was still too steep. Anton mulled over the cost. Why was the Flash so expensive? He concluded it was likely due to the Flash's ability to travel through time and space, a narrative tool that had been well established within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. If Anton unlocked the Flash, he, too, would gain the ability to manipulate time and space. With the Flash out of reach, Anton shifted his attention to Green Lantern, whose fan value sat at a more manageable 40 million. But Green Lantern came with baggage. The Green Lantern movie from his past life was a notorious flop, forcing Ryan Reynolds to abandon the character and reinvent himself as Deadpool in the Marvel franchise. Only then did Reynolds redeem himself and rise to stardom. Currently, Green Lantern's popularity within DC's comics was only slightly better than Aquaman's. Redeeming Green Lantern now didn't feel worth the effort, especially when a cheaper option, Wonder Woman, was on the table. Why was Wonder Woman cheaper than Green Lantern? Anton guessed it had something to do with the second Wonder Woman movie, where her combat effectiveness took a nosedive. Even Gal Gadot's stunning looks couldn't save the script. The system, perhaps reflecting this reality, had reduced her fan value. Wonder Woman currently has 4.38 million fan value, only 25 million short. Anton murmured as he stared at her panel. A cold shiver ran down his spine as he briefly imagined himself disguised as Wonder Woman. But hey, it's just a clone, he rationalized. Then, another thought crossed his mind. Honestly, having a female clone might not be unacceptable, he mused, trailing off as his thoughts shifted elsewhere. Anton's attention turned to the larger picture. With Thor's imminent arrival on Earth, Wonder Woman could serve as a counterpart to the God of Thunder, a powerful divine figure to rival him in both strength and presence. Half a month passed. The Dark Knight had grossed $1.42 billion at the global box office, further cementing DC's resurgence. Meanwhile, Anton had finally steeled himself and decided to proceed with Wonder Woman. He contacted Jim to begin assembling the production crew and reached out to the gold standard screenwriter to discuss the script. The blueprint for Wonder Woman was solid. In Anton's previous life, the first Wonder Woman movie had been a massive success, earning $822 million worldwide. While the plot relied on familiar tropes, it was executed well enough to leave a lasting impression. With the right actress, Anton was confident he could recreate Wonder Woman's magic. The remaining 25 million fans would come easily, especially once the lead actress was announced, drawing in admirers by the millions. News of Anton's decision to film Wonder Woman spread quickly. Surprisingly, the first response didn't come from Hollywood's entertainment press, it came from SHIELD. Wonder Woman. After receiving the information, Coulson went straight to SHIELD headquarters, heading for Nick Fury's office. Inside, Fury, known to some as the Spy King, was reviewing the latest intel. Based on their understanding of Anton, it was unlikely that the decision to film Wonder Woman was solely for DC's development. There had to be a deeper purpose. In other words, was Anton preparing to bring another superhero to the Justice League? Could Wonder Woman be the next to appear in the real world? Although Superman hasn't shown up yet, we can't rule out the possibility, Fury said gravely. When Man of Steel premiered, they'd anticipated Superman's arrival. Yet, to their surprise, no real Superman emerged. That said, Man of Steel wasn't directed by Anton, so Fury considered it an exception. However, Cyborg was a different story. The movie introduced Victor Stone, and soon after its release, the real Cyborg appeared, gaining significant attention. Now, with Anton planning to shoot Wonder Woman, Fury couldn't help but wonder, was this Anton's way of signaling to the world, just as he had done with Batman and Cyborg? Would the movie's release coincide with Wonder Woman stepping into reality? Fury's cautious nature wouldn't let him dismiss the idea entirely. Keep monitoring Anton. Let me know the moment you notice anything unusual, he ordered. Also, investigate his crew. Wonder Woman Diana Prince may already be hidden among them. Understood, Coulson replied seriously before leaving the office. Once alone, Fury leaned back in his chair, staring at the intelligence report on his desk. Diana Prince. Paradise Island. An Amazon born as the daughter of Zeus, the king of gods, and Hippolyta, queen of the Amazons. Greek mythology, Fury muttered, frowning. He'd always believed in the existence of aliens. Science had proven it, and he'd seen it with his own eyes. But now, theology was entering the picture. Could Greek mythology be more than just stories? Could Diana Prince, the supposed daughter of Zeus, actually exist? Fury wasn't ready to accept it as truth, but he couldn't dismiss it either. After all, Batman, Cyborg, and Green Arrow had appeared figures once thought to belong solely in fiction. Despite S.H.I.E.L.D's extensive investigations, there were no clear ties between Anton and these individuals. If gods did exist, could they actually be powerful aliens mistaken for deities by ancient civilizations? Thousands of years ago, humanity's lack of scientific understanding might have led them to view these beings as divine. Fury's thoughts raced, but he ultimately sighed in frustration. This is getting too complicated, he muttered to himself. The challenges facing Earth were escalating, and the feeling of powerlessness gnawed at him. The Avengers initiative needs to be accelerated, Fury decided. Our current personnel aren't enough. The extremis virus has potential, but it needs to be perfected. He called in Hawkeye, Black Widow, and the newly recruited Dr. Otto Octavius, also known as Dr. Octopus. Nick, what's going on? Black Widow asked as the three stood before him. Fury didn't mince words. What are your thoughts on the extremis virus? The question hung in the air for a moment. Hawkeye was the first to respond, his voice resolute. I'm willing to inject the extremis virus, he said, determination burning in his eyes. I don't want to be a liability, and I'm tired of people like Arrow and Batman showing off in front of me. Anton was oblivious to the deep sense of anxiety within SHIELD, and even if he had known about it, he wouldn't have cared. While the lower limit of the extremis virus is relatively high, its upper limit remains underwhelming. Even if Hawkeye and others were injected with it, the most they could achieve would be enhanced lower body strength, faster recovery, and slightly increased attack power. In the context of the middle and later stages of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, they'd still amount to nothing more than stronger cannon fodder. Take Avengers, Endgame as an example. Hawkeye and Black Widow may seem pivotal in their missions, but you could replace them with almost any two competent individuals, and the tasks would still get done. Their prominent roles in the movie stemmed more from the need to give the original Avengers team a proper send-off. And let's not forget how gloriously Black Widow's death was portrayed. In today's Marvel era, characters are becoming increasingly eccentric and otherworldly. You either stick to the path of technology, like Tony Stark's pursuit of mechanical ascension, or delve into mystical powers that defy logic, such as Scarlet Witch's chaos magic, Captain Marvel's power, or Loki's scepter and its Mind Stone. It's clear that even with the extremis virus, Hawkeye and Black Widow could only ever be strong supporting characters, not main protagonists. Their potential doesn't even compare to the likes of Dr. Otto Octavius, whose fate was dramatically altered. After all, Otto is one of the rare geniuses in the Marvel world. As a scientist, he may only fall short of Marvel's legends, like Tony Stark. Meanwhile, Anton was busy preparing for his Wonder Woman movie. Under his guidance, the script came together quickly. Next, attention shifted to casting, particularly for the role of Wonder Woman herself. The male lead was secondary. Anton had someone in mind, an old acquaintance from his Batman movie days. She was the actress who played Rachel, someone with whom Anton had frequently discussed scripts. Her long legs rivaled Gal Gadot's, but what set her apart was her murder weapon, a term Anton jokingly used to describe her physical attributes, which were closer to the original comic design. Anton had seen her unleash the power of these weapons in action during Batman rehearsals, leaving him convinced she was perfect for Wonder Woman. At the same time, during the Wonder Woman pre-production, Anton took the opportunity to discuss DC's future with Jim and others. Simply relying on movies to grow a fan base was effective but tedious, with overly long production cycles. A few months per project is too much trouble, Anton declared. After all, in today's world, especially in New York, it seemed like something major happened every 1 or 2 months. Even Transformers had made an appearance, so it wasn't far-fetched to think other chaotic movie crossovers might happen in the future. Beyond just making movies, Anton realized he needed to find faster, more cost-effective ways to capitalize on fan engagement. In other words, he needed strategies that balanced quick results with minimal investment. After brainstorming with Jim and the team, a promising idea emerged. TV series. Anton mused, stroking his chin. Filming and airing simultaneously, sounds good. TV series offered a shorter production cycle and quicker payoffs. Even if ratings were mediocre, they could still serve as excellent marketing tools. In fact, DC executives had considered producing TV series before, with several discussions and brainstorming sessions over the years. But none of the ideas had gained much traction or clarity until now. Jim's suggestion reminded Anton of two popular superhero TV shows from his previous life, Arrow and The Flash. While both shows had their issues, Arrow, for instance, was infamous for dragging its storyline, they still garnered strong audiences. The Flash, Anton decided. We'll focus on Barry Allen. Toby, he continued, turning to one of his team members, work with the editorial department and get me a first draft of the Flash script ASAP. Use the outline I gave you earlier, but this time, include Wonder Woman Diana Prince as part of the story. Understand? His plan was to kick things off with the Flash and weave in Wonder Woman, replacing Green Arrow from his previous life as the Flash's ally. This connection would create a linked narrative between the two characters. However, Anton wanted Wonder Woman to maintain an air of mystery. The power difference between her and Barry Allen was significant, and care was needed to keep the story cohesive. The solution? Make Wonder Woman Barry's mentor. This would limit her screen time while preserving her larger-than-life persona. It also tied back to Anton's movie. Once the Flash TV series gained traction, it would effectively double the promotional impact for Wonder Woman. Anton discussed the concept further with Toby, refining how Wonder Woman would appear in The Flash as a cameo role. The goal was to enhance her allure. She had to be captivating enough for audiences to fall in love with her at first sight. This, of course, would naturally draw in fans, especially those inclined toward her strong on-screen presence. And if some fans admired the actress, their positive feelings would inevitably extend to the character. A few days later, after a much-needed break, Anton resumed shooting Wonder Woman. The production had moved to a small island in Italy, the setting for the story of Paradise Island. During this time, Toby completed the first 2 episodes of the Flash script. After a quick review, Jim, acting as producer, began assembling the TV series crew and working on casting. 2 weeks later, the Wonder Woman team wrapped up filming on Paradise Island. The actress playing Wonder Woman then made a brief appearance on the Flash set, shooting a small but impactful cameo for the first episode, a linkage scene intended to tease audiences. The cameo only lasted a few minutes, but the combination of Wonder Woman's dazzling armor and long legs was more than enough to grab attention, especially from certain demographics. As time marched on, momentum for both projects continued to build. Halfway through the shooting process, Anton had been on set for almost 2 months. During this time, the first episode of The Flash was uploaded, garnering modest attention within a limited audience. Based on the fan value statistics displayed on the system panel, the impact of TV shows was noticeably less significant than that of movies. However, their cost-effectiveness made them worthwhile, outperforming comics, novels, and other mediums in terms of attention gained. As the Flash TV series gradually gained traction among fans and started to expand its reach, Anton felt confident it would eventually achieve good results. On another note, the past 2 months had been unusually quiet in New York. After nearly a year of constant chaos, the city's typically wary residents found themselves feeling strangely uneasy in the relative calm. Meanwhile, something big had happened in Monaco. Monaco, a small European country, is home to the Monte Carlo circuit, one of the world's most famous racing tracks. The circuit, which primarily consists of streets, is the shortest on the F1 calendar. It's known for its slowest corners and iconic tunnels. For reasons unknown, Marvel's favorite genius, Iron Man Tony Stark, had suddenly taken an interest in racing. He went so far as to sponsor Monaco's F1 race and even organized a friendly match and a supercar race ahead of the official F1 event. During the friendly match, Tony was about to cross the finish line in his Audi R8 when he was attacked by a longtime pursuer, a Russian wielding an electric whip. Yes, Tony Stark was attacked at nearly 300 kilometers per hour. A crackling electric whip lashed out from the side of the track, shattering the curb with terrifying ease. It was about to slice through Tony's R8 when, in a dramatic twist, the car transformed into a 5-meter-tall mecha. Without hesitation, the mecha delivered a single powerful punch, knocking the attacker off the side of the track. For a moment, the audience was stunned into silence. But then, the stands erupted in deafening cheers as Tony waved to the crowd. MVP, of course.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.